unnoticed sometimes. I need him to shine in these games if they're going to be able to win out in this best of one.
Help out Siggy Bum go into Siggy Boom mode, into that MVP Grand Finals form he showed in Turkey. And of course, their opponents, I mean, we are in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, so make some noise.
Is it good now?
SRG, Innocent Hume, Stormy, Sekais, and Cram.
Absolutely, you got.
All right, saw dudes. I just spent like 15 minutes talking to myself because I thought I was live, and apparently I was not. But yeah. So that means I went over me and Stigma's guesses for no reason, so I'm gonna do that again, I guess. So for this one, we picked SRG to win. Kinda clear. Then we picked BTK, NIP Flash, Team Spirit, all to win those. Falcons and RQ Hoshi to win theirs, and then Stigma picked Twisted Minds. I picked Vamos, and then I picked Team Liquid ID, and Stigma picked Fnatic Onic PH. So, yeah, I don't know. It's best of one. So that's, you know, if S2G can come up with something crazy here, that's it.
But we gotta admit, it's a different meta now.
It's a different meta now.
Yeah, it's very different. So we're giving away some great stuff for you.
Yo, get that QR code, guys.
You know what? Just go ahead and don't scan it yet. Don't scan it yet. We're not done scanning it. Now you can scan it. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead, please. That's the redeem code as well.
Yeah, you guys got to get those redemption codes before the casters get them. Every time I try, they always scoop them up too quick.
So let's talk about the meta. Let's start off with you, Husky. What's one or two picks that you're looking out for here that might be prioritized?
I think, first of all, it's definitely the Jusin. Jusin is going to be prioritized for sure. Nolan Suyo.
Yeah. Jusin, Suyo.
I don't think the Jusin's going to make it on the pick table.
And
another possibility, but that's another one always getting banned out. Some things that might actually slip through. Hilda's been a big one. Suyo might actually slip through because it's something that hasn't been getting picked up as much. But
I don't know who the third one would be that I would ban.
These are the big dogs.
Personally, probably like probably like a Gato.
Getting more and more popular. We have seen in wildcards that chips sometimes kind of slip through the draft as well, and it has been utilized by a couple of teams. But so far, I mean, we're seeing that Hilda ban, the Fanny ban is a lot of respect from S2G to SRG Sakai's. I do wonder if they are going to trade that Khalid for Phovis, though. The Phovis hasn't had the best win rate during wildcards.
Yeah, with Alpha out, Phovis rush on the side of S2G might actually sound good.
I don't know about this. We'll see.
One of the few pioneers, the Matilda Meister 5-star Hume's Express with that hero back in Season 9. When he pulled that out, he instantly became known for it, and people have been really keeping a lot of eyes on that Matilda.
So Cho's still open, Nolan's still open, plenty of junglers. I don't think we prio jungle up front. I like the idea of EXP or Roam, Matilda being open, but I feel like S2G maybe, or SRG, want to be a bit more aggressive here. It is a best of one. You want to try to catch them off guard, and that's where I think the Cho could come in clutch. They go for the Suyo though, so they do prio jungle right up front.
I feel like that's a rough trade to take against SRG because you're giving away the Cho to Humes, and Suyo has fallen out of the grape. Based off of what the grapevine has said, that he's been falling out of priority, but even SRG's going, you know what, we don't need the Cho right away. Let's get a Gata Gacha and get Stormy on his signature Valentina.
Yeah, signature Valentina. We're going to get a Valentina merch next season as well because he did pick it as his hero to go to. But I do like the Gata Gacha. Very durable against physical damage dealers and at the same time has very reliable crowd control, right? Suyo gets in front of his face, he's going to get crowd control and the follow-up will be there.
Okay, so they got to pick up the gold here, right? The Bruno Smart, and that
had to check the sound, make sure it was all good.
As well, or they get banned out, right? You start taking out gold laners in this second phase of bans, but still on the side of S2G, with
Whoa,
the
why is
Matilda
that?
now, with the Suyo, you have speed, you have a movement, you have rotations, you have an aggressive mid game right there, a big power spike around third turtle that can definitely cause
All right,
some
we got the
damage. So how
Bruno,
does SRG
Matilda, that'll be
try to
good.
counteract that?
See, there's the Gato.
Is still open. Put it in the
There's
hands
the
of
Gato.
Innocent. Get that other gold laner who scales up super
Sound is
freaking
good.
fast.
All right, all right.
Nathan,
I know
believe
the
that's how
one
we call him.
stream
We call him Natan
when I
here.
went back to
Either
listen
way,
to it, I couldn't
get a
even
link
hear
in the description.
myself.
Natan's the right way.
It's
All right.
just dumb. It's just the PH
All right.
casters that say
So
Nathan.
Natan's the right way. He always has Claude as well for Innocent if they really want to play it safe. So they take the Joy. This is, I don't think we've seen guys play Joy ever. Not in recent times, right? Not in recent times, no. Not in the previous season, not during MSC for sure, not during season 13. So it's been a long, long time. So it's something that I don't think we have seen before.
Okay, so let's be real. How deep does SRG's gold lane pool go here? Is it even actually worth for S2G to ban, like, maybe the Harith? But what after that? Beatrix, we've seen a little bit of that in the wild card. Could be options.
Hell yeah,
Claude
Beatrix
also
is
got
who
the
I
recent
would
buff. We didn't
pick.
see a lot in wild
She
card, but I
seems
still think
OP
in the hands of some of the
AF.
more veteran players, it can definitely show. Phobius ban on the side of SRG, back over to S2G now.
Yeah, good ban there on the Harris, taking it away. So now
Okay.
little by little SRG might think about the.
Whoa,
2
do
months
they
when
have the
can map
players'
a little bit
signatures
more,
at the
Moskov
bottom?
And the Claude, considering that, as you mentioned, Trex, it is super aggressive, the lineup of S2G. This is a
That's what it looks like.
Swiss stage draft.
Oh no,
priority.
that's
So
the
if
hero's
SRG decides to
signet.
go for
Like
the
their
more
name
macro
is a
slower
signature.
route, I
Okay.
think that's gonna come back
I
to
was gonna be
bite
like
Moskov.
that. That's a cool little
I think
touch.
the macro route is what SRG is very comfortable with, but I do feel like it's not going to completely come back and bite them in the backside. There are some merits to how SRG can kind of drag the game out, then puts them in a comfortable position. I'm more worried about what's going to happen in that goal lane, right? Because SRG with the Phobius ban and followed by the Vexana, it kind of feels like that this Gatot might go into XP, but because it's a big flex, S2G now have to really decide how do they shut SRG's kind of flex down. The Cho is still open.
Cho is still open. I think that's a big pick for SRG. Very possible here. S2G looking for this next ban. And like I said, do we just hammer in? Cho actually could be a really solid ban
Yeah,
here.
I'm thinking the
taking
Cho
it
ban.
out. Because Beatrix, are you really that worried about it? There's the Cho ban. So now first pick for SRG. I think they save gold lane here. They
I
just,
think so.
They push gold lane into last pick and they go into Roam or EXP lane.
Part of me is thinking that maybe SRG might go the other way around, because picking Gatot first phase, you don't actually see the XP matchup yet. As an outsider, yeah, you get time.
When I give the word.
But you know what? Nah. Yeah, let's go with what Trex said. You go gold lane into the last, and then you go Khalid now. Well, not a lot can actually beat
Aurora.
the
I
Khalid.
think
or
we
the
get an
Gatot.
Aurora on the side of S2G here.
Oh, that would be perfect. I agree.
Aurora would help round things out. It's going to be hard, though, to catch some of the fast pacing, to catch a Khalid, to catch the jungler of SRG, but still, it's solid.
Yeah, as much as S2G's draft, at least the first 3 picks is about going fast and going into your face. SRG have a good draft to kind of create this vacuum, right? You want to come right in, we can shut you down with good backline dives, with very great crowd
I think,
control. So that's something I think S2G needs to think about as well with this mid pick. Now that Vexana
no.
isn't there, I think I agree with Trex. Aurora feels like a solid one.
Aurora
I was gonna
and
s- I
anyone
was
who
gonna
can
say,
counter, anyone who can front.
EXP?
A Ruby EXP might not be the best, but
I like it. I like it.
Oh,
we actually called
I was
it.
gonna say
like
ick
it.
shit, but
we're on a roll
So-
today.
Here's the thing with the Ruby, though. We haven't
I don't
seen it a
know
whole lot
Yeah.
in Wild
if
Card,
SRG would
but I think it goes so well against some of
be
the current
okay
meta.
with
the Joy, you
that.
stop her for just a second.
Yeah.
The Khalid, you stop it for just a second. These big divey compositions, it can counter the Chow, anything, anything that wants to get in your face. It buys you just that split second of time to counterplay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
split-second
We'll see.
crowd control.
We will see.
The Ruby pick. I have
I
a
gotta
slight
share this
doubt
on the
about it because
Discord quick.
Historically, in the PH, when you see a Ruby going up against a Valentina,
Yo,
is so
best
happy
player and
because
private
suddenly
dancer
you have
doing
3
watch
separate heroes
parties.
on the side of SRG.
Be sure to check them out
I think
too.
it has to be a physical damage dealer. Natan doesn't look too good because they already have Joy, right? They need some big physical damage for that lane. And the Granger! First ever
Granger,
pick for
okay.
Innocent too. I mean, not only the Joy, but the
Interesting.
Granger as well.
I like it.
Big
That's-
lane bully.
I like it a lot. It's definitely different. You mentioned cheese picks. You mentioned new picks.
Yep.
Is this it?
Here we go, the very first Swiss stage match. Let's toss it over to the casters.
Thank you so much to our amazing panelists. And the much anticipated first round of the Swiss stage is about to commence. To bring you the action, it's me, Brigitte, alongside Mirko. And off the top of your head, how are you feeling? Because we're about to witness all 16 teams played out as early as day one.
Hey, it's crazy. The Swiss stage, we've been talking about this. We've been hyping it up. And to have a big match like this, to start off the day, to start off Swiss stage, this will set the momentum. It's a best of one, too. And
Oh, dude, I was checking out the BTK jerseys, or trying to,
Yep, honestly,
and
this was really
oh,
on
that's a
script for
that's a
SRG,
badass.
At least we know that S2G,
Look at that. He's got his little monkey
led by
guy
Sigibum, usually really
next
doesn't
to
go
him.
that
That was
much
sweet.
off meta, and he's sticking with the buildup for Innocent. He's immediately showing us the Granger as
But,
early as the first game. So we'll see how
they
this
don't
goes
have
for
him
both
for
of these
sale
teams.
online
Because
yet.
if you were to ask me, looking at their draft as early as now, I think SRG were able to plan things out really well. They were able to set up a lot of gap closers in their lineup. And if ever they do be successful enough to overwhelm S2G
All right,
with all
here we
those
go.
gap closers, Innocent from afar, he could just do all the free hits and he could just damage the members of S2G from afar.
absolutely, man. So much poke, really, with the Decenata, with the Rhapsody, the new changes here. And as a gold lane, we've actually had a lot of discussions on the Granger pick itself. You know, does it do better in the jungle? Does it do better in the gold lane? And I think most of us actually agree that it does do better in the gold lane. You get free farm, you get a lot of gold in the start, and it helps with the stacks. But Innocent, he actually goes for Purify. So this is also, I think, something that we can talk about for the Granger. You are pretty elusive with it. You're actually quite slippery with the new Granger. You actually dash quite well. So the Purify is a really good choice for Innocent. Just escape from the CC that S2G can provide towards them.
Yep, and I'm eager to know and how he decided to go for his emblem builds. We're seeing the Impure Rage as well, and all you know is that if you don't really rely on mana, you get that additional passive returned on your HP instead. So you get to see an additional layer of sustainability perhaps for Innocent by the time he really wants to, or if S2G even attempts to go for him in the early stages of the game. But Selangor Red Giants, it does seem like they're actually
Appreciate it, buddy.
preventing
Swinging
this
in. Be sure to
brute
smash
force
that
playstyle
like.
come out from S2G. We know for a fact that it's one of their specialties. They really want to
Even if you don't like it,
on, but
just,
SRG,
you know, do a little poke.
This guy's really dashing forward. That's a good Terrify and a taunt down onto Begin. Crab walks up with the Terrify as well. Oh, Crab!
Oh, my
able to get
goodness.
some damage down, but Begin still escapes with the flicker. Great setup though for SRG. Stormy dies in the mid lane, gets the first blood
Wow.
under the tier 1, and that should be turtle number 1 for free.
Seriously, he didn't let him go. They needed to get that pick off. So S2G,
Oh, what was
right now, they're
that?
absolutely
That
unable
Ruby was
to
super
contest
slow
for
on
this
that.
turtle. And we're expecting that this is more of a rotation received from their side. It's an XP lane, which is more active in the early stages, but
Ooh.
he keeps to be the next target, and
Stormy
though,
goes down.
he gets traded as well.
Yums.
Send it over to Yums too.
Uh-oh.
Look at that trade now. Cram's gonna be walking forward. Kazoo dashes forward, gets the kill, and Cram going with the blaze round.
Cram.
Throws it up and gets CC
Oh,
down. SRG
shit.
overextending after the turtle fight.
And I think that's
S2G
one
has
thing
the
you really
gold
need to
lead.
consider if you are SRG, because
It's only
early on,
77
I went
gold,
down
but
that they were
winning is
already
winning,
taking
right?
hold of the lead. They couldn't
Winning
even,
is
or
winning.
S2G couldn't even pay much attention to Innocent or the other lanes. Cram, he could just freely rotate out of the XP lane and actively participate in the first few skirmishes we've seen.
Yo, are we
This
gonna
might
see an
actually
upset?
backfire if they do not manage things well. S2G, if we were talking about SRG's ability to close the gap, S2G can do the same. They have high mobility heroes, and speaking of closing gaps, that's the flicker forced out for Kuran.
They're hungry now.
Already a big resource burnt out there.
They got a
50
little
seconds per
taste of
turtle,
that
so they
lead,
have
now
that
they're like,
resource already burnt
yeah.
out. It's great to deny those
I want
plays in the
that.
game. Just Lunar
Oh, God.
walks up, gets the I'm offended. It's a bit more poke over to Cram, who will just sustain back up on the Khalid. Here, though, for S2G, it really seems like early on, maybe they didn't have those ultimates to fight with. But turtle number 2 onwards, they should have these big ults that you were talking about.
Yep.
Bridge Glacier for Begin. There's also a risk that
Oh,
Stormy
yeah, here we
takes it,
go.
though. He's in the bush, gets the I'm offended over to Lunar. Now also Raging Sandstorm, great flicker for Lunar. Skies walks in, the Bridge Glacier will be able to stun him. Skies drop back into the turret, poke down as well by Begin.
Oh, he gets out,
Both
alright.
teams will decide to disengage. 18 seconds for the
He
turtle
got
to spawn
out.
the game.
There's a team fight that happened once again right before this turtle that we were talking about.
Gold
And
difference is
S2G Esports
only-
feel like they really were able to adjust on the
Ah,
fly.
it's
They're
literally
taking
back and
things a
forth
little
at
bit
this
more
point.
slow because they know that
Oh,
either way,
okay.
the most important
SR
aspect of their
nope.
lineup, it's
Now
not
it's
really being
S2G
noticed
again.
by,
Now it's SRG.
as of now.
Oh my
Really,
goodness, I
Siggy Boom
can't
has been
do
able to take
this.
his farm, and it might be this
Turtle's
time
coming
that we
up.
see
This will
him
give it
also take part in
one
the
way or
action.
the other.
Good retreat from Kazoo. Good disengage
Wow.
from SRG.
Okay,
They know that SRG has a lot of
S2G.
CC, so they just go for the objective and bounce.
Yep. Right now, though, this might be the point where
SRG using the
gradually
lower
focus on
bracket
the things
strat.
they want to build up on, which is really Siggy Boom, because
That's actually not a
at this
very,
point,
I mean,
they
you can't really
wanna
bank on
be
that here
more
because
active
in
terms of
this,
the
like,
team fights, and
you
they
know,
really want to be more
anybody
confident
could
than the
fall.
mindset
That's a
behind
good
that.
team.
They
And
really
we
need to
know
move
for a
their
fact
damage
that
dealers,
one of
because
those teams is going to be
even
either Team
though
Liquid ID
SRG,
or
they've been really
Fnatic
aggressive in the
Onic
first few portions of the
PH.
game, we saw how
Because they
SDG is
play
able
each
to
other.
deny
So
them of
one of
that.
those
They're
teams
able
is
to,
going
like,
to the lower
interrupt
bracket,
these
or
aggressive
like
plays coming in from Selangor Giant
the
whenever
lower
Lunar
half
is
of
apart,
the Swiss
whenever
stage
Big
bracket, I
uses
mean.
a beautiful timing of the Frigid Glacier, so they really just need to complement it with enough damage, and they get higher chances of turning things around.
There's just so much stakes here, you know, at play in the land of Dawn currently. SRG playing in their hometown, trying to complete that gold.
All right, 5.5 minutes.
The world wrong that
Gold's still pretty close, but
I think a lot of people still have that in their
S2G still kind of inching ahead.
toe-to-toe against probably one of the world's best here, and it's
Ooh,
all
shit.
with, like you said,
Okay,
Siggy
he
Boom,
ran
getting the boom
again.
in him. Once he gets
See,
those
just
items,
run.
those spikes, it's
That's what I
going
try
to
and tell
be
the team.
massive. This Bruno,
Run.
There's a reason it was so
Like,
heavily
this isn't
pioed
real
in
life,
the
bro.
Swiss- or sorry, in the Wild
You don't have to
Yes.
prove
all rounds,
anything.
even in ranked
Just
games, right?
run.
It's so easy to execute. And you can see the SCG at this point, they're really just stopping SRG's way to try to take
agree.
turrets and snowball.
I agree, because this is the usual kind of Bruno gameplay you really witness, right? But wait, before that, speaking of the Bruno, Siggy Boom.
Yep.
Just
This is all good for
cram.
Siggy Boom.
All right, a
Some
little
of
bit
those
of, little
spikes
bit
there.
poke.
Has the claws, I believe. That's why he's able to sustain back up. And Turtle's going to be spawning up top. SRG tried to get prior.
Haas will give him a little bit of,
Yep, but Pago
little bit of
really
life
just
steal,
took
little
this
crit.
roamer for S2G the moment he came in.
Wait,
He really
does it
brought a lot
still
of
crit?
Changes to S2G in the way they play.
don't know if
their
they
game,
changed
in
that
the
or
way
not.
They really adjust and explore some new strategies. We know them to only stick for the 4 protect 1 strategy before, but now we're seeing how they can
Oh
really
shit, there he
just
goes.
adjust on the fly
Dead.
to begin.
Oh,
Passive already.
forgot about that
Begin
with
will be
Aurora.
able to
Her
flicker
little
out. Again,
passive.
big resource spent already. Cram will have the flicker too. That's another from Innocent, just trying to read out some of the positions from S2G. Cram heals back up.
Now Lunar, though, he goes in once more.
Right now offended, and that's Raging Sandstorm. The catches begin in the back. Will be caught.
Begin goes down. Cram goes down right after. Oh, duh, you just. My bad. Dang.
From the rest of the team, and Kazoo
Go ahead,
will
go on,
double
get you a
kill
turtle.
his way into
Get you a
turtle.
turtle.
Storm
Oh, maybe
with
not.
the
Maybe
fire
not.
to the
Matilda goes
tunnel.
in.
Going for the guiding wheel, but gets boomed down
Oh,
by
that was
Mr.
it. That was
Siggy Boom.
Valentina.
And
Okay.
Pagu, Innocent will be forced
I was like,
back
wait,
on this
Matilda
Ranger,
going in.
and
That's
it's a
her
win
own
for
team.
S2G.
You would think
I
that
got
would
it now.
already worked for the Selangor
That is
Red
another
Giants,
turtle.
but
Third turtle
S2G,
goes to
Lunar decided to pick a fight at the
S2G,
exact
giving
same
it their,
time.
giving
They
them their
also
second
had
one.
the resources, they had proper
2.3K
counter-engage.
gold lead
Yuzu
now.
also there, he was able to go now and
7,
interrupt members here from
almost
S2G
8 minutes.
Esports. But they seemed like they were just prepared to take on the fight that sustained. You can actually feel it from S2G. And it's not just that. It seems like they're able to capitalize a lot more on their innate mobility.
Both
It's so
mages have
crazy. We were
anti-heal
talking about the
already, so that's
range for
good.
Innocent too, but what he makes up for in range, I think he lacks damage. Innocent hasn't really been able to put on the damage onto S2G. Maybe this Granger pick was just not that good against healing. I feel like the Mathilda has really been able to help them out in these sticky situations. We do have a pause and we
Oh,
get to dissect the game even
Womp
more. So
womp.
let's talk about what's been happening here. I think for SRG, they really need to look for a snowball early. They had to. Unfortunately, they didn't get it, and their mid-game power spike, it's kind of already fallen off. Like, this mid-game is getting controlled by S2G.
I think there was a clear attempt to do this, to do just that. We felt that there was a slight overextension towards that early game when we saw them really
well,
force
I can hear it
fights
now.
even when they already got the pick off against
I'm not even gonna open the
Middle,
chat
and
to
then
the
they
official
before
stream because
transitioning
I know it's
into
just
the,
going crazy
turtle.
right now.
So it was somewhat of a very expensive mistake. That
They
happened,
just slid
I feel,
him
for,
over in
SRG.
his chair.
Really, they need to show a little bit more discipline this time around. I think
They're
a
like,
lot
"We
of
gotta
teams have
fix
to be
this.
a lot
Get out of the way."
mindful of that, since again we're only seeing a best of
What is
ones
going
happen
on?
all throughout the day, and they decided to go for this lineup, which is really,
They
I
could have
think where
just
you see
asked bro to
you
move
expect them
over,
to be
like,
more
all
aggressive.
right,
You
here,
expect them to hit
like,
their power
we need to
spikes
get
really
in
hard.
here.
This is a joy that
And
we're
they
drawing
literally
on.
just
Plus,
push
you
him
mentioned
out of the way.
one of the few times we're seeing
Bruh.
Sakai on the joy, so you would probably expect a somewhat of a unique approach from him, but then S2G seems like they're able to read through these plans from S2G or from SRG all along.
I agree with you completely. You know, it just feels like S2G have the read on SRG. They have the read on the aggression.
I wonder what's
of
going
SRG
on.
Too. And maybe this is because, you know, they're scrim partners with Ulfedner. I don't know, but Ulfedner has had many encounters with SRG. MSC, they were knocked out by SRG. ISF, they were knocked out by Malaysia. So it almost seems like, you know, that could be something that they've told S2G, and right now they're capitalizing on all the aggressive movements.
Yep.
Well, maybe not the first.
By the
one,
way,
but
happy
that first, but
Thanksgiving,
cute little
Trex,
Stormy play as
and all the
usual, as we
Americans
expect from
over
Stormy.
there
But after
representing the
that,
country.
Go forward, the Raging Sandstorms very aggressively onto Siggy Boom even.
I don't know if anybody else in the world even bothers with it, you know.
Very clean. I mean,
Which I don't blame them if they don't, but
MSC SRG, I feel, you know,
to the
right now,
Americans,
they're not a full defensive team. They are a team
happy
that is
Thanksgiving,
willing to
guys.
take risks, but their targeting and team fighting is always just crisp.
Now
clean.
win.
I agree.
And I don't know if it's because of the pressure of playing in front of the home crowd or what, but targeting hasn't been that clean.
Yep, we are seeing more of a one-track mind from S2G, I feel, in terms of like the targeting, who they want to prioritize first, heading into the team fights, or even
Yeah,
just
S2G is looking
reacting to the
strong
team
here.
fights being set up here
I
by,
feel like
SRG.
this is
But
like
for
when you're watching
SRG,
college football
although
and
it's now
a
that we
team
could
is getting ran on, and then
think
all of a
about
sudden they have a player
is
with an
this
injury
much
that
rage
goes
still
down.
benefiting
You know what I
them?
mean?
Because it seems like their team fights are slowly
Like that's the
becoming
thing is a
all
lot
over
of
the
people
map,
that
like, they
watch
have access
esports
to
and
a
stuff,
lot of
like they
areas of the
don't.
map
I don't.
they
I
can,
feel
like,
like they
jump
don't watch
from
regular
afar, use
sports
the avatar
because
of
the
the
way they
Guardian
talk
or
about
perhaps
things and
even,
stuff. But it's like
just use the Death Sonata
if
from
you
afar
really
and
pay
see how
attention,
good it is,
it's
but
the
then
same as any
could
other
we
sport.
see a more coordinated approach from SRG later on, knowing that they're already this behind
What did
in
he
terms
do?
of like
What did he
reaching
do?
their power spikes. And again, we've also mentioned this isn't the typical Bruno early playstyle.
Look, they're
that
still
you
messing with
really
it. They
expect
just
for,
were about to hand
like,
it back
for
to
the
him,
most
and now
part,
they're still
whenever you
messing
think
with
of
it.
Bruno, you would expect the brute force playstyle come into play. Like they're just really
He's
gonna
like,
force and
bro,
focus
did
on
he just
taking
lick
the
the
lane,
phone?
taking out the energy shields, taking out the turrets.
Please
and
tell me I
the
did not
extra
see that
transition from
right.
there. But now they're taking it really slow. They're just so patient.
Bro.
It doesn't change the fact that Bruno is still a late game hero anyway. So by the time they just consistently,
We're gonna have to go back and analyze that part of the stream afterwards. What the?
That's why it's a
Oh,
fun topic
man.
to talk about here. You know, the Bruno being a
Actually, I
mid to
can
late
just.
game pick. Early game, you're also kind of a bully, right? That's what makes him such a prio pick right now. But when we're talking about gold lane and late game, Ranger's technically late game too now, right? I mean,
Whoa,
he
whoa,
stacks
whoa,
up,
whoa, whoa.
he gets way more ways to poke with
Right.
Rhapsody and the Death Sonata as he stacks up later on. But it does seem like we're just going to get back into the game again. S2G are in the lead. SRG, do they have the late game power to actually play through these team fights?
Yep, they have a lot of AoE, if it's just that. But then you really have to see some extra work come in here from Sekais as well as Innocent. So would Sekais be reliable enough to deal with those heroes from S2G, which may be a little bit more hard to reach? And could Innocent deal
Oh, okay,
enough
no, he was
damage
just moving
for
a
those
cord
heroes
off it,
from
so they
S2G
put it in
who
front
are
of his
facilities,
face.
who will be like,
I was about to say, bro. Because you know how some people like lick their thumbs before they play? So I thought that's what he was like trying to get the effect of, but like he went, you know, like he was about to mail a letter out. he's like, all right, boys, it's fixed. Let's send it. Licks it and seals it.
Yeah, that's the advantage that SRG definitely have with the Joy. Compared to the Studio, who's really, I would say, better than neutral objectives, but when it comes to split pushing, it's going to be tough for SCG to actually send people down below. Pagu, you can see that poke damage from Innocent, and that's why we asked the question, is Granger a mid-game pick or a late-game pick? Because you can see that damage already build up. Pagu, still able to heal up. Gunnar,
All right, ooh, Ruby wants it.
the freeze as well, poking him down. Cram, trying to shot a bit more damage over to S2G, but both teams are just poking each other.
Yeah, definitely for SRG, this is the time they need to
Yums hits a
capitalize
flex
on their
in a
poking
bush.
capabilities up against
In a
SRG
bush.
Esports. We don't see as much sustain or in terms of like the tanky heroes from S2G as compared
Okay,
to
Innocent
SRG.
getting some
They
pokes, getting some
definitely
poke.
can take
Oh,
advantage of
damn.
that. But once S2G
Gets
decides
poked
to recommit,
himself.
though, that's the item
Shit.
ended already used here. Then SRG they really need to be careful. But as we're seeing it right now, they're slowly getting hold of what to do during this Lord dance.
You can see the poking game that we were mentioning.
All right, SRG looks like they're going to try and start taking initiative now. Oh, see, look at that. Right as I say it. Passive popped, Begin goes down, Luterin goes down right after, Sigibom, Pagu. Oh my goodness, they are hungry.
They have enough ways to scout for the members of S2G, and it seems like the plan is to take them by surprise.
All right, Free Lord.
What a play from
Free Lord.
Stormy there, catching two
Push a couple turrets here.
Two crucial members.
They'll
and
get
once
at
you
least
take out
bottom.
all of the frontliners, then that's easier access for Sakai's and for the rest of the
Maybe
members to
mid.
take out the remaining members of S2G. Let's check out that instant replay right there. Look at Stormy. Look at Stormy. And even when there was a beautiful usage of the Frigid Glacier, it was a bit too late. They had no other resources to prevent the aggression from the other members of SRG.
Literally right as I said that they're going to start taking initiative.
Minutes, man, SRG, we were talking about it, the targeting was not it. And then they just had to adapt in on the go, right? They just had to, I would say, yeah, adapt and get used to the pressure they're feeling here in.
Well, it's not just that. Sometimes you also got to wait for your, like, you literally have to wait for your items, you know?
Already procced in, SRG utilizing Innocent's range.
Wow.
Poke them down, Lunars.
Okay.
The defense is still
Yeah, you got to think about that, like,
Innocent, though.
if they do, if a team does to you what S2G did to SRG there at the beginning, like, it's going to take a little bit longer to come online because now you're behind in gold, you're trying to play catch up while at the same time trying to make sure that you're not losing too much in the lane, so on and so forth, yada yada yada. So it's, you know, everybody wants to jump to pressure and shit like that, and it's like, well, sometimes it's not just that, it's just keeping up with them, because they're already, you know, like, it gets to the point where you start reacting to the other team instead of initiating something. And then once I started seeing how SRG was moving around the lore, I'm like, okay, now they're ready.
They have, again, I kept mentioning the Avatar of the Guardians, but they also had the Raging Sandstorm. And as long as they are able to prevent Lunar from doing his job of being the first one to take SRG by surprise,
Pagu.
preventing and interrupting these attempts
JK.
from SRG, then there seems to be no problem anymore.
Innocent clearing the mid.
That
Getting a
SRG
couple
keep on
pokes.
capitalizing for the counter
That's how it
engages,
started
and that is
last
not
time.
Stopping them from being too aggressive against S2G.
And at this point, I think for S2G, the game plan is we're just going to try to out-sustain you in the fights or get a massive combo. But SRG are never or should never actually commit to a full fight unless Innocent gets some trades, right? Shoots them from afar, gets them really low, or there's a neutral objective to fight for, then they would go in. But here, they're just going to utilize that range that we were talking about.
Oh my goodness.
Pagu, now he's feeling it. Now he's feeling that damage.
I'm pretty sure SRG, they're just trying to be disciplined at this point, but at the same time, still putting themselves out there, trying to...
Granger does have the anti-heal too, so that's gonna hurt.
Even in terms of gold, the gold laners, you can already see
Warax.
just how ahead Innocent is. He's already full build on the Granger, which explains the damage.
Warax on Granger.
Cannot even sustain.
Now, it gets really concerning for S2G because they do not have catch that can actually go for Innocent.
I mean, I guess.
They're going to be caught by all the sustain. Luter's low again.
It's working, right? Fuck.
That's a circling eagle. This very aggressive Pagu. It goes away. Crab raging Sandstorm at the flicker.
Not worth it. Jesus. Did they have Joe on the? Is that Joe that I'm watching right there? Joe, when did you start playing for S2G?
But even then, he flickered towards Pagu, taking out that.
Bro, why didn't you tell me?
And now S2G Esports, this might just be an attempt from SRG to again commit a team fight, but they walk safely towards their.
You know your contract with Team Broken is not up yet, guy. Just saying.
It's a bait or a trade rather. Innocent with the flicker, or sorry, Purify, baited out by the Frigid Glacier there. Still think for SRG though, they're just gonna take it slow, right? There's no reason for them to actually.
Just kidding. We give Joe a lot of shit, but.
It's a safety net that you lose out, but when it comes
to every now and then he'll pull out a pretty decent Raphael.
So much range, and they're just going to use this with Innocent on it. Let's see how they manipulate these waves. Is it going to be a three-wave push, or are they going to take it slow? It seems like it will just be a three-wave push. They're looking for possibly the end.
Yep, and this mid lane turret won't last for long. S2G Esports, they might have a
all right, is this game?
They want to look for a play.
I don't think they want to chance it, so I think.
The hands of SRG, but they're only
Yeah, I
able
was
to
gonna
take
say, I
out
think they
one
back
enemy
off.
turret so far, and there are other waves
Because it's
coming
getting to
in,
that
but they
point, you
will
know,
have
like if you
time
start
to
losing
defend these incoming waves from SRG.
2 to 3
But it seems like
members
even
or
for SRG,
more,
they're-
that could be
they're not trying to
game
force
changing
things just yet. They're
with just
actually,
that one play.
scattered around the map, and they're probably waiting for more information regarding S2G. They do not want to force team fights in areas where S2G might have higher chances of turning things around.
Yumes.
Yumes
Okay,
grabbing
he
up the
gets
dart
out of
to get
there.
away, and
But now he can't go back in.
no.
Yeah,
Wow,
Sky's overextending,
okay.
but it becomes a pretty good trade, in my opinion, right? Despite Sky's getting taken down, he did get a few hits there, and it's a base turret in the bottom lane, which is a far lane. There are no objectives for the next 30 seconds.
That is
so
true.
S2G getting the kill, trading it for a turret is actually worth it.
Because
for
now look at
SRG.
that bottom lane's going right
They're
in.
now becoming a little more aggressive. They get out of their base, and Kazoo might gradually be able to get hold of his buffs once again. But that doesn't mean that SRG will be backing out anytime soon. Scram still shows himself out there. Oh, Kazoo gets caught!
That's a runner ground. Stormy gonna be caught in time offended too, able to flicker out to safety as a frigilation gets pushed down.
Wow,
Stormy
wow, what
moves
is
down
going
to
on
Yumes, so doing
here?
damage to
Oh
Tiger, but
my
that's not as he
goodness.
dives in onto Yumes. 40 seconds still. There are no objectives for S2G to take. So SRG losing out some of these members is still okay, unless they go for these turrets and siege it down.
Yeah, that's
tier
mid-turret
one,
at least,
almost
right?
falling. Sigiboo needs a few more shots in.
Bro, what are you
Can't
doing?
walk up. Oh!
You got Malefic gun,
That
hit
was
that
a crit.
tower.
It could have been
You can
different.
reach it.
Instant surviving just barely, will walk away. 27 seconds for
Can
the
they
Lord.
can they hear me?
Seems like they're gradually
Can you guys hear
evening
me?
out the
Hello?
map. Mirko, this wasn't the scenario we've seen earlier.
I think the
Even
players can hear me. It's like every time I say something, they do it.
Damage from Boom, and they take him out 13 seconds.
All right,
right
see
before
see
this
what I
Next
mean?
Lord.
You
This
lose a couple
level
people
two
and it starts
Lord.
changing shit.
Or maybe we could wait. They could take the Evolved Lord even.
Now that's gonna hurt. SRG losing.
I don't know
Sky,
if they
losing
know
Stormy.
Sakai
It was
is
still all
up there.
still in the
Ruby's
timeframe
gonna
of the Lord not
check the
spawning
bush.
yet.
Ooh,
But losing
okay,
ground,
okay.
That's your main initiator. Sky's gonna be stunned up now as Pagu walks up. Sky's
He's
no
dead.
more dashes once you get cancelled.
Oh,
Sky
oh,
dying.
they did
Pagu
get him.
with the
Oh
final hit as
man.
he fade away, takes the kill, and Kazoo dealt with the Lord. Now he's occupying this bush. SRG, good read with Innocent popping into that Sonata, but now it's an enhanced Lord for S2G.
Why
Bro.
do I feel like even though SRG had the range, they really found it difficult to commit the team fights when S2G were being extra careful under their base. And now that they're outside, they're being more aggressive than ever.
Oh, with the
For
hook,
one
nice.
I'm offended.
Oh, freezes him right after. Nice. Too bad it's immortality. But it was still good play. Still good play. Muhammad, my guy. Sadun. Malaysia versus Turkey? Yes. This is one of the Turkey teams. This is the Turkey team that got through, like, straight to the main stage, not the wild card. Oh! Okay, two-man knockout. Yumes dead. Oh, they want this. Oh yeah, they're hungry. They taste it. They're like, I smell you.
That was a beautiful attempt from Crown, but S2G, they were prepared. Kazoo.
How you doing there, Muhammad?
The other members of SRG from joining the team fight, and now they're still together with their Lord. They will be able to take out all the remaining inhibitor turrets. And could this be it?
Is this
for
it?
SRG?
Is this it?
Kazoo!
Tower lock, tower locked. Oh my god! GG, what is going on? What is going on, bro?
Our panel was mentioning the possibility of an upset, and who would have thought we're seeing it as soon as game
I
number
literally
one.
just said it.
This is S2G, this is
Anything
SRG,
can
and we
happen
were
in
starting
this
with a
best of
strong
one Swiss stage. That is crazy.
You really put the boom in Siggy Boom.
That is crazy.
S2G, the team that was touted.
What an adjustment from S2G. We gotta ask our panel to break things down for us.
Wow. We got that wrong. First one, got it wrong.
Okay, well, if you are
What the
doubting
hell?
our nomination at the Game Awards,
Turkey
this
win.
is
Great if they
Mobile
lose, they might go
Legends
home and make
Ranked
up.
Esports. This is the drama of our scene. Husky, Brief, Brother, as S2G, led by the Turkish trigger man Siggy Boom. They've done it. They've opened up Swiss.
That's crazy.
upsetting SRG.
That is
You know,
crazy.
as much as I'm heartbroken with this loss, it is just the best of one. It's still first round Swiss stage, but I did mention the possibility, right, that S2G can be SRG. And as much as I don't want to happen, you know, the crowd is watching me right now, but it has happened. And everything that that Trek State came through, we talk about the Bruno, we talk about Siggy Boom, and Siggy Boom really just blasted a hole through SRG.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Not only the Bruno, but Lunar as well was playing that Ruby.
Yeah,
like
the Ruby
a roamer,
was
and
on
just
point.
Overall, all the way, making plays happen and consistently splitting them up, making space where Siggy Boom could actually pop off.
And
Easy,
everything
guy,
that we laid
easy.
down here, the conditions for
We don't want to
SDG
get
to
banned.
actually toss up the lineup, begin on that Aurora. The Frigate Glacier, the counter engage that he would set up was on point for S2G. Husky, what went wrong here for SRG?
I think it's just, first of all, as much as SRG has this big combo, they cannot get close to Siggy
Yeah, we
Boom.
gotta kind of keep it,
Oh
you
my
know.
goodness, and now we're gonna get closer to a member of
Gotta keep it.
S2G on stage.
Gotta
for
play
ETG
nice,
for
gotta
the
play
upset
nice.
Over SRG.
Hello everybody, my name is Rose, and taking the first ever win in the Swiss round. First match, an amazing game by S2G, and can I just say, Siggy Boom was amazing. First of all, congratulations on winning your match against the hometown favorites. How are
Oh,
you feeling
dude,
right
I
now?
seen a thing on Facebook. Was it Facebook? I don't remember where I seen it, but it was they called it a breakfast glizzy, and you take a hot dog bun, put a banana in it, and then put peanut butter and jelly on it. I was like, yo, that sounds fire.
He said that they're gonna win. Actually, right now he already even talked with the coach, but right now he's so happy that he's shaking right now.
I'm pretty
Oh, he's
sure
shaking.
everybody's
Did you
predictions
just say you
are
predicted the win
wrong
against
now.
the Selangor Red Giants?
Yo, hey,
Big
shout out to
Big
DJ
Mark.
Y.
You guys
Thanks for
actually
picking
prepared for
SRG,
your
bro.
opening match up against
You
the
messed up
Selangor
my
Red Giants. Are you guys
prediction.
say that you guys actually predicted such a win?
Tapi kenapa ya? Bu açılış maçı nasıl hazırlandınız?
How the hell
Güçlü bir takım.
was Hello Panda Snack sponsoring this event? I don't know. They are though.
Really something
John and Hawaiian said they're fire.
gonna win.
I want
But
to try
they
them.
Really prepare a lot for it.
Okay, now I think we could see the fruit of the labor of their preparation for this best of one. Now, I have to
Yeah,
mention,
every time I
we
hear
all know that Selangor Red Giants is
Hello
actually
Panda,
not only a
that
local fan favorite, but
song
also
gets stuck in my head where it's like,
internationally.
Hello
A lot of
Panda,
people are
Hello
putting their bets
Panda.
on Selangor Red
You know what I mean?
Giants. Now that you guys have defeated Selangor Red Giants in the first round of the Swiss stage, which team do you think
That's
is gonna be
crazy though,
your
how
next, like,
these guys
a
just did that.
rival or someone that's
That's
actually
nuts.
very difficult to go up against?
Sean local favorite, global favorite.
Because honestly now, it's like, well, is Gryffindor like better than we thought they
Abim
were?
gelmesin, kalan
Or,
takımlar gelebilir.
because if that's true, then does that mean that some of the teams in the wild card were actually better than we thought they were?
Thomas is not going up against his
You know what I
brother.
mean?
Any team cannot go up against them. Okay, Sikibo, maybe last words to your fans.
'Cause, I mean, if you
especially
think
to
about
the
it,
people watching in your
you're on the
country
pro
before I
level.
send you off.
So while there's people in chats saying this and that and all the other
Beni desteklediğiniz için
about what
teşekkür ederim.
these players could do,
Takipte kalın. Daha çok
it's like you're
gurur
not there.
anlatacağız size.
like these guys are the best
Keep
teams,
watching.
keyword their
We'll make you guys
teams,
All right, and
that
amazing
there
one.
are.
Thank you very much to Sikibo. And with that,
And
let us
so
go
to
to
be
the
last
panel to
place in
break
that-
down what happened in this game versus
I mean, to me,
Selangor
that would be
Giants.
alright. I'd take last place.
Legacy Rose
Get a
and,
trip
of
out of
course,
it.
Siggy Boom, the Turkish Trigger Man on
Yeah, the
the
ad
screen
sounds stupid. I've heard the
lead
jingle since I was a kid for the
S2G
mid-tasted
first
snacks.
Swiss
Oh,
stage
you don't like
record
them? Why
of
not?
SRG. I still can't believe the words coming out of my mouth.
What
but,
is it about them you
again,
don't
this is
like?
why
I
we
mean,
have
I don't
stories
know.
in the
That's
first
like,
place, the surprises, the
it's
drama,
probably
and
one
the
of those
chance
things where it's like
for
you've had it
regions
so much you
often
don't
overlooked
care for it.
shine unlike any other.
It's kind of
The
like
question was posed at the
if you were
top
to
of the
ask
match,
me
is S2G up there on par with
about
Gryffindor?
like
And I think yes.
Yeah, I think it's definitely.
I don't know. I'm
yes.
trying to think of
We
something that
saw
isn't
Ultimate,
like
we saw Firefox in the
international
past. They were a
that you
dangerous
guys wouldn't
team to go
have.
against in group stage. They've beaten teams like Blacklist.
But I
They
can't
were
really think of
consistently good
anything.
upsets, and S2G is
But like,
living
it'd be
up
like saying
to
that
the
a
name
snack
of
over here
Turkey
that you
right
guys
now,
can't get,
taking out a huge,
to me
a
would be
huge
kind of like,
team.
meh, it's alright. I wouldn't prefer it, but I'll go ahead and eat it if it's the only thing around. Like, there's snacks over here like that too. So I understand it. Stingy with the fillings? Yeah, I mean, so is all the buffets that have crab rangoons on them.
Yes, Turkey, I'm pretty sure they are
It's
filled
like
with
they
delight
don't
right now
understand
as
the
their
name
defending
of
champions,
that food.
We're able to take it. Let's look at
And
the key
so
moment that
you
Rex
get like
would love to
90%
break down
wonton
for us,
wrapper
for S2G. It was turn fight
and
number 3.
This is the good, the
a
bad, and the
little bit
disgusting.
of,
Now, Lunar making this
you
play
know, the
looks
filling.
bad, but very good. Zoning Innocent back, right? Able to create
Yeah,
space.
this was crazy
Stormy
right
never
here.
able getting
Boom.
it all, but watch Siggy Boom.
Boom.
He never uses his
Boom.
flicker here. He saves
They're
it.
just
He
dying
hangs on to it
on
until
each
he
team,
truly needs.
left
He's
and
so
right.
great at limit testing these
Bang,
fights,
bang,
but he
bang.
holds on to it all the way
Another
to the end
one.
there when Stormy jumps in, and this is when he flickers back.
Like a
He buys
booger-sized
enough
chocolate
time,
strawberry
buys enough
filling.
space,
Oh, we
and
got
takes
tons of
that
candy
fight.
over
Now,
here
one
like
more
that.
time. Again, Lunar, we think it's a
Tons.
big mistake here, but look at the way he pushes Innocent back. Stormy a little bit late to this fight, and even Stormy, even Innocent, not getting a big ult off on that Death Sonata. The fight just went so perfectly into S2G Esports hands here, and after this, when they were unable to create that space,
shoot,
they
what
were
was it that I
unable
was
to win
gonna
team fights, but when they
ask? I
finally
seen a
got
fruit
those
that was
wins
over
in
there
again, it was because they
that I was
create
gonna tell you to
space.
send me.
Lunar does such a good job. I mean, the Aurora, the
One
Frigid
sec,
Glacier
let me
does
look
such
it
a good
up.
job. All of it, such a great job at making sure Siggy Boom can go boom.
Yeah, and on top of that, also Trex mentioned that Pagu is a very important pillar for S2G. The Pagu Express, right, constantly helping Sigibun reposition in these fights. SRG, once they commit, they find it so hard to fight SRG, who has key members all over the place.
Oh, some of those blue Java bananas.
SRG looked like they were
Yeah.
playing here. Something about it looked like they were looking to punish S2G.
Are those a real thing? Like a
Yeah,
real
that's kind of
thing?
what
Or
I
are they
was
like a
expecting to
man-made
happen
thing?
At the draft of SRG, sure, they have a big team fight draft. They're pretty strong.
Because if
synergy
that's
with
like a
what we
thing
saw
from
versus
nature, that's
Rainbow.
crazy.
Once you
I
get
mean, I'll
past
probably
them,
still try it
but
even if it's a
the one
man-made
thing
thing.
that, again,
Man-made?
has been
Alright,
stopping
well,
SRG
fuck.
from
I mean,
winning
I
these
eat Sour
fights
Patch
is
Kids. What's the
Sigibun.
worst I
They
could
have
do, right?
no way of getting close to Bruno. They've attempted multiple times, but
I eat
every
Sour
time
Patch Kids and
Ram
drink
always
Gatorade. I'm
jumps up
invincible.
them, Pagu just pulls Sigibun to a safe spot, and it's just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, how S2G took care of their Bruno here was absolutely world class. For SRG,
Yeah, I like fruit.
Scenes, it seems like it's a very.
I mean,
difficult
I'll eat
task
more
actually
veggies
for
now
them
that
to
I'm
catch
older,
that Bruno. Again, it's not packing a
but
it's packing.
I've always
flicker
liked
that is
fruit
held on
because
to
it's sweet.
For majority of the times,
It's like
for
nature's
SRG, even
candy.
though it looks like they have a lot of capability to reach to that Bruno, it's like they have to say, "Hey, Yums, when you do this, Stormy, when you do this, finally someone can go in." It's complicated to pull off.
Yeah,
Try
you know,
durian,
Siggy
like
Boom
it, and be the
has some
champion
guys
of
on
white
the SCG.
people.
Siggy
Oh,
Boom
is that
took a
that one
while. I was
that's
looking at the
that
items
everyone
on
says
screen, and it took
stinks?
Siggy Boom a while to get everything.
Yeah, I
locked
don't
in.
know. I don't
Innocent
think
was
Lighthouse
there,
would
I mean,
like
after
me
2
having that in the
kills, he was
house.
ready to go and
She'd probably
switched
kick
to
me
being
out.
that front-line player.
Yeah.
But once Siggy Boom
I
got
don't know,
going
because
off
like
in,
half the time I'll see
he started
people
to really
trying
be a
it,
threat.
and
He
like
started to be a bit more comfortable
some of
in
them
those
can
fights.
like they
I
just
think
stand
one
there
of the
like, yeah, it
reasons why
smells a
Siggy was
little bad,
comfortable
but
in
it's
this
not
one, the map was
horrible, and
very
then others are like,
defensive.
oh my god, this is
Yeah.
the worst smell I've ever
Imagine you
ever
survive the oppression
experienced.
from
So
Innocent in the early game when he tries to keep poking you with
I
the
feel like it
Rhapsody.
could be
Again,
good,
late game
could
as
be
well, right?
bad.
Once he got that Malefic gun, that extra range, he literally just outranged everyone from SRG.
Yeah, outrange, outpoke. Malefic Gun, yes, was the key figure there for S2G. Nothing else too crazy for
That
them.
tenacity, though, that's such a clutch pick. And that's why
Yeah.
he was like, even when he was going up against Cram in the fight that we showed highlight, he's just sitting there with him, man, taking
Yeah.
shots to the face and fighting back, and his health gets low, and they just can't get him past that 10% mark. They can't get him all the way down, and that's the survivability that he needed.
Yeah, you know how sometimes when we're playing our ranked games and we're playing a backline and we're just saying, yeah, go ahead, it's fine. I'm okay here. It's not hurting me that much. And yeah, for Siggy Boom,
Interesting.
he got to show it, the trust with his teammates.
Do you guys got
As you look at the
pumpkins and
gold,
stuff over there, Mohammed?
Innocent was able to get.
You got
the
pumpkins over
gold.
there, yeah?
Oh, that's the damage dealt. Okay, let's talk about first the Granger. I feel
Looks like a hairy
it was
testicle, but the taste
the
is sweet
presence
like
we
a
expected it
and
to
sour
be.
like candy.
Eventually, as you
Oh,
mentioned,
I think I know what you mean.
Frontline marksman. It was poking first.
Is it like
And you know
white on the inside?
What wasn't, I think, the expectation
Almost like a,
Stormy's damage. Yes, it was
like an
it felt like it was
opaque
all
white
innocent
or whatever
there.
it's called.
And Stormy just a little too low. Begin sitting at 43,000.
Yeah,
You know,
yep.
Kazuya sitting at 64,000.
Yeah,
Everybody
these would
on
be cool.
S2G was holding their own in these team fights.
We do have pumpkin, but we don't eat it
towards
that much.
SRG.
Oh, okay.
It feels
All
like
right.
some
Yeah,
of
we're
the rest of
gonna
the teams just
actually
weren't
make a
throwing
homemade
punches
pumpkin
enough,
pie
right? Maybe
tomorrow
now,
with,
and maybe it's 'cause they were getting stuck
or
in the
Friday
shots.
with,
Maybe it's 'cause they weren't able to
well,
get in there,
it'll
or
be
the
Friday
opposite.
tomorrow for them.
It also seems like there was no opening at all for this Joy. Only 25,000,
But, yeah.
almost 26,000 damage dealt.
White flesh
Yes,
like
there's no
lychee, yep.
finisher from SRG, really. Somebody
Yeah, we're gonna make a
started the job, but they have no one
homemade
to
pumpkin
clean up the
pie.
mess that Innocent has made. And I think this gold grab is a very good depiction of what happened. S2G had a sizable lead. SRG with the Stormy team fight, the stolen I'm offended, brought it back. And then the second Lord fight happened. S2G got a fully slaughtered out Bruno, started winning team fight, but SRG lost composure. They kept funneling in one by one. Sakai's got caught. Scram got caught afterwards. Desperation really didn't work out at the end.
Yeah, I feel like this gold grab shows both teams really knowing their power spikes, right?
Yeah.
S2G having the Suyo, able to really pop off in the early game, and then SRG finding that mid-game spike, finding that first Lord, I mean second Lord, just slowly continuing, but as it got into late game, as it got into maxed items out, S2G is back in there, finds the group, and knows that, okay, we can fight now. We can take those Death Sonatas to the face and still be able to hold on and kind of dodge around. Lunar got more comfortable. He wasn't getting one shot anymore, and the rest of the team able to win it out.
And of course, our MVP here, it's actually going to be surprise. It's Kazuya as this Suyo being able to get those key retribution battle wins. Of course, the name of the game when you're going up against a team that loves objectives is, well, winning the retribution and getting those lords. And
I do like pumpkin pie, but still none can beat the goodness of cream
Only the
pie.
last Lord matters. Lord 1, Lord 2, forget about it. Whatever Lord you get to help you win, that's the most
Yeah,
important.
Boston cream
And
pie
this
is pretty
team
good.
made it a no contest, right? They took out Sakai's Lunar, able to find where Sakai's is and kind of finish the job. And even after
I like
that, SRG set
apple
such
pie
a good
too,
slow
cherry
push, right?
pie.
The slow burn from that bottom lane where the Lord was. And when they
Strawberry
finally
rhubarb
crashed,
is
SRG just
okay.
couldn't defend.
Yeah, and to add to that, I remember there was a moment we were scratching our heads as to like, how did Sakai's get caught up in the top when they were all pushed forward? And I think it was because Kazuya was actually able to get a hold.
I like how they're
one
like, we're
stun
doing a
onto
rolling
him,
schedule,
right
and
under the
then
turret,
they
which meant
still
Sakai's got
take
a few
20
hits,
minutes
and then,
between matches
there
to
was another
talk.
member of S2G there who was close enough to help finish off Sakai.
Sorry, yap.
That led to eventually
I wonder if
S2G
DJY
getting
seen the
more
first
space.
match. He's
But
got to
other
be
than
streaming,
that,
right?
I feel like Kazuya going 6-0-5 here.
Let's check.
Just goes to show
Subscribes.
that, well deserved of the MVP. One of the jobs of the junglers is the
BTK
simplest
Victor
job,
doing a
hardest
watch
to execute,
party,
just like that.
And I
nice.
think, you know, he almost goes as the unsung hero. I'm glad he
Kookman,
gets it, because really without that
okay.
early game pressure that he supplied,
Yeah.
S2G would have never got to the late game, right? Without him kind of controlling, with giving them that small gold lead, giving them enough presence, and being a decent frontliner as well as a damage dealer is
Decent.
huge.
Wolf.
The amount of backline dive he brings to
AV
the
Gaming,
table, like,
best
doesn't
player
necessarily
one.
one-shot the backline, but again, just like Lunar, he creates that vacuum
Private
in between the
Dancer,
damage
Oh My
dealers of SRG
Venus.
and S2G.
Yeah, and in that
Zorn.
crab pack, that last big team
Man,
fight,
there is a
it was
lot
actually
of
Jin
people.
diving to the back,
Will it mess with the
onto
stream if I
Stormy
turn on
and
TV?
Innocent,
It shouldn't.
which is
No.
why they were able to
I can
eventually
actually take my
set up
phone
for
off
Seegaboom to finish
to-
everything up. And crazy way to start off a Swiss
Okay.
Six World Championship, gentlemen.
Yeah, pure insanity. I mean, we wanted some excitement. Literally right before we got on this desk, everyone was wondering, is there going to be any crazy matches? Are these all going to be one-sided? I feel like a lot of people said they were going to be one-sided.
Basic.
Well, we're already starting things off rickety here. We're already getting
Basic has the
crazy in
stream
the Swiss
scheduled, and the
stage.
title
Remember, this portion
is
of the Swiss stage is
Let's
still best of
Go
ones. Once we get to
BTK.
the portion where teams are either 2-0 or 0-2, that's when
Right
we start
there.
seeing the best of three.
So
Potentially up next for SRG, the defending champions.
that's
of
for
the league,
everybody
because, of
saying that
course,
he's all
the MSC
butthurt and
champions
shit.
will
I mean,
be
it
one of the
it sucks to
teams
lose.
win it all here
It
in
always
round
sucks to
six.
lose.
They still have a chance to go into
But
the
at the same
1-1
time,
bracket, one win,
you
one
know,
loss,
at
but
least he's
still will be
supporting
fighting best of
NA.
ones once they
And that's
get
good. That's a
their,
sign of maturity for
seed
him.
into
I'm not
the
gonna lie. I
tournament.
don't mean anything in
Okay, I mean,
disrespect,
they still
but
got
it's
two
a sign of
more.
maturity.
Just shrugging it off.
Just shrugging it off. You know,
Trex
I'm
got a
trying to keep
haircut. He
calm.
did.
I made a call to my therapist.
He
I
has
gotta
that
see my
riz
therapist after
now,
this, but
as
I
the
think
kids
if you're
say.
SRG, don't let this get you down, right? It's still the early stages,
Yes.
best of ones, and I think most importantly, there is sort of some wiggle room for you to kind of still test the waters a little bit, see what the teams are doing before you bring out all the guns.
Coming up next, we're gonna
Yes, match of the day, baby. Match of the day.
It's Ulfednar of Turkey versus
Turkey? Did he just say Turkey?
You nervous or what's happening, man?
Listen, it's been a rough year for NA, man.
It has.
We had a really good year, and then we had a really bad year. Ulfednar, on the other hand, I mean, Turkey's just been consistent. They've been probably the most consistent non-SEA.
All right, Trex, don't glaze them up too much. They're not going to be here much longer.
Yeah.
Just kidding. They might survive after this, but BTK is taking them down. They're going in. They're going hard, and they're going deep.
A lot of other non-SEA regions, and we saw Ulfednar in Wildcard. They looked amazing. You know, I was talking to BTK the other day, and I said, don't come into this match, you know, thinking they're jokes. Make sure you're ready to play against Ulfednar because they are a good team. Like these are two of my favorite teams. And I'm 6 right now, and I gotta watch them fight on day 1.
It's true.
Oh, it's a treat for you. It's a treat for you here. All right, so we got Ulfednar and BTK Turkey versus North America in the upcoming match. Again, this is the M6 World Championship Swiss stage for the first time ever. Already making history to be greater than ever. See you in a bit.
Yep. There you go. Gotta stay on your toes, guys. Can't get caught lacking, you know what I mean? You get caught lacking, and homie's in the cut, and he got that thing on him, you're done. 100. For real, for real. No cap. Based. I ran out of words to say, sorry guys. Oh my goodness. 5 minutes for what, man? God. L production. No, I'm just kidding. Production's actually not been bad. Not been bad. So this Malaysian squad is going home and back to... No. So the way it works now is it's a Swiss stage. And if you win 3 matches, you move on to top 8. If you lose 3 matches, you're eliminated. Or something like that. Yeah. But the whole time, like, that you're in the Swiss stage, it's winners versus winners, losers versus losers, but they go by your win record. So, like, since they're all best of 1, like now, SRG is 0-1. So their next match will be a random team that is also 0-1. And then S2G will play someone who is also 1-0, but it'll be a random draw out of, you know, whoever's left. That's why I say it's crazy because, like, yeah, SRG just lost, but at the same time, they still have 2 more chances to lose before they're completely out. So they could still knock, you know, I mean, if they end up facing Fnatic Onic later or whatever, whoever loses that match, they can knock them out too. So it's definitely gonna mix some things up, and I like it. I feel like they kind of should have did this before, but I also feel like it had some issues, or it had to do with some issues with another thing. Yeah. Oh, what's wrong, Muhammad? I mean, you could probably get on their team if you're good enough. I need that Beatrix skin. Yeah, bro, just be a fucking esports gamer. Make those big bucks. And then you can buy the rest of my pokies. Indo teams are cringe? Nah, they aren't cringe. I mean, shit, so far they've been the top in the world for quite a long time. It's literally been Philippines, Indo, and Malaysia for so long. Every now and then you'll have someone else come up and like try and fight for it, but yeah, it's bad. But yeah, be an esports gamer and then you can buy the rest of my pokies. That's only some of them. I still got more. These are just the ones I priced up. I respect other non-Indo teams and rooting for their win. Support NA, bro. We try, you know. I mean, I feel like that's enough to support. They try. They haven't done well, but they try. NA team is better. I mean, they try. No, for real. NA has been lacking so long. I'm probably gonna get copyright for this, so we'll just mute that. Plus, we don't want to give Muhammad any like PTSD, so we'll just, you know. So, what brings you guys here? Alright, it's done. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's get it. Let's go. BTK. Let's go. Let's go. If they lose this, I will... I don't know what I'll do. I'll do something. I'm definitely going to do something. Definitely do something somewhere. I mean, that's...
As time goes by,
we'll just say it's not the same for everybody. And we'll leave it at that.
Fidnar, formerly known as Fireflux Esports, the old kings of Turkey.
Especially like, you know, if you've already, if you're already empty, you can't really, you know, empty more, so.
Once again, welcome to the panel. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. I'm still with Husky.
Or Reptar. That's how I know him. Except Reptar.
Oh wait, no, that is your actual spot. I thought you just didn't like me. But I know Trex is gonna like this next matchup. It's his BTK, but of course, before all of that, unleash unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro, a mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-powered gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. Please, I want one.
I wonder how much those are.
I want to see the next one coming up here. We've already labeled it.
How much are the ROG Phone 9s?
You want me to start?
Yeah, dude, of course. You get the honors. You get the honors.
Muhammad, buy me a gaming phone.
No matter what, it's going to be very bittersweet for me. Like I said, these are two of my favorite non-Southeast Asia teams. BTK from the homeland, from NA, and Ulfidnar, as you said, formerly known as Fireflux, formerly known as Incendio Supremacy, formerly known as one of the most consistent non-C teams out there. They just swept through wild card, and they're coming into knockout phase. They're coming into a Swiss stage to go up against BTK, and I think it's going to be a great demonstration.
The ROG Phone 8 Pro at Walmart is $930. That's crazy.
They're not going up against a Filipino team. They're going up against each other, which I think stand at a similar pedestal.
Yeah. So I love that you've already laid down here what to expect for Ulfenar and BTK in terms of their story. And let's lay down some...
And then they got the Red Magic 9S
right,
Pro
for everyone
5G
who's
for
watching M6 from
760.
November 18th to December 29, you can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new epic skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's
Why do they
new
gotta be
M
so
or
expensive,
epic
bro?
painted Skin. Oh, they brought it back and painted it? That's pretty cool. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get
Someone's gotta
Beatrix's
have this
M4
thing for
exclusive
cheaper,
M4
right?
Prime skins returning for a limited time. So it's a
Damn.
in terms of the skins. But for Ulfenar and BTK, I don't know why. There's something about
1
this match where I
terabyte
feel like we might
ROG
see the return of some old
9
favorite
Pro,
playstyles.
$2,400
Something that maybe
US.
asks for
What
duelists
the
in EXP lane when all EXP laners
Bro.
just essentially became roamers. What do you feel, Husky?
I'm feeling the BTK. Well, I want to see the BTK flare.
Almost
right?
a grand, bro. That costs more than 3 months worth of my paychecks. Dude, yeah. And then, like I said, this one, this website is selling the...
Also, you get to see the individual flavor from the side of NA, right? Like, again, Mobile Legends has been a big kind of name.
Yeah,
in
it's
that
the
jungle
Asus
role,
ROG
and
Phone 9
ACT.
Pro.
You look at the pick that he brings, you
20...
look at the flavors that he demonstrates in the jungle, the aggressiveness.
Wait, why
I
does it
wanna
say
see him go up
24G?
against Ulfenar.
Yeah, I think
I don't know, but then it says
there could be some
1T,
flair.
which is
I have a feeling
terabyte. I
BTK is
know
gonna come
that,
into this
but...
very solid. Not
Oh, is
any
that
big
its
cheese
RAM?
picks. I know everyone's
Is that what that
expecting,
is?
like,
The first
Granger
number?
Jungle or the
But yeah,
YSS
$2,400
I think we are
US.
past that, and it is a best of one. And I think these boys are hungry, and it's the same thing from Ulfenar, man. They are very, we used to call their composition the Turkish delight. It was very Ube-esque, right? It was their own
No
brand of
loading
that old school
screen, no
blacklist. And I
buffering.
think both of these teams are going to come into this drafting their best. No
So I guess
cheese
it just
picks,
depends on where
just
you get it, because some people have it for 1,000, some people have it for
if straight up Ulfenar
crazy
can come into this and
prices.
say, you know what, let's just make sure TNZ can go up with...
And I mean,
something
really,
like the late
$1,000,
absolutely
that's the
tore
price of
house
an
down
iPhone.
During the wild card, then why the heck not, right? Even though Ling has somewhat fallen out of favor, they've proven in the wild cards how comfortable they are playing with that hero in the hands of their jungler. And of course, Rosa, the Thorn Queen,
Interesting.
will be going up against the mid laner who took it lying down but won a championship in North America with it in Hoon. What can you tell us about Hoon and his playstyle?
Hoon it feels so back and forth. You go back to M4, he was very aggressive on the Valentina. There's still this play going on in my head, the Grok wild charge to get the knockup. He is an aggressive guy, but then we go into, you know, M5 times, MSC times, and sometimes he gets a little stuck in the mid lane. So he's going up against Rosa here, a very aggressive mid laner. He's got to be able to keep up.
So for Mobazane, he says it feels great to be under the BTK name again. But
Dude, why do their jerseys look like...
This meta is all about team fights. The team that moves as
Bruh.
the cleanest, you mentioned clean MLBB here, Trex, with the fewest mistakes will win. There is a quote about with what Hoon said about, of course, a dramatic reverse sweep in NACT as well. I'll give you all the time to read that, but as you casted the wild cards, Husky, how clean is Ulfenar in your eyes in terms of their gameplay?
I think overall, aside from one,
I mean, I would still buy
underwhelming
one,
game
but
against the FYG in
I just
the,
feel like they look like,
decided match for Group A, every single game we've seen,
you know,
Ulf
those
have been
kids'
as clean as
Halloween
it can get, right?
costumes
Again,
where
Ken
instead
has
of
been a
being like,
big part of that role
you know, when they do
Thorn
Dragon
Queen.
Ball, instead of being like
Arguably,
Vegeta's
if you
actual
look at the
armor and
game that
or like
Ulfenar
the
kind of
stuff
dropped,
he
Sunshine
wears,
was
it's just
for,
like
the
a
weakest link, but
picture on
only
the
for that
shirt
one
of
game.
it.
Everything else looks
Like that's what it looks like, the way it's drawn, like on their graphic. I don't know, maybe it's just me.
The beats of the community.
Indo
about
internet's
how
so
they speak about
trashy,
the
so no
true
matter
power
how
that they are,
sexy
how
your
much they've
device
been
is, it
praised.
will buffer
They are not
like
invincible. They're not
it's having
immortal. There
epileptic
have been
seizure.
some lapses here.
You guys don't
in terms
have
of their gameplay, even though it's rare. So for a team like BTK, are
that
they known
1
as
gig?
NACT for punishing mistakes
Well,
and exposing them?
1
right
or
I
2.
mean, they won 4 games in a row.
We
after
could get
losing
2
3.
gig
I think
upload
that is
download
punishing
speeds,
a
but
lot of mistakes,
then it would be
right?
more
And that comes from
expensive.
draft into game. Somewhere I think they thrive, at least in NACT, is that laning phase.
They're
right?
perky
They
nipples
wanna
in a
put
cold room.
pressure,
It
try
might
to
be
build up
cold.
try to build up an advantage.
Might be.
And just keep it on you. So Ulfin,
They want
on
it.
the
They don't
other
want it
hand,
too
likes to
warm in
rubber
there,
band.
else the
They're
devices
willing
will
to
start
kinda take
overheating.
things slow sometimes and then punch back in the mid. So I think it's a really interesting matchup we have here and how both teams are going to work through this.
This is Coach Osprey, who, by the way, he colored his hair because he said if they make it past wildcards, he'll color his hair into the colors of Ulfidnar. The Swiss stage can be quite dependent
Oh, that's
on
pretty
luck.
cool.
If you're unlucky in the first round, you could meet either Liquid ID or Fnatic on PH, lose another round, and could easily be SSCU next time. I think the Swiss stage would be more exciting if there were more teams, so that teams are randomized closer to their capabilities. You know what I get from that quote? That's a coach.
Muhammad, get a visa, get a work visa, and come over here and work for like a year or so and save up a bunch of money and then go back and you'll be like a billionaire.
To get to this point, a topple by S2G in their own region, having sort of branded kind of a fallen empire.
Like for real though.
Cards, and being the second Turkish team to be in on the M6 main stage in the first time in history. Yeah. There's pressure for sure, but I also understand the sentiment of playing every
So I was
single
in
game.
where was it? DJ Y's stream.
One of the main roles in this
I
current
believe
metagame
he's in
right now
Malaysia,
are
but
the
he was
EXP
asking his
roles. So I wanna
chat
talk
like
to
how much
about
they
Fly
made
Chicken
per
and
hour
what
and
he's
stuff at their
been
job and
for
all that.
BTK in
And I'm like, well, I
NACT.
make like
Is he more of
$23
that
an hour.
old-school duelist,
And he's
I
like, what the
win
fuck
lane,
do you
lead, win
do?
game,
And I
or
was like,
is
well, I'm
he,
an
I
NA.
am the secondary
So
roller
that's not really a
alongside
lot for here, but
I think he can play both sides of the coin. He's been around for a very long time. He's been doing this. The hero pool goes deep for sure.
30 megabytes.
I don't think
Okay.
he's gonna try to exactly win
Yeah,
in
it
the sense of, like,
was
getting
it was
kills,
that for a while
but I
here
do wanna see
too,
him on
and
a more
then
aggressive
it went
EXP,
to
like
everybody
someone that
having
can make
50 and then
sets. We saw it in the
100
Grand
and
Finals.
then
They lost every game that they put
I
him
think it
on,
went up to like
the force, right? They
250.
put him on the high-lows. It was something that he just
And
wasn't
then that's
thriving
when
on.
we
They
got
called him
fiber
Fly
optic
the Horse
around
to give you
here, and
guys
everybody
an
started
example.
getting like
And it
1
was Fly for
gig.
sure, but once they put him on something a little
2
bit more
gig,
aggressive, he was able
stuff
to
like
help
that.
make plays. He was able to get to those back lines, kind of like what we saw from Lunar in the previous matchup. He was able to create space in the animation,
But like
force mistakes.
All right.
up
so,
until I
with
think the
that,
past 2
I'm
months,
sorry for putting
maybe.
words in your mouth. 1-0 BTK, your prediction?
We were only
Hold on, let me show you something serious.
we were only paying
for the
like
BTK fans,
what,
we're taking our
60
glasses
bucks a
off,
month.
just
Okay.
like Zane does, and we're getting serious.
Okay.
1-0 BTK. Let's do
Ooh.
this.
1-0
what about
BTK,
you,
baby.
Leslie?
There we go.
Yeah,
Tracks,
I
you
mean,
know,
I've
you
already
know.
gone through a heartbreak, so I'll go for Ulfundar.
Ooh, okay. I think I am gonna go. Not predict. I'm just not gonna.
Whoa.
Okay. You know what? They're in my top 8, so I'm gonna go Ulfidnar for this one.
Okay, not in your top 8.
So my
Oh,
question
man.
is, no, we're not high-fiving.
We're not high-fiving?
We're not. Well, we can high-five some other time. So, my question is now.
What the
again, just to sum it up, so that's BTK 1-0 and Ulfidnar 1-0 for both of us.
Oh,
There we go. So it's
it's
immortalized,
like-
and yeah, so we're gonna get memed on by NACT if ever BTK wins it here. Totally cool. We love you, NACT.
We're used to it.
Yeah,
He
we're
said
used to it.
if ever
So,
BTK
Trex got to
wins
talk
it
about,
here.
Fried chicken.
All
We
right,
got to talk about
guy.
Alien games. We know Alien as like the the brawler guy. Has he evolved?
I think he definitely has. And over time, you look at how
I think both
Alien
teams have
kind
kind of come a long way.
I think Flight Chicken will be a very, very
So this
good
will be
matchup
interesting to
for-
see.
against him, but of course, alongside Alien, we also have Tianzi, we got Thorn Queen Rosa, we got Apex 47, and Sunshine. Oh, I think overall, Ulfundar came into this looking incredibly clean. A big part of it was definitely off of the back of Apex 47 and Rosa. But if you want to talk about Alien into Fried Chicken, I'm looking at Alien to try and put on pressure in the early game, match the tempo of BTK, and try and smash it as hard as he could.
Yeah, Alien versus Fried Chicken here is definitely the key matchup. But for Ulfidnar, with the Thorn Queen in the center, who has proven that he can go
They do a
against
pretty
the
nipple
fatty in the
style, he
tightest
said.
area of the jungle and win. Ulfidnar
I'm telling you,
definitely will
man.
give
Look,
BTK a
that's
run
why
for
some
their
of them
money
got
in terms of trying to catch
long
the
sleeves
Thorn
on. It's
Queen.
'cause they
But of
keep it
course,
cold in
their
there.
opponents from North America, it's
They keep it like
BTK back on
pee-pee
the world
shrinking
stage
cold.
with the old name that put them on the global
Whoa.
map. Other than Fried Chicken and Captain America himself, who you
Did
looking at
did
here
Zia
for
just
BTK?
give us the
Yeah,
stink
these are
fingers
names and
there?
faces. Some
Did
of
he
you have
just
grown to love, some of
stink
you have
finger
grown to
us?
hate.
What the
We have Zia in the gold lane, Shark as the roam, Hoon in the mid, Mobazane in the jungle, and Fried Chicken in the EXP. Now, I
Did
know you guys
Shark
were talking
dye
about
his
EXP,
hair?
But for me, It is all
What the
Shark
fuck?
and Hoon up against Sawo and
Apex 47.
Rose. Apex 47. Sorry.
Apex 47.
My bad.
I like
Up
his
against
spirit
Apex
for
47
doing that. Did you
and
see that though? He was
Rosa.
like all leaned
I
forward,
mean,
like giving us
Shark,
little stink fingers.
fourth time consecutive in the M stage, but these two need to be fast moving.
That's
they
great.
need to be
Yeah,
aggressive.
plus
They have
plus
to
5
put the
aura for
pressure
that. See ya.
onto Rosa and keep Rosa on Rosa's
right, let's go.
side
Here we
of
go.
the river. If they lose
Come on now.
control, they can lose control of the game.
Control about the center of the map, that is the key gameplay. Apex 47, the roamer, has shown to be the Apex Predator. So here's a little bit of a chat. Hey, I finally get to do one of these. You guys do this a lot in Malaysia. Okay, so I'll do the top, then you do the yellow side. So I'll go, wow, coach, you dyed your hair.
Yes, it's Ulfidnar's color.
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't, and that's why he acts that way.
You go.
I promised the team that I would dye my hair.
If we get into the Swiss stage,
Smiley emoji.
I won't be surprised.
We'll work on that. We'll
Yeah,
workshop
we'll work
that
on
one. We'll workshop
Please
that one.
allow us to do those chats again, because I love that we get to see that in Malaysia, and hopefully we have that at the global stage too. So we touched on Shark and Apex 47 in their matchup.
Yep.
Apex 47.
Bounce that bag on that hand there,
is
chicken.
More of the
Get it
initiating
warm.
type or more of the protect my backline type.
I feel like it definitely.
I mean the hand
is,
warmer, guys. Let's not get
in-your-face type. When you draw
you know,
reference
too
from
crazy
last
here.
year
Let's not
Wildcard
get too
in M5,
crazy.
He was kind of the guy. He went on Hilda, one of the few guys that play Hilda, and just cleaved SMG in half and kind of took that game from them. And coming into this, I do expect him to
Fanny,
kind of take on
Yves,
that role,
Band,
Gato Kacha
Alpha,
stuff,
Juice
hit an
in.
insane, like godlike legendary streak Gato Kacha game in the wildcard stage.
So we mentioned there earlier,
Hilda.
There's the Hilda that you brought up, that these two teams would love to control the
What?
river. So the bans right now are some of the best picks in
The
terms
fuck?
of controlling the center of the map and the jungle.
Yeah, but if Osprey,
Get something
I
on
mean, if,
your
Ulfidar
lip
does
there?
not pan out this
What's
show,
you good?
could be a definite first pick for the side of BTK here. Suyo also open. It's been something that Mobazane has been definitely liking. On the other hand, they
Okay.
go for
Hylos.
Hylos. This is a pick
Interesting.
that, honestly, I could be a little worried about.
Oh yeah, you did mention the white horse meme that came out of NECT.
Getting beaten by
and of course
makers.
with Ulfidar having it available for them.
I mean,
I feel like this is an alien show more than it is an Apex 47 show.
I feel like it could go both
To be-
ways still.
to be 100% serious,
I feel like it's more towards
I
Apex
feel like they
47.
can
I know
win.
Alien has shown
If they
itself, but
lose, I feel
not
like it's gonna
much,
be
right?
them
Definitely flexed for Ulfidar,
fucking
so
up
it's a very,
in,
very
like,
strong
key
pick. But I think
moments.
Suyo again, like Trex mentioned,
really
still on the
big.
table.
So like it'll be like a
Could go
late
for that
game
balance here
full
for Rosa.
team
He's one of
wipe,
the few first phase
and
picks for
Ulfidar
on red
will
side.
like push
Don't
down
forget,
the
though,
mid
that
lane or
Ulfidar
something.
has shown that they
If
are
they
capable of
lose.
playing with the far side this current
But
meta
they
game
shouldn't
with
lose this.
assassins. The Bruno is the rush for Ulfidar. He has risen.
I
to be
mean,
the most dependable marksman it seems like in this current meta game.
Ulfidar is
So
good,
two very
but
dependable
I
picks
feel like
on the side of
BTK is.
Ulfidar already, but Hoon's gonna take the Luyi, make sure that.
All right,
Rosa
well we
doesn't
got
get him. Not only
Fredrin,
that,
so
you see
I
what I'm
might
looking
eat
at
my
right here.
words.
Fredrin is back. BTK is back. How do we feel about it? I've been hearing rumors. I've been hearing.
All right, Joy again.
possibilities, But I
Interesting.
don't know.
I don't really know too. I don't really know as well. Like, looking
Hey,
at
man,
Joy, you
it's
would see
legal
how
in
she can
NA,
deal with
alright?
Joy, right? She's not
Yeah.
invincible in the ultimate. You can't be immune to crowd control anymore. Plenty of ways
No,
to
actually, I
get
think a lot of
some
times, like in the
team leaders
past, it was
threats. You
just
got the
them.
backup from Fredrin, you got the Law and Order from the High Laws. you
I
got
don't
the
know.
Gang
I've heard
Reaction, you
mixed
got the
things.
backup
I wasn't
too.
there. I wasn't with them. I'm not them. I can't hear their thoughts or see what they did. But I feel like maybe they were having a little bit too much fun when they were going overseas for these tournaments.
During the tank fighter
And they
meta
weren't
days, when you're
maybe taking
Fredrin
it
in
as
the
serious
jungle,
as they should.
You love seeing a Joy in the opposing jungle
Yeah.
because you control the heck out of that Joy. So for Ulfidar,
But that's just an observation.
Fredrin, if it is a Fredrin jungle,
So we'll see where they're at this
ballsy
time.
move.
Oh, I think it's definitely a Fredrin
First
jungle. I
match
think
for
we go
BTK
concussion
right
blast on
here.
this bad boy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And we just start outputting. This is already a comfort pick from Zane. The question is does it still hold up in the meta? You do have some big burst damage possibly coming from this Bruno. You have some possibilities. here for
But
Ulfidar.
not by
Last time
rocks.
it stands, though, Ulfidar taking out the Moskov. There is still a Beatrix open for Zia
Yeah.
here. It's something that he has fallen back to for comfort before. On the side of BTK, I think we go into another possible EXP lane ban here.
I agree. I think the choices for marksman, at least for the side of Opendar, there is still the Natan that Sunshine has shown, and it has been one of the hot commodities during the wildcard stage when you want to go that late game. But again, well, I forgot the Bruno is there, so Natan is out of the question. So there's still Rosa's pick, right? The Pantheon doesn't look that
Lilia?
good anymore. Lilia.
Back to the Lilia?
Public stoning
could
still
go back
exists?
down that
Damn.
Jungle, it
Yeah.
used to
You guys
work,
don't
and
fuck
it's a-
around,
it's a
huh?
favorite pick for Rosa.
Get
I know we're
stoned
looking at it right
and
now, but
be stoned.
It might help, again, because if BTK decides to go into...
Don't they have like
Hamlet is
villages
still an
over there
option
and
for
shit
them.
where they
for
still
them.
grow
And
it
if
though?
there's a Lilia
Like
on
I
the other
thought
side, the Lilia will give the high
there's
rock
a bunch
advantage
of,
and
like,
the high with a lot of difficulty. And then that'll force
you know,
BTK
the
to switch into a
older,
different
smaller
magic damage.
villages that are still
The
more
lineup of
traditional.
BTK to me screams like they definitely need magic damage in the jungle.
And I don't
So
mean
instead of
like
going for
your
the Lilia,
area
they still go
specifically.
for
I just mean like
control and
Asia in
still have a
general.
really good amount of burst in the Aurora, and that is still good for
That
slow
area.
front to back style of lineups.
And I mean, the Aurora overall, I think, is one of the top tiers right now, outside of the Eve and the Jushin. And what it supplies against some of the other fighter junglers, it will still supply against the Fred.
This is looking like a tough match right here, man. They got the Bruno, the Aurora, the Chow, the fucking, or the Cho, the fucking Joy. This is gonna be tough.
Do we actually think the swap could come? I
Came
do
to the
not.
big
I
city
think
to
it's
work?
gonna be
Okay.
Ranger, but I know the
Well, I
fans
know
are
there's one spot
for
where
No, yeah, Z agrees.
This, like,
Z agrees.
Ranger, for sure.
There's no other.
I want to
there's
say
no other
maybe.
gold.
Yeah, there's no other gold lane.
Yeah, up against the Bruno. So okay, so we are going to be seeing the return of Fredrin in the jungle. Well, 100%
Maybe, like,
Arlott EXP. Yeah.
3 stories of like rocks and shit that are like just this giant slab. And then there's like this village that's built on that, you know? And they're like rolling this, the ganj in their hands.
Look at that. Glue is the
And then
last
they would
thing.
take
Up
all the
against
stuff off their
slow
hands,
dodging lineup, that's
and they
actually
would,
great. Can't
you
hear what
know,
you think, but
consume that. But
Mirko, bring it up. What do you guys think about the draft?
I don't know, I mean, I could be thinking of a completely wrong region too. It was a
Thank you so
while
much
ago
to
when
our
I seen that.
panelists, and again, we're heading into the
But I used to
second
watch a
series
bunch
of
of
the day between the
documentaries and
Turkish
stuff on it.
All-Star
I was a
and
bit of a
Turn in
connoisseur,
BTK. What do we
if you
think
will.
about the draft? I mean, we're seeing the Joy for the second time, but we're seeing the Fredrin as well for today. That's a bit surprising for me.
All right, here's our
I
match.
agree, man. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, is it really surprising?
We'll see.
MOBA Zane, the biggest criticism
That's true.
from everybody.
It's
a lot of
like
haters, they say he can't play assassin.
Flicker,
Yeah, that might be true. That's why it's called
Retribution,
Mobile Fred. So we'll see
Purify.
how good
And
Mobile
then
Fred
I
is
guess
here
there's
on
one
the Fredrin
Revitalize.
in the land of Dawn for a best of
Nice
one.
graphic.
Definitely
Gonna have to
they
use
had
that
to,
for
force out a response here
for a
from,
thumbnail.
Ulfanar. We're seeing the glue being picked up even as a way to respond to all this. And yeah, it's MOBA Fred coming back here, and he's facing off against Tianzi, both junglers who I think we really need to watch out for because they're very keen.
All right,
on
ULF
getting that,
taking their
jungle control
blue.
advantage in
1,
terms of the farming.
2,
But
3,
how efficient will our
4,
XP laners be in
5.
the early
5
games,
seconds
early
before
skirmishes? Because if you were to
BTK.
look at the glue up against an Arlo, what are
Interesting.
your thoughts about this matchup?
I mean, the glue against the Arlet is a matchup where, you know, I think for the Arlet, mainly, you don't really want to go for any trades here. All you want to do is
I guess we'll
farm up
see
with
how the
Earth Running
rotation's
and
gonna
split
go.
fights.
Yep.
I think most of the fights we're going to see in the
alright.
mid lane. This is a very aggressive
Apex a
Luoyi
little
Hylos
low
against a
there.
very aggressive Cho and Aurora too. So it's all about the mid lane here, and you can already see that lead for Ignition and Bargain Hunter. Man, Hoon is going for that snowball for sure. He's doubling down on the early game power of the Luoyi.
Yeah, and how will Hoon create all this space, especially with the Lui, one of the best mages who you could rely on in terms of doing that. So they can really take Ulfanar by surprise every now and then whenever they want to. But then another thing I think we have to really watch out for is Zia once again showing us another
Nearest one is
Granger
around
goal.
100
Earlier, it
kilometers
wasn't as
southwest from
successful,
Jakarta,
but
and
all
their
things
people
considered,
sometimes
the
come
lineup
to
right
big
now
cities
that
wearing
Fred
black
is
traditional
creating
attire. That's
sometimes
awesome.
the field for this
See,
team,
I like the
sometimes
like
it's a little
any
more
traditional
coordinated in
stuff
terms
like
of
that. Like I
how
think
he's
it's
technique
awesome.
He's also much better as a
I feel like people should get
combination.
more
Good read
into
on that. It's a shot
their
from out
roots.
here. And I do want to talk a bit more of the Arlet.
Not
pick,
as
right?
far
Because
as
the
like
Arlet
what
is
things,
something we
you
don't
know,
really see too often nowadays,
took place,
with
but I mean
the
like,
Fredrin in the jungle,
Yeah.
it does make
you
sense
know,
for you to go for the Arlet.
traditional
You get so many
medicines,
resets.
stuff like that.
Especially to be caught, pops in Revitalize, goes over to Sun, the final slash will connect on the Tianzi. Full lock up there, first blood for Hoon.
That was unfortunate. The sustain
Raw
was still
honey?
there for Shark. He
Ooh.
had his Revitalize ready.
Is it the
And now Ulfinar, they lost
that
one member
hallucinogenic
just
honey?
right before this
Yeah,
battle, but
yeah.
it seems like they're still staying aggressive as ever, trying to disrupt Moazane from getting his purple buff, but still he'll be able to get it either way. So we may potentially see that once Chanzi gets hold of his purple buff, will they try to still attempt for this turtle contest?
I guess we'll see. Apex is walking up. No level 4 just yet, so no way of the dragon. Goes in for a bit of damage. Diversion into the back right now. Full flank with the glorious pathway down. Who to be able to put up some damage as Alien goes in for the split. Zane still looking for the red tree. TNZ walking up as well. It's a 50-50. Jikundo over red tree. Moazane wins it up. The split on
Nice.
now mounting Moazane. Shark in the midst of it all, still caught there. Just
No,
the dragon to bring it back,
and he's dead.
TNZ picking up the kill now as Hoon goes in for the
Get
kill.
out of there,
But
guys.
47
Back
dives in and
up.
Chicken will be able to flicker up for now. Alien gets the immobilized, forcing Chicken to go for the
Why would he
vengeance,
go-
and Apex takes him down.
Bloodthirsty Kings, they get hold of the turtle, but I believe Ulfinar, they're really happy with the trades that they got. Bloodthirsty Kings, they were able to create that proper zoning. They were able to look for the members. They were able to zone out Rosa, but they gave Ulfinar enough time
Really?
to actually regroup.
Okay,
And for
so
TNZ
it's
to even catch up to that team fight. He didn't go straight to the turtle.
What do
right
they
after
call
securing
it?
His purple buff. He was also
like an
trying to get his orange
aphrodisiac,
buff,
right?
But even then he left it. He said, all right, I'm just gonna join, and that rewarded Ulfinar a lot.
Definitely did. They just played it super slow. They wanted to get the mount before going in. That's the thing, right? When you're up against a spread gen,
Hey, but I don't like getting stung by a regular bee, bro. I don't want to get stung by no bee that makes hallucinogenic honey. Could you imagine that trip?
Over to Apex, TNZ. Walking up now.
That'd be crazy. Oh, Hoon goes down. Sia's going down next.
Getting a good kick over, but the Purify gets him out.
Oh,
Sees
he
him
gets
heading away.
out. All
Apex
right.
very low.
We'll take
Shark
that.
unable to go and
Why are you
march
guys still
forward.
going in?
Will
Back
be
up.
Able to get some damage down onto Alien, but that's about it.
I feel like this entire situation is becoming something Ulfinar really consistently takes advantage of. Their early coming from their XP level.
I don't know if that's how it works there, guy.
They take Apex 47, so I don't think they'll be as aggressive.
I mean, it might get
anymore.
bigger,
It's a
but
kill,
you
right? It's
probably
good
be
for
out of
Sia, but it was
commission
also
there for a
great
bit
for
too.
Sunshine. He got almost the entirety of the turret gold there down below. And we saw how the Bruno matchup against the Granger played out just earlier. So again, that's going to be quite concerning, you know, giving Bruno goal in the early
And I don't
game,
know
he
if
gets
it's like some of the
big gun.
wasps that
Oh,
sting
I don't know,
over
man.
here.
Sunshine, he might actually
Like
be
you
able
get
to
stung
rival
by it, and then
Mr.
it not
Sigurd
only
as, you know,
feels
the
like a sharp
Turkish
pain, but
trigger
like
man.
then you feel like somebody's holding a
I
lighter
never
over it.
saw Toad
Yeah, I don't think I would
getting
want that down on my
three basic attacks being enough to take out the late game Granger,
my
and
glizzy
of
love
course
making
Sia
stick, you
go
know?
for the exact same emblem combinations even, but who will be able to take hold of this turtle? Both teams are able to see each other right now.
Level advantage. That's a G
And he gets it again. Now back the fuck up.
The red tree chicken walks in with vengeance, and Alien will just disengage. Neutral objective.
Get the
control for
objective.
BTK.
Back the fuck up. That's
That's
what you gotta do.
Is when it comes to getting these objectives. That's a second consecutive turtle that Mobozane was able to secure for his team. So I think regardless of the more successful engagement, hold on.
Ooh, okay.
Mobozane
Rosa no
without there,
passive.
so whoa.
Barely gets
Close, very
away.
close. Has to use the flicker. And Apex will be able to grant him some safety up top.
Chicken, I don't think he's gonna press it, but he... Oh, Sunshine goes down. Okay, Apex gonna use the kick.
Popped in by Shark, and now Apex is forced back. They have essentially already shut down Sunshine. Now they're gonna get a shove down, and what are they gonna look to group?
That was a really quick response.
Zane's looking a little bit far out there. Better back the... Oh man, telling you. Sometimes I swear to God I'm watching my own team play this shit.
Great or a rewarding kill that they could secure up against
Like some of the mistakes that they make, it's like,
he's just
guys,
all the farm. He's
like
going
earlier
low,
I was
but
trying to
now
play.
Bloodthirsty Kings, they're paying attention as well.
Bro, it's
They want to
rough.
shut down these winning conditions for Ulfinar, and we also haven't paid much attention to how Bloodthirsty Kings, they're actually showing some slightly better control in terms of taking the conversions
All
and
right.
objectives of the turrets.
Like look at this. Why is Zane out front right now?
Really going to Ulfednar, right? But
Bro,
in the mid-game,
chill.
late game, getting these turrets,
Chill.
that's what's
Chill,
important.
dude.
They're not just
Chill.
a turret goal, and Zia is already
Dude.
swapped up top. Let's see how they get this. Zia just getting 3 hits down. Doesn't look like Ulfednar want to walk, and Moba Zane doing a good job on this Fred. That's Moba Fred for you.
I can imagine how
He says he's doing a good job. Shit, at what? Giving me anxiety?
Or do we really call them former, because either way, I think we're gradually seeing a increase the number of Fredrin appearances. Who knows? This might not
Damn,
be
they're
the
eating
first
this
or
turtle
the
though.
last
Turtle
time we see
soup,
the
son.
Fredrin
Turtle
here
soup.
in M6, and this is the third and last
All right,
turtle
there we go.
that, compared to the first
There we
two,
go.
Ulfenar won't be contesting anymore.
Perfect turtle for
Don't
the
get caught up in this
Bloodthirsty
turret though.
Kings. 3 for 3. And now
Smart.
they're
You know
playing
Apex
slow
is there.
game. We're
Yeah,
just
he knew he
waiting
was
for
there.
them. For Zia, I would say, right? To get to those item power spikes. It does seem like for Hoon, he should be already on it. So, I don't know, man. It's just a slow game at this point, right? They just want to
Shark's like, I'm gonna stay in this bush even though
And it's
they
nice
know
to
I'm
see-
here.
It's nice to see like Bloodthirsty Kings gradually adapting to this kind of playstyle. We know for one that if it was Fried Chicken we're talking about, the eager one to make the plays, the one who wants to go for those really aggressive XP laners, but it seems like they're adjusting really well to this high loss XP gameplay that they're showing us. They're really able to protect the key members we are actually watching out for here in BTK and pick the right team fight. It's
Okay, didn't do.
another
All right.
diversion play. They
Yeah,
block
I thought they were
up.
going to gank
So
somebody there.
Right now,
Guess
the
not.
problem for Ulfidnar definitely is how could
All right,
they
3-3, 8.5
execute
minutes.
these items
BTK with a
from
1.2k
BTK? Now
gold
that
lead.
they're struggling to get the pickoff. They're still
See if they can get a
the way of
push.
the dragon towards who? Towards
Oh
Zia.
god, there's a pop-up. Passive is gone for the Aurora. She flickers out. Aurora goes down right here. All right. Ooh, Apex 47? No, not gonna happen.
Bloodthirsty Kings definitely leading here. And I don't know, Brigida, but BTK, this team finally coming back on stage.
Yep.
The color scheme, the stage. It really, I don't know, this tournament feels a whole lot like M3, man. You can see Chicken walk up again, get in the final slash, baiting out
It's
Purify as well.
M3
Targeted down by Tianzi, still able to get the
Rebirth.
reaction to get some shielding,
That's
and
what
he
it
will be
is.
able to escape for a bit. Who into the shielding again? Oh, the stun coming in, Tianzi!
Oh,
Outplayed by Hoon and
nice.
Shark with the revitalize.
That
And
was
now
so
full
good.
dive, Appraiser's Wrath from Mova Zane.
Uh-oh.
Chicken going for the kill.
Sunshine
That's a
goes
stab from
down.
Mova Zane. He
Sane's
will be
low.
taken down. Chicken
He's
gets
yep,
out, though,
he's dead.
and it becomes a great trade for BTK.
All right,
That's
yeah,
a
not bad,
2-for-1,
not
and
bad.
they only lose
With
the
a turret.
jungler.
And they immediately convert. And
What?
take out
What was
some of
that?
the
Did he
resources
just say
Ulfidnar
tank
as well.
jungle?
BTK, they're that much
What?
ahead that Hoon has the
Oh,
ability
but
to
tank
roll
jungle
out
isn't
and
meta anymore,
all
remember?
those combos to get
Remember,
the shields
guys?
and sustain
Remember
the
everybody
attacks
saying
from
that?
TNZ. It's not something you would typically see for a
BTK
player
can't
who's
win
able to
because
isolate
Zane can't play
targets.
assassins.
But
Remember
just
that?
with the
Remember that,
sharpness
guys?
of Hoon, he was able to sustain everything, and this might be a very difficult situation for Ulfidnar.
Yeah,
if
they're
they
doing
do
pretty good.
want to go after this Lord.
I
TNZ,
just,
though,
whenever I
is
see
one
Zane
level,
out front, I
oh
get
no.
like
He is one level
PTSD
ahead of
from
Mobile
like all the other tournaments where he's done that and then they lose.
Right? Way better clear speed
And I'm just like,
compared to-
not
The only reason
again!
Zane is able to actually be just one level down. is because
All
he's
right,
got
here we
three
go.
turtles.
Lord
If
time,
we did
baby.
get the 3 turtles, maybe we would see like a 3-level dip for Tianzi here. But hey, now he's equal actually to Tianzi. He will be on the Lord. They're actually playing with the Mova Zane walking up.
Oh man, this is gonna be close.
Taken very low.
TNZ's here now.
Holding on to it. The Lord Dance is a bit tricky now.
Oh yeah, they're all here.
Diversion into the top. Alien's gonna be caught. A full dive into Tianzi. Has the damage.
Alien's gonna go
Sia.
down.
That's a bad spot to be in.
Sia goes
assassinated. Now
down.
Shark mounted on as well. Mova Zane,
And Zane,
unfortunately,
oh my
unable
god.
to survive. Sunshine go for the free hits now. As he
Alien
is free
finally
the
goes
entire
down.
fight.
Apex
Shark will
goes down
fall as
after.
well.
Shark
Sunshine with a
falls.
double. Hoon purifying now. Sunshine with the chase. TNZ very low. White Chicken waiting in the bush again as Ulfednar take control of the game through Sunshine on the Bruno.
Do I play
That
Dota
might have
2?
not been the best
No. The
target
only reason
here
I don't
for
is because
Bloodthirsty
I don't have an
Kings.
actual
Probably
computer.
if we
This
were to, like,
little
rewind it a bit,
Walmart
they were
laptop
really
wouldn't
trying to go
handle
after
that.
TNZ, but they did not have as much idea. That Alien was also there. That Ulfidnar, they were
Damn.
already all
Damn.
around that area, trying to position themselves prior to this Lord, and unexpectedly, they will be able to take hold of it instead.
Alright.
So it's Bloodthirsty
Well,
Kings
that's
who
just
will
first
be
Lord. Just
having to
defend, play
for this
safe.
first
It's
Lord.
fine.
But definitely they will have the resources.
Still
they
got the
have
gold
to do
lead.
So, but Ulfidnar, they wouldn't want to miss this opportunity to at least attempt and even out the map.
Definitely Ulfednar, you know, the way that they have been able to utilize the Bruno in the wild card. We've seen how
I have
brutal
heard that
Sunshine
Dota
can be
2
on
is
this
like
Bruno, and so
one of
far
the
he's
more
been
complicated games out of
Gonna
that
have
one
to
league
build
and this one.
already. Gonna have to check real
So I'm
quick.
not
Also,
sure I
look at that
would
power spike
really
online now
be
for
good
Ulfednar.
at
It's a battle
that
of the front to
game
back, honestly, at this
because
point, right?
I struggle
TNZ
enough
will
with this.
have 4 ways to actually try to assassinate some of the members from BTK.
But that could
Ulfednar's
also be
front to
personal
back,
preference
it's kind
too.
of a different version. BTK
You know?
plays a front to back with a lot of frontliners. Ulfednar played a front to back with a lot of assassin backline threats.
Yep.
So Tianzi
All right,
essentially
guys.
becomes kind of a distraction.
Get the
Yeah,
defend
Sunshine can
on the
get
Lord.
free hit like
Get
we saw
one
earlier.
good team
Yeah,
wipe.
Raven 47
Push the
to
middle turret
find the right target
down
this
to
time
their
around. I
inhibitor.
mean, they can be slightly more
And then
aggressive
back
compared to
up,
earlier, but they decide
wait
to
for
go
the
for
next
diversion towards
Lord.
the purple buff.
Rosa gets caught. Apex gets away. It's dragging
Okay,
out.
there's
Sunshine is
Rosa.
completely zoned away. Apex with a flicker out. Alien split to escape. And it will just be a 1-for-0. The Lord advantage from Ulfednar.
All right,
They
well, it's
were
not
able to get some
exactly what I
turrets,
said, but we'll take it.
Fend off the tier 2 in the mid lane.
Played it for like a
Honestly, those,
decade, but still a
diversion,
noob.
those
That's
very
how I feel
decisive
about this
diversion
game. Like
plays
I've
can
played this
either go,
game
like,
since
really
what
good or really
2017.
bad for BDK,
And
that was an example of a really good
like
diversion play. And as much as they
I think the
probably
highest
had an idea
stars
that
I've ever
majority of the
gotten was
members of
like
Ulfednar were there, it's
30,
probably Ulfednar not expecting that they'd
32
actually
stars
teleport there and
in
pick their
Mythic.
sides.
It's a tough
So
plan to
I
go
feel you
for,
there,
but
my
there's-
guy.
We saw the goal lead immediately just disappear with one wrong diversion.
Yeah.
But one good diversion can turn
It's all right,
the
though.
entire game around.
it's all right. Yeah.
For BTK though, they don't actually need to rely on the
We got
diversion that much.
600
They can actually
gold
just play the normal
lead.
front-to-backs as long as they keep Zia intact and as long as they actually save some of their CC abilities for Tianzi. This Joy is going to have a tough time diving into BTK.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
come on,
the
guys.
play that
Keep that
Tianzi
head up.
mostly
Here we go.
punished
Diversion.
against
Where are they going?
Ulfednar.
Oh,
The
shit.
proper timings of the final splash, but they find Alien.
Alien just got disintegrated. Sunshine sniped down. That's another. Oh! Almost threading the needle. Apex 47 able to body block. But we're getting to a point in the game where the range is starting to play a big factor. Just like in game 1 with Innocent on the Granger, now it's Zia. on
This
that
is
Granger.
weird. We got Zia on Granger.
Take on these fights
And
head
Shark
and
on the
right in
horse.
front of these members, that's like increased
That's weird.
accuracy for those
Usually it's
skill-shot-based,
Chicken on the
skills
horse
from
and
BTK to
Zane on the
actually connect
Granger.
towards Ulfednar, and as we've seen it earlier, that's Alien, one of the tankiest
Interesting.
heroes from Ulfednar, but he surprisingly just disappeared in the blink of an eye. So BTK, they may take control of this Lord Pit, and could this be a much more successful attempt at taking the Lord compared to earlier?
They gotta play with the poke. I think, you know, they have all the tools to make it better than before.
All right,
It's not
guys.
Zia and Hoon. They have so
We
many
know
ways to chunk
TNZ's
Ulfednar low before the
coming
fight
from the
happens.
top.
Because for Ulfednar, it's really all about engaging. It's really all about
How you
destroying
guys
that
gonna
front
play
to back.
this?
If you poke them out of these fights, they might not even be able to do that. And you can see
Alien's
even as
literally
they
just
have the
sitting
side
there
lane,
watching him.
yeah, Ulfednar will have to deal with the mid lane. Will have to constantly rotate into the bottom lane later on as well. BTK have the control.
Three members are just hiding here in the left mid bush, but it seems like they have a different plan in mind. Sunshine!
Oh,
gonna be
shit.
caught the flanks. Hoon with a diversion that might have just won them the game.
Nope,
Taking them into
Zia
the
goes
KC
down.
seed. It is
What are you
the
guys
mount
doing?
on
Where are you
Shark,
going? Where are you
but
going?
do
Where are you
not
going?
mount a horse without getting tapped down by the man who plays the horse. Why Chicken takes him off.
Alien.
Alien is down.
Okay.
Apex
Whew.
will be forced
All
to
right, that's
recall,
not
and
bad.
BTK
Get that Lord,
get the
bud.
2-for-1.
Get that Lord.
Clearly is a win.
They still got
for
Retry, but
BTK here, will they proceed
Or don't
in
get that Lord.
taking the Lord? Because some members seem to be running after TNZ
Uh-oh.
right over here, but TNZ will still take him on.
Great electrifying beats and the winner crown too. Now it's Rosa who walks in forward. TNZ
Nice.
again.
There we
Taken
go.
down
Now
before
get
he
the
can go for
Lord.
the kill. Now Apex
No, get the
looking
Chow.
for the play. Goes
Cho,
for the G-Kun,
whatever the
goes
hell
back,
his
giving
name
more
is.
time, and BTK will be forced back because of the damage that TNZ has done.
And you said it, they bought time.
Get the
They
jump
bought
kicky
enough
guy. Get the
time.
Hitmon
Sunshine
Lee.
is now back in the game, but that's a quick
Oh,
diversion.
that's
Again,
what it
moving by
is.
47. They do, but
Okay.
he gets the Jeet Kundo out.
Yeah.
So they regain control of this Lord, and now that Tianzi's gone, they will clearly take it for themselves. Not unless Ulfednar, they still want to attempt and take on a team fight.
Way
Nice.
too dangerous. Good glorious pathway, and BTK take the
There we go.
Enhanced Lord in the 16th minute of the game. That's Moba Fred for you, getting the neutral objective. And now it's back to where they started when they had that gold lead. 2.6k gold lead over the BTK as they build this Lord
Yep.
advantage.
You got the gold
See
lead.
a
You got
very
the kill
systematic
lead.
gameplay once again
the
from
objective
Bloodthirsty
lead.
Kings. But in some parts,
Let's
a
go.
slightly experimental approach towards playing the game as well. We're looking at really good gold in the hands of key members of BTK right here. Hoon, you mentioned it. He's already completed
Yeah,
all
clear that
of his
wave.
items.
Get it,
compared to
Shark,
Rosa,
or not.
Clearly struggling right now and trying to position himself as the Aurora. It seems like he's been a consistent target for BTK ever since the beginning of this game. But
Whoa.
Moon, wow.
Wow, that was a crazy diversion take from Moon. I didn't think he would take it, but you know, he does. He knows that there were a lot of people there to help him out. Oh, Tianzi was looking for a flank, gets caught out and spotted out. He will just go to the purple buff. I don't know if BTK will... no, they won't chase Tianzi. They're just going to play with the Lord and maybe look for the Lord charge. But no, we're actually taking it super slow. Won't play for the Lord. The Lord gets taken down. Sunshine deals with it. They'll steal the purple buff away. Oh, no, Apex is chain CC, but he does have the Shun Poo. So, yeah, it becomes a kind of just... It's an equalizer. Now they are on the same amount of turrets.
Yep, honestly, I feel like we're seeing some... or BTK having some second thoughts as to whether or not should they be reacting to the pressure that Tianzi is trying to create in this kind of situation against BTK, where they're clearly trying to catch up. But that's one of the strengths that you'd probably consider for this kind of assassin jungler, for the Joy. Like the mobility it has, the ability to close gaps or even just run away from these members of BTK and create or control the macro all by himself. It's one thing that could probably distract BTK from doing whatever they want to do, doing whatever by the book.
Ooh, look at TNC right behind him. No, there he goes.
And even TNC, he comes in from behind.
Doesn't do anything though. Interesting. Okay. Alien goes down. Yes, Alien goes down. Okay.
Oh, it's a battle of the frontliners, and Zane is on that Fredrin. So tanky and sustainable.
It seems like those sandwich plays aren't really working for the matches we've seen today.
One inhibitor goes down, and they get a kill.
Chicken with the final slash finding of the Appraiser's
double kill.
Tenzi's in the midst of it all as a Joy.
Ooh, Chicken goes down, but
now Tianzi able to escape.
Tianzi does not go down. Wow, okay.
To save Ulfednar in game number 1 in this best of 1.
And this is no joke. I just want to say, I lost track. We were already 19 minutes into this game, so the death timers, they're actually quite long. They're actually extending the game to this point, and Tianzi with the high electrifying beats, will he be able to catch Shark? Not just yet, but still dashes in. Fortunately, there's the glorious pathway, but man, this is already an almost a 20-minute game.
It's coming to a point where we're gonna see one big fight, and then we're gonna see the end here. Ulfednar defending it, and now they're gonna go for the Lord.
Yeah, this doesn't look good right here.
To deal with, and there's absolutely no chance they get to contest this. That's a free Evolve Lord over to Ulfednar.
This is actually devastating. Bloodthirsty Kings for the entire 18 minutes or so, having complete control, actually making Ulfednar kind of
say complete control.
Unsure of whether or not they
it's been a little back and forth
in certain areas, because Bloodthirsty Kings, they have this tendency to really be first in terms of taking control of these brushes, but then in the blink of an eye, Ulfednar just relying on Sunshine's late game capability. Now we're seeing them being the more aggressive team. Bloodthirsty Kings, they have to defend this, but how reliable is their wave clear?
Apex hits the bush.
Comes to this point in time.
Nothing happens,
really
alright.
Question to ask. Is the Granger going to be able to actually poke down the Lord enough for it to stop the siege? Because Ulfednar, they should have ways to actually zone BTK away and for Sunshine to just get some free hits onto the turret. If he does get those free hits. Oh, Tianzi's melting Mobazane down. Oh! With just a quarter of HP left, forced to use the Appraiser's Wrath, and the Evolve Lord will be able to charge down. That's a base turret taken down up top. Mobazane's going to be very careful with this Fredrin. BTK, they're able to fend off for now. They will be able to defend, but there are going to be some more waves in the mid lane. Ulfednar will not push forward. They will be happy with the base turret.
Alright guys, come on.
If Tianzi hurts that
get
much,
your head out your ass.
How much more if he gains access to Zia, to Hoon, to the other less tanked members of BTK at this point? Because if we were to look at the item builds, this pretty much explains why Tianzi is starting to hurt so much. He's full build. He also picked up both the Holy Crystal and the Divine Glaive, and if ever he wants to create some crazy plays, some surprising plays, he can go for it. He has the Winter Crown in his arsenal as well.
The Winter Crown is such a good tool to have on the Joy, because the Electrifying Beast, I mean, with the new Winter Crown, it still comes out, right? So you're dealing damage with no risk at all while you're in the middle of the fight. And BTK, I think they've been kind of overconfident a lot lot of times just sitting on the electrifying beats. I know you got the Athenas, I know you got that Radiant armor, but hey man, it's better not to take that damage when he's on you. Better to actually move back again. I understand though, they want to try to just go for him right as he gets out of the winner crown. Unfortunately, Sunshine's there too, right? Tienzi's not the only damage dealer. If you stick like that, Sunshine's going to get that worldie down. He's going to be able to get those free hits. And that's why we've seen Sunshine be the assassin, funnily enough, right? He's not the main damage dealer. Tienzi's been the one chunking them low, but Sunshine's been getting the balls down.
Yep, I'm really glad
Clear
you mentioned that,
lanes.
because for the first or at least the entire game almost that we've been seeing, it's this teaming up together. It's this 5-man rotations that have been really benefiting Bloodthirsty Kings. But at this point in time where Ulfenar, they can also do the same. They can rely on their team fight capabilities to its fullest. Will it still be the same story for BTK this time around? Because if they decide to stick together, Tienzi, he can just reach more targets. He can just dash through more targets. And Sunshine with a worldie, he can just look for
Yeah, see,
indefinitely, but
ULF
Tienzi
went
leads with
bottom lane first, but okay.
BTK get the diversion, and Tienzi evaporates. 22 minutes in, that might be the play to win the game. Apex trying to open up the map now as Rosa goes in for the zone. Lord should be free. Tienzi down for 47 seconds.
That's no joke.
Yeah, they're gonna have to.
The death timers are no joke.
They're gonna have to take it, or
like Ulfenar, they still want to take on this fight.
get ready to defend, because this is it.
But that's a flicker from Alien, and he's isolated. He's alone. And Fight Chicken though.
Trying to escape, will be able to flicker out there. Does seem like Ulfenar is doing a great job right now, holding on to it. The Glorious Pathway popped down already. Apex 47 going for the stun right now onto Moba Zane. Will he be able to get it with the way of the dragon as well? Moba
Oh, Zane still gets the Lord. Nice.
Apex immortality down.
Shark goes down though.
The final slash brings him into Sia's gunshot.
Sunshine goes down. Alien goes down.
Will get Hoon a double. And now Ulfenar will have to defend against the Evil Lord of BTK.
While Sunshine
Clear
is
top,
yet
hit
to
mid. Let's go.
return for nearly a minute. So Bloodthirsty Kings, they're really picking up the pacing. They want to make as much use of this Lord that they've secured for themselves. This is an evolved Lord, and definitely you'd want to stick together this time. This is the moment you'd want to stick together and really stay by the Lord's side. But wait a minute!
Winter Crown into the Immortality. Tienzi buying some items, but is it going to be enough? Tienzi down. Who gets a killing spree?
Nice, that's it. GG, guys.
With the Sky Piercer. It's a diversion again to flank Ulfenar. Rosa pops into Frigid Glacier, trying to survive the Sky Piercer. That's one stack on the board. Apex buying a lot of time, but it is not going to be enough as Chicken gets rid of him.
GG, yeah, there we go.
BTK is back on the world stage.
Told you, baby. Told you. See, because if you look, every time that they were about to lose, or they could have lost, it was because they fucked up. If they don't fuck up and make those stupid mistakes, they're good.
He never fails to do it every single time. Able to just shatter.
Well, no, now they're now ULF is 0-1. So in the next round, they're gonna be up against other teams who are also 0-1. But
the goal to make
yeah, that was
America
awesome.
bang again, and they came out with a banger against Ulfenar.
Make America bang again.
Funny thing is, we did
Pause.
say the question, or pose the question, are we going to see a
What
throwback
the
to an old
fuck?
style? Yes, we did. And it's the Fredrin for Moba Zane. The tank fighter jungler has returned, and that's what BTK is rolling with.
Yeah, the concussive Fredrin, Moba Fred, back at it. I am 100% positive that when he picked that up, the memes were going on in chat. The YouTube chat was, oh, only knows one hero. Well, that one hero just won their game against Ulfenar, and it was well played. I mean, that was
Yeah, I
a
haven't
great
even
game.
opened
What,
chat, but I
22
bet you they're going
minutes,
crazy right
25.
now.
How much? 25?
Close to 25.
Minutes. 25 minutes back and forth, edge of my seat. Couldn't ask for anything else.
Oh man, I bet NA is gonna be very proud of this win, right? We did say
Hell
that
yeah, we
upsets
are.
One mixed up Swiss stage. We've seen it in Series 1, and now it happened again.
Let's hear now from BTK.
Is
They
NA
start
the
off
upset,
Swiss
though?
stage with a victory.
I don't feel like NA was the upset there.
An amazing win from
I feel like if NA would have
BTK.
lost, it would have been an
Right
upset.
Now, I am over with Hoon, and when he
'Cause,
got
like,
the mic, when he got beside me, he was like,
Can't
I'm
I don't
still
know? Can you
shaking.
call a
Okay,
main
now
stage
Hoon,
contender a
why are
lower,
you shaking? What's happening?
like an
Why
underdog
with
to the
adrenaline
wild
rush?
card, or?
It's mostly because the characteristic of the hero that I'm playing. Louis is either hit or miss, right? You're ulting in a bush, you don't know if it's gonna work or it's gonna work. but sometimes we just have to think like we just gotta do it, and then see what happens. That's why the adrenaline rush.
All right, now Hoon, let's talk about your M Series run. Now, we know that Hoon has actually played in multiple M Series before. However, it is the first time that you are actually going up against Turkey. Now,
Yes.
how is this matchup like in your opinion? Do you feel like the region has improved tremendously, and how difficult it is going up against them actually?
Turkey has always been performing like consistently, like really good in the international stage.
Yep.
During M4, Rosa was getting a lot of spotlight, so I always wanted to like go up against Rosa. Yeah.
Now that you've gone up against Rosa, how do you think he does? Do you think he's amazing still? And
Hell yeah,
there's some luck
Midnight.
on your side, or do you think that you guys
We
actually
see you there.
manage to out micro and macro them?
Definitely macro played in part, but I think draft.
If I had to
game.
guess, it's probably because
Alright, you mentioned
there's
draft. Now, we know
something on
Frederick
it,
is not
either
really
from
a common pick right now, especially in dispatch. Now, was your
like a
Frederick
previous
pick more of
team
a, vitality
or
pick for
from
you
a
guys, or is it
company
just
that
a
is
very
like
easy pick, especially considering
considered
an
like a
unorthodox jungle
competing
to the main
company to
stage?
Moonton or one of its
I
associated
think
brands?
teams will ban it now. Yeah, there was their
Or
ban
it could just
version
be,
against us,
you know,
for
it
sure.
could just
Very
have like the middle
valuable in this
finger or
patch,
something
actually.
or whatever.
Okay, now Hoon, maybe
I would assume
a
it'd be
final
something from like
question.
another, like a previous
Okay,
team that he was
going
on,
up,
maybe.
Probably you guys have, we will have a draw tonight, right? Who do you want to meet tomorrow, potentially after this win?
S2G.
S2G! Oh, the
S2G
answers are
goes
right.
straight for
So
it.
you want to go up against the brothers. You just went up against Apex 47. You want to go up against City Boom.
Yeah, it's Thanksgiving. We need some turkey.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game.
Bad dragon logo on
BTK is
it.
back.
Oh,
It's
I
nice
don't
to
know.
hear
Yeah,
from
I
the
don't know.
second greatest Korean modern day athlete, second only to Hyungmin Son. That is Hoon on the stage, hearing from him. And I gotta agree with the man. By the way, my name is NACT Meme 1. I'm joined by NACT Meme 2 and of course Trex.
In the hat.
The draft really played a big part into it, even though it really looked like they would lack the damage. They didn't need it. They had all the tankiness and time in the world.
We were talking about it at one point that for the most part of the game, Mobazane was doing a lot more damage than Sunshine, right? And
Yeah.
Sunshine, at that point of time, has already started popping off, defended the base. But special mention to Hoon, shout out the Loyi play, right? Like he had early game, the Trex was saying that he was a bit stingy with that diversion, but that late game diversion, he made some big brain plays that really allow BTK to take the lead.
Yeah, I think there's two major things, right? Hoon didn't just stay in the mid lane. He was all over the place. He was being aggressive.
Yeah.
And Fried Chicken being very aggressive. And that's what gave that that tanky lineup the viability. And even though
22
Zia
to
didn't really
12.
have the
Shout out
chance
to
pop
Zia with
off,
his mullet, by the way.
Hoon had enough space that he could output
Great
an
looking
insane
mullet there,
amount of
Zia.
damage. And Mobazane as well. Almost every objective he was able to get in those 50-50 records.
Yeah, Granger
He
with
was
the
winning it.
War
And
Axe.
TNC
Okay.
had a difficult time. And again,
Granger
I
with
would
War
die on
Axe.
the
And
hill
no
of
players
Zia
must take
Fred
L
on
and
the
go
other
home.
side.
We doesn't
Joy
believe in
is,
Thanksgiving.
He's a pick that you can go for when you're going up against the Fredrin. And it's unfortunate also for
I mean,
Ulfidar that their priority in the Bruno ended up coming back
It
to
is kind
bite
of
them,
like an
because
American,
one of the
like a
reasons why
North
Bruno
American
fell out in the
thing,
tank
you
meta
know?
is because everyone was way too tanky. At the end of this game, he pulled off 53,240 damage. Mobazane did 500 points worth of damage more. That's a full built Bruno, and his damage came in just like the last 7 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of full damage, even TNZ, as you spoke about, I mean, he was maxed out. And look at the gold, almost 19,000 gold, way outputting. He was rotating so much faster than Mobazane, but it just goes to show that it was not enough, right? It goes to your point of it doesn't matter
Turkey
what
can be
TNZ
good, but it
built
can
on
also
that
be
Joy.
bad. It
The
depends
only
on how
person
you
who was able
make
to really
it
get to was Zia.
and
When he
stuff like
did,
that.
They won the fights, but as long as they created that box
But I
around
know
him
that
and
he's
Zia,
talking.
TNZ would just go in. It was essentially a suicide play.
Yeah, and it was pretty tough for TNZ to hit that
Like,
backline, that late game.
if
because at one point
you
Zia started biting a Stealer
slow
shield.
cook
Hoon
it
even has a rose gold media
with,
winter
like,
crown.
you know, and let it
Goes to your
marinate,
rotation of electrifying beast, you just
it's-
run out of gas
it's pretty
instantly,
good.
right? After that, it's
But
easy for BTK to take him down.
a lot of
I
times
feel like
if you just throw it in the oven with nothing on it and you don't take like a turkey baster and keep putting like the juice on it,
points here for BTK that we were talking about. He was juggling items, as you pointed out. He had
it'll
Athena
start to get a
Shield
little
on
dry
control.
on you.
Skypiercer was sold to get into the Athena Shield, and then eventually he bought it back there near the end.
Smoked turkey is,
Getting
yeah,
the War
smoked
Axe,
turkey is
and
amazing.
This is a Granger that went fighter instead of
Actually,
assassin emblem. So
my
in
boss,
terms
Jeff,
of what
just got
BTK
a
wants to do,
smoker.
it's very safe.
Yeah, and another big emblem point here. You know, a lot of mid laners would go the wilderness bluff,
So,
right? You get the movement. Hoon
I gotta figure
goes
out
for the bargain, goes for damage, just full damage.
what
because
I want him
already have
to
the
make
macro.
for
I
me.
can already get
Then
around
I'm
the
gonna be
map.
like,
I don't
yo,
need to be a little bit
if I give you
faster.
this
And with that, I think that's
and
what gave that
like
advantage in the
20
early game.
bucks,
Really outputting.
would
We
you
saw
throw this on your
pushing
smoker?
back,
You know what I mean?
Apex 47 in the river. So I think a nice emblem play by the side of Hoon here.
And they also had a lot of ways to kind of stall out
But I don't
the
want
game
it to
gain
be just
advantage,
like a
right?
rack
They
of
were
ribs. Like if I'm gonna give him something to smoke, I want it to be like
the Lord, and they were pushing down lanes, but every
a
single
half a
time
hog or
BTK,
something.
They recomposed. And Hoon, he did mention in a post-game interview that when you use Diversion, you don't really know who's in that bush. You just have to go for it.
Yeah.
And so many of these individual catches stall out the game for them to kind of get back into shape.
Yeah, and that ended up turning
Oh,
around
Mohammed, have you ever
in
had
favor of
deer?
BTK in the sense that now it was Ulfidnar.
You guys
doesn't know
have
how
deer
many
over there?
members of BTK is gonna come through. At one point, there was a play around the lower portion of the map. I was wondering.
Sorry,
why
I'm
did
your
Alien
typical,
not
I'm
leave?
your
He saw there were members of
typical
BTK coming in through the portal. He
stupid
didn't expect the
NA
entire city council to come in and just take him
resident.
down.
Normally 5 people don't show
We are
up to that
very
portal.
ignorant when it comes to
Literally,
anywhere
the whole
else in the
crew
world.
was there ready to take him out.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why Ulfidnar
Venison, yeah, yep.
surprise was the major theme here. From the draft and to how BTK
Horse meat too?
executed in the game.
I don't think I've ever had horse meat, but I've had deer, raccoon, rattlesnake, squirrel,
You know what I do have to give up to Rosa though? Rosa
turtle.
was way behind in items, way behind in gold, but still matching Hoon.
Possum,
in
I
terms
think.
Of damage. And I think
you're right.
one thing about Rosa though is Rosa likes to be an aggressive mid laner, and I think taking away that lead, Rosa, you know, the Aurora's good.
I
but
think
it's not
that's
an
it.
in-your-face mid laner, right? It's
Yeah.
not a Valentina, it's not a Louis.
Yeah, we
it's
had,
not a Lilia, right? It's not something that
We
we
should
normally
invest
like
in
to
a
see
small
Rosa
smoker,
on,
would be
but that
good.
could be a
Hell
reason,
yeah.
you know,
I'm
like
down.
Hoon said,
Down for
the
that.
Draft.
Yeah.
BTK just kind of had advantage in certain points.
Then I could
Put it into
get off work and
even
come home
more
and
simpler
smoke my
terms,
meat.
For the newer viewers of the M6 or the MLBB esports scene there, BTK went into this, it seems like, with the idea of let's pick a lineup that is difficult to pick off one by one. because who
Hoon
are
with
you
the
gonna pick off?
MVP.
And with Hoon
Way to go, my
raising
guy.
his fist with pride and being the centerpiece of the lineup alongside the very tanky front
All right, I'm
line,
gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back.
Ulfidnar couldn't play the style that they showed and shined within Wildcard.
I think you brought up a pretty good point, right? Who is Ulfidnar going to pick off? Especially you are running this show, you have this joy, but most of the times these kills come through either BTK overextends or TNZ somehow gets to dive Zia and Hoon without any protection, right? This Apex 47, every time he walks up, gets stunned up by Law and Order, gets taunted by Mobile Zane, gets stunned by Fight Chicken. This Cho didn't really get to kind of play the way that he wants to do.
Man, but look at Fried Chicken there. In the very beginning, we saw some great moments of getting that final slash off, and it does continue to make plays happen. BTK loved playing in this box, and there's that play you were talking about. All 5 man on the boss side, they were looking for those picks, those small hits. As long as they could get one here and there, it turns everything into their favor. And I mean, literally, almost every fight, all 5 of them are in this small little circle, like, let's just brawl this out. Let's just do this. And Ulfidnar's trying to send shots from the outside, but it's just not enough. These are some of the last plays of the match, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one was where they found Alien. And Alien just has such a tough job because he gets blown out so fast. And even until the very end, this was when they made that sort of a backdoor diversion. They took out TNT for almost a minute, which allowed a very simple Lord take. And Ulfidnar just couldn't really fight back.
Showing up like the Spanish Inquisition, just out of nowhere, Ulfidnar was overwhelmed.
Whoa.
BTK.
Whoa.
Is this now the new BTK playstyle? It's in your
Did he
face,
really
as,
just say
similar to
the
what they showed us
Spanish
in M3,
Inquisition
that was the thing that we were saying. Will either of these two
on
teams
Thanksgiving?
go back to an older style of playing?
Bro.
They did. This
And
was a
they
very
said
good
Zane
game for
fucking
SPG
goes too
versus
far.
SPG.
Holy shit.
But we were just reminded as to why the tanks and the fighters in the jungle dominated for so long.
Yeah, and I've been asking this question like way before wildcards, right? I asked all the Malaysian casters, I'm like, so we saw Susujin from RQ use that Fredrin in their local league, but why hasn't anyone done it just yet, right? Is Fredrin not good enough? I think maybe Momazen is going to start a new movement, bring that Fredrin back, you know, bring us back to the old classics that we all love.
Did everyone love them? I love the tank jungle.
I love
but
it.
I know there's a lot of people in Discord channels right now crying, complaining,
Oh,
worried
no.
about the future of the meta right now. But I do have to say, we started off today talking about meta, and I think we are definitely going to see it change a lot over Swiss stage.
During
and
the
then into
3-century
bracket.
duration of the
Always, we go through
Spanish
this whole
Inquisition,
evolution it
of
as we
whom
move throughout
between
it.
3,000 and
There's a lot of
5,000 were
evolution and
executed.
adaptation when it comes to the MLBB esports scene. And coming up next are two teams that have shown how to evolve. How
That's
to adapt.
crazy.
In the case of NIP
He just
Flash, how to
busted
just
it
really
out.
Go and grow as a different species on its own. As the champions of Singapore, three-peat now, will face off against the squad.
Zane
from Cambodia,
fucking
who for the
posts a
longest
picture
time
with
missed out on
the
championship up
Malaysian
until
flag
recently
that
they
says
finally
noob,
got to call
and
themselves
everyone
the
throws a
kings
big fucking
of
deal about
Cambodia.
it.
It's
This
NIP
guy
Flash
talks about the
versus
Spanish
CFU
Inquisition and no one
Gaming.
bats an
Real
eye.
quick, let's toss it up right away. Are we going to see a weird pick for Curtis?
That is
100%,
nuts,
right?
bro.
If you talk about weird pick, NIP Flash is the team that brings out weird picks.
Are there any weird picks that you're looking out for here?
I don't know. I think, like we said, I think the Fredrin could be something that comes back. I think there's a lot of possibilities. The Granger looks like it's being more popular. Fredrin, I mean, we're all over the place right now, and we're not going to know until it really happens.
All right. So, can you pass me that Hello Pan? I'm kind of.
No, these are mine.
I need something. That's yours?
Yeah. Am I
Okay, go ahead. Just go ahead.
Eat these?
All right. Yeah, you
This
go
is
ahead.
my victory. This is my victory snack.
Go for it.
Go for it.
They're red like BTK.
You deserve
know?
it. You deserve it.
I was gonna cry and eat them, or I was gonna be happy and eat them. But no matter what, I was eating them, guys.
All right. Show us a happy tracks eating Hello Panda.
You think I can do the?
Go for it. Go for it. Try it.
No.
No.
I can't.
One more time. One more time, then we'll throw it to break. There we go. Congratulations to BTK and of course Strikes, and thank you, Hello Panda. Please give us a few more boxes. We'd love some here. More M6 World Championships with stage action coming up.
I've tried cobra meat, locust frogs, monitor lizard, taki gecko, and also bat when I caught chicken pox. Damn. I had chicken pox as a kid. T is there with him. That's cool. T, Pika, and I don't know who the other person was. I missed it. That was a good match. That was a good match. Hopefully they keep going. Hopefully they keep going. But yeah, I mean, if people are going to make such a big deal about Zane saying noob with the Malaysian flag, I think Renmar might want to not bring up the Spanish Inquisition during his desk time. Just saying. Just saying. That, I mean, in my personal opinion, I think that's a lot worse to talk about than just putting noob next to somebody's flag. Like, because, I mean, essentially, you could look at it as him making light of the situation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's whatever, I guess, but damn, like, don't come down on Zane if you guys are gonna be doing that shit. Like, what the fuck? Just for that, you know what? I'm saying it right now. BTK all the way. No. I said it before, actually, in a comment before I started stream, that if BTK did not win, I figured they would get like anywhere from third to fifth is my prediction. Third to fifth. But we'll see. It's just, like I said, man, they can't make those stupid mistakes. It's those stupid little mistakes like overextending when nobody else on your team is there. Face checking a bush when nobody else on your team is there. Stuff like that. Like, don't do that when you don't have to. Like, you literally don't have to end the game in 15 minutes. Like, take your time. It's a badass Claude skin, but I've never played Claude. Oh shit, you know what I should have did? I should have recorded the prediction I did earlier. I guess I could start recording and do it again. What do we do? Might wait until after to do it. Just do it at the end. Know what I mean? Pretty sure this will pop the copyright too. Thankfully though, none of the copyrights that come up on my stuff is a strike. It's just like copyright claims. Which is fair, you know. If people want others to know that they did it, fine. I'm totally okay with that. But if I'm not making any money from anything, don't be hitting me with that copyright strike bullshit. Like, bruh. Give a dog a bone. You know what I mean? Man, we went to, so me and Lighthouse went to Walmart, and I was like, yo, we should get some packs to rip. And we get over there, no single sleeves of the new set. I'm like, dude. But they did have this one piece thing there. It was, so it was like a little orb that was orange. And then on the inside, it's got like packs and stuff in it. Which, by the way, Moonton, are you listening? So I know the last time I talked about making cards, they mysteriously showed up in the game. When are you guys gonna make cards? And you guys don't even have to actually make them. Just lease out your IP to, like, Weiss Schwartz or Union Arena or one of them you know. I'd pick Weiss Schwartz or Union Arena because those are probably the two most popular when it comes to like anime and video games and cards, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, just do that. And if you do the Weiss Schwartz, you get signatures. You can have, you know, character signatures, stuff like that. Make people want to chase it. And look at how many people are fans of this game that it won Best Esports Game of the Year or whatever. Now imagine if you're selling packs. And you're selling those packs without actually making them yourself because you leased and made a contract with, you know, like I said, Weiss Schwartz, Union Arena, any of them, not just those two specifically. Those are just the two that I know. But yeah, I want some damn cards. Or just make an exclusive set and send it to me. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Some teams are just born to dominate, where some teams might take some time. There are a few who just take a flash and suddenly they're 3-peat champs. While for some teams, they really have to work for it to make it to the top. Which one of these two Apex Predators are going to walk away with the victory? MLBB Flash of Singapore versus CFU Gaming of Cambodia. Again, welcome back to the panel. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar.
I'm sure if they were here,
pretty much we're gonna be your panel.
They would probably have already told me like,
so,
hey,
you know, if you're already tired of us,
you need to stop streaming.
We'll do our best to make you happy. Hello Panda.
I'm sitting here hitting my vape and shit.
And we love them. We love getting fueled by Hello Panda. Trex, let's do the thing.
Good shot.
Yeah,
Good shot.
That hurt a little bit more than I thought. So, crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day.
He
and
said,
visit
"Let's do the
HelloPanda's
thing."
website for more.
I made that shot. I just want to say, you
made
messed
it.
that one up.
Yeah, no, I messed it up. I should have adjusted
Your
to
teeth.
you a little bit better. It's my teeth's fault
Yes.
now.
Damn it.
But you know who's not at fault? Hello Panda. So of course, if you can find Hello Panda, try it, and you'll understand why we are going crazy for it here in the M6 World Championship. Speaking of going loco, there's a team in global MLBB right now that are known to go loco. As one of the neighbors of NIP Flash, Husky, I'm sure with this close proximity, you know why they are that dang good.
Yeah, because they have, they're local, right? They're crazy. Crazy people, sometimes they do unexpected things. You know what they say? The old saying of, if you don't know what you're doing,
Crazy
your
people
enemies
do
not know
unexpected
what you're
things.
doing.
Well,
But for NIP Flash, they know
me
what
and
they're
all my
doing,
friends are
just
crazy.
everyone else is always confused by what they pull out, especially Curtizi in that mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane picks from
Hot
usually we're
topic?
used
Man,
to
I missed that
mages
store.
in the middle of the map. There's this one guy, his name's Curtiz, you probably know him.
There's
who would
one,
show up Martis in the mid lane, a fighter
like,
assassin
physical
type, a Fanny,
store
a hardcore
that I know
assassin
of
type, all in
that's
the mid.
left.
My question is, are they actually
Yeah,
going to
all the other ones closed down.
The table here
Sad.
to take on the Sharks on the rise from Cambodia? Because if you're going up against a Cambodian team that finally, after so long, made it to the top, I feel like the best way to just get into their heads in a best of one, just go cheese right away.
I mean, we mentioned that we could be up for a lot of cheese games, or a lot of cheese picks, a lot of possibilities to kind of
I like
throw
cheese.
your opponent off. And I think if there is a chance for that to happen, this was the match.
Like a good
I
pepper
was
jack
looking at.
cheese.
This was the match where we might get a little catching off guard.
Yeah.
And I don't really know if I even want to try to guess the
Feta's good too, though.
For
Feta is
sure,
good cheese.
especially with more flexible options in the map. But when you're looking at stability, you look at Detective in CFU and you look at Hades in NIP Flash, the junglers of the two teams, the Singaporean overlords versus the Cambodian debutants. And when it comes to a matchup such as this, when you're new to the world stage and after struggling, even though you're top at of the regular season, and then taking so long to finally get that championship, that shows you're resilient. That shows you've got the mental game on your side. And this is what the Detective said. This season, we improved mentally, and the addition of OP has been a huge help. That's the roamer, by the way. In the past, we struggled to secure the championship, mainly due
I love
to
when
our
every time they
mental
pop
state.
these quotes up, I start reading
Husky
it in
had
my
a fair
head,
share
and
of
then,
international
because they don't read it
tournaments
right
as
away, and
well,
then, like,
even
I get
out of the
halfway
MLBB
through and they start
space.
reading it.
How
It's like, God
often,
damn it.
do you hear just how important
Barada
mentality
Mamma
is,
Mia.
mental fortitude is for
What's that?
esports pros?
I think it's the cornerstone of what makes up an esports pro, right? You could be the best player in the whole world, but if you're not in a good headspace, you start making mistakes. You start, overextending. You stop listening to what your team is trying to tell you. And I think in this case, it applies to CFU as well. You could have the best lead. You make one slip up, everyone goes into panic mode, desperation sets in, you're gonna lose everything.
Yeah, and just one thing we gotta point out about Cambodian MLBB.
Yeah, we call that the
This is
broken
one of the most
playstyle.
mentally demanding leagues. The fans.
Alright, so we
are
forgot to
loud,
mark
the
our win down.
players even louder.
So far
In-game,
we're 1 and
outside
1.
of the
We
game,
got
just
one match
watching
right, one
MPL
match wrong.
Cambodia would make you go, how do the pros adapt to
Alright,
all of
for
that?
this
Everything
match,
getting thrown
me
their
and
way.
Stigma
So
both
for
picked
CFU,
NIP Flash to beat CFU,
I
so
feel
we'll
like
see.
we can no longer question the mentality. They themselves have said that they've worked on it.
'Cause, I mean,
But
we've
now
seen
if
with the
you're
very
NIP
first match
Flash,
that anything can happen.
They come from a region where they're comfortable. They're coming into this like, hey, we know how to dominate. Cool, well, what are you going to throw away? No, we got every tool possible here. So do you think, Trex, that if you're NIP Flash, still go in with that mentality? Because that's what made them win. Just being comfortable and being confident.
You know, I think we've seen NIP Flash get better and better over the past year. We saw them in MSC do great things. Just overall, the region in total has done better and better international stage. And if there's a time for them to really shine, I think this is it. And I think, yeah, you just keep it steady because they used to be a pretty chaotic region as well. I feel like very hyper aggressive. And I think when you're going up against something as crazy as possibly CFU, you just keep it steady. right? Maybe you don't cheese pick. Maybe you just let them.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't cheese pick here just
You
because
just, you wait for that
anything
mistake,
can
kind of what we
happen.
saw last in some
Like,
of the
I would
previous
probably
games.
take it
You find those moments,
a
and
little
if
bit
there's a
more
team that can
serious.
find
Maybe
moments, it's a team that's been around
I
for a
guess you
while
could
that can
pick like a
spot
little
those
outside the
exact
box, but I
times
wouldn't
that,
go too
oh, they just
crazy.
messed up. Let's capitalize on it.
Unless you know for
Definitely the
sure,
evolution
like,
of-
hey,
of
this
NIP
play
has also
will
been
work if
pretty
we do it this way, or
heartwarming to
you know what I
look at
mean?
as
Like,
well. Like when there was this season, right? They almost didn't win the MPL SG trophy, and of course we all remember that brave moment that allowed NIP Flash to make a comeback. But you look back at that instance, you can see even Hades at that point of time, first season with the team, was already in despair, right? Already hopeless. And people were even kind of coining NIP Flash at that time as Hades Gaming. But right now, it's not just Hades. It's Cortese, it's Vanik, it's everyone else on the team. Diablo, yeah.
Cannot forget
he
about
said
Emperor
Diablo.
JPL. Can't forget about it. So yeah, Team Flash really has evolved, and they've evolved because they've. I know from their interviews they've also spoken about how they've grown their mentality in their road to becoming 3-time champions in Singapore. I just want to ask you guys a little bit cheesy here, but very quickly, just so that our newer fans can get to know more things about you. Trex, who's your emotional pillar in your in your life as a esports personality?
Like, the person has to be in esports.
Not necessarily, but who's your emotional pillar? Let's go.
Oh, that
let's
keeps
go
me
with
going?
That keeps you going.
Well, I have a daughter. I have a wife, you know. But other than that, it's Mr. Assassin Dave Mao. Shout out to Mr. Mao. He's my
Uncle
he's my
Dave.
in esports.
In esports.
Shout out to Mr. Mao, to Assassin Dave there. What about you, Husky? Don't tell me it's LaFell.
I would like to, but LaFell is the complete opposite, right? He's the reason I extended my therapy session. But in all seriousness, of course, my girlfriend, shout out to you out there. You're probably not watching because you're busy at work, but still, and of course everyone else in esports. I think being at the M6 desk didn't come, it didn't fall from the sky, right? It's everyone around me that made this happen. So yeah, everyone is an emotional support pillar. You are an emotional pillar.
Am I?
You are like the Hello Panda to me.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you said you.
So he
added
wants to eat
emotional
him?
before pillar, because if you called me as just a pillar, I think I'd be a bit offended. But
This get kind of sus.
Who's mine?
Yeah, who's yours?
Hey Vay, hello. Let's leave it at that.
Okay.
You know, there's a little bit more of that. I'm gonna start blushing on this stage if I start speaking a little bit
He's
more.
turning red.
Brigitte, don't look at me. Don't look at me right now, Brigitte. Okay.
You okay? You're starting to turn red. You got that Asian flush going on.
Am I actually turning red?
And when are you gonna get one of these?
Oh, okay, wait.
He said, whoa, whoa.
Let's slow our roll just a little bit, all right?
Chill.
Do you have any more topics available? Because I think I'm starting to sweat here. All right, our predictions. Okay. As much as I love the story of CFU,
NIP Flash.
they went on, I think I'm still blushing. There's something just about the Singaporeans finally making it back into the top 4 after MSC that I feel like they're going to continue that role, and I think they're going to walk away with this one. I'm going for NIP Flash.
I've gotten both my predictions wrong, so now I'm a bit scared. But NIP Flash, right? I need to.
Ah, shit. Well, there we go.
In 2 months,
Now
and
NIP
I
Flash is
wanna
gonna
get
lose.
mobbed at the airport,
Great.
so NIP Flash.
Okay. What about you?
I am not going to do the whole one of us has to be the opposite, because I am also going to go with NIP Flash. I think having Hades, having JPL, having the rest of the team, I think they just have a lot of versatility. You know, they have the insane picks, but they can also play a steady game. And after seeing them in MSC, I'm excited for them here.
Yeah. All right, that's it. Our predictions locked in. It is an NIP Flash prediction table here, which I feel like
All
just
right.
kind of poetic or appropriate for the story of CFU gaming, in the sense that
Right, if
a lot of
CFU wins
people
this,
expect
it's
them
going to
or
be kind of like a big fuck
the-
you to
from the
everybody who's
Cambodian
picked
scene.
against them, including me.
After their
So-
second loss, going to the third playoffs.
I don't know, putting it that way,
straight that
now
they
I
went
kind of
on,
want
they
them to
expected,
win.
CFU's they're not going to make it. They
I'm a
always,
sucker for the underdog.
excuse me for using the word, they always choke. But then finally, they didn't choke. They finally became champions. So now, back finally in the world stage for their first match here in Swiss, it's kind of poetic that if they take this victory, it just adds to
Oh,
the
is that
legacy
why
and
they
lore
got
of
a
CFU
Swiss-made
and
watch
of
this
CFU
year
gaming.
because of the Swiss
Speaking of, let's talk about their opponents
stage?
a little bit more. Let's give the highlight. The Kings,
Hey, that dude did the
the
stink fingers
overlords
too.
of Singapore. It's NIP Flash.
Okay, so we have Vanix in the gold,
Stink fingers
JPL
coming
as the roam,
back.
Cortese as the mid, Hades as the jungle, and Diablo as the EXP. Now, for me, my eyes are all on Diablo here.
I
We've
think
seen
Stink
how
Fingers are coming
important an
back,
EXP laner
guys.
can be getting those rotations first to these big fights, setting up for the team, and whether you want to be the tanky EXP or the aggressive in-your-face EXP.
Every time I win a
Diablo
game
can
now,
play
I'm going to
both of
stand up in my
those,
chair and
but
just
also JPL and Hades, depending on how they play this out,
like,
could be the most
yeah,
important people on the team.
Oh, definitely.
smell
So,
it.
Vanix, let's see you step up because we've known the other members
God
of NIP
damn.
Clan to go for absolutely flashy playstyles. But going up against them, again, of course, is CFU Gaming, the newly crowned, finally, as they would say, Kings of Cambodia.
Absolutely, and of course in the starting lineup we got Shin.
All right, here we go.
Alpi in the roam, Z in the mid lane, Detective in the jungle, and Wadu as the XP laner. Looking
Wadu
at
kinda looks like my little
lineup, I'm looking
brother.
at Alpi for sure, right? He has been the mental support for the team. He's
Just
the one
more
that
tan,
kinda
I
brought
guess.
that veteran experience since M2 when he was still with Impunity Cambodia, and of course he has history with JPL. They faced off a couple of years ago, so I think that mental resilience that Alpi brings to the team is going to help skyrocket their performance.
Let's see just how resilient they can be up against a team known to pack surprises. It's all about mindset. By the way, we got to talk a little bit with Diablo and OP, talking about their buffs. All right, I think, guys, we get a second chance to actually get this right. Okay,
all right.
So the question was posed, between OP and Diablo, whose girlfriend buff is stronger?
Of course mine. We've been together for 3 years.
Nah, fam. My girlfriend buff got me 4th place at MSC. Let's see if yours can do the same.
Okay. So, of course, emotional pillars. That was one of the questions we posed earlier, and a lot of professional MLBB players have been vocal about their significant others playing major roles in their lives. So, CFU Gaming. Now, as we head into this draft, you know, they've always been a team that during the height of the tanky meta, Detective was definitely Detective Fredrin. The dude really knew how to rotate and play with that hero. I wonder, if you're going up against a team that's known to go loco, what if you pull a BTK and just pull the safest guy in the jungle as your pick?
I would definitely consider that. But then again, remember the whole Fredrin Martyrs thing? Cortese does.
But it's also not the hero either. Like, it's the player.
Kind of the wildest matchup that you can expect.
Because I mean, I could play the same heroes that these guys are playing and just get absolutely creamed.
For CFU, on that blue side, they always love to secure that first pick for themselves. It's very important for CFU on that blue side to get that advantage.
Speaking of blue side, so far the past 2 games, blue side has won.
Yes.
S2G was blue side, BTK was blue side. I wonder if we're going to start seeing a trend as these games move forward. If there is an advantage to it, whether you say it's 55% or so, that could be huge for CFU.
Crypto
For NIP
notifications.
Flash here, and one thing I've learned is that the first 2 picks on the red side now aren't as assured of win anymore.
Oh yeah.
That if you rush big time winning picks in the red side as your first 2, the next 2 picks in the blue side to round out the first phase could actually beat those already. So I think maybe that's why we're starting to see blue side starting to rise yet again.
Yeah, and even for CFU, they always love to get that flex pick for first pick on blue side. It is sort of the trend right now for every other team out there, but for CFU, it has been their identity.
Yeah, I think to back up that statement, Renmars, it's the fact that the meta is just so wide right now.
Yeah.
There's no, I mean, there's what we're seeing on the ban table, like the Jushin, the Yves, some of those things. Yes,
Okay,
those are kinda
Alpha
picked or
Louis,
banned, but
Hylos.
everything else is still kind of up in the air. As we see the Alpha coming in this time, the Lu Yi getting played to pick that. We only saw from
I
a
don't
few
know.
teams
Like, see, for
in
me, some of
Wildcard,
these
and
heroes,
we
they
saw Ferraz
seem
completely
like
drop
we
off
don't
that.
see them that much
And now it's actually
in
getting
ranks. So I
prioritized
guess
by NIP
you know that's
Flash
probably
the
one of the
very
main
first,
reasons. But
phase of red side. By the way, at M2 OP,
I don't feel like
Impunity
Alpha's
back then, Battle JPL of
someone to
Evo's SG
prio
that played
ban.
the match, where Evos
But then,
won
like,
2-0 and
these
secured
guys
playoffs.
don't prio
So
ban
a
him, and he gets
little
picked.
bit of a
So it's
revenge
like-
storyline for OP up against the roamer of NIP Flash in JPL.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess
some
it
of
helps
them
too that
carry forward
these
across
guys actually get to play
generations,
against
and
each other
the fact that
beforehand,
Alpi,
you
when
know?
he joined CFU, kind of brought him to that trophy after so long, and being able to face up against JPL mixed up a storyline on its own, but like I think we kind of went through how CFU might want to just go for the safest approach. This Valentina is also one of the few picks that you can just take the diversion and play the Loi into the Loi.
Yeah, not to mention they also have to worry about what they're going to pick in response as well and give over the Valentina. Nip Flash, on the other hand, do we take the, do we pick up a marksman here? Do we save it for later? A lot of teams have been willing. We saw it in some of the previous games. They'll let the marksman fall back into the second phase. Once the Bruno's gone, there's still plenty of options, and it's not an easy role to just completely ban out and make them useless.
That's true. Loi Harith is a usual combo alongside an Alpha for really quick snowballing if they want to match that. But yeah, I could also see them not going into the second phase with a gold laner. They show up a Granger, which... No way. No, that's not
so we're probably gonna go ahead and
maybe they'll go mid and they'll put Luigi in the gold or something. Who knows?
No way.
probably let this run more towards the end.
Yeah, why not?
While we get some sleep, because we got Thanksgiving stuff to do later.
Alpha jungle, mid low yi, gold Granger. So
but we'll see how it goes, because
they're gonna be needing.
These guys go quick enough, we can get a lot of this in, but not sure how much that's gonna be.
X Factor, you still have the tank Nadeda if NFP Flash wants to go for that. They're gonna start banning out the junglers to just give Hades a better time, but at the same time you also don't want that backline dive to threaten was it Vanix?
So I think CFU, ban out EXP, maybe ban out the Cho here. I like the Benedetta, especially, it makes me think that they want to put this Hylos into EXP, so maybe slow down anything that can really out-rotate that EXP laner. But still, CFU with options, able to flex here on the side of NIP Flash. Do we keep on going into the jungle? They take out the Joy. CFU last ban. Do we take out the Cho here?
Cho or Gato Gacha, I think, right?
Yeah. I agree.
I feel like
I would take out the Gato,
more sense than the Cho,
but
it's a lot more easier to manage. I think if the Cho goes over to JPL than the Gatot. I don't think Diablo plays the Cho XP either.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. So if ever, I'd want to see maybe the roamer for
Matilda.
Yeah, good ban.
Okay.
Matilda and Alpha Scary, pair that up as well with the Granger. It's a lot of movement and it's pretty aggressive, so covering their bases. NIP Flash, do they go for something flexible here as well, like a Gatot that maybe they can still flex and make CFU show their cards first?
No, maybe. That would be a good approach. But there's one pick that my head goes to, and it's a Jawhead for JPL.
That too.
I don't see enough right now to warrant it being picked fourth. If ever they're going to go Jawhead, again, that used to be one of his iconic pickups back in the M3 days, even M2. So if they want to consider that, that's going to really facilitate a snowballing, aggressive style of composition. But they
Tig, okay.
So they go for stability, but giving away a big ticket ultimate to the Valentina of CFU.
Incredibly big ticket. So they do keep Diablo's pick for last. There really isn't too many options left. If they want to go for the Cho, there is still sort of that. Hero 2, you could kind of play this double roam composition.
There's jungler.
Gacha.
Yeah.
Suyo.
Oh, so
Suyo's open, right?
Suyo made it all the way to the last.
Suyo's still open.
Suyo,
Definitely viable. Definitely possible.
Yeah, and I think they go for it. There we go.
And they take the Cho away.
Ooh, they really hammered down. I'm loving the draft of CFU right now, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty
however,
good.
It's my old concern of not enough magic. Hylos and a Valentina together, that's not going to be enough magic damage.
Magic is might.
Yeah, magic is might.
Magic is might.
Yeah, especially we saw it in the last one. I mean, the low Yi of Hoon was like the highest damage dealer.
Yeah. Rosa as well.
Yeah, Aurora for Rosa. I don't know why. Maybe it's NIP Flash. I'm forced to overthink. I'm thinking they're going to do something crazy with either the Alpha or the Tig.
They have done Loi Paquito before. I'm not sure if Paquito is still a thing in the XP, but it was an NIP Flash special. They go for the CC, so it's a way safer approach.
CC solid. You get to kite against the Hylos. You can kite against the Suyo. You definitely have that possibility. What you lack with that is crowd control, but they make up with that with the Lu Yi and the Tigreal. So I think overall a solid pick.
Oh, I feel like a solid drafts all around. Yes? Yeah? All right. Cool. NIP Flash versus CFU. Best of one. Bring it on, Mirko. What do you guys think?
Welcome back to the caster's desk. I think NIP Flash. I think they're still NIP Flash at the end of the day, so they're sticking with at least bringing in one surprise before we end the draft.
I agree. You know, NIP, Nip Flash are amazing.
Yeah. I mean, you can use or say anything you want. I think.
Hey,
at this
I
point.
met their owner
Okay.
at MSC. He said it's okay. He said if Mirko says it's okay. Just
So
once though.
he has a pass. I don't think I have that, and I do not want to use that. So I'm going with NIP Flash as we head into the third series of the day. The day.
She doesn't want to say Nip Flash.
Surprises, upsets even, and for this match, we've seen our 3 panelists vote for NIP Flash. So let's see how this goes, because CFU, it seems like they're going to stick with that really early game snowball reliant and objective conversion mindset when it comes to playing, especially with the Bruno in their hands for this game.
Oh yeah, I really like CFU Gaming's draft here. I personally would actually go for CFU Gaming's draft here in the way that they actually can control neutral objectives with the Cho, right? Going up against the Alpha, Cho is such a massive pick, and honestly, the Valentina, we didn't expect the Tigreal to come out for NIP Flash with the Valentina already picked up by CFU, but it does seem like here, Letho is going to go towards CFU. Emblem-wise, it's the weapon mastery for the Bruno. Full tankiness for Wadu here. Just wants to be the main frontliner up against NIP Flash.
And I'm only thinking about, like, how will NIP Flash even approach what we already all are expecting from CFU in terms of how they're going to play the early stages of the game? Are they still going to stick with those unexpected rotations and whatnot, because we also know that at the helm, or with JPL and Curtisi at the helm, they typically really go for the more aggressive rotations, but this is a Cho and a Valentina that we're talking about. You mentioned it earlier. This is a really great
Gotta get that
mid-duo if we're
wah-wah.
talking about controlling the mid lane.
You can see Detective rotating over again. This is how impressive the Loyi is. This is why it's always usually actually contested a lot in the first phase. Didn't really expect
Alright,
CFU
let's
to
go.
just go, knowing that CFU
Let's go Nip Flash.
Loyi, they actually doubled down on that in their own meta before in season 13 of MPLs. We saw the whole Chip Loyi combo.
Yeah.
Now OP, he shoved back. Great Shun Pu to escape from that shove.
Yep. So now NIP Flash will be
Alright,
able to set
first
up for
turtle,
this
here we
order.
go.
This is something we'd probably really expect from them. They're going to play around Hades, really allow him to lead the early stages of the game. But now that Curtisi, he got poked low. Still they get the
Ooh,
turtle
Hades
though,
gets
but
it
then-
still. The thing
Hades
goes
getting caught.
down.
Detective finds first blood. JPL locked in with a curtain call, still able to flicker out for now, but OP goes in.
Oh
Great Yin
my.
reaction. OP with the body block. Diablo walking forward, finding the kill. That's a double for Detective. It's a 2-for-1 trade for now, but remember, NIP Flash did get that turtle.
Yes, they did get that turtle, and they were able to go for what they wanted to go after. This is something you'd really expect from NIP Flash, considering the lineup that they have. But here in the top lane, Vanix, he seems to be having a really good time in playing the lane matchup up against Zing. He nearly has to reset after the damage that he's been able to throw out.
Yeah, once you get the ultimate, it's definitely way easier for you to actually win out on the lane, get that poke in with the Dead Sonata. It does seem like, I mean, for Sing, he has to use a slide tackle forward to actually deal out some damage onto the Granger, right? So we haven't seen this a whole lot. Whenever you see the Bruno, apparently the Granger is the pick. It's currently 1-1. We've seen a Bruno win, we've seen a Granger win.
Yep.
Let's see what NIP Flash can do with it, right? JPL so far, that's the big problem that we were talking about. When you go for the Tigreal against the Valentina, it was a great ult for Z to take.
And so far, we've been so focused on the mid lane, Mirko. Like, we haven't seen some rotations heading towards the gold lane or the XP lane even. It's more of the gold laners, the XP laners, actually rotating out of their lanes and joining the fights we're seeing in the mid lane. And now there might be another one happening soon, especially as Diablo also finds himself
Sorry, I'm sitting here all quiet and shit.
The, next
I haven't really watched much of
turtle.
these teams, so I'm trying to like check everything that they're doing. Nice kick.
We're talking about JPL, the burst is there though. Detective makes quick work out of JPL. Was kicked over 15 seconds for the turtle. So JPL
Gotta give him credit where it's due, right?
He already used the implosion earlier. NIP Flash, do they want to still contest? That's a diversion. They do want to ride again.
Wait, detective. Oh, they find him!
And the Spear of Alpha straight into the Yang reaction. Diablo able to get that shutdown. Now Sing caught in the Yang reaction again. Hades walking forward, doing some damage, and Sing goes into the Purify.
Oh, they're dead.
Knocked up
Yeah.
by the Jikundo of Uppy. Great Terrify to combo it down. And NIP Flash, it looked good, but then CFU recovered.
Yep, the Revitalize was there. It was too much to handle for NIP Flash, who seemingly really had to commit since they found themselves in a position where they were surrounded by members from CFU Gaming. So instead of supposedly converting that into a turtle, it seems like they'll have to play safe for now. And Curteasy, C finds him in the middle lane.
It's a solo kill in the mid lane.
And they got the turtle.
Getting that
Damn.
kill over, even with the Purify, Curteasy unable to escape, and with the turtle, this puts CFU in a great position. Let's see. They walk up. Vanix will be able to clear out the wave seat. They stole the implosion. They know Vanix doesn't have the Purify. Let's see. Way to drag it over to JPL. The implosion catches them. And that's going to be Zeke looking for it. Vanix body blocked by Sing. The bullets won't go through. Z's able to escape Hades. Now the Spear of Alpha trying to gap close. Wadu will be the sacrificial lamb, but they keep their carries alive.
The body block, you mentioned it. The way CFU Gaming constantly is able to protect their crucial members. They might have to give up this first tier turret in the top lane, but still there's a great trade provided to us here by Detective. That's the mid lane turret we're talking about. And CFU, they'll gain better access towards the map of NIP Flash. They could potentially scout the members a lot more better. And in terms of scouting, that's something you definitely could rely OP on for. He could just get the information as much as he wants.
Then Shunpu's out, Way the Dragon, and so far, I have to give it to OP, man. He's been able to play the Cho really well. We saw the combo almost to get Hades away from the first turtle. Unfortunately, they didn't time it as well, but it's still, I mean, it was a great idea, great execution. Hades is just crazy on the retribution, but then Turtle 2 onwards, you saw the change of prio. OP started to just go on to JPL so that there were no sets available for NIP Flash to look for onto CFU, and that has created kind of a safe haven, or a safety net rather, for Z and Sing, and yeah, Z, like always on that implosion. OP.
Okay.
Again goes into the back, finds the way the Dragon. Purify baited out. Now C has it. It's going to be implosion over to two members. Spear of Alpha to actually peel out. C will be able to get the implosion down.
OP is on point.
The of it all will be taken down by Curteasy. Diablo with vengeance, baiting him into the yin yang reaction. Vanix unable to get the Death Sonata down, and now JPL goes
right here, jump in.
Diversion to the back line, and Sing goes in with a slide tackle, but now gets caught by the yin yang reaction again. Diablo kiting away. That's the gun down from Vanix as Hades just slashes through them. But Detective walks forward. Now has to dodge away. They got to play it clean. OP, can he run away?
Oh
No,
man, he
Vanix
stayed too
chases
long.
him down. Death Sonata, one last shot. Detective
I mean,
walks away.
We saw
he
the
tried,
sustain
right?
from CFU one
It's
time,
a good push.
But in terms of these really tricky positions and in moments where they're not exactly at an advantage, it might not be the best idea to pursue
you know, too
these
terribly sad about it, considering I picked NIP Flash to win, but
and they were just able to buy enough time. They were the ones who were able to sustain that team fight and surround CFU Gaming, even using the diversion last minute to actually continue that team fight, which was clearly a win for NIP Flash. Now they're ahead in terms of gold against CFU Gaming, and they'll probably start to try and engage in more team fights from this point onwards. So
I have a
that they
damn
do
knot
get
in my
some
shoulder.
returns. They could get some objectives, and they definitely want to secure this first Lord for themselves.
I just want to say, you know, for NIP Flash for Vanix, it just feels like the Granger revamp fits him so well. This pick fits him so well. The old reliable Vanix in the lane who just wants to play safe as well. In this composition, it's so hard to get to Vanix. You bait out the Purify, sure, but you bait out your own Flicker for OP. And then at that time, Z doesn't really have a gap closure to get in. Usually we see maybe a Flicker for the Valentina, but Z has gone for Purify, which is safer, but you can't make those plays. You can't actually dive onto Vanix that easily. There's so much peel for NIP Flash, and you can see that.
Ooh, walks right into the bush.
Will be able to Spear of Alpha out of there. Knows that there is the reaction and the Death Sonata, the poke that we've seen just last game too. Loyi Granger seems to be the combination. Diversion, let's see if we catch him. He's still up top. Put a siege onto the turret. They will be able to get the turret.
That's 4 members though. Feels easy.
Good spot out. The yin yang reaction catches them. The Spear of Alpha punishes them, and now Hades is caught in the midst of an all-implosion from JPL.
Damn,
Just run away. Vanix needs one last shot. Opie, 1 HP gets away.
Ooh.
The sole member of CFU.
I was like half an
survived
HP.
the onslaught
Holy
of
shit.
NIP Flash.
Nearly a wipeout there for CFU Gaming. And as you mentioned, this is the moment where NIP Flash,
So that'll
instead
be
of
a
playing
lord
around
for
Hades,
them.
they'll start to make some setups for Vanix, and that's exactly what we've seen. A beautiful rotation dispersion combo, followed up by a precise Spear of Alpha. Let's check it out in this instant replay. Catching 2 members immediately. So in as much as
And then the
rest of
TIG gets a
members of NIP
double
Flash tried to
knockup.
go
Boom.
for the counter
Nice.
engage up against CFU Gaming, that was just too much for CFU. They were able to allow Vanix to just really throw all those bullets towards key targets, and they now are actually taking control of this game with the Lord.
It's so much of an advantage with the Lord. The siege potential. You can see the range technically already for Vanix. Another diversion.
Another diversion.
Catch. Sting, you gotta be real careful here, buddy. Spear of Alpha from Hades. Oh, he gets the Purify out of time. JPL finds the implosion.
What a
And Sing will
wow!
follow.
That
The
was a
Yak
well-timed
reaction brings
play
them back.
right there.
Now without Sing, without Wadu, no frontliner, no main damage dealer, Hades is free to do whatever he wants. Z goes for an implosion, finds Curtizi, but now gets slashed down by Hades. Diablo and
GG.
Hades. The double D combo is online.
Could this potentially be the fastest game we're about to see this day? They still have 1 minion wave, but Detective and OP, they might still be able to defend this. So
Oh,
they
alright, they
prolong
back
the
up,
game
they
a
back
little
up.
longer. But this is a difficult spot for CFU Gaming. We know them to be a team who could really hold on to their advantages, but eventually get some slip-ups or some mistakes towards the late game whenever they already have the advantage in their hands. But this is a different scenario. They're actually behind. They weren't able to capitalize as much on their early game. They were able to for a moment, but NIP Flash just immediately turned things around.
It's the fastest level 15, apparently. There you go. We got some fun facts for you guys. Hades gets it. Oh, another implosion. Red out. JPL gets the implosion again. Brings him all the way back. Sing. So able to slide tackle forward. Now Hades gonna be kicked in. By the way, the Dragon. And it's a full combo onto Hades. Somehow he's still alive, though. What? The Worldie will finally bounce onto him. And Sing gets the shutdown. Hades 4Z.
There's a minute left before the next Lord, and I doubt that it would be that felt for NIP Flash, but still we see how they cannot afford to still make some mistakes up against this lineup of CFU Gaming. At that moment, Wadu was well prepared to actually block the members of NIP Flash, and he saw the attempt coming in from NIP Flash. So we've seen consistent diversion plays here for Curtizi. Majority of them were really successful, but at this point in time where you're this much ahead, you really
Do
can't
they
afford
push
to make those mistakes, which
bottom?
would give those opportunities
Yep.
to CFU Gaming.
CFU are just trying to look for trades at this point of the game, right? And NIP Flash, any sort of trade. Whenever they want to walk off their base, they got to think of diversions.
Right.
Where is the diversion going to go? Where's Curtizi going to go? Oh, it's just so tough at this point. They have frontliners who can engage. They have Diablo as a secondary damage dealer who is very tanky.
Yeah.
Anti-Chorus Winter Crown.
Yeah, actually earlier I was thinking there were so many sources of engage for NIP Flash. Like, there are a lot of members who could go in first, but now that they were able to take hold of some Winter Crowns, I'm expecting a lot more playmaking here for NIP Flash. But who will be the ones to make the play? Because CFU, they take control of the Lord pit.
Oh, Z went for the implosion, but Hades goes in for the fight. They get the Lord, but now they're going to lose out. JPL, that's an implosion. Not able to connect now, but it's going to be Wadu caught in a bad spot. Vanix almost taken out by Sing. He wants to go back in. Sing, you mad lad! Oh my goodness!
What are you-
Slide tackles forward, gets the kill!
All right,
Almost kicked
shit.
away. Detective, he needs one last shot. Vanix and Diablo are so low, but they managed to get away.
Okay, that was a series of unexpected events for both sides. The implosion did not necessarily connect onto Sing, or at least he was able to purify out of it, so he was able to reposition himself and find key targets from NIP Flash. And that very brave play we saw from him potentially could have been a really huge game changer if not for that evil Queller from Detective, which really did not connect to those members of NIP Flash who were really low on HP. So now they'll have at least a complete 5-man lineup to defend this incoming Lord, and CFU Gaming may not be able to take an inhibitor turret out of this.
It was a greedy play, man. It was a gamble to play. Sing wanted to go for the slide tackle, perhaps. If he got one last shot onto Vanix, or if Detective got that arrow shot, it would have changed a lot of things, but The gamble so far hasn't paid off, and IP Flash, they're forced back again. The Lord Advantage will get them a few turrets here and there. It'll be a tier 2 in the bottom lane, so at least the gold lead won't be as big, right? We're getting into that equilibrium point for both these teams. I think it's back to what we saw in game 1. Yeah. It's a scaling battle, and then in that case, who actually scales better? I'm confused, right? The Bruno and the Granger. Technically, you have more bullets with the Granger, but you do a bit more damage with the crits. OP finding the way to Dragon, baiting out the Purify now. As he walks up, Cortese's gonna fall. Sing's able to cut away, but the guns comes down. Good body block from Decisive. Sing almost slashed down by Hades. That's what revitalizes. Vadu goes in. Z is able to shut some damage. Implosion catching Vanix, but it's a good Purify, and JPL will do the same. Now one last Death Sonata is what Vanix needs. He comes in with a Rhapsody to take 2 down. Sing going in, baited in by the winner crown. Vanix with the win of nature and a triple to end the fight on. Detective running away, and NIP Flash should be happy with the fight.
I don't know if that answers our question, because in some ways it did seem like it was an unexpected team fight here, which just suddenly happened out of the blue for our teams. There wasn't really an accurate setup coming in from CFU Gaming, and it seemed like even the IMU, or the implosion that was copied here by Z, was just used to actually prevent the members of NIP Flash from chasing down the other members of CFU Gaming. So it was a really reactive team fight that we've seen from both sides. And could this be a question that we really have to ask ourselves? Like, who will be, or who should be more careful at this point? Because there has been a lot of little mistakes that both teams have been able to really capitalize on from each other.
It's all about the punishments, and this time NIP Flash read into that, right? We saw CFU Gaming, they were able to sneak out a Lord earlier by just having more control around the Lord pit. NIP Flash got a bit too comfortable with the diversion. Now though, Water's walking up with the glorious pathway. JPL catches 2. The Spear of Alpha gets them out. OP though. In the back it's going to be Detective doing a lot of damage onto the back line. JPL low. Vanix able to get the godlike down. Detective with a dive.
Just a team wipe?
And Sing
Holy
takes him
shit.
down. It's a big shutdown. That was an 8-kill bounty. Z is hunting for JPL. That's a shove, that's a conceal, and an escape, but they will concede the Lord to CFU.
It seems like we've been asking who could actually take advantage of these really close team fights, these 5-on-5 team fights a lot more. And you would think immediately, probably Cortese, probably all those yin-yang reactions, but CFU Gaming at that moment, even though they also lost Detective, even though they lost Wadu, they were able to force NIP Flash out of that Lord pit. They now have the Lord in their hands, and they just have to be really extra careful this time, because CFU Gaming, they cannot afford to make mistakes. This is the second opportunity that they've had to actually crack NIP Flash's base open.
And now we question the siege, or maybe the defense even from NIP Flash. They have what it takes to actually defend this. The vengeance will be up for Diablo. Cortese should have to purify back up, but if CFU Gaming just try to push in the pace, it's gonna be real tough. Z steals away the implosion. JPL doesn't have that big playmaking tool, but you can see the poke already from Vanix.
All right, let's see what they get here.
Into the bottom lane, that base switch should be falling down. Sing very low, though. OP finding the way to Dragon. Cortese is down. Vanix on the back line.
Oh my goodness.
That was 3 members caught in it, but Vanix is free. Now hitting onto OP with a Rhapsody. That's a double Detective. Gets the Soul Sever. NIP Flash fighting for dear life. Sing able to kite away.
GG.
It's a wipeout. NIP Flash have fallen, and CFU Gaming continues the upset route.
This day has been insane! Surprises, upsets here and there, and CFU Gaming.
I still don't know how they're calling BTK's win an upset.
How prepared they are coming into this match against a team
like, that confuses
who you
me.
not really know how to prepare against, who you would supposedly expect endless surprises from, but they just take them out and take the series.
I don't know. Only one we've gotten right so far is BTK.
Upsets.
So we'll see.
This is the best of one.
I cannot believe this is how we're starting day number 1. Let's head it over back to our panel and let them break this down for us.
Like we told you, it's a much better story, isn't it? With a lot of us predicting that NIP Flash would take the win here. Here comes CFU of Cambodia, showing that they deserve to be in this spot and getting that victory. Husky, you mentioned something to me. you said it really looked like CFU did their homework.
Oh yeah, they definitely did. I think CFU in that drafting phase, you look at the first phase ban, right? They banned the Khalid, which is the cornerstone for NIP Flash. You know, Diablo loves playing the Khalid. We've seen JPL do that every once in a while, but JPL prefers a more pick-off style, right?
Yeah.
Then they take the Cho away from JPL, and then they also take out the Benedetta, which is a pick usually you don't really ban against much teams, but Diablo in particular is great on that hero. So CFU not only came prepared, they also forced NIP Flash into a draft where NIP Flash are forced to play more as a team instead of those pick-up comps and allow CFU to be on the aggressive end.
Real quick reaction from you, Trex. Surprised? How do you feel?
I mean, I've learned my lesson. Whatever you guys vote for, don't vote for. Rule number 1 of casting with these two. And you've now tarnished my record. But hey, we're still here.
All right, let's go on over to the stage with a quick word from a member of CFU.
A day filled with surprises. Just the third round of our
All right, I'm gonna go
stage,
try and get a
people,
couple hours of
teams already
sleep
getting to
and
each other
then
left
wake
and
up
right.
before this
Games
is
are
over.
getting very, very intense. Now with me here, we have OP from CFU. First of all,
Wait.
how are you? We could see that it was a comeback game.
Yeah,
NIP
everybody
Flash
plays
was
today, right?
literally leading. They were near your base. How are you? How did
Let
you
me
guys manage
check.
to fight back and push back to win that game?
I'm good. I think I'm confident with my goal laner. He late game, he must fire.
So the fire was there for Bruno just now.
Yeah, I trust him so much.
You trust him so much. I think that's very important because we need to trust our teammate, right, OP? Okay, now OP. The last time you were in the M series, it was M2. And now it's M6. How do you feel to be back on the world stage?
I'm think feel good because I'm too. I never win. I think in M2 I got 0 point.
Oh, in M2 you got 0 points.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that you're back, what do you have to say to the Cambodian fans? Maybe a promise on how CFU will be doing this time around in this M series?
ជាដំបូងមកខ្ញុំអរគុណទៅដល់ fan នៅខ្មែរទាំងអស់ខ្ញុំអរគុណខ្លាំងមែនតើអ្នកទស្សនាតាមការ live stream ហើយអ្នកមកមើលផ្ទាល់អរគុណច្រើនមែនតើហើយខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកនរគ្នានឹងគ្រប់គ្រងពួកខ្ញុំបន្តទៀតពួកខ្ញុំនឹងខំប្រឹងអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពអ្វីដែលពួកខ្ញុំធ្វើបានខ្ញុំនឹងធ្វើជូនខ្មែរទាំងអស់
Oh yeah.
So he said that
They're all playing today, so we're gonna
watching live or watching over here and also yes
we'll try and wake up by time
the hardest for the national.
All right, thank you very much to OP.
Aurora.
An amazing game.
Aurora
I think we could see how
RQ come
intense
up.
it was. It is now time to throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game.
But yeah, we'll be back. Appreciate everybody who's swung in so far. Hope you guys are all having a good day, good evening, good morning, good night, whatever it is.
Again to
Wherever you are. I hope it's going good. If it's not, I hope it gets better. And I'm going to get some C's real quick. And then we'll be back.
And then it just became a big back and forth.
See you in a bit, dudes.
I think the word that we use here is brawl. And that's not me undermining their performance. It was just a very fight-heavy game. And I think the lineups actually called for it because of the drafts that we had with, especially in the roams and the jungles that we have. Fights are expected, generally, yeah?
Yeah, I think overall it's just NIP Flash, they had that better start, right? Like Kurtisi was actively using that diversion to kind of get these off-tempo plays. First it was pickoffs, and then suddenly he was using it mid-fight to kind of catch up to CFU and pick off stragglers. But again, it's the same issue, the same hurdle that NIP Flash needs to get over from the series we watched just now. Or actually, no, the first one, when there was a Bruno on the other end, is how do you reach the Bruno, right? And NIP Flash at one point just didn't have the reach to get to Sing.
And even when they did, he had the Purify, right? He had the possibilities to still kind of get out of whatever the Tigreal brought, get out of maybe, you know, the get out of the proccing the
yin-yang.
That's not the duality. That's the name of the passive.
Yeah.
Getting out of the duality and just being able to continuously backstep. And the final cherry on that is that number 6 item, which didn't really come in until towards the end there. He gets the Wind of Nature, he's able to juggle it along with the Immortality, which gives him even more sustainability in these team fights to where he can actually pop off.
Yeah, but then as we went on a little bit longer, we started to see the strengths now of NIP Flash. Again, for CFU, they have a roam mid combo that shines with the micro pokes. But then for the side of NIP Flash is for the big wombo combos, and that's where they were able to get their victories. Although for better or for worse, let's focus on the combination of Courtesy and Hades with the low E diversion and the Spear of Alpha from Hades.
Yeah, and it's the Spear of Alpha is always a very good tool. If not for damage, it's for crowd control. But we also kind of talk about the emblem setup a little bit, where Hades decided to go for Assassin, so more of a glass cannon build, but he was still able to make it work in that early to mid phase when Courtesy is just bringing him around, getting these pickoffs on the key targets like the Bruno and the Suyo. But in that, when that late game started coming into play, it also, what we mentioned early on also came true, where this Valentina has a big ticket out, like the Tigre Implosion.
Yeah, and we started to see the Valentina take that a little bit more. Trex, do you agree with me here with what the Husky pointed out, the Assassin emblem of that Alpha? A little bit too greedy considering that he already did true damage?
I mean, I don't know, it worked out in the beginning, right? It's like the game was kind of in their hands for a while. I know you said it was back and forth, but for me, it felt like NIP Flash had that in the bag, but then it just got a little bit too far into it. And see if you found that moment, man. They found that moment.
As we look at the stats now, let's compare the damage of the, what we call the carries or the cores, the Granger on Vanix. Yeah. I think Granger and Bruno, I feel like this is going to be the main marksman matchup we're going to be seeing for the entirety of M6.
I feel like there's a high possibility because no teams really go out of their way to ban the Granger, but everyone looks at the Bruno. But we are also seeing the minor limitations of the Granger, right? Without the Depth Sonata, your range is slightly shorter than a Bruno with the Malefic Gun. At the same time, you always would hope that there's someone to finish the job that you started. So sure, Vanix did almost 130,000 in damage, but a lot of them were chip damage that didn't have anyone to clean it up.
Yeah. And then eventually it would have to be Hades or maybe even Courtesy to clean things up. Again, it's very surprising that the CFU got the victory here because if you look at the numbers alone, when you look at the damage distribution of NIP Flash, that looks like a team that won the game.
Yeah.
If you expose now, then suddenly the objectives, you realize why CFU was actually able to win it. It seems like with NIP Flash and all of the wombo combo, the rotations that they went for across the map, at the end of the day, they couldn't. It looks like they couldn't convert it into big, major objective pushes.
Yeah, I mean, when you have something like a high-low in your XP, you have a slower EXP laner, you have two tanks essentially on your team, you have Bruno who needs a few items to get there, you're gonna play a slower paced game, especially when you're up against Hades on an Alpha who wants to push the limit. You're up against this diversion that wants to push the limit. So I think CFU, I don't know if it went exactly as planned, but in the end, it went as planned.
As we now look at the two junglers, Detective and Hades, Trexer, was something that you were pointing out to us behind as the game was going on, just how important the role of the Suyo and Alpha was to bridge for their marksman?
Yeah, I mean, both teams really needed a bridge. Hades bridged perfectly, I think, in the early game, creating space, giving his team. I mean, we saw Vanix really popping off in the mid game, 0 deaths for a while there. But Detective as well held his own. And as you said, when you look at certain stats, it looks like NIP won out. But when we look at CFU, when we look at Detective here, his kill assist is on point. He's able to keep his team in the game. His jungle, his minion, his turtle and Lord overall. I mean, even though Detective maybe didn't look as flashy, he was holding his own throughout that game.
Yeah, and the times where CFU's Detective looked flashy, it was the times where it seemed like it was the perfect time for him to do that. It was, hey man, we need just a little bit more of a kill power to finish this off, and then here comes Detective with a Soul Sever to change the tides, to finally give a 100% sure win for CFU. And because of what he did as the jungler, his gold laner got to shine. Shin GG is the MVP.
Yeah, really got to shine. Plenty of close shave for seeing a lot of times. He was kind of just walking away with like 1% health, but he made it out alive. But at one point, I think also he changed how he positioned in these fights, right? He has Purified to get him out of tough situations, but CFU as a whole also started understanding how NIP Flash wants to fight. Diablo wants to sneak into the backline, JPL wants to get that big implosion, and Xing being able to stay out of reach just allowed him to keep dealing damage without NIP Flash being able to follow up.
I mean, the Malefic Gun, the Purify, and then the Quantum Charge just to give yourself even more movement in these fights.
Yes.
Just seems so disgusting on a Bruno. It just covers everything that Bruno is normally weak in, range, all those things. Now, taking a look at some of these replays at this time, this is what NIP had in the bag. Look, so many of their towers are still up. They bring down an inhibitor. They are in control of this. Zing, though, there, we're already starting to see the damage start to stack up, and now it's more. He's getting more aggressive. He's dashing in instead of away, but even that was not enough because NIP, look at Vanix in this play. I mean, like I said, it just felt like they had control of so much of this game until this fatal end.
Yeah, and OP also showing up right at the perfect time to get that kick, to get the knockups, the crowd control with the Cho, to make sure that NIP Flash's defense would struggle. It really looked like NIP Flash would be able to pull off a miracle here, but in the end, it's what we talked about, Detective setting things up for ShinGG and vice versa. They worked very well together. Bruno, Granger, that's what we're going to be looking out for here. And maybe it's because of the presence of these two. Despite the fall off of Suyo, teams are saying no, he still definitely has a spot in the current meta with what he brings to the table. And I think it's because of what he does to supplement Bruno's and Granger's. So a lot more now that we got to watch out for in terms of the picks. Any last other things that maybe you'd want to mention, Husky, about that previous game?
I think that previous game is a good demonstration of the diversity of Loyi. Even though NIP Flash didn't win that game, but there's a lot more options, a lot more avenues that you could kind of utilize with that diversion, right? Again, what BTK did was use it as a means of engage, but what NIP Flash did was not just to engage and pick up people, but also to kind of speed up the tempo mid-team fight, right? Something that I think it's a more advanced skill for Loyi that not many teams can master in a short while. But overall, you gotta watch out for Bruno, because I feel like right now he's probably the marksman, the prime marksman that could confidently go for Malefic Gun every single game and get the most out of it.
Trex, you think we're going to see an answer to this Bruno anytime soon? I mean, it's not undefeated, but it's clearly by far the standout pick with every game we've had.
You know, I think there's two options. I think so far what we saw was Bruno wins out in that late game. The past two games that we've seen him win, it's always been more in the later ends. So it's either you stomp early, or once you start getting to some of the big dog marksmen, I'm not going to drop any names, but you know, some of the people that people would say are the legendary marksmen of MLBB right now.
Yeah.
I think we might start seeing those get banned in the first phase. I think the hero pool is going to have to start growing deeper for a lot of them, because at some point in M6, those might get taken out.
Wow. The M6 Swiss stage really is filled with surprises. It is living up to the promise that we mentioned with introducing this new format for our World Championship. Coming up next, Team Spirit of EECA versus the new young kings of LATAM. What was once a region dominated by Brazil, now Argentina will tango with the rest of the world as they take on Team Spirit. I am low-key, now that I've talked about that little intro I did for them,
great.
I'm expecting a lot of action for this one. I feel like it's going to be another one of those brawl-heavy matchups.
It is the last of LATAM, right? And again, it's in the hands of Argentina rather than Brazil, so make him evolve. I feel like this could be another upset story that we've seen just like the past 3 games. But I'm looking at Team Spirit. I'm looking at the Bomba energy, right? I want the Bomba.
I don't know. There's something big to say about Argentina taking this. In the past, it was MPL Brazil. And over their past season, it has been combined to now MPL LATAM. And because of that, now Argentina comes out on top. What does this mean for the region as a total? And what does it mean for Maycom Evolve? It's definitely going to be high.
It's the stronghold of EECA versus the new evolution of Latin American MLBB, Maycam Evolve. I am excited for this upcoming match. Hopefully you are too. The M6 World Championship will be right back for the Swiss stage that has filled the MLBB esports scene with lots of surprises. And I'm pretty sure more are coming your way. See you in a bit. There's an old adage, to be the man, you gotta beat the man. Team Spirit has yet to be bested in their region, while for Maycam Evolve, they finally beat the man in RRQ Akira and are the new kings of Latin America. That is the mashup we are gonna be seeing for the 4th Swiss stage mashup. But of course, before all of that, experience the thrill of gaming in real life. Icadia's Gaming and Esports District. Every detail is a celebration of play and entertainment at Kidia Gaming. Many partners and sponsors here for M6 World Championship for making all of this possible. And to make analysis possible, of course, it's still us. We're not going anywhere. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. It's Husky and Trex. And we got into a very, not heated, but excited discussion with our fellow casters that this one, at this point, you're a Maycam believer now, Trex.
I am. You know, it's been a whole lot of upsets today. The possibilities are endless, and this is best of one Swiss stage for you. So, yeah, unless you guys vote for Maycam, then I won't.
Then you're going to go for Team Spirit. So, yes. Are you really going to go on that hill of whatever we predict, you're going to go against it?
I'll die on that hill.
All right, then.
I completely understand. I completely understand his sentiment because I've been 0-3 so far. All my predictions have gone out the window. But this one, I'm going to piggyback off of what Mirko said to us behind the scenes. He says that there is no way Spirit loses this. So I'm going to go with Spirit. And if Spirit does lose this, at least it's not me, it's the Merkers.
All right. So you're already starting to deflect a little bit of the potential happenings here. So again, in EECA, the region where Team Spirit are from, they have been on a tear. They've won 2 consecutive titles of the Continental Championship as Team Spirit, while Sawa and Sunset Lover, their longtime roam and mid duo, basically won all of it with 4. 2 of them coming from Deus Volt. So if you're just following MLBB Esports for the World Championships, Team Spirit are what Deus Volt were now. But on the other side, again, they just overthrew RRQ Akira's 2.5-year domination in Latin America. I'm talking about Maycam Evolve. The stage is set for them to shine, also for Team Spirit to take it to the next level. Husky, if you are Team Spirit, there's a young hotshot right in front of you. They are looking to pull off an upset in what has been so far a day of upsets. How do you stop that?
I think you just play off of, first of all, play off of the experience that you have. Stick to your identity, right? So far, we've been talking about more experienced team going for cheese pigs. I think scrap that. I'm now starting to believe in just play what you're comfortable with, play with that experience, play with discipline, right? Play with discipline and just overcome the young bloods, because so far the underdog story is looking pretty strong in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and Sawa, surprisingly enough, he actually shared the same sentiments as you said just now. Sawa, one of the longtime members of this squad, I feel like he is Mr. EECA. He is the region with how long he's been playing. And he does admit that it's not a big thing for him, that this is his 5th M-Series appearance already. He thinks his roster right now, this Team Spirit squad, is the best in the region. Now, this is time for them to prove that they can tangle with the rest of the world, because Deus Volt, after M5, put the region on the map. You feel like, Trex, that this Team Spirit roster might actually be able to go on an even deeper run. That means top 3, because Deus Volt finished M5 top 4.
They did finish M5 top 4, but then throughout the year, they had some rough standings in other international events. So we need them. If you're a TS fan, you want them to be back in that form. A little bit of a quote, though.
Yeah, he said here, Sawa, we can showcase our strengths and secure a good placement this M-Series. Based on what I've been hearing, Team Spirit are carrying that idea on their shoulders, that they finished M5 top 4 best teams, one of the top 4 best teams in the world. But now for M6, that means if they want to go past that, they have to make it into the top 3, maybe even be a grand finalist team. It is currently the best version of an EECA roster. That is what's coming out of Team Spirit. Now for Maycam Evolve, I feel like there's no pressure at all. You're in the world stage. You're the new kings of Latin. I feel like Latin America are looking at them and like, you know what, guys? Just do your best. we're not expecting you to make it top 5, top 4. No pressure. Just get the experience and bring it over to LATAM.
Yeah, I mean, usually some of the first-timers on the international stage will shares the same sentiment, right? Sort of like what we saw from the Mongols. They're just grateful to be here. And of course, we sort of talked to Aurora as well, the jungler from Maycam Evolve, and he said that, M6 is his redemption. They went through a lot of struggle last year, but he did make a promise to Mobazane that he would be at M6, and he kept his promise. This time he's here representing Argentina, and he wants the best placement for them.
It's all coming back now. Aurora's the guy who played YSS and mentioned Mobazane in an interview, and he kept that promise. I'm having the flashbacks right now.
Yeah.
We're end of movie flashbacks in my head.
Everything makes sense.
Everything makes sense now. The possibilities are endless.
Yeah, this is the YSS god of Latin America. He plays that YSS as if he is a meta pick, but no, that's just how special a jungler Aurora is. And now as we talk about the draft, as we head into it, YSS, if I'm Maycam, why not, right? Why the heck not?
Not.
Not?
Not.
Not?
Not?
No?
Not.
Why not?
I mean, yes.
Well, you say why yes, yes?
Why? Yeah. Why? Yes. Yes. Yes for YSS.
Okay. That makes sense. But why not? Why not, Trex?
I guess if you go into the comfort idea and it is comfortable, yeah, go for it. You need to have a composition that works with it. If there is a time in the past multiple years that it could be viable, this is definitely it. Since M3, we have not seen YSS in the meta, and it did just get a buff. It got a whole revamp at that. And I mean, it's definitely possible. It could be that cheese pick. It could be him. But I don't know if it's worth the risk.
What about you? You want to see the YSS.
I want to see it. It might not work, but I want to see it.
But do you need to see it?
Yeah, I'm a simple man. I need to see it.
Let's see if we'll see the YSS later pop up for Maycam Evolve, but let's talk a little bit more about the specific members of EEC Ace Team Spirit. Who do we want to focus on here?
Well, for me, I want to focus on Kid Bomba and Savo. Savo in the roam, Kid Bomba in XP, but we also got One Shot, the up-and-coming new jungler, and Hiko in the gold lane, Sunset Lover in the mid lane. For me, Kid Bomba has always had that special spot, and I think a lot of people's heart. Back in M5, he is that guy that is just go, go, go. I see a set, I go for it, and my team always follows up. That's sort of the model that allowed Team Spirit back then, Deus Vote, to end up in top 4. But I'm also a firm believer of sticking with the same roster, right? Now you got One Shot replacing Magister, Hiko replacing Carvey. The international performance has not been proven yet, and I hope this is that moment for them to prove that.
Let's look now at their opponents. Maycam Evolve are going to be a learning experience for a lot of global MLBB fans as we know more of this team. We have talked about Aurora, but is there anyone else there that you want to focus on, Trex?
I mean, we have Yurikotu in the gold lane, Super Nahuel in the roam, Feshin in the mid, Aurora in the jungle, and Marquino in the XP. And for me, it's going to be the same story as the past few teams I've covered. Jungle, EXP, roam. For EXP, you're up against Kid Bomba. You're up against an aggressive player that even if he loses in the beginning, he can come back in the mid. So Marquino needs to be able to keep up with that. And in terms of Aurora, we know he's got the attitude. He has the will to win. He got himself here. But can he take out the new hot shot, One Shot on Team Spirit?
Control the Bomba and try to simmer down the hot shot in One Shot for Team Spirit in Maycam Evolve. As we look at a new M-Chat, could you describe the players on the team? That was a question posed to Argentina's Max.
Yeah, and Max said Marquino is pretty funny, always stands out, though he loves sleeping.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Yer has grown a lot in the past year, becoming more focused.
Yep. Fashion likes to tease others, but is shy at first. Oh.
Yeah, and once Fashion warms up, he makes everyone laugh.
And Super Nahuel vibe is between Yer and Marquino, so somewhere in the middle of that.
Oh.
Well-balanced, a well-balanced team.
Well-balanced team.
Well-balanced. I feel like that speaks more a little bit more of a wild card, I don't see balance. I see what kind are we going to be getting today.
Ooh,
are we
it's like a box of chocolate, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Are you going to get the wild card, a Spitfire, that kind of thing? Or are you going to get someone like quiet and calm? Maybe we'll see it in the game, at the end of the draft.
We will. We will definitely
Will you get YSS or just
the game?
The meta junglers?
Yeah. Will you get YSS or yes?
Yes, for YSS or no. Shout out to everyone watching right now. Of course, this is the 4th series of the day. This is one team very familiar to not just MLBB Esports, but of course the global esports scene. A very well-known name in Team Spirit, but for Maycam Evolve, very new there. So for our Latin American fans, or maybe fans of Argentina and Maycam Evolve, share with the people in the comment section what you know about the team, so that everyone else around the world gets to know them better. Because yes, they were the Imperio Esports lineup from Wildcard that popped up, and they also at one point, they didn't go through the NTT7 route. But yeah, there's also a few members there who has international experience. I believe Marquinho. So Maycam Evolve, I feel like they have a good amount of experience internationally. Nothing compared to like Team Spirit, of course. But they might have enough to just cross them on over to the next stage of their evolution as competitors in the global scene. It's the draft now. Let's see. Again, the biggest question, is the YSS of Maycam Evolve actually going to come through?
We'll see. We will see. I mean, we're still halfway through unboxing this box of meta that we're in. We're pulling out the styrofoam peanuts right now. We'll see what else is in there. I don't know if the YSS is, but for Husky's sake, I hope so. Into the bans, though. Suyo is going to get banned out first here.
Louis as well. It's been a staple in that mid lane. 2 out of 3 games picked. But I do also want to see a bit of diversity in that gold lane. If Bruno makes it through, it's going to be a first phase pick for sure. It has been the same matchup in Go, in fact, for all past 3 games. Bruno into Granger.
Yeah. Real quick, we also have to mention that Maycam Evolve, they are used to playing under a Swiss format, as the MPL LATAM Season 2 was under that format. So this is nothing new for Maycam Evolve. That they just have to think of it as, just imagine we're playing at home, but against the world's best.
Another thing to mention about LATAM is, it is essentially the whole country playing. It is multiple different, or the whole continent playing with multiple countries.
Yes.
So it's essentially a small international.
Yeah.
They're very comfortable on big stages. They're very comfortable against multiple different regions. And yeah, so they should be ready for this.
Yeah. And they decide to go with Comfort, a very stable first pick. Nothing too crazy right now. They got the Gata Kacha. Again, the flex option is always available for that one. You'll just adjust it based on the matchup that you see.
Yeah, usually the Khalid Cho or Valentina +1 would be a response on the red side. We've seen, I think, Ofanar went for the Bruno as well in the first phase on red. See if that's going to be the case. So, Hylos Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, with the Suyo gone, the Alpha is one of the next best things to come up. The thing about the Cho is we don't really see Sawo on it that much. It's not a popular pick for him. But on the other hand, Kid Bomba can play it, so it could be something that we could see flexed over if...
Whoa! We get it. We get
Bow
it.
down to Husky.
Bow
down to Husky. Bow down to
Thank
Husky.
you, Aurora.
We got it. And you know, honestly, I was thinking that they wouldn't even consider it, because High Loss and Alpha, when I think about it, it's like, oh, would I want to be a YSS here? But apparently Aurora says, yes.
Yes. He says YSS.
Yes.
So where do we go from here, right? What does Team Spirit do? We saw Ruby Way earlier. Could be something that could be decent against a YSS. Also the Cho, any kind of real frontline CC that can catch him when he tries to dash in. You want to really try to hook him, hold him in for just a second, and take him out.
There's one that I can think of, actually 2, but one I prefer, either the Kaja or Franco. If you want suppression, right, that could be a choice. We've seen another option that the Mongols pulled up in the wildcards, which is the Baraz XP, although that one is a lot less favorite. But when you talk about long range, Beatrix is kind of the next in line after the Bruno.
As we look into the bans now for the second phase of Team Spirit, with them picking the Beatrix, they get to match Marksman for Marksman. You still have the picks of Fashion up in the air. Faramis is one of its noteworthy pickups, and honestly, with a team mid to late game team fighting comp with a double Marksman, YSS, and Bruno, Faramis would actually slot in very well with their lineup.
Throws the Cho ban though. On the EV side, they still need to ban out a possible roamer, possible EXP laner, and a mid laner. But they need a mid laner, so both teams kind of in this position right now where they have to think about what they're banning, and I think in more of a sense look for trades. And with Team Spirit getting the first pick after this second phase of bans, they kind of have an advantage.
One thing that Team Spirit can do is, oh no, excuse me, they already have the Alpha, so they're not going to be looking for a jungler. I almost got excited about that, but Let's see. They get creative with their EXP lane picks, honestly. They've shown that they are willing to consider heroes such as Akai in the EXP, even Belleric in the EXP lane, something that they showed up. But with Maycam Evolve, seeing that there is no 100% pick yet for Sawa, they took away the Matilda, one of his best.
Yeah. I mean, if you see that there are two marksmen on the enemy side, and you know both of them are relatively short range, well, probably a Malefic Gun for Bruno. Big setter like a Terizla could be considered as well if you're Kid Bomba, since there is still that high loss flex on up in the air. Though a wild one would be the Savo Diggy. I know I'm asking for too much. You know, we've already got YSS, but
I think since Team Spirit is banning out roamers right now and willing to go head-to-head with all the roam bans, I think they're showing that this Hylos is most likely staying roam. I think at this point it's EXP lane for both sides, but I think they hold that EXP lane until last pick to try to maybe get some counterplay in there. So mid laner coming up is my guess, and they go for the Valentina.
All right. Now for Maycam, Aurora slots into their lineup incredibly well with the high loss, the alpha, with how close range Valentina would get. That just means you're going to be giving the Frigate Glacier to the Valentina of Team Spirit, but at this point I take it. Good amounts of crowd control. You don't need to chase damage for your mid laner. You already have lots of damage with the YSS and Bruno. You just need to help set up that damage.
It's all about the utility, right? Again, you talk about the Faramis, that could be an option too, but I personally would prefer a bit more control, so the Aurora looks quite nice for Maycam.
What was that?
That's
Aurora. That's Aurora.
Aurora?
The KOF.
That's a KOF skin.
That's a KOF skin. I was like, what is that noise?
Yeah. Every time I hear that, I'm always thinking Kagura. Oh wait, no. It's a be Aurora.
Aurora.
Yeah, and Phoveus is there. Phoveus. Interesting. Maybe because Team Spirit doesn't. No, but into the Alpha and the Beatrix, Phoveus might actually be quite sad here.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. It's a frontliner. I think you can go toe-to-toe at least with Hylos, but the problem is I think when you're up against the Hylos, you want to try to, your advantage is the rotation because it's he's a slow hero. So if you can outspeed, that's the goal. But you kind of lose that picking up the Phoveus. So, but you still get this box. You get a nice protection for YSS. You get a nice protection for Aurora and Bruno. Last pick, Glue for the side of TS.
All right, real quick, how are we feeling about the draft? Maybe the biggest question mark for me right now is the Phoveus of Maycam Evolve, and Team Spirit looks like they wanted that Glue because Kid Bomba, he was calling the shots at the end of that draft.
Yeah, I think you got to be able to peel away from the front line from TS.
All right, let's toss it over back to Brigida and Mirko to call game number 4 of today.
We're nearly halfway through the first round of the Swiss stage, and I must say, we're seeing quite a pattern happen for the first few matches. I don't know anymore what to expect for this upcoming match.
It's been a route full of upsets, right? In day number 1 of Swiss stage, and to be fair, we kind of expected best of ones to be bombastic, volatile. I think we've gotten more than our fair share of volatile or volatility. But then we see Maycam Evolve. No, we haven't had enough. It's time for Aurora to make his debut on M6 on a Yisun Shin.
I think this is way more than innovative, but we're about to head into game number 4 between the former M5 Dark Horse and the new gem of Latam. So let's see who will be taking the upper hand this time around, or will the upset still proceed to happen for the 4th series in a row?
Let's see if the volatility continues here with the picks as well, man. Aurora, I would love to see more picks like this. Just signature picks all around for all you guys to get. But there's something signature that you guys can get too. It's the M6 Pass that's available from the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December. Go get it right now, boys, because you guys can actually complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free.
Yep, you get a lot of amazing rewards. You get Flood's Battle Emote, M6 Glory Avatar Border, a lot in store for you, and even the Prime skins, of course. You don't want to miss that. And the figurine. Like, you saw it in the panel area. If you haven't, just check it later on. But there's a Claude figurine you could also claim for yourself if ever you reach the maximum level. So now we're heading back into Maycam Evolve versus Team Spirit. Another thing I like to bring up was how you mentioned the trend of the teams who were put in the blue side, right?
Yeah.
And right now it's Maycam Evolve who's also on the blue side.
Hey man, they have a lot of things against them. Like Spirit, they're on red side, 0% win rate. They're also against the Mirror Curse somehow. So I don't know, man. It's a tough job for them, especially because right now Aurora is doing a good job at farming, and super not well with Marquinhos we were looking at these picks, we were thinking about, all right, how are they going to set up for the Yi Sun-shin? It's so far been get Prio in lane, rotate over to give space for Mr. Aurora.
Yep, farming has been the focus for the first few minutes of a Maycom Evolve, and I'm not entirely sure if you'd want to let them freely do that if you were Team Spirit. At least I'd expect some sort of disruption coming in from their side, especially with the glue in their hand, so I'm assuming that we're bound to see a very chaotic team fight take place later on, but it seems like Maycom Evolve, they're really sticking with that idea. They just want to go for the farming in the early stages of the game, and so they'll just let Team Spirit take the early objectives for themselves.
It's the calm before the storm. We're going to have a lot of calmness in the early game.
Right.
Team Spirit, they have such a massive advantage when it comes to just neutral objectives, right? That's an alpha, they have the glue, the Hylos. So, Prio, for sure. For Maycom Evolve, they got a Yi Sun-shin, so it's all really about farming for him. So as long as Nahuel is able to get some space for Aurora, and as long as Aurora continues to farm this way, I think Maycom Evolve are actually pretty happy with the trades. Turtle for farm.
Yep. Could this be potentially the game where we find our first blood, the longest
first blood?
First blood? I don't know, because we're seeing the tempo being very, very slow, and these teams are just being very, very patient. So it's not impossible that they don't really choose to go for a team fight, not unless Kid Bomba, you know, Kid Bomba, but Maycom Evolve, they're just really avoidant of all the team fights in the early stages of the game.
That's a first item Melfic gun for Hiko. Marquinhos walking up, Kid Bomba with flicker, slap, pass, finding them back. Session still able to flicker out to safety with the Frigid Glacier to stun Kid Bomba down. But there will not be a full initiation. Hiko will get the double wave in the mid lane, shoving it in and getting a few good shots onto the turret.
Yeah, so Team Spirit, they have their own ways of also making sure that they get the necessary farm. And you're right, they get the Malefic gun priority here for Hiko, but Yurikotsu really just wants to go for all that sustain and that potential extended or long team fights we might be seeing later on, because as we're seeing it right now, nothing's really happening just yet between these two teams. So like, I'm starting to believe this might really be the longest game before we see our first blood.
I think that's fair, you know, this is the battle of farm so far. I mean, for Maycom Evolve it is. For Team Spirit, it's all about just playing their game too. It's neutral objective control, waiting for the mid-game power spike, and maybe that's why Hiko went for Melfic gun. He just wants to clear the way faster with more range. Yeah, you can actually be in a safer distance when you actually go for the shot. So Prio over the Turtle for Team Spirit. Hiko's already on it. He's the one leashing the Turtle. One shot will be able to just take it away. They don't even need to go for the Retribution. But they're not going to be able to use the Retribution to invade anyways. Maycom Evolve have already cleared out the entire top side of the jungle.
And I'm wondering, what are the trades that are in mind for Maycom Evolve? Like, what are their plans heading into the next few minutes of this game? Because they haven't been really getting the trades. They haven't been really contesting these objectives. But this might be the first attempt towards an engage for both sides. Bennett's Rage also committed. But then the only priority for Maycom Evolve is to defend, and this is the trade that we're probably talking about.
This is why he went for the Melfic gun. It's all about getting the shots outside of turret range. Aurora getting a lot of gold though in the bottom lane. That was a trade-off. Spirit still has the gold lead, so it's not really that massive, but man, the sieging potential on Hiko, he's not stopping.
No way. Like, could this be a better way to brute force our way in? But Aurora! So, okay, 5 minutes in.
Clock it in.
We get our first blood.
First blood in 5 minutes. Clock it in. I don't know if that's the longest first blood in M6. It probably is, right? At M6 so far, but in all-time M series, we'll have to check again. Team Spirit are doing a good job. They punish Aurora somehow. I think that was a split.
Oh no,
Rage! Fashion loses the passive instantly. Sawo has revitalized. The Mountain Shocker comes down, but Team Spirit, it just tickles them. One shot. The orange buff was to secure the... the Mountain Shocker secured the orange buff. I think Aurora got it with the ult.
He still got it. And
W-mans, I guess.
He didn't use his retribution either way, but could this mean that Maycom Evolve, they're just really trying to wait for those potential counter engages that they'll be doing up against Team Spirit? Because I think we slowly have to acknowledge that Team Spirit, they're really trying to play this aggressively. They know that farming is the idea for Maycom Evolve, but as you've mentioned, it seems like there's just this abuse of the Malefic gun that's happening right now. This tier 1 turret might just fall down, but then... Okay, the damage is also there. Forces out the Revitalize.
We saw the Granger versus Bruno. Now we're seeing Hiko on the Beatrix just go for turrets. Go for turrets, man, with the Melfic gun. Turtle number 3 will spawn in the game. 3,000 gold lead in 1 kill.
Yep. That's a super fast wave clear we're seeing also. And they might just continuously transition from one thing to another.
The double snipe landing, Fashion will fall. And Sunset Lover is the one who picks up the kills. He steals away the Frigid Glacier. And all in that time, Spirit was able to get one shot over to the Turtle to solo it. Now it's a 1-level lead for one shot, and we can finally see the goal difference. 1.7k on Hiko.
No way.
That's the range advantage.
And if Team Spirit just continue with this, they're gradually going to decrease the areas where Makeup Evolve can look for their farm, and that's not going to be a good sign. Definitely not going to be a good sign if that's the entire idea, or if they just really want to hold everything out until the moment they know they're capable of fighting. Because Team Spirit, it seems like they're also very disciplined with whichever kinds of team fights they try to look after in terms of this point of the game. So they seem like they really want to force this mid lane turret. Will they attempt? Okay, that's still the defense from Makeup Evolve.
Literally a pure siege. Spirit just they're playing with their catapult. Hiko is the catapult to their siege. Everybody else is just posturing up. They're letting Hiko throw those catapults down and slowly but surely tear down the castle of Makeup Evolve. And so far, the king of Makeup Evolve in this metaphor, Aurora, I don't think he's at a point of is this power spike War Axe? I don't think so. I don't think it's enough just yet to go for fights.
Yep, and he's 2 levels behind of one shot.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things to consider for Makeup Evolve. Clearly, trades might be the way to go for them, but Team Spirit, they really want this mid lane control.
Fashions already gonna be cut off there. AOG, great usage of the split, and Bamba just flickers out. Hiko, catapult, keeps on catapulting. Look at that. A lot of the boulders coming down. Ooh, Yurokatsu toned away. And it's all about hitting it right now. Hitting the turret slowly but surely. Hiko, you're gonna get it one day. 1, 2, 3. There you go.
I mean, shouldn't be such an easy task for like Team Spirit. I mean, there have been adjustments to turrets recently. They really increased like the turret defense whenever there aren't any enemy minions within range. But then Team Spirit, they just constantly force these objectives. I don't think it's even considered as converting objectives because they're just forcing the objectives.
They're just sieging it out. Now it's another neutral objective. It's a clean game for Team Spirit. 2-0, full control around the map. One Shot might actually live up to his name here. He's 3 levels ahead. He might be able to one-shot Aurora by the end of the game. It's a crazy lead. And Yurokotsu, I don't think he could actually melt down anyone right now, right? He still has to wait for a few more items. Not even Berserker's Fury yet. So they're getting suffocated really hard right now, just from the siege potential.
Yeah, and they might no longer be able to take hold of these buffs, not unless they really try and help Aurora, but there's the Avatar of the Garden.
Sunset Lover got caught there by the stun of the Eastern Shin. That's going to be a trade 1-for-1. Marquinhos falling super Nahuel though. You already used the AOG earlier. Kid Bamba able to zone them away. What was that? Hiko just shot him down with a Bennett. Crazy range. It's a sniper at this point.
And it feels like it just goes out so fast. Like all of those bullets from Hiko, he was just spamming it onto the necessary targets, onto the turrets, onto the members who are just even slowed down a bit. And I think it works well, right? If Saul just uses the Glorious Pathway in such a way where it slows down the members of Makeup Evolve, that's just a lot more easier for Hiko to target them down, even using the Bennett. That's not usually the way you see the Beatrix trying to take on the targets. You want the more secure Nibiru or like even super close range. No.
Yurokotsu almost got 3-shotted. Hiko, you should have got Sky Piercer, man. That would have been a kill. That's 1 stack down. 2 shots got him that low, man.
Oh no, this is a 10k gold lead. Almost a 10k gold lead.
They gotta go in. Hiko pops into Bennett's range. He's a bit too ahead for them to survive. And Sunset Lover's the one who picks up the kills. Oh, it's just nasty from Team Spirit. Now with a shot, he gets it. Threading the needle, Fashion. Oh, gonna escape. Sunset Lover will be punished by Yurokotsu. But the base turret in the bottom lane has fallen, and Team Spirit, they are showing no signs of stopping this ridiculous siege.
All I can say, Team Spirit, they're really setting records now for the first day of the Swiss stage, taking down 2 out of 3 inhibitor turrets in 11 minutes. And still, they have that respect for Makeup Evolve. They're not going to force things as much. There's clearly discipline from their side, and they're playing this in a really, really great manner. They're just so clean in terms of execution.
The execution has just been clinical from Team Spirit. They have This is literally a siege. You just starve your opponents to death, man. They can't even walk out their base. Finally, they get to. By the way, like, thank goodness they do, Aurora. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That's the Glitter's pathway to slow him down. Oh, it's the Spear of Alpha. It's not a one-shot, but, hey, it's Aurora down. That's a win for them. 3 seconds for the Lord, too. I don't know if Team Spirit even want to go for the Lord. They might just go for the end.
And that was the only time that they tried to go out for a bit, and it was not a great sight for them. Out of the Guardian knocks upon.
AOG to his demise. Down on the back line, Sawa just zoning them around. It's the Infernal Pursuit. Mahiko loves the Infernal Pursuit. That's the Bennett to deal with it. Look at the range. Yurakatsu zone, Feshin zone. Yurakatsu gets a kill. The horse is down. But can they keep this up? Feshin, does he have it? Now he goes walking up. He doesn't have the win of nature. The Spirit of Alpha comes down and Feshin just gets deleted. Aurora will be next. One shot is doing it in the back line, zoning the 2 marksmen away. And look at Hiko. He's just going for the damage onto the base without the minions even. The Bennett's Rage will be able to capture Yurakatsu. He walks into it. A quick game for Team Spirit as they just suffocated Mycom Evolve.
Ended the game in less than 13 minutes and set records for this day. It seems like Team Spirit really came into this series well prepared, and they're gonna celebrate that victory. They're gonna switch things up a bit for the first day of the Swiss stage.
Finally, we get a red side victory. Finally, we get a favorite victory. It's all been about the underdogs. But Team Spirit from EECA, they got it done. It was up against 2 Auroras, technically, you know?
Yeah.
Like the double Aurora setup. Aurora the hero, Aurora the player with the Yi Sun Shin. I thought it could work. I thought the volatility could work, you know, could maybe curveball their way to a win. Unfortunately, Spirit were so calm, so composed.
We're yet to see more from the new gem of Buildup. For now, let's break things down together with our panel.
After 3 straight surprises for the Swiss stage, suddenly here comes the stronghold of EECA saying, you know what, let's bring things a little bit more closer to the reality that we expected. Dominating from Team Spirit, the champions of EECA against Maycam Evolve. I'm a lot lost for words. I'm flabbergasted with how fast that was.
Yeah, I mean, dominating feels like an understatement. Right? It was a landslide. It felt like from the get-go, Team Spirit already got half the game, half their foot through the door. And when we just look at the first half of the game, it's pretty much confirmed that Team Spirit is going to walk away with a win.
Yeah, went from a big YS yes to a why no no. Please no no no.
Yeah, I think that's close to the mental inner monologue that we're going to be hearing from Aurora and Maycam Evolve. Hopefully we get to see them bounce back, but now it's time for Team Spirit's shining moment and interview on the stage.
One of the first fan favorites to win today. And of course, one of the fastest games also today. Now, first of all, Kid Bomba, how are you feeling about this win?
I mean, we were coming in to win it, so we knew that we were going to win, but we're just waiting for the rest of the matches now, waiting for our next opponent, and yeah.
Okay, now you're talking about your next opponent. Winning today, there will be a draw later on to determine who you guys will face tomorrow. If you could choose, based on the winners just now, who would you choose to meet tomorrow?
Only based on the winners? Maybe BTK or S2G.
Oh, okay. Now, Kid Bomba, we know you're new to Malaysia. How do you like Malaysia so far? How is the food? How are the people, the audiences, the hospitality?
I've been really liking Malaysia. It's like different from other countries in Southeast Asia. I think it's way more modern in my opinion. I really like Kuala Lumpur as a city, you know? It was great. Food's also been great at the hotel. Didn't really go out and eat.
So you love the food here so far?
Yeah.
Not too spicy for you?
No, I actually like spicy food.
Oh, okay. Maybe, you know, the people, the players can bring you to go eat more Malaysian food. I'm pretty sure you'll like that. Okay, now Kid Bomba, we know that you guys had an impressive run in the M4. Finishing, M5, sorry. Finishing number 4. I got the numbers mixed up. Now, in MSC, unfortunately, you guys had to end your journey early. Now, how did you guys prepare for M6 this time around, ensuring that you guys will actually last and hopefully even make it to the big stage, Axiata?
We came into the tournament to win it. We didn't really come, you know, to have a vacation. The mindset has been set from the start of MCC. Like, we have been scrimming not only a month for the boot camp, not only 2 months. We've been scrimming this whole time with the new roster. And every lose or every win that we had is just like a stepping stone to where we are now, and I hope that we can really show everybody this tournament what we are really made out of and perform even better than in M5, since I said that we'll come back stronger, and I want to hold my promise.
He wants to hold his promise to the fans. Okay, now just now, before the camera came to us, we were having a bit of a chat. Okay, now I said that, you know, they're one of the first fan favorites to win. And what did you say just now? You think who else was a fan favorite?
I thought CFU was the favorite again in the match. CFU versus NIP Flash. I thought CFU would win, you know, like top 1 Cambodia better than top 1 Singapore, but I guess because of the result in MSC 2024, I don't know, NIP Flash got like maybe overrated a little bit.
Oh, okay. Kid Bomba is spitting bars. Now, Kid Bomba, before we wrap up this interview, would you like to say anything to the fans? Because you are pretty a favorite in Malaysia.
Thank you for the support. I hope that in the next matches we'll keep playing better and better. This was just the first match, so just keep waiting for the rest. Trying to go 3-0. 4-0.
All right, thank you very much to Kid Bomba. And with that, let us show it over to the panel to break down what happened in this game. So, panel.
Thank you so much, Rose, and of course, Kid Bomba. Ever since M5 has become a revelation and become a fan favorite all around the world, not just in Southeast Asia, but yeah, Team Spirit. The more I think about that game, the more I realize I feel like it couldn't have gotten any better. You know what? I feel like that was it. That was the peak of that. Anything else past that could have been a crime at that point, you know?
You know, after that interview with Kid Bomba, I just want to bring back a classic from M5, actually post M5, where people start changing the IGN to Bomba and then your IGN.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, so we bring back the Bomba trend, Husky Bomba. That sounds pretty nice also, but I want to do that because of what he said, right? Like he said that he felt like the top 1 Singapore is overrated, and as a Malaysian, I can get behind it. So Kid Bomba, I'm now Bomba.
He is now Bomba. I like it. I'm not gonna lie, that game, there felt like there was some hacks going on, man. Like, that was just disgusting. Normally, after you push first Lord or you get all the way to inhibitors, you pull back. You freeze lanes. TS said, no, we're not freezing lanes. We have a Beatrix with a Malefic gun that can just take down your tower. So they just stood at their front door nonstop, chipping away at everything, and it was disgusting the way that when Renmar, you asked what the counter to the Bruno might be, and we might have just found it.
It's like Beatrix became a Bruno, but instead of kicking a football around, it's guns straight up, and 4 of them different. And yeah, the Malefic gun rush really changed everything. And even both marksmen decided to go for the roam boost at around 8 minutes, and I felt like that just made the scaling of Hiko even a bit more faster, because he kept getting assists, he kept getting kills, he kept adding more abilities to get gold for himself. It was that was tough. That was very, very tough for Maycam Evolve.
It was really tough if you are, you know, a supporter of Maycam Evolve in general, right? I think that first item Malefic Gun allow Hiko to essentially just shave off the entire co-plating of their first turret. And not to mention, from the draft onwards, the side lanes felt like it been won by Team Spirit, right? Glue into Phobius favors Kid Bomba any time of the day. For Hiko, he had to get the Malefic Gun first, and he went for the first item, and from that point onwards, Eurocoaster really couldn't do anything.
Yeah, that's a Master Assassin Beatrix first gun Malefic, first item Malefic Gun. That was Hiko going into this saying, yeah, I'm gonna destroy this Bruno in lane. And fun fact about Hiko, a lot of the coaches and players I've talked to who are a bit more familiar with this young man's game, they're saying this is a potential generational talent in the making.
Yeah, this is someone I've had my eyes on since before last MSC. When I watched their championships, I was looking at Hiko going, this kid right here, he's going to be a monster. He was only 16 or something like that when he went to MSC. He was young, and he still has so much room to improve, and who better to improve than with some veterans like Sabo, with some veterans like Sunset Lover behind you to help show you the ropes.
Yeah, and the stability that the Hylos and the Valentina brought together in this one, I feel like Team Spirit couldn't have had the game that they had if it wasn't for what Sawo and Sunset Lover did in the middle of the map to supplement their... Essentially, they were supplementing 3 winning areas. A winning gold, a winning XP, and a winning jungle.
Yeah, I think it's always great. Like, it's always great to be on a team where you don't have to worry about how do I stabilize the side lanes, right? If they're already winning by themselves, all you need to do is to take is to take that firepower and spill it into the side lane. We see them do that for Hiko. He breaks the top tier 1, and now it's Kid Bomba's turn, right? He starts moving out of his lane while Makino was trying to deal with the wave. Kid Bomba was joining fights.
You know, not only Kid Bomba, but Sunset Lover as well. I feel like he goes under the radar so much, but he had some great IMU steals with that Frigid Glacier, helping get some big plays off. Not only that, but in the beginning, he was first blood, he was second kill. Yep. He was able to really create space, use those Terrifies to make moments for the rest of the team. So I got to give it up to him because he is really kind of the backbone of this team at times.
Yes, Sunset Lover really, 4 M-Series appears? 3?
Yes.
A good amount. That man is an international legend, I feel like, at this point from EEC. And of course, the MVP is none other than Hiko. Again, we've talked about this. A young generational talent in the making. That is the words of coaches and players who are very familiar with how well this young man can play. Earlier this year, I even got to speak to Kid Bomba or hear a Kid Bomba talk about Hiko. He says, oh, he's really, really good.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's plugging his ears, but if he is, it's about blocking out the noise and just doing what you do best, right? I mean, 4-0 and 6 versus Beatrix, uncontested since first item. There really was no way that Mayhem Evolve could get close to Hiko. They tried once, but with a 10k gold deficit during a base defense, they just don't have the resources to beat Team Spirit and kind of repel that siege.
And as we talk a little bit more about Hiko, his success and his MVP performance is backed up by how fast the jungler of Team Spirit was able to hit level 15. 9 minutes and 47 seconds. That is 1 minute and 14 seconds faster than the previous record of 11:01. So this was speed for Team Spirit. It just went fast, and every time Mayhem Evolve looked like they could have countered, Husky, you told me something. If only they had just a little bit more gold, maybe.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just any little bit would have helped, because even that's when it's, you know, you're down bad. When you're down 10,000 gold, even if you get the perfect setup, the perfect wombo combo, it is not enough. And this is what I was talking about where Team Spirit, they're not ever pulling back. Normally a team, all right, let's play it smart, let's go back, let's steal, let's freeze lanes. No, we're just gonna hang out outside of your tower and take it down with Hiko.
And there we go, Team Spirit dominating. Kid Bomba has mentioned the thought of Team Spirit right now. They're just locked in. That is what in sports we call locked in right now. They're in a flow state of MLBB. And now as we head into the second set of matches for later into the day, maybe, just maybe, we'll start seeing the favorites win it all. But the next one is going to be a spicy one. It's Twisted Minds versus another Malaysian representative in Vamos. How are you feeling?
All right, this one I'm going to be real, right? This one I will be real. Like when we looked at S2G against SRG, I say that my faith is on SRG. This one, I'm with Vamos, but realistically, I think Twisted Mind have a really good chance of taking down Vamos, because Vamos as a team hasn't really evolved much. They just polished their playstyle, but in terms of branching out, we haven't really seen that, and I feel that might be the Achilles heel.
I don't know, man. I feel like this time, I'm gonna go with the favorite here. Ooh. So don't vote the same as me, all right? I think that Vamos really has a big chance. In the past, Malaysia has always been a king of best of ones, and maybe the big problem with SRG was they didn't cheese. Maybe Vamos needs to get back to their, Malaysian roots of M4 times and things like that, and just get crazy.
All right, let's see if Team Vamos will go crazy up against Twisted Minds, a team that, well, even in their own region, were expected to become champions, but they did. They became what was once brash and bold. They turned into humble kings. Now they're going up against a team that'd love to recall in your face. That is the next match for the M6 Swiss stage. Twisted Minds versus Vamos, Saudi Arabia, and MENA versus Malaysia. Again, it's Renmar here with Husky and Trex. We'll be right back. One team is a villain that has lived long enough to see itself become a hero yet again. The other team is a team that thrives and shines and enjoys being the anti-hero and the bad guy. It is Twisted Minds versus Vamos. Saudi Arabia versus Malaysia are the regions we're going to be seeing for this one. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. Still here with Husky and Trex. And gentlemen, you know what? I'm feeling it's panda time. I think it's panda time. Do we still have a panda on us?
I ate them all.
No, he ate them all.
You know what? Since you ate them all, tell them about Hello Panda and why you ate them all.
Well, you know, I've been really hungry. I've been really hungry because I've been carrying these two in Mobile Legends games for the past 2 weeks, or for the past 2 days.
No.
And I've been carrying them. My legs have been sore. So how do you stay fueled? You fuel your game with Hello Panda crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. The ultimate snack to keep you energized, level up your day. Visit Hello Panda's website for more.
Please, Husky, I think LaFell asked you to do this during Wildcards. Can you do it again? I'm pretty sure you know what we're talking about here. Go for it.
So the translation, right, is Hello 熊猫 Hello 熊猫它的饼干很好吃.
Thank you, Husky.
You're
there
welcome.
we go. I'm going to ask you to do that every single time we're on the panel together. No, don't worry, I'm not going to do that to you. But of course, thank you to Hello Panda. And for you, the viewer, there, you know there's a lot of things that you can join during the whole M6 rush. There is a chance for you to win Claude's new epic skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 epic painted skin, Light Seeker. So it's a painted version of her old M4 championship skin. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. So if you missed that 2 years ago, now is your time to come back to that. It's from November 18 to December 29, so you have a lot of time. Just play the game a lot and join in the draws. Now, it's time to talk about the next one. And this is the one that in the back of my head, I feel like could be another banger. Twisted Minds and the region of MENA has improved. Although the last time these two teams saw each other, it was MSC 2024. Vamos were under a different name. It was Homeboys, and they were able to defeat Twisted Minds 2-0 in the group stages of that tournament. So, is it going to be revenge or repeat?
I hope it's not revenge, because then we would have a 0-2 record for Malaysia on day one. I think, Vamos coming into this, they're pretty much the fan favorites, right? Like, on hindsight, Vamos should be able to take this, but since that it is a new era in the MENA region, I wouldn't put it past Twisted Minds to come up with some surprises.
Yeah. For Twisted Minds, though, something about this roster, I feel like this might be their best shot at going deeper in internationals. They are made up of the members of Triple Esports, which, throwback to M5 World Championship, it looked like they were going to take a game away from Prime Onyx Indonesia. That's how competitive a good amount of these members are, but we'll get more into their story later on. All I'm going to say is, they are a team of surprises, and they have a Medjay in their midst, a protector, an Egyptian one at that, in the jungle. So for you, Trex, heading up into M6, well, what are you willing to share about what you know about Twisted Minds and what to watch out for?
I mean, MENA in general has been a region, in all honesty, that has always come up a little bit short, right? They almost got the game. They almost got past top 8. They almost did this. They need to turn that almost into some actual wins, right? And this is their time. It's Swiss format, as we said in the beginning. This is a time for teams to show that it's no longer a group's fault. If you are good enough, you will make it to the top 8. Twisted Minds, we know Hoda, they moved him into the jungle position there during playoffs bracket of their championship, and it worked very well for them. It's what essentially won them their championship to get to this place that they are now. So I think they're in their best form right now, and if there's a time to win, it's definitely now.
Let's hear now from Coach Lyric, who has slowly become the GOAT coach in MENA, one of the greatest coach in MPL MENA history, with the championships and success that he's had in MPL MENA. So this is what he says. He did admit that MENA isn't exactly at the same level yet as Asia. And the challenge in MENA is that they don't have the opportunity to test their meta against Southeast Asian teams. They need to learn how to adapt quickly to how the meta works. Every season, he reminds his players that their goal is to prove themselves on the international stage. And this goes on with the theme that you've been saying, Trex, that they've always somewhat fallen short. Now, Twisted Minds are a different team. For those of you who don't know, in the season 5 of MPL MENA, before MSC, they were loud. They were beating everyone. They were called the Twisted Express with how fast they were winning games. And they said, yeah, we're going to win the championship. And then they didn't. They got humbled. Then in season 6, they were suddenly saying, no, I don't think we're going to win, but we're pretty good. And then suddenly they won. They went on that lower bracket run that you mentioned, Trex. So now that we know that about Twisted Minds, are there any similarities you feel like between them and Vamos?
I mean, what Twisted Minds were in Season 5 has been what Vamos is during Homeboys era and during Vamos era, right? Like loud and proud and just all about going fast and ending the game in the most dominant way as possible. And a big part of that is also because of their coach, Coach Pops, and he also has his own fair share of challenge. The biggest challenge for Vamos on the way to M6 is determining their strategic approach, whether to employ complex gameplay or stick to something similar. In his past team, he wasn't able to fully gauge the strengths and weaknesses of certain heroes, but now with thorough testing and analysis, they've identified their focus, and the challenge ahead is M6. This is the testing ground.
Yeah, their personalities may be a bit different, but right now, based off of the quotes from the coaches, I feel like there might be a little bit sense of finding their identity again, or evolving their identity even. So now we can get a little bit more deeper into the, how do we say this, deeper analysis. Considering that how we know Vamos to be, the one-dimensional aggression, that's not me taking something away from them. That's me acknowledging just how good they are with that aggression. If you're Twisted Minds, what do you do to counter that?
I think you have to do the same thing, right? Find your identity, because we've seen we're in a place in the meta right now where aggression can beat aggression. Passive, more rubber band playstyle can also beat aggression. We're in a place right now where the hero pools are very deep in all of the lanes, except maybe gold. That seems to be the tightest of picks right now.
Yeah.
But there's just a lot of opportunity to counter. You can actually pick something that maybe all of us thought wasn't super meta and still win with it. So I think Twisted Minds, they need to have their identity ready, because Vamos seems to be comfortable with what they want to play with.
Yeah, so let's dig a little bit deeper in terms of identity and share with you some stats about these two teams. So for Team Vamos, their average game time in MPL Malaysia Season 14 was 14 minutes and 22 seconds. While for Twisted Minds, 15 minutes and 35 seconds. It's a minute or so less, but I feel like these are two teams with the capability to end the game in less than 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think for Vamos, they've held records for multiple things, right? Fastest game, the most first bloods, the most Lord secures, the most 50-50 retribution wins, the highest global GPM, or right now second highest to Chibi with Nolan back in Season 13. But overall, for Vamos, true to the name, it's all about go, go, go. We go fast, go hard, end the game, and then call it a day.
Yeah. While for Twisted Minds are a little bit more methodical, and I agree with what you mentioned there earlier there, Trex, that they really have to go with this with a clear identity, with a clear idea of what they want to do. So, if you are Twisted Minds, then do you challenge heroes such as the Cho and the Matilda, the things that go fast, you take it for themselves? Do you ban it? Well, what should be the play here?
I mean, seeing as they also play some pretty fast games, right? I think they want to kind of move fast as well. Even though maybe they've cooled their egos, they can still be an aggressive team at that.
Yeah.
And I think that could definitely be the strategy coming in. Play for some of those fast-moving heroes, Matildas, Chos. We've seen it work very well, but also we've seen other picks work well too. So as long as they know what they're coming into this with and they're comfortable with that, they could definitely pull off the dub. But it's not going to be an easy one. I definitely think Vamos are the favorites here.
All right, let's go into the specifics now and look at the members of each team. For the side of Twisted Minds, it's Sano, Troll, Coffin, Sanji, and the Medjai, Hidden Pharaoh, Hoda.
All right, now taking a look at this, my eyes are all on Hoda here. Sanji as well, Troll, these are all names that we've gotten to know for a while now. They've had international experience multiple times, but for me, Hoda, him switching into this jungle spot, I'm ready to see what he has entail, right? Is this really comfortable with him? I didn't get to catch their championship, so I'm wondering, like, what was the real reason behind it?
Yeah.
Was it meta? Was it because assassins were popular? Was it that the team just worked better around him?
Yep.
I'm excited to see what he really brings to the table in this.
Yeah, and that is the biggest question we're going to be looking at. The guy who was labeled as the Twisted Savior because of his assassin playstyle, they were able to win the championship. But all right, come on, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, make some noise for Team Vamos!
And on Team Vamos' side, we got Nets in the gold lane, Zorn as the Roma, Warlord the mid lane, Chibi jungle, and Smooth as the XP laner. 4 out of 5 of them have won well, it's actually 3 out of 5 if you exclude Smooth and Nets have won a championship together back in season 12, in fact. So I think this lineup has been very, very comfortable with one another, especially when Smooth came in and the meta wasn't really his meta. He took some time to adjust to it. But eyes on Chibi, Zorn, and Warlord. They want to play as fast as possible. They want to disrespect their opponents. And the moment you waver is the moment Team Vamos wins.
Little fun fact that I want to share with this, and I just learned about this today. So apparently Zorn has a nickname, Raja Emote.
Yeah, Raja Emote, the Emote King.
The Emote King. So if you are Twisted Minds, Trex, you want to match that? Like, I mean, you mentioned earlier that they're more humbled, but they can be aggressive. Do you want to try to get into Zorn's head and, out-emote the Emote King?
I don't think you get into Zorn's head. I don't think there's really a getting into it. I think you either just play around it, you ignore it. You can play with it if you want, but I don't think you're getting into an attitude like that's head.
So they actually got they were able to ask Twisted Minds any thoughts going against Vamos. Hoda said he wanted to get their revenge, and look at what Tarzan said.
Yeah, we should practice our recalling so we can recall together.
Ooh, okay. So we might actually try to match that. This time we want to win because they keep defeating us. And, well, you got to agree with Hoda, Trex.
Not fun to lose.
Not fun.
Never fun to lose.
So I think at this point we're going to have to include a new stat line for the M6 Swiss stage. Recalls per second.
Yeah, recall counter, right?
Yeah.
Like the APM.
Yeah, the APM. I think we definitely have to show that now. We actually got to chat with Nets. Any food recommendations for your Filipino friends? Oh, okay. As a Filipino import playing in Malaysia, I recommend you guys to try... Oh, can you help me with that?
Well, he says as a Filipino import, he recommends people to try the nasi ayam kicap. It's not kicap, it's kicap. Kicap means soy sauce. So it's like chicken adobo. No, it's not ketchup. Not ketchup.
Right.
Kicap.
Ah, it's like chicken adobo. And thanks for the heart there, Nets. Nasi lemak and roti canai too. Yeah, I would back that up for sure. I know you love nasi lemak, Trex.
I do like nasi lemak. That was the first thing I had when I ate here. Very good. As for the beverage, though, they should try...
Iced lemon tea or teh limau ice, teh o limau ice, teh limau ice, depending on if you want sugar in it or not.
That's how you pronounce AIS, ice.
Ice, yeah, ice.
Like the ice,
like
ice cubes.
Like ice cubes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would explain a
It's
lot.
in Bahasa.
Cool.
I read that very differently.
Yeah, me too. So whatever happens this, I think after this Husky will treat us. Was that
teh o limau ice, teh limau ice.
Teh limau ice. All right, thank you, Husky, for the treat that you're gonna give us at the end of this day. Sorry for forcing that on you. Actually, no, I'm not. We want.
Yeah, I know.
We gotta stay cool because these games been hot.
It's been spicy. So Vamos versus Twisted Minds. Look, Vamos respecting the Matilda, and I know we still have room in the meta to actually rush Cho blue side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Very few teams have done it, but it is doable. Vamos actually did flex the Cho before back in MPL MY. It didn't go their way though. Smooth was uncomfortable at that point of time. But if they have practiced with it more, I think it's a very solid first pick for Vamos.
Yeah, and I think banning out the Matilda shows that that is definitely a possibility here, right? Taking away some movement for Twisted Minds and then bringing in some of their own. Hilda also getting banned out. Twisted Minds, last ban. Yeeve's still open. I think it's a major ban here.
Yeah.
All right. I would actually appreciate a long-range mage ban here, as you mentioned, Eve. I'd like to see that considered by Twisted Minds, but no teams would actually want to rush Eve. Surprisingly enough, though, it might be difficult what would follow after if you decide to pick Eve as one of the first 2 picks red side.
Yep.
Still could be counterable, but maybe something Twisted Minds would want to consider.
Yeah, and you look at Warlord's hero pool, it's actually very huge, right? If you want, he plays a lot of Valentina, but if you want more utility, there's always Faramis. If you want long range, he plays Farsa and Sicilian, which is one of the pocket picks that Vamos does go for.
Yeah, they go for the trade. They're going for the trade. So maybe give up Cho and get the Eve and something else, or give up the Eve and get the Cho and something else. Suyo still open. I mean, Suyo banned out. Alpha still open. Chip though. First big Chip.
And we got Chip. And Soren, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the first players to play it. Once it was available. Fun fact, by the way, happy birthday to Nets. It's his 20th birthday. IOI, round of applause and make some noise for Nets. Happy birthday, Nets!
So we get the birthday buff.
Birthday buff.
It's a birthday buff.
All right, next picks on the side of Twisted Minds here. Like we said, we got the Eve open, we got the Cho open, but now we have to think about this Chip and how we're going to deal with it. Do we go for the Lu Yin? Or do we just
match it?
Like big AoEs, you know?
Ruby would be a decent answer. Tigreal.
Yeah.
Something that once they're on you, you're ready for it.
Gato Gacha is also not that bad. You got Bruno with quote-unquote the Wally. It'd be an AoE as well. What is this? So Zorn claims he could recall 5,000 times if Moonton had a
in one match.
In one match, 5,000 times. So there's this running joke, right? There's this inside joke. We say that you know that Vamos respects you, the lesser they recall. The lesser Zorn recalls, the more respect he's giving to you.
My question to you, is it respect or fear?
Oh.
Don't
talk about fear.
But they did say respect.
Yeah, they did say respect.
They did say respect. Yeah. All right. So respect from Vamos to their opponents if we don't see Zorn recall a lot. But this first 3 picks doesn't show respect. It shows we're going to dominate you.
And those first 3 picks also, first time they've been picked today.
Yeah.
These are all new picks right now to the Swiss stage. We have not seen the Nolan, we have not seen the Harith, and we have not seen the Chip.
You're right.
Which is pretty cool. The fact that Vamos are coming in and already heavily switching things up. Even their bans with banning out the Matilda, just kind of showing the possibilities in the meta right now.
Especially that Nolan, right? It was what gave Chibi the record of the highest global GPM before Skylar overtook him last season. So he still plays number 2, and Nolan is one of the fastest clearing junglers in the entire game. You give him an inch, he will take a mile.
Yeah, everything about the first 3 picks of Vamos just say speed. We rotate and get around the map fast. We scale up our gold laner fast. Our jungler rotates fast. That for the side of Twisted Minds, it's now the question of can you actually match that? Because one of the reasons why Chip has been constantly banned, even though he did get nerfed, was with how difficult it makes for the opposing team to actually catch up and farm.
Yeah, there are very few heroes in the game that completely changes the dynamics of a team composition and how you play against it, right? Chip is one of them, thanks to the portal. He can bring his whole family with him if he wants with a shortcut. But Tilda is another one. So I think in this case, most teams that try to match the tempo of Vamos have unfortunately failed. But with Twisted Minds draft, it feels like you have to with the joy.
Yeah, I mean, with Twisted Minds draft right now, we're heavily leaning into mid-game right now, and they're going to have to be ready for the onslaught of Vamos that is heading at them at the level 4 spike for essentially all 3 of the first heroes they hit, right? Level 4 looks good on all of them. First turtle, second turtle looks good on all of them. Last ban coming in from the side of Vamos here. Is that Yves going to get taken out?
I'm thinking the same as well.
I feel like there's one pick that Vamos should consider banning. Not the Eve. Sicilian. Sicilian would be the best mid laner right now that could hold on. They banned an EXP laner.
They banned Phobius.
Okay,
I mean,
makes sense. Dashes.
Harith and Nolan. But Twisted Minds, this roster competed in IESF a few weeks back, and they play a very mean Sicilian around Cuffin. So I feel like they can replicate that and just accept that this early to mid game might not go their way and just turtle it out for the mid to late for when the Sicilian hits their power spikes.
Vamos can still continue to add more tempo, more nitro to the draft with like a Faramis, right? If you really want to go fast and hard, you want that extra layer, I think Faramis is also a decent shout. Of course, the Yves is still in the pool for Warlord if he wants to. This is kind of what we talk about behind the scenes, where Vamos is very one-dimensional, very linear, but they kept polishing on that, right? That's what they are known for. And right now, it doesn't help that base HP at level 1 has been reduced, so all these big ticket damage from Vamos can easily allow them to snowball.
Yeah, Trek, they need something tankier here in the EXP lane, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the glue earlier. We saw some possibilities. They could just go full in aggressive and pick up something like the Benedetta instead, you know? Instead of going tanky, they could just get crazy. I'm not completely against it. They go for the Khalid and the Edith, which is both solid. And there's those tanky heroes.
Is it Edith mid?
Is it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, wait.
It has
been Harith.
Oh, the Harith mid. I know Warlord has played Edith mid before back in Season 12.
Interesting.
He has done it before, so this could be that. It could be a throwback.
It could be the same idea of why glue mid became a thing at one point. Fast clear mid in the first wave, then invade right away with a Khalid mid.
Yeah, it could be Khalid mid, really.
Could be Khalid mid. And that's why, I like the last pick for the roam for Twisted Minds, because if ever they go full aggro, it's Warlord in the mid with a Khalid. The Tigreal and the Aurora might be able to stop that.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to remember, Khalid, one of the biggest damage dealers on level 1. If they throw that in the mid, it is dangerous.
Okay, what a draft between these two teams. Pure aggro by Vamos, but it seems like Twisted Minds might be able to counter. Bring it up, Mirko. Let's go.
Thank you so much to our panelists, and this seems by far the most unique draft we're about to see for today, right, Mirko?
Is it the most unique? We saw Yisun Shin, right? It's definitely unique. We saw Khalid in the mid lane, and you know what? This brings back to what my friend Husky from the panel said. If Indo is brawl meta, Vamos is hyper brawl. They like to go in for the fights in the early game. So I like it. I really like this extra aggression for Vamos, and Twisted Minds, it seems like they actually want to match that aggression.
If not match, they actually drafted a composition that responds well to all those potential aggressive plays that could be provided to us here by Team Vamos. So we're about to witness what might just happen between the Twisted Express and the anti-heroes, as they say. Still, we're about to see, this is Vamos versus Twisted Express.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Into the land of Dawn we go. Zorn on a signature pick. Warlord on a signature unique crazy pick. It's always with Warlord. He's the guy who played the Grok in the mid lane too.
Yeah.
Warlord just really likes going for these crazy picks, and it works for Vamos. The hyper aggression works so well for them.
I remember the moment wherein the patch suddenly decided to prevent all these early game invasions and say that no, you go aggressive, too aggressive in the first 2 minutes, you get like an increased, or at least the ally jungle, you get an increased defense and you like get less prone to these invades. But Team Vamos right now, that doesn't seem to be the plan just yet. They're really keen on doing these early game invades, but 4 members of Twisted Minds.
No, Sword with the flicker out. One last shot should do it. Troll faded in, forced to flicker as well. So it's a flicker for a flicker. Trades in battle spell.
I wonder when will the recall start coming in for Soren, honestly. As of now, we've just seen him forced to use the flicker and a very quick rotation from Twisted Minds as well. And I think this was also touched upon by our panel earlier. That's one thing you really have to take note of when it comes to the lineup of Twisted Minds. They can rotate really fast, and that might just pose a threat for Team Vamos, especially if they don't be as quick on their feet to actually set up the plays that they want to make.
Puffin now actually sent towards the XP lane.
Yep.
Vamos will be able to cut the lane here, so level 4 already for Smooth. Sanji, AOG Warlord will flicker out. That's an Earth Shadow connecting on the Troll, and also the Crash Course coming out. Smooth gonna be taken down, but Troll falls as well. Now the Frigid Glacier is a 3-man Raging Sandstorm. Hoda with the steal. The Magi just dashing in, retributioning, and now Warlord is stuck in a tough place. He does have the sand surfing thingamajiggy to get out though.
I mean, you would have thought like Warlord did such a great job in zoning the members of Twisted Minds, but like the most important member, he got through, he got past all that zoning, and he was just able to steal away the turtle from Team Vamos. So things are starting to look quite good for Twisted Minds, even though we're expecting a greater level of aggression from Team Vamos. I mean, they still have that presence of mind even to send Coffin towards the XP lane just to get that level 4 and that precise early game rotations, so they don't feel as reactive just yet, even though they really drafted in a way to respond to Team Vamos.
For those of you who don't know, this is why Hoda was given the nickname of Hold Up Troll, coming down that implosion and the electrifying beats. He does get the shortcut down, but it's not in time. But back to the point, Hoda, he was called the Twisted Savior after coming in middle of the season, actually into the playoffs, and getting Twisted Minds from barely making it to playoffs to winning the entire thing.
Yeah, this is the storyline that you really have to pay attention to for Twisted Minds. They have such a great storyline, but Warlord, I don't think oh, wait, will he?
Sandstorm, Sanji's chasing the 3 melee heroes are TC Warlord, and he gets away, just barely. Oh man, Warlord, you're a miracle worker.
I didn't think he would still survive all that. Those are 3 members, if I'm not mistaken, from Twisted Minds. But still, we're not seeing the successful plays coming just yet from Team Vamos, not unless...
I don't know if you want to be going in onto Hoda. Zorn caught an electrifying beats, can go in again, but Cuffin provides excellent peel there just by throwing out some ice, yo.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder, honestly. Wait, okay, we know Team Vamos to be a team who typically in the early game really plays around Zorn. The aggression that he does, the plays that he creates for his team, but we haven't seen successful plays just yet coming in from Zorn or led by Zorn. But wait, Raging Sandstorm.
Raging Sandstorm only on Sanji though, still able to sustain back up. GV wins the retry battle. Now as Hoda goes in with electrifying beats, but will be chased down by Nets, who dives in. Smooth shatters the earth, gets a kill, and Cuffin, his passive has been procced, and now it's a triple kill for Smooth. Troll in a 1v3 on a Tigreal. Not too sure he can survive this one, buddy. It's Warlord with a kill back, and Vamos with the momentum shift back towards them.
I think that was the wrong base. Troll and Coffin taken out here by Team Vamos. And finally, they find their way into the game. Things were completely different when Nets was finally able to join in. Like, they had a lot more damage on their side, and Smooth getting a triple kill. That's a really great sign right now for Team Vamos.
Very. Zorn gets the Crash Course down. Hoda's actually going in here.
Whoa, there you go.
There you go. That's a respect. That's a respect, right? How many respects was that? How many recalls did he go for? We'll get a counter.
4 and counting. 5,
4 and
6.
counting. 5 because he already recalled before Warlord. Raging Sandstorm. Oh, Troll gets the implosion. That was a combo. Frigid Glacier, Avatar of the Guardian. Chibi is down. Warlord might be next to the chopping block. He tries to run away as Sanji continues the chase, but will not be able to. Remember the Crash Course. Hoda clearing out the mid lane.
Yeah. It's not just the shortcut, the portals. Oh, wait.
That's a solo kill in the bottom lane.
What is happening? Nets. He's been performing really well so far. The only moment we saw him join the team fight, that was a huge advantage for Team Vamos. And now, in the laning, 1v1.
Ridiculous stuff from Nets, man. This guy in the lane on a Harith. It's just Nets, man. Sanji even here. Nets playing with angles, poking him down, popping him on force. He wants all the smoke. Waiting out the revitalize from Sanji.
Happy birthday, I guess.
Happy birthday. It's a great birthday gift to win in front of the home crowd, right?
And I mean, like, he's playing very aggressively, but wait.
Uh-oh, Chibi on the other hand, though, gets caught by the implosion of Troll. The timing could not have been worse for Vamos. 18 seconds he's down for, and the turtle is up.
Yep. They might just go for the trade instead towards the top lane, but Team Vamos, they're still not letting go of this turtle pit. They are trying to engage Twisted Mind, but oh no, wait, Hode's here.
Okay, comes in the electrifying beats. The shortcut comes down as well. The Earth Shadow will be able to get Troll and Sanji knocked up. That's a conceal backwards, smooth with the onward, and now the Primal Rat Troll. So able to survive. Meanwhile, on the back line, Sanji dealt with by the rest of Vamos. Even with Chibi down, the shortcut is there to provide help for the rest of the team.
Great timing and usage of the concealed Troll survives that, but still they lose Sanji in the process. And I think that was a very efficient game plan from Team Vamos. Smooth was able to shove the lanes or the waves high enough to be able to secure a tier 1 turret down on the top lane and eventually transition to this turtle fight. So they were still at an advantage, even though we thought that that death which happened onto Chibi would have costed them at least an objective. They were still able to get the upper hand.
It's all about understanding the resource game. And so far, Vamos has understood it really well. Even though Chibi, someone of high priority, got picked off, they know that the Flicker and Implosion, the only source of actual reliable catch, was already used up. So they were happy to just go in. Nets didn't even have to use Purify, right? So, and now it's a recall battle. We saw that from Zorn earlier. I don't know if Twisted Minds wants to, try to out-recall Zorn. That seems like an impossible task.
I mean, I think they were very vocal about wanting to do that. They really
do it though.
But can you? Like,
can you do it though?
At this point, Zorn just waiting for someone.
Ooh.
But wait, he gets spotted out.
He flickers over. Everything used up. The onward actually catching Cuffin. Oh no, he flickers out. The AOG coming down. Nets is going to be caught in the electrifying beats. And he will fall. Hoda in the midst of it all. Caught again. Chibi trading him back now as Troll goes in for the fight. Sano still free hitting. Smooth doing the same thing. Troll caught on the Crash Course. And now it's Chibi walking up the implosion. Finds two. Sanji with a taunt. And now the freeze. Gets Chibi down. Sanji with another. And the Bruno is still free hitting. That might just be Warlord falling down as well. But he's a bit too fast. The Turret though will take him down. And Sanji's the one who picks up a double.
Sano just went unnoticed during that entire team fight, and Troll able to preserve that implosion just at that moment when Chibi tried to go for an attempt to still proceed with the team fight. They were able to get the advantage and win that. So now, clearly, they're chasing, they're catching up towards the lead that Team Vamos has in their hands. They're gradually gaining access to these objectives, which earlier seemed inaccessible for them because Team Vamos, they were taking complete control of the map. And again, it's something you would expect. They have the chip in their hands and they're really quick to respond. So now we may potentially see like a closer team fight or a much more intense team fight towards this upcoming Lord.
Definitely, because for Twisted Minds, now we can finally see those power spike items being bought. It's a holy crystal done for Hoda.
Right.
If you were already respecting the damage from Hoda the last few fights, you gotta extra respect it now. The electrifying beats is going to burst you down. Troll going in, having a shortcut, Raging Sandstorm, the catch Hoda. The AOG comes down as well as Warlord, who picks him up in the midst of it all. That's Troll actually baiting it out so that the taunt comes in from Sanji and Sano gets the kill. So in the end, it's a 2-for-1. But Vamos did get the Lord, so it becomes equal.
Yeah, and there was an attempt from Troll. Clearly, he was able to look for the targets on the back lines here for Team Vamos, but he wasn't able to just pop the implosion as quickly. But even then, Warlord, he secures the door, but wait!
Oh no, Chibi's running away. Okay, he has the dashes. He gets away, but you can see the Holy Crystal damage.
I can see it. I can feel it.
Now you can see Net's Holy Crystal.
I wouldn't want to go near Hoda at this point. He's been making plays for Twisted Minds since earlier, but they might just lose a huge chunk of their map from this point onwards. Ooh, but Nets, those synchroficials are starting to hurt as well. Really have to respect that if you were Twisted Minds. But for now, I feel like the focus is really just taking out all of the outer turrets and possibly inner turrets. But wait.
Oh my god, Hoda just almost got picked up. Nets, he doesn't have to purify, dashes out of the stun. And he escapes, almost taking down the turret up top too. Sano, by the way. Now that's the power spike for the Bruno, the Malefic gun. Now he can shoot those balls from a longer range.
But I am feeling a different level of confidence from Nets today. I don't know if it's just the birthday buff in action, but he's even confident enough to take on Hoda really at this point, even despite the amount of damage we already see from Hoda. So we're looking at the goal differences right now, particularly significantly higher for Nets, as well as Smooth. Of course, he got the triple kill earlier and has had quite a great game as the XP lane here for Team Vamos, very participative in the team fights. So we're waiting, or we're looking at Twisted Minds just holding on to their defense. I think it's something possible. We've seen these kinds of compositions with the Joy as the jungle, really just look for the cross-map plays and then just relying on the Bruno to work on the defense. Their counter-engage potential is really up high as well. They have both the Avatar of the Guardian and the Implosion. So I think a lot of possibilities are out there for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I think you raise a good point. Twisted Minds, to add on to the point, they might actually do better as a reactive team. Like, they're pretty good as a proactive team, as an initiator, because obviously the combos are ridiculous. But if Vamos use their resources, say like the Zaman Force, then that's it, right? That's a window of opportunity for Twisted Minds. And Bruno doesn't really have a big ult like that. He just basic attacks, man. He just shoots the balls down, you know, just keeps on kicking. And as the Lord spawns in, I don't know, when it comes to poke, doesn't really seem like both of the teams have any poke. It's literally just a battle of who all-in's better.
It feels like it's just waiting for whoever commits first and gets out more successful from it. And it doesn't seem like poking will be the game plan here. Team Vamos, they have this option to just really wait for whoever might just show the top lane for Twisted Minds. But Twisted Minds, it seems like they made a decision. They collectively made a decision. They just really want to take on the team fights here, acknowledging the fact that there is that chance that Team Vamos might just play the macro game. And they're trying to play around with it right now. We're seeing like Chibi just showing himself towards the top lane. So if you were Twisted Minds, you wouldn't be as sure as well. If you wanted to like take on the Lord as early as now, you have very limited information regarding Team Vamos.
See whether they decide to actually go and control the Lord. Nolan has been spotted up top. What is the decision for Twisted Minds? Half HP on the Lord. It'll be resetted again, but no one's there to catch the wave up top. So getting a few hits. Chibi's rotating already. Sano's got to be very careful here. He's a marksman against that assassin. No one in nature. Meanwhile, Smooth notices that, goes in, now Raging Sandstorm, catching the Physical Glacier, catches two, and now it's Electrifying Beast that catches Nets! Sano gets the Rose Gold as he rotates over. Chibi's gonna be caught in the tough spot right now as Hoda continues the chase. Chibi, he's got Rose Gold down, but he gets taunted down! Chibi's one, Sano gets the ball down! And now the shove over to Warlord, who's able to take him down, but still, Hoda's on the chase. Immortality still intact for Warlord, and the Lord will just be the main focus of Twisted Minds. Zorn, what are you gonna do in that bush?
It seemed like it was set up for Team Vamos. Zorn just using the Y-Walk, positioning there, but then right now he might be the next target. Sano, will he make it? Zorn survives, but still the Lord. It goes into the hands of Twisted Minds.
Beautiful stuff from Twisted Minds. They've completely twisted Vamos minds in this game. The chip that was supposed to give them a macro advantage. They were all caught in the Frigid Glacier. The Purifies were baited out, and that's set up for the combos that followed through. And now it's getting real tough for Vamos. How do they defend? When it comes to defending, do they have good wave clear?
Yeah, and actually at this point, if you were to look at the items here, for Zorn, he really invested in that bleeding time, has the Radiant Armor, but what can he use in response to this gradually increasing damage output from Sano? They need to actually serve as a reliable front, but at this point in time, where we're starting to feel the damage come in, and where they're limited in terms of the plays that they can create, how reliable reliable with the defense from Team Vamos B, but we are seeing both GB and Warlord have different plans in mind.
He gets the implosion to shove two, baits out the Purify. The AOG will whiff. Tanji goes in for the taunt, sword in the back line now. Raging Sandstorm over to Cuffin. Let's see if he can power the Frigilation in time. No, he does not. Sano still kiting back. GB will be able to get trolled down. Sano still free hitting though. Zorn's gonna be taken very low. Hoda gets the kill, now chasing out the GB. He needs one last shot, Zorn. The conceal cancel and Sano gets the Mega. Now it is the mid lane that Twisted Minds set their sights to.
Oh no! Just when we thought Team Vamos had complete control, took advantage of that shortcut placement and the way that Chibi was able to force a reaction out of Hoda. Hoda just the same, uses the shortcut to quickly catch up to the team fight. And when we thought Team Vamos already had the advantage because again Hoda wasn't there, he just suddenly showed up and he shows up again!
That's Hoda! That's the Meta! With a solo kill as the AOG comes to aid him. Twisted Minds are reading through Vamos.
I cannot believe the mechanics we're seeing from Hoda. I don't think it's just the mechanics even. It's really the in-game presence, all of those decisions, those clutch decisions that he decides to go for in terms of like holding out everything for his team. And now Team Vamos, they really have to defend this.
Mid lane gonna be taken down. Hoda again with the electrifying beats, zoning them away. That is two big base turrets taken down. And now he has the Divine Glaive. Man, I thought he already had the Divine Glaive.
Oh, so that the earlier damage still didn't have that? And now, Twisted Minds, they're taking complete control of this game. It seems like they're just so unbothered about all those macro possibilities that can come in from Team Vamos. Like they just find their way to play around it, play through with it. They also get to take advantage of these opportunities themselves, like the shortcuts.
Oh my lord.
All those things. Eventually we find them favoring Twisted Minds. I don't think this is the kind of situation you want to be in if you're Team Vamos.
They don't have the macro advantage now. The wave in the bottom lane is actually shoved in by Twisted Minds, so they can actually make a move on the Lord. If Vamos shows nets there, Twisted Minds might go for the fight. Show with the implosion and the flicker. Now they're gonna go for the pickup onto Warlord. He will lose the immortality with the Vigilation, but that's a lot of resources. Burnt down Warlord, taken out mid-air with the Raging Sandstorm. That's the green light. Twisted Minds don't care. They wasted some resources. They want to go straight for the Lord.
And what a perfect time to engage in a team fight. Nets was far away, but now Zorn!
In the back, Hoda still able to kite away. Sano, one last hit is all he needs. Sanji gets the taunt, smack smooth into the ground. Chibi and Nets running for the hill. Sano gets the monster. Oh, the crit. Chibi gets the shielding for the rose gold. Twisted Minds. Now, do they want to end or do they want to Lord?
Oh no, Zorn and Chibi are the only ones remaining for Team Vamos. They need to hold this game, but how will they do that against 5 members of Twisted Minds?
Warlord is back off, the shortcut comes down with electrifying beats, deals with it. The Frigid Glacier used up, Warlord goes in with a Raging Sandstorm, catching Hoda, but only Hoda. The Winter Crown bot again, Chibi will fall, Warlord has the Winter Crown, he's swapping it in, but it's not going to be enough. Malaysia, once early, it was SRG, now it's Vamos. Twisted Minds with another upset victory.
The amount of teams stepping up, the amount of regions stepping up. What a day one it has been. It's not even over, but the amount of action, the amount of upsets. What a way to start the Swiss stage.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff.
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe my eyes. I honestly cannot believe my eyes. I want to check on the panel. What could they be thinking at this point in time?
Well, that's revenge for sure. That's Twisted Minds getting the revenge over what was once the Homeboys roster. They took it against Vamos, and that means in the very first day of the Swiss stages in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, both teams from MPL Malaysia are going down to the 0-1 column in Swiss.
I'm telling you, Malaysia's worst nightmare has come true, but it's also something that I tried to prep everyone, Malaysian or non-Malaysian fans. Before the game started, right, we talked about Vamos being a very linear team that kept on polishing what they're good at. We saw that happen right in front of our eyes. They kept sticking what what they're good at, which in the end bit them in the back. I'm speechless. I know I talk about the possibility of Twisted Minds taking the win, but to witness it happen is a completely different feeling.
I hate to say it, but I don't think that was the worst nightmare. I think both Malaysian teams facing against each other tomorrow could be the worst nightmare. I hate to say it, but that is a possibility now.
I mean, they'll still be later for the draw, but for now, MENA and Saudi Arabia can be very happy that Twisted Minds has taken down Team Vamos and have finally completed their revenge. A big win for Twisted Minds. I believe it's Coach Lyric with Rose.
A huge win for Twisted Mind. And right now, I'm with Coach Lyric. Coach, first of all, how are you feeling? An amazing win against the home ground heroes.
Masaya kasi hindi rin naman namin masyadong in-expect na mananalo kami. Pero para sa akin, magandang momentum to sa team. Especially galing kami sa MENA, hindi naman siguro lahat nag-expect na talagang may maganda yung mapapakita namin.
Okay, now he said that he's actually very happy with the win, although unexpected. As we all know, Twisted Mind is a MENA team, so they did not expect to bring such a huge surprise, winning their first Swiss round game. Okay, now, Coach, we know that back in MSC 2024, this lineup was one of the reasons why you guys went home. Now, is this game more of like a revenge, or did you guys actually do a lot of homework to know how well Vamos plays?
Actually, nakatulong din talaga yung kasi hindi lang siya dito sa MSC. Nung GOF din, kami din lagi yung so laging sila yung nakakalaban namin. So mas nanggigil yung mga player na baka this time kaya na namin mag-revenge.
I see. Now, Coach just said that actually them meeting in MSC did give a huge chunk of help because they eventually started to know how Team Vamos plays. And it's also not the first time meeting Vamos, so they are very confident that this time around his players has like an extra aggressiveness in trying to win and trying to secure their win against Vamos. And I think that played out really well. How was the preparation like this time around, Coach?
Medyo may pamilyar na kami sa hero nila, kaya ayun, medyo alam na namin yung kung ano yung ipipick namin, kung ano yung ipipick, may idea kami kung ano yung ipipick nila, kaya medyo nakapaghanda kami.
I see. He did say that they're actually more they're more aware on the heroes that Team Vamos usually plays, so they're more prepared coming into M6 this time around. Okay, now Coach, you just said just now that it is a surprise for you guys that MENA won. Now, as a coach, what are your opinions on MENA as a developing region in the MLBB scene?
Oo, tingin ko nasa process pa talaga kami ng development, especially malaking tulong din yung ibang team nag-i-import ng mga PH. So, kahit hindi kami nakaka-scream sa mga C-server, yung mga imports, nagdadala sila ng additional quality para mas mapaganda yung training environment sa MENA.
Okay, now he did say that MENA is still an up-and-coming region in the MLBB scene. However, with the help of imports, it does bring more quality over to MENA as they don't really scream with Southeast Asian teams. I'm pretty sure due to the server and whatnot, right? Okay, now Coach, tomorrow another round of Swiss round. Who are you guys excited to face if you could pick who you want to meet?
Siguro yung Team Spirit kasi nakalaban din namin sila sa MSC, tapos sana makakuha kami ng revenge din namin.
All right. Now you guys heard it from the man himself. If he could pick who he wants to meet tomorrow, it's going to be Team Spirit, as they also want to get their revenge after what happened in MSC 2024. Congratulations, Coach. Thank you very much. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Team Vamos.
A lot to break down, and surprisingly enough, the pick that we focused on, the chip, turned out to become one of the biggest reasons as to why Twisted Minds actually won here. Again, congratulations to Coach Lyric and the squad. Even they themselves admitted they were really looking into this for revenge. You know, they really wanted to get back at this squad squad that they faced off against multiple times in different internationals. We got your reaction a little bit, Trex. I'm sure there's a lot of interesting things you want to talk about the last one.
I mean, Twisted Minds, they came in clean. They knew their identity, and that identity was a snapback composition. They were able to hold themselves together until Bruno was online, until Hoda was online, and once they had the damage, they attacked, and they attacked well. Not to mention Troll also with some amazing implosions. They were able to buy enough time until they were able to get the dub, and I mean, just do it cleanly.
Yeah. So one of the key moments we want to discuss here is, again, the chip, the interaction between the portals of the chip from the shortcut and the Joy. Watch here as the Joy is actually going to go back to base to defend. This is the team fight where it really looked like Team Vamos was going to win it.
Yeah, up top. Keep an eye. We see he brings back Chibi, but he's not just bringing back Chibi. He brings back something horrible, and that is going to be Hoda in the back line. If you got to bring it back, go back, rewind the stream, because you can see it all in the mini-map. We didn't catch it on cam, but it was huge. All eyes were on Sano when it should have been on Hoda.
It was a complete nightmare, right? Imagine that the oversight, the hero that should have given you the macro advantage ended up becoming a macro disadvantage. You see, like, Hoda popped up right on top of Ness and completely just gave him a 10,000 volt treatment. And Ness really didn't have a good mid to late game despite crushing that early game.
Yeah, again, you use the right word there. He crushed the laning phase. He was doing so good. But then once Twisted Minds was able to get Sano out of lane, once they were able to slowly get a bit more kills on him, the net struggled in the team fighting. One of the focuses that you put on was in the Roman mid combo. And looking at it, the Tigreal and the Aurora together, Trex, they are so strong with punishing misengagements.
Yeah, and it's kind of like what I've been saying, like that stiff arm treatment, the ability to buy yourself time, and it goes so well with a team that needs some time. And not only just them, but Sanji too had some amazing AOGs to disengage fights or to punish the aggression that Vamos brought.
And that, it feels like now, as we saw the game, and even with the last big Tigreal, that might have been the game plan of Twisted Minds. You mentioned the very linear, hard-focused playstyle of Vamos. They just went for the counterpunch.
Even when you look at the emblems, the talents that they went for, right? You know, like the thrill for the adaptive damage, cooldown reduction is all about being able to go as fast as possible. But the problem is they play that late game as if it's the early game, right? It's all about going fast even when you're behind. And at one point, you just gotta know when to switch your gears.
Not only that, but once again, we're seeing that defensive emblem pop back up on the Bruno. And that's where we're seeing, even in that last fight, where we saw Hoda kind of make the counterplay, Sano was being focused on, but he was able to survive, able to keep sidestepping, purifying, buy enough time to where Hoda could get into the back line and attack.
My goodness, look at the damage difference between the Bruno and the Harith. Almost 50,000, 40,000. Math not my strongest suit, but yeah, 102,000 for the Bruno. I think that's the story of it all. That even though Vamos wanted to go fast, it seems like the tempo of it, weirdly enough, might not have been the best approach for a Harith. All that chaos meant that it reduced the chances that Twisted was under the Zaman Force.
Yeah, and at the same time, you look at Vamos' entire draft, you know, in the most bare-bone way, it's about moving forward, right? Like every single hero wants to move forward, and you're moving into an Aurora, into a Tigreal, into a Gatot Kacha. And sometimes this pesky Joy slips through and gives you an electric shock and you just disappear. And once they've expanded their ability and they couldn't get to Sano, there really isn't anything else that they could do.
And the MVP of the game, of course, is the Bruno. Sano. There was a season of MPL Mena earlier this year. It was called the Golden Season because of gold laners popping up and shining. Sano is one of the most talented and, dare I say, feared gold laners in Mena with how good he is. 7-1 and 8, I can see that.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've gotten to see gold laners really be the reason for so much in teams. And it's a nice place to be in the meta. And we're getting to a point now where teams can pop off if their gold laner can pop off. Twisted Mind's a team that a lot of people probably thought were going to lose this match. We're able to come out on top due to this Bruno, due to Hoda, due to Sano, and being able to just capitalize on that damage.
Honestly, as someone who spent a good amount of time in Saudi Arabia for this year, I'm very happy, honestly, to see this result because of the grind that the MENA region has to go through. Again, it's so difficult for them to improve because, as mentioned before, the scrims for them, it's tough. They're scrimming against each other, and it's imports that are helping raise the level there. But here comes a local hero, Insano, saying, all right, thanks for the setup. Let me finish the job here. And this was dare I say, it was a fun game, though. It was a fun game to watch. It was a fun game to cast because of just how chaotic it was in the best way possible.
Yeah, and you get to see kind of the polarizing, the contrast of both teams, right? Where Vamos is all about attacking, and Twisted Minds, they are just like Trex mentioned, giving them the stiff arm treatment, just peeling back and waiting for the right time. And so many opportunities that Hoda was able to find to hit that backline and supplement Sano once he got those items.
You know, Sano's spacing was amazing even before he got the Malefic gun. And then once he got that, it got even better. As we look at all these fights, we always see him kind of weaving back and forth, always getting those last hits on. Even this one, able to get that shot onto nets, able to clean things up and just playing the distance so well on that Bruno.
Even though with all the chaos and at some point Team Vamos held a 2 to 3K gold lead, I don't think Vamos got the game that they wanted. With the chip, with the Khalid in the mid lane, even in the first rotation, we are already talking amongst ourselves and saying, wait, that's not what they wanted to go for.
No. I think the worst case scenario literally happened in front of our eyes, right? If, like, we've seen this version of Vamos before when they were homeboys, they played like Edith mid, they even tried Terizla mid to go fast, but if you can't get the ball rolling, it will never roll when the game goes later, and we kind of saw the impact of that. Like, Warlock wasn't able to do too much because now he's not the backline mage that's providing utility and damage. He just becomes this guy that's riding on a magic carpet. If he gets a good Raging Sandstorm, that's great, but even if he gets it, he needs his team to follow up.
Well, Trex, what's the verdict now? Husky got to talk about Team Vamos' performance, but be the Twisted Minds advocate. What did you like about their performance there?
I mean, I think that, like I said, they found some identity in themselves for the first time. MENA is kind of pulling up and showing that maybe Swiss is for them. I think a lot of teams are going to like this format, the way they're able to move through, and getting these wins on day one is going to be huge in your momentum as you move forward. Twisted Minds showing that they have the potential to take down big regions, take down SEA regions, and we've been seeing that a lot today, it feels like.
Yeah.
So it's the rise of possibly Western regions right now.
Non-SEA teams. But of course, for the next matchup, we will return to Southeast Asia. It is Falcon Esports of Myanmar against a rival region in the Philippines of Aurora MLBB. After the performance of Burmese schools in the M2 World Championship, there have always been eyes on Myanmar as a region to pop off. Falcons has said they want to surpass the legacy of what Burmese schools did in M2. Of Aurora MLBB, a slightly newer team with a lot of familiar veteran faces. More on that coming up next as the M6 World Championship Swiss stage is now heading into its 6th match. Anything that you're excited for, gentlemen?
SEA has gone 0-3 so far. Just gonna put it out there, right? NIP Flash lost, SRG lost, Vamos lost.
You're right.
So we are not having a good day so far. Hopefully it changes with Rora, but at this point, all my predictions are gone. They tied out Merkel, but they let me lose, so maybe I'm the problem.
You're the true curse, apparently. It's the Huskers.
The Huskers.
The Huskers.
Huskers. Yeah.
It's not a good day for me either. I'm
Good
sorry,
day for me.
It's a good day for you. BTK won.
And he's happy.
And he's happy, yeah.
It's
Sorry,
all right.
SEA.
That's all right. So we'll give Husky a little bit more time to recover right now. So again, Renmar Santa Cruz here with Husky and Trex. We will be back, and when we do come back, it's Falcon of Myanmar versus Aurora MLBB of the Philippines.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Surprise! That's what we've been getting all throughout this day. That's what we wanted when we announced that it would be a Swiss stage for the M6 World Championship. And it has been insane. I cannot believe the results that we've had. S2G, BTK, CFU, Team Spirit, and Twisted Minds recently just defeating Vamos. Those are the winners we've had so far. Welcome back to the M6 World Championship. I'm Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. That's Husky. And Trex, Husky, good? Feeling better?
Feeling better.
All good?
Way better.
Trex, still happy, proud?
Still happy.
BTK won?
Yep.
All right. So now, by the way, with the M6 World Championship, you know, we got a lot of time here. So if you want a little bit more time with luxury, where it meets gaming, then you get Fairy's first M6 Swiss watches. I got the beautiful one right here. It's in green. Can we get like a little close on that? Yeah, look at that.
Makes your eyes almost look green.
Yeah, high quality. Really?
A little bit.
It's that beautiful. High quality materials right there. And they also have a special jewelry collection for Jushin and Mia. Gorgeous pieces and brand new champion rings and medals. So follow at A Fairy World on TikTok and their website for updates. So now here we are in the next set of matches for the M6 Swiss stage. We go back to Southeast Asia, as we mentioned. It's Falcon of Myanmar, Falcon Esports, and Aurora MLBB. Now, I wanted to ask you first, between these two, with PH versus Myanmar, what's the first team that pops into your head that you really want to look at?
I want to look at Falcons, right?
Yeah.
We've seen so much of Aurora, even though this is sort of their first season as an organization, but they've proven more than enough from the MPLPA circuit. But for Falcons, we've seen them here and there. We've seen some of the players, right? Some of the veterans, but now they get a chance to prove and test their mettle against Aurora. So for me, I want to see how far Myanmar has come and if this is their best chance to restore or surpass the legacy set by Burmese Ghouls.
Again, it's a rivalry that's been there since M2, the Philippines versus Myanmar. And in the past 2 to 3 years, Myanmar teams were actually unable to get the better of the Filipino teams. Falcon was defeated by both Falcon's AP Bren and Liquid Echo in MSC. Edward also even technically fought Falcon Esports during M4 group stage, albeit they were a different roster. Trex, again, this has been a day of surprises. I mean, just looking at it from a storytelling point, as much as it hurts the Filipino in me to say, since it's the Swiss stage and we've seen the results that we've seen, this might actually be the best time for Myanmar to get their revenge.
I mean, there seems to be this ongoing trend right now of teams that have kind of fallen off over the past year or two, coming back and winning some big games today. We haven't seen Falcons, we haven't seen Myanmar really do well since M4. They secured top 5 and 6. They tied with the Valley with top 5 and 6. And since then, it's been kind of a downhill slope. But this could be the chance. We just saw Twisted Minds win. We just saw BTK win. We've seen a lot of things. But they're going up against Aurora, right? They're going up against Edward. They're going up against legends of MLBB here. And if there's any of these teams that are going to have the toughest battle ahead of them, it is probably Falcon here.
Yeah, this might actually be a very closely and hotly contested series, or, well, again, best of one game. The good thing for Aurora MLBB is they actually see themselves as rookies. That's what they said heading into MPL Philippines Season 14. We are rookies. We may have MSC and world champions and contenders there, but we are rookies. As we look at Aurora MLBB and Falcon Esports during their ping test, brought to you by ROG. I want one.
I want one too, right? You gotta rock on with ROG, the Republic of Gamers.
Yeah. Thank you so much to ROG. Of course, the ROG Phone 9 is a beast of a machine. So, as a Burmese representative, I will give my all to represent my country. That's not me speaking, I'm quoting what Dax said. We will also try to make Falcon Esports more famous than the legacy of Burmese ghouls. Now, I feel like it's a good time to ask you, Trex, like, considering what BTK did back in M3, up until M6 with M4 and M5, you know those teams and organizations that you had flying for internationals. They wanted to surpass the legacy of what BTK did back in M3. How difficult is it actually to do? I mean, I'm sure you've gotten to talk to the boys over the years. Does that put so much pressure on your shoulders?
I think there's definitely some pressure, but it's also, depending on the type of player you are, drive and pressure can be good, right? Are you a player that has that dog in you, right? Does that pressure, do you feed off of that? Because that's what the best players do, I think. I think they're the ones that thrive under the pressure. They're the ones that when they hear the crowd yell, they don't shake, they get hyped, right? They get ready to go. So I think if Falcon Esports wants to do that, that's what they got to be ready to do today. They got to be able to bite down, dig down, and get real.
And that's what Dax said. So this is his first M series, and he said he's ready to face Aurora. Hell, even Falcon Esports, the members said, we want to face Filipino teams. We want to face against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We want to face off against Aurora. Now, that's the jungler for Falcon Esports. But I had a fun fact here that is shocking to me. Demon Kite is a legend in the global MLBB space, a local legend even here in Malaysia. Is it surprising to you that Demon Kite actually has never been in an M series, Husky?
It's pretty hard to believe, right? If you are just getting to know Demon Kite, you would think that, oh man, this guy should have been in an M series, way before. But him being here the first time is going to be a massive test of, like, if Demon Kite is really the Demon King. He has won MSC in Malaysia before 2022, and when he was in MPL MY, he also had hell of a season. It seems like Malaysia is sort of the second home for Demon Kite, so I want to see the second win that he can bring alongside Aurora.
Wait, you mentioned that Season 12 run. He was a regular season MVP, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
right?
he was. Like, one of the best junglers at that time. Him and Chibi had a rivalry going on, but everyone, even Chibi, had the famous line of Demon Kai, Separate Demon Kai. Who is Demon Kai? Well, I mean, there's a chance they might meet in the Swiss stage somewhere down the road, but Demon Kai definitely is one of the kings.
Yeah, that's who Demon Kite is. Again, a former MSC 2022 champion. All right, let's get on over to predictions. I'll say it right away. Don't want to lose my passport, and I want to be able to go home. Aurora MLBB 1-0, man.
Aurora, please. Demon Kite. Aurora.
I'm going to go with you guys this time. I am also voting for Aurora. Just a lot of monsters on the team.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about Demon Kite. I've been a big fan of him since RSG.
Yeah.
One of my favorite teams in PH for a while there with Nats, Demon Kite, the whole side. So I personally think he's one of the best junglers right now. But the thing about MPL PH is it's a hard region to get to M Series on, and that's probably why we haven't seen him at an M Series.
Yeah. For Aurora MLBB, though, I feel like there might be just a little bit teensy amount of pressure, even though a lot of people are expecting them to run away with this. Falcon Esports, I'm not going to deny the possibility that they might actually pull off a shocker here. So we have this thing in SPS, in between the MPL seasons, Myanmar and especially Falcon are one of the teams that we watch out for because they historically make us struggle, or at least if we're not going to lose to them, every game is like, oh no, don't tell me Philippines are going to lose to Myanmar here. That's going to be tough, man. This is a strong roster. The Falcon Esports squad is incredibly talented, and with a Filipino coach in their midst, in Coach RC, of course, but this young squad, so good. So let's get to meet them right now on your screens as we introduce to you to Falcon Esports of Myanmar. There they are. Here they are. It is Benny, Kid X, PX7, Dax, and Royal Milk.
Yeah, we've seen them during SPS. You know, Benny, it is the same exact roster back in SPS. We talk about Dax a lot as in the jungler, but for me, I'm looking at Benny and Kid X, kind of the roam gold lane duo. Benny has huge carry potential, and Kid X likes to get the gears rolling as early as possible. You give Benny a good game, we might get that premier gold laner experience once more, where he just ends up carrying the game and becomes the MVP. And I think that's what Falcon Esports is built off of, right? Like this aggressive approach, and wanting to surpass Burmese Gold's legacy isn't easy considering that they finished second in M2.
Yeah, they solidified themselves as the new Young Kings of Myanmar by defeating Mythic Seal to qualify for M6, made up of the previous generation of Falcon Esports players. But now here are their opponents, as Aurora MLBB.
Yes, Aurora MLBB. Domeng in the gold lane, Renny J as the roam, Yue in the mid, Demon Kite as the jungle, and Edward in the EXP. Now here's the real question, who do you not focus on this lineup? You know, if I have to pick a favorite, it is tough. Demon Kite in the jungle. For me, Edward in the EXP, one of the most proactive EXP laners I think the world has ever seen. But my eyes really have to be on Domeng because we know everyone on this team can play. And if there really is a quote-unquote rookie here, it's got to be Domeng. He is probably the only one that I think hasn't been to an international stage overall, MSC or M Series. Yeah. So he's the one that really has to show up and prove himself today.
All right, we got to chat with Demon Kite saying, welcome back to Malaysia. You want to read what Demon Kite replied, Husky?
Yeah, I feel great to be back in Malaysia. It feels very welcoming to be here, even though I'm not from here. And it feels like I've lived here for many, many years. Second home.
So you're right, second home here for Demon Kite. Fun fact about Aurora. If Falcon was the team that solidified themselves as the new Young Kings of Myanmar by defeating the previous Kings, Aurora, they eliminated the rosters and organizations of the past 4 M-Series champions in the MPLPH Season 14 playoffs. Echo/Team Liquid, Blacklist International, and Falcons AP Bren. That's who Aurora is.
They're Kingslayers.
They are Kingslayers, indeed.
I mean, Aurora, MLBB in general, the moment we saw that logo come up, the moment we heard the rumors of roster changes, of new teams coming in, there was hype. There was hype about this team in first season. Yes, these players, I mean, I don't care what they say, they're not rookies. We know these faces very well, but I like the attitude coming in. We're coming in fresh. We're coming in new. We're coming in with this nice, bright paint job ready to go.
I mean, you have Domeng, first international appearance, Demon Kai, first M-Series, Edward, 4th M-Series, right? You got the whole base covered, the whole spectrum. I remember when I first got early info about the potential Aurora roster, I was like, this team is going to show up on M-Series and make a blast, and I can't wait to see them get into the thick of it.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life? I literally invented one.
Tournament goes on as a series goes on, but this is a best of one. And this Falcon squad has played together for a considerable amount of time, longer compared to Aurora. And they have done their homework. They're respecting the Eve on the hands of Yue, and they're respecting the Hitman, the Matilda, the Heel Man, and of course, his signature Cho for Renegade.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play, right? We know how aggressive Renegade can be. We know what he can bring to the table, especially on the Matilda. We saw it back in M5 when he was on Blacklist, and even though they didn't win it all, he played amazingly on it. On the other hand, master the basics, making sure that they ban out this chip, ban out this Fanny, keeping things pretty simple overall, but look what's open. That's going to be Jushin open, first pick for Falcon if they want it.
All right, Jushin would be great, and they go ahead and pick it up, taking it away from the hands of Yue. First 2 picks for Aurora. What looks good here?
What looks good? I feel like for Aurora, there's always the... I was thinking of EB, forgot ban. I think Valentina. I mean, you always the Khalid, Gatot. Yeah. A lot of flex picks open for Aurora.
I like the Valentina.
And the Valentina, yeah. I think the Valentina would be a very solid
UA Valentina is a classic.
Yeah,
Cole classic right there. Cole classic. Paired up with like the Suyo or anything.
Yeah.
A nice EXP laner. Hylo's still open as well. Lots of possibilities there.
And remember, they can be very flexible for Demon Kite. If it's not using fighters, it can also be assassins. Yeah, they go ahead for the Suyo, and instead of the Valentina, they go ahead and pick up the Gatot Kacha for Renegade. Again, becoming a staple roam pick in the rest of the world and in the Philippines. While Falcon, they go for a power pick first 3 with Hylos and Bruno.
Now they're in a tight spot, right? Because they either lock in their mid and they get like the Valentina, or they lock in a gold now to deal with the Bruno, but if they don't pick, I mean, no matter what, they can't pick one of them, which means Falcon starts banning out some of those power plays here. And because, you know, the drafts aren't identical, like mirrored in a sense of laneage, it just kind of switches things up here. Rora, what do you think? Do we think mid or do we think gold right here? Or maybe even...
I just want reach.
Oh, yeah.
Reach. Oh, there's some reach.
A little bit.
There is some anti-dive also. I mean, like, you look at Falcon's first 3 picks, sort of already covers most of the bases, right? You have a good front line, good peel, good sustain, great range with both Zusin and Bruno. You kind of keep most heroes at an arm's length, not to mention, again, the Malefic Gun, which has been a hot topic today for Bruno. So either way, Falcons have this solid foundation already with the first 3 picks.
For the gold laners here, Trex, there's 2 that I'm looking at for the hands of Domeng. It is either the Beatrix, again, we dub him as the next standard, as of course, as a little shout out to Kelder as well, and how Domeng plays. But at the same time, he's actually proven to be a very reliable Clint player.
Oh yeah?
I think I've seen that. And Clint has had this weird place where, especially with a team that knows how to play the box like Aurora, is able to kind of hold around.
Yeah.
A Clint can just sit there and play safe, be protected by his team, and we already see the Suyo, we see the Gatot, we see an Aurora who can kind of stiff arm very well. It could definitely work here.
There's one thing that Falcon needs to consider banning, and it's... Oh, okay, they banned the Beatrix. They also have to take away the Edith of Edward. That has risen to be his most iconic pick, especially in the last season of MPL Philippines.
Yeah. Depending on where this Hylos goes as well, I think Edith overall is a very safe pick for the XP lane. I feel like Falcons might not focus on that too much. At least I don't see the need just yet. The Joy Band from Rora, again, trying to stop Dax. There's still Nolan, Hayabusa, Ling. Probably not Ling, but Nolan, Hayabusa still up in the pool for the Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha also still open for Falcon if they just want to go something. Oh, Alpha's banned out?
By Aurora.
By Aurora. Never mind. Correction. My bad. On the side of Falcon, though, I don't know if you ban out the Edith. I don't know if you ban out EXP, because the thing is Edward's pool is deep enough that it's like...
Might be too tough.
You know, it's like why do you even just let him have the Edith? Because he's going to pick up something else and still play amazing on it, right? And that's the thing about a best of 1 is you can't really adapt, right? It's not like we come into game 2, okay, yes, that hero was too much. We need to ban it out now. You kind of just have to ban what you ban, but they do. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Yeah. You got to respect it. So up next on the docket with the Phovius gone as well. Now, I mean, they can still go Khalid. Khalid got all together. It provides a space that we mentioned, and if ever they go for the protect the marksman style of lineup, it would be okay.
So Domain Moskov comes out. There's also the tank Benedetta that we saw. Like Edward can play that hero.
Oh yes.
First time Moskov today.
First time Moskov, yeah. We've seen the Tamus also. It was picked in a wild card, I believe, once.
So at this point, Falcon needing to wrap up their draft. They still need a jungler. They still need a EXP laner or roamer. Can definitely flex either way here. For jungle, you mentioned some assassin picks. Ling, Hayabusa. The Joy is gone, but it's definitely down. The Bane! And a Hilda.
Yeah, got let through.
Great pickup. The aggression that Falcon is showing, the team fighting, they want to control Aurora in multiple aspects, whether it's in the center of the map or in the team fight itself. The Aurora need to time their entries here. I think another frontliner is warranted. It cannot just be the Gatot.
The Tigreal. I mean, there is still the Renegade Tigreal. It is open.
Oh, that's true.
You could put Edward on the Gatot.
Okay, this might not be an Edward pick. That might actually be a Renegade pick that they're picking last.
Definitely a possibility. Overall, Falcon, I mean, you want to try to do something that can stop the forward pressing of Falcon here with the Hilda, with the Bane. At this point, they have a very, get in your face and just keep pressing in. And they are going to wrap it up with the Gwyn. Here's the question. Is it Rome? It is going over to Renegade, Rome, Gwyn. Now, we saw this a little bit in NACT. Shark actually picked this up, and it worked well. It was a nice cheese pick. Do you think it'll work well here?
I like it.
I like it too.
Yeah, good amount of control, good amount of combo. Let's see, this might be a much closer battle than we expected. Here's Miracone Brigada.
Thank you so much, panelists. I feel like in as early as the draft, it was already a very close fight which happened between two of these teams. It was a surprising pick on the Jushin, but the response showed to us by Aurora for their last pick. And Guinevere debuting on the first day of the M6.
That's new. So we get confirmation here. It is going to be Renegade on this Guinevere. We'll see how he's going to make this work. This is a pick that we've never seen before in M6, so it's another debut pick. We've just been rolling.
Yep.
The volatility of the drafts. Here it is.
Honestly, I want to throw all of my expectations out the window after all that has happened today. But how bright will the Northern Lights shine for tonight? They're going up against the Burmese Falcons. And we're down to the last 3 series for the first round of the Swiss stage. Let's see what happens between Aurora MLBB and Falcon Esports.
We're going to get straight into this jungle matchup. The Bane is something we actually haven't seen as well. You know, I think we saw a lot of it in our playoffs, but unfortunately in M6, wild card, and the last 4 matches, we haven't been able to actually see the Bane a lot. So Dax, it's already something new here from Falcon Esports. Benny on the Bruno, though, that's a signature pick. That's what he used in the Myanmar qualifiers, actually, to get through and to beat Mythic Seal. So I'm already expecting Benny to do wonders.
Yeah, and that's
Bruno.
Honestly the playstyle for Falcons Esports, right? They usually really want to funnel everything onto Benny, and this is a Bruno, so it's all the more reason for you to want to do that. But I'm really curious as to how Renegade will make use of this Guinevere. Like, what would be the ideal targeting? How particular could they be with the usage of this Guinevere? Is it really a pick-off-centric approach that they want to use? Oh, that's a Blade Surge, connects onto Kidex.
The spatial migration, that's a flicker from Yue. Unfortunately, unable to get the stun, but the damage is enough. Renegade picks up first blood for Aurora.
Oh, that's some early game presence Aurora MLBB is trying to show us here. Not even bothered by the presence of a Jushin trying to control the mid lane. Even the Hilda, I don't feel that Aurora MLBB is threatened by the presence of these early game heroes from Falcon Esports just yet. They're working really well together, and we're seeing a 4-man rotation as early as less than 2 minutes into this game.
Aurora doing Aurora things, you know? This is how they like to play the game. Renegade actually gonna be sent down below to soak in the wave, I believe. All right, that's an interesting one. Edward already level 4, clearing out the mid lane together with you as Royal Milk tries to poke him down, but I agree with you. It's not that much pressure that Hilda can assert right now, but Dax is on the turtle.
Yep.
No response as of yet. Demon Kite can be pressured down by Royal Milk. Oh, the Wilderness, power of the Wilderness as well as the Deadly Catch finds him. Dax has fed him into the sharks, and the turtle will go to him. Spatial migration with the Violent Requiem. Renegade gonna be caught now. Juicin picking him up. Renegade low, taken out again. Dax still surviving as Kidex zones you away. That's the peel from the Crimson Beacon. That's another Lantern Flare, and Edward is down. Falcon Esports starts off strong.
And I'm not entirely sure if it was the best decision to proceed with that turtle contest, knowing that Demon Kite was poked really low. We were talking about how Royal Milk and his presence wasn't really felt in the first few minutes of the game, but he just made a statement with how he was able to poke Demon Kite really low, and PX7 was ready to do the follow-up. He dealt enough damage as well, and Aurora MLBB were unsuccessful in taking that turtle.
Now it gets eerie. Now it gets real eerie, Brigida. We've been saying, you know, there's been a lot of upsets, but
I know.
it should change. You know, Aurora, we've been hearing the rumors. Sounds like they're a different team, but so far, you know, the early game has gone to Falcon Esports, and man, that was impressive stuff. They literally just played it so well. Dax forced him into that pit, got into the Deadly Catch. Demon Kite goes in for the stun. The damage, Frigid Glacier, the combo. Demon Kite shoots the arrow down, and PX7 gets caught in the mid lane.
All right. So gradually, they're taking steps towards regaining control of this game. Renegade, though, forces out the Purify from Benny. So now they're rotating towards the top lane. And honestly, I really agree with what you previously mentioned. If it's Aurora MLBB, you know that they're a team who really comes into every single game prepared. And I think that's the difference for day number 1. For day number 1, at least, you know who you're going up against. Because you can't say the same for the next coming days here in the Swiss stage. Like, at least for today, they know that Falcon Esports, they're a team who really wants to rely on team fights. And maybe that's why they prepared this much damage.
Great combo, amazing combo. Finding the kill onto Dax. He's taken down now. There's nothing Falcon Esports can do right now.
There's been great layering from Aurora MLBB. Whoa!
Spatial migration from Renegade. And it's instantly comboed with the Frigid Glacier. Now Royal Milk trying to run away, gets stunned up again. The glorious pathway to get him out. The 2 tanky members of Falcon Esports will be able to escape, actually going back into the fight. But it's not enough to even get Edward low.
You know, I honestly forgot that there was a thing. There was a spatial migration flicker combo that existed, and Renegade reminded us of that. He's actually been playing a really great early game in terms of applying the pressure against Falcon Esports and finding the targets, if not even finding the full pickoffs, forcing out some really important resources such as the Purify from Benny. So in as much as we wanted to see Falcon Esports really funnel everything into their gold laner, that doesn't seem to be the case right now. They're yet to get any conversions or anything out of the first few rotations.
Sky Piercer now ready for PX7. That's a first item, Sky Piercer.
For the Jushin?
Yeah, usually we see it as a second item, first item. Oh, Renegade. Oh, Spatial migration forward. Very close to Lantern Flare. Crimson Beacon forward on a Purify 2 as Edward peels for him. Renegade gets out. The glorious pathway was already baited down, and Falcon Esports won't be able to get a kill despite using 2 battle spells there.
Yep. So there are some attempts still from Aurora MLBB to try and look for the plays, but at this point probably they really want to go for the macro overall, the PX7.
Yeah, really good poke.
Okay. Alright. They want to go for the turrets at this point, but how could you do that? Look at where Royal Milk is actually. He already cleared out the waves from the topmost portion of Aurora MLBB, and he also finds Demon Kite in the mid lane. So we're seeing some really interesting rotations here from both Falcon Esports and Aurora MLBB.
Yep, good damage, Renegade. The Bush not gonna go for the spatial migration, knows that Aurora, the rest of them, wants to just recall. And now it becomes a game of chess, really. How do you set up for the next neutral objective? It's all about setup here. Aurora have ways. When they click, when they pull the trigger, it is an all-in, by the way, right? It's a combo that they need to commit to. So for Falcon Esports, it's all about how they can disengage from that combo,
and
if they can.
Yeah, and I'm honestly wondering about where actually is the global presence just yet? Like, where's the macro control from Aurora MLBB? Because Falcon Esports, they seem to be looking for the ways to deal with that, but now that as soon as I bring it up, Domeng responds with a tier 1 turret into the hands of Aurora MLBB, but Demon Kite though, Royal Milk, here he goes again, trying to pressure the jungler of Aurora MLBB.
Well played to Falcon Esports, staying decisive, knowing that Domeng wants to go into the weak side to play for the push. Now he'll recall, he'll hold some of the resources there. Oh, that was great from Domeng, taking the Spear of Destruction, PX7, escaping away from the spatial migration as Royal Milk is tanking a whole lot of damage with the Frigid Glacier. Will lock him down with the AOG. Now, they go back in. Benny is in the midst of it all. Pops in a Purify. Now kiting back as well. Demon Kite walking up and gets shut down. Benny is kiting away on the Bruno. And that's a double kill for him. Domeng making quick work of the turret in the mid lane. Will be able to get away. Now Spear of Misery to disengage.
The sustain was there for Benny. And honestly, the Soul Silver, the damage wasn't enough just yet. He wasn't really able to take out Benny, even though he really went for the chase. So now Falcon Esports, they're also able to look for the turrets for themselves.
Oh!
And that's some insane damage from the Crab Claw Cannon. I think it was also the exact same skill which took out one of the members of Aurora MLBB earlier in that previous clash.
Oh, that was a massive AoE for sure. On top of that, the gold crab as well over towards Dax. What does he have in his item build, man? It's a Lorax and a Brute Force Breastplate. It's not even like pure damage and he's doing that much. The Crab Claw Cannon, man. Something you have to definitely respect. Yeah, get to see the items here as well. Claw's Berserker's Fury, so already Power Spike, building towards the Malefic Gun. Already has the Fury Hammer, so okay, pretty fast for Mr. Benny.
Honestly, I think when they really go for the team fights, a lot of their skills really complement each other well. Like the worldy, the amount of defense that goes down for Aurora MLBB during the team fights, even Royal Milk, whenever he just goes in and looks for the targets and tries to go for some stats. So It might be a question for Aurora MLBB, especially if they're consistently unsuccessful in trying to take those slow pickoffs or those single targets from Falcon Esports for a moment, because we're seeing Falcon Esports really take advantage of the team fight so far. Not unless Aurora MLBB are able to layer their skills really well, because there were moments we've seen like really great layering. The Avatar of the Guardian and the Frigid Glacier, but Falcon Esports, they can just play around so much with their lineup. And now the Lord, who will get the Lord?
Oh, it's Doming with a Spear of Destruction all the way from top lane. Now Demon Kite running away. Benny getting the kill onto Edward. Renegade going to be stunned up as Doming takes the tier 2. How did he do that? How did he snipe it from downtown? Falcon though, they got a big win and the team fight is a 3-4-0. Only the Lord to Aurora.
It really seems like my macro is the plan for Aurora MLBB. Falcon Esports, they're going for the micro though. It's the complete opposite that we're seeing from their side. But Aurora MLBB, they're fortunate enough to get that Lord using the Spear of Destruction. What a well-timed Spear of Destruction. I mean, I couldn't even recall if they had enough vision or information regarding the Lord at the time, or it was just randomly thrown out there by Doming. Let's check it out here in the instant replay. I think they had some sort of idea. Edward was close enough to that Lord.
Oh
Doming
my goodness.
timed it so well.
Both of the junglers went for the prediction, right? They both of them just went in. So Demon Kite tapped it, Dax tapped it. It was a gamble at that point, and Doming won the gamble. The guy with, I mean, that was what are the odds on that, man? Doming shot it from so far, and the damage definitely doesn't, compare to the retribution, yet he got it.
Yep.
This man, now with the Lord, it's only the first Lord, so Falcon should still be able to defend this one. Cadex can be taunted up, the combo there as well. They're not going to commit fully onto that. The Holy Defense will be procced as well. And it will be Edward taken low. Great spatial migration onto BX7. The Spear of Destruction to the backline as BX7 goes in with the Crimson Beacon, and Royal Milk baits out the Frigid Glacier. No more fights.
But PX7, he was so careful. He didn't use the Purify at that moment. Not while he knew that he had all of his teammates around him and that the other damage dealers from Aurora MLBB weren't as close. So Renegade, he's been doing a great job in finding these targets, but then Falcon Esports, with this much pressure with their front lines, they're able to actually separate the members of Aurora MLBB really well. Like, they're trying to disrupt so much of their positioning, which I don't even know if Aurora MLBB wants to take on the team fights at this point. They've been working for the macro for the first few minutes, but could it be time that we see them actually engage in a 5v5 team fight? I mean, Doming is also here, but we're still 40 seconds away from the next Lord, and they seem really careful about the succeeding decisions that they're about to make.
And now it's a battle of scale, right? It's a scaling battle. So if we take a look at the item builds again, the Melfi gun's done. Falcon Esports have that power spike, and we know the Bruno.
Yep.
Well, it's been pretty good, man, that Bruno. 3 on the power spike though for Doming too, so should be all right from Doming. He should actually be the one for Aurora to actually, he's the X factor at this point, right? He's the main carry. Aurora, they need to utilize Doming, and Doming really needs to pop off here in the team fights, but also in the split pushes.
Yeah, he also has the Wind of Nature ready, just in case Falcon Esports finds a way to deal with him. But they're setting up for this upcoming Lord. They know where the members of Falcon Esports are coming from, but they're gradually making their way to the Lord pit. Who will be able to get this time?
Spatial migration already used up earlier. Revival as well. SOD did not connect now. BX7 gets the kill in the backline. Kidex is zoning them away. Dax wins the retry battle. Benny's going crazy. Doming able to escape. Benny frozen. But that's just Benny ice cold on the Bruno.
And Edward wasn't even able to cast his Avatar of the Guardian. Now it's Falcon Esports just making their way to Aurora MLBB and their base. They take down the mid lane inhibitor turret, and that's without the Lord. They still have the Lord. It's about to spawn, and Aurora MLBB, they have to defend. What?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Swiss stage of the M6 World Championships. I thought the upsets, they would end sometime. But Dax, Falcon Esports, Benny, they want to continue the train. They want to have a 1-0 bracket of full underdogs of the tournament. 4.3k gold lead, enhanced Lord in the mid lane. They're going to go for it with the Glorious Pathway, the Deadly Catch as well. Aurora will have to respect this. Doming is pulling the Lord over to the turret up top. But that will mean the base turret will be taken down below. And Aurora, will be able to defend it.
Honestly, I just thought of it now, like the entire Bruno Bane connection, or the Bruno Bane concept of the lineup of Falcon Esports here. They're just really so focused on taking the objectives with the right amount of micro, even though Aurora MLBB were consistently making attempts to deal with it with the macro as well. How could you face against the Bruno and the Bane when they gain access to your important turrets, to your objectives, and now they might just take out all of the inhibitors?
What was that grab clock cannon? Royal Milk into the stun down, doming very low. Still able to escape the spatial migration, gets in. Turret falling, Benny's still surviving. Royal Milk dead, Edward walking up. Kinex will fall, PX7 with the Lantern Flare. Demon Kite able to escape, does he get picked up? And Dax gets him with a grab clock cannon. PX7 grabs the Sky Piercer stack. Falcon Esports, they walk away with another good trade. That was another base turret to their name.
All inhibitors down for Aurora MLBB. At least they were able to slightly surround Falcon Esports. It seems like they were really going for the end there. But now they prolong the game a little longer. Checking out the damage dealt ranking, still UL takes the lead. But in terms of impactful, like one-time, big-time damages that are dealt, you have to really respect Dax and the amount of damage he's bringing out to the table right now. But that's all aside the fact that Benny also has completed his items.
Dax is a Chad. He is a Giga Chad. Look, you see that item build, man? I thought War Axe, Brute Force, Tanky build. No, he goes War Axe, Brute Force, full damage. He doesn't care, and that's why the Crab Claw Cannon has been going through the front line. Yue, he started off that fight in the defense with a quarter of HP. The Crab Claw Cannon dealt that much. And now Falcon are just pressuring them, not letting them breathe. Domeng is caught off. Oh, good dodge from Royal Milk there from the SOD, but they won't be able to push forward anyways here. The Lord will be spawning in the bottom lane, and Falcon have 3 base turrets down, so they're going to have super minions pushing and shoving towards Aurora at every given moment.
Yep. How would Aurora MLBB deal with all this pressure? Benny and Kiddix slowly are about to make their way to the Lord, and definitely Aurora would want to contest this. This doesn't look like an ideal situation if you were Aurora MLBB, if you're left to defend with literally no inhibitor turrets left in your base. But how could they gain access towards the Lord? How will they engage this? There's always back by a Domeng! Oh!
PX7 gets the Sky Piercer! The execute comes down! That might be the way for the end angle. Dex got the Lord earlier. Edward jumps in to peel for Yue, but PX7 gets another. And now it's Royal Milk who wants to push forward. Aurora, 2 members left standing. It's a Smiling Demon and Renegade. Falcon Esports don't care. They want to go straight for it. It's another Sky Piercer stack for Renegade. PX7 got the monster kill, and the day of upset continues.
Falcon Esports! They were so well prepared for this. They stuck with their identity, but were still able to pull through up against Aurora MLBB. We thought of it to be one of the most challenging matchups we've witnessed today, but they prove us wrong. Time and time again, today we just keep being proved wrong by all of these teams.
Throw out your predictions out the window, your expectations. Be damned. Welcome to the M6 World Championship. You gotta be greater than ever, and so far on day one, the opening day of the M6 World Championship, we've already gotten greater than ever. This has already blown all of our expectations out the window, out the roof.
Who would have thought the Swiss stage would be this interesting? That the stakes of each best of 1 series.
Brigida.
What?
You have to see the 0-1 bracket. You have to see the teams there, man. Oh my lord.
I'm not sure if I'm ready to see our 0-1 bracket just yet, but let's head over to our panel and let them dissect that game.
Well, even though our predictions didn't show it, we were discussing it. Just Falcon Esports, Myanmar teams really have a history of taking it to the Filipino teams, and they get the revenge. One of the first, not one of the first, but one of the more iconic victories of a Myanmar team against a Filipino team in a major tournament. Congratulations to Falcon Esports That Jushin on PX7, the damage of Falcon was way too much.
Yeah, Jushin, 2 power picks, right? Jushin, actually 3 power picks. Jushin, Bruno, and Hilda.
Yeah.
All went through to Falcon Esports. You know, Jushin with the Sky Piercer as well, really catching Aurora off guard in that late game. They execute damage, really making life for Doming hard. Edward as well getting executed when they needed him the most. And of course, Benny, you give him space. We talk about Benny. I talk about him being able to deliver the Gold Link experience, and he did just that.
We just dropped into Earth 2024, a whole different multiverse where anything can happen right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's looking like insanity, and I couldn't say it any better than the casters because that lower bracket right now, that lower group, is looking scary.
Yeah, the 0-1 column. Again, Falcon Esports, congratulations yet again for their victory against Aurora MLBB. Let's hear from Falcon on the stage with Rose.
The first day of the Swiss round, back to back to back, jam-packed with surprises. And this is Falcon taking the win against Aurora Philippines. Now, I'm here with Dex. First of all, Dex, how are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine. How does it feel like winning the matchup against Aurora? He's really happy. Now, as we all know, Aurora is actually a fan favorite, right? Did it give you guys extra pressure, or did you feel scared knowing that your first round of the Swiss stage is going up against Aurora?
Aura တင်းကြီးရဲမှာအဲ့လိုမျိုးကောင်းနေတဲ့အတင်းတွေကတတင်းမို့လို့ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်တို့နေနဲ့ဟိုပထမပုံပွဲမှာတည်းကစတွေ့ရဆိုတော့စော့ရမယ်ဆိုတော့စိတ်လှရှာပါ
It's the so seeing Aurora is one of the really good teams, a man out of all. So to be meeting them for the very first time, they were excited.
Okay, now I agree with that. Aurora is a powerhouse, especially coming from the Philippines. But since you said you're excited meeting up Aurora, how did you guys actually prepare? What preparations did you guys go through?
Screen တွေတပွဲကြီးချင်းစီတိုင်းကို focus ပြီးတော့ 100% အပြည့် train ရဲ့ Aurora အတွက်ပြင်ဆင်ပြီးတော့
So they really play screening stage and train 100% to meet Aurora team.
Okay, I like that. They're giving respect to Aurora. Now, it's been a while since Myanmar has actually won a match against the Philippines, with the last time being in around M4, if I'm not mistaken. So that is around 2 years. What does it mean getting this win against Aurora, and how does it improve or help you guys with your momentum in the upcoming Swiss stages?
She's a man, I'm way to have the tournament to cool on General Yamago Zavio in a Condom to that of a mail.
So for the moving forward for the games ahead, as a Myanmar team, as a Myanmar representative, we will be playing the best. We will be playing the hardest for moving forward.
All right, now as we can see, Falcon is definitely putting their best and is making sure they're playing greater than ever. Thank you very much, Dax. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game between Falcon and Aurora MLBB.
Again, congratulations to Falcon Esports, and we talked a bit about it earlier. The raw damage that was coming out from Falcon Esports, and the readjustment of the meta. So, for those of you who are unaware, coming from the Philippines, we come from a understanding of the game where it's very macro to micro focus. Control the map, push the towers, 4-1 split, the classic that you get when you're playing with the Moskov and heroes such as that. Falcon Esports said,
no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to play you in the macro. We're not even going to try to out-macro a Filipino team. We will out-fight and out-damage a Filipino team, and that's exactly what they did.
Absolutely. Even with the draft that they got, right? I think Mirko and Brigida also talked about it. The Bane build, they go a Brute Force breastplate and everything else is damaged. And one of the perks you get as a Bane is that you don't need to hit the backline directly, right? One Crab Claw cannon to a frontline tank, the Ricochet can easily destroy the backline. Tough for Yue and Domain to even position in these fights.
Yeah, and it's tough because there's this old adage, if there's no assassin, Jushin is happy. Suyo is an assassin, yes, but this Jushin is incredibly well protected. That deadly catch provides a lot of space for the Jushin.
Yeah, I mean, the deadly catch provides space. The Jushin provides space. Everybody's got each other's back on this team right here. Not to mention you have the Hilda and the Hylos, two of the tinkiest, heroes around right now. The ones that can really just hang out in the midst of a fight. But once again, I got to put my eyes on this Bruno, man. Is it finally time to ban it out? At what point? I mean, at this point, it's won every game except for one. Won every single game in Swiss stage so far except for one, and I'm wondering, when are we finally going to see it on that ban list?
Yeah, and the time that we saw the Bruno lost, it was up against an old school lineup of just the pure tanky fighters, hard front line. You don't have the best damage in the world, but you have enough to deal with it.
Actually, he lost 2 games, right? One was against the tanky, the classic lineup that BTK brought up, but another one was against a first item Malefic Gun Beatrix.
Oh, yeah. The Beatrix.
Right. The Beatrix too, as well, and which is why I thought the Beatrix pick would be coming a little bit early, but then you posed the question in the first phase of
do they go for gold or do they go for mid?
And then they went for mid. I asked for reach, but apparently it wasn't the reach. It wasn't enough reach, as well. As we look at the emblems now, for Benny went Assassin as well for this Bane, going for the attack speed, of course, as expected, and yeah, nothing too crazy in terms of the emblem builds we have. Although Doming, of course, as expected with the Moskov, going for the 4-1 split more is actually going to be rushing the Master Assassin.
Even when you head from the mid to late, you start noticing a bit of a struggle for Aurora, which was you constantly have Royal Milk and Kid X running at your backline, and you just don't have enough peel to keep them away. Royal Milk keeps like swinging that axe at Domain. You got Kid X just running in with the Glorious Pathway at Yue. They don't have the tools to keep the front line away from their backline.
I mean, speaking of Royal Milk, just so good at kind of stopping Rora from getting any of those backline attack plays, right? And taking a look at the damage, Falcon overall, I mean, for being a 16-minute game, 17-minute game, none of the damage calcs are really off the charts. Nobody even broke into the 100K mark here. Even Benny and Dax only at 59,000, but it just shows that they were able to buy some time, never force any big fights until that moment when those power spikes landed. And then they really just had control at that point.
She didn't deal a lot of damage, but she sure did deal a lot of kills on the side of our MLBB. PX7 and his Jushin with the rush on the Skypiercer second item. That's confidence. That's Falcon's understanding that, yeah, it's going to be tough. We like the Guinevere pick, but a part of me also disliked it because it is easily punishable by the Jushin.
Yeah, one of the few one-dimensional picks, right? You kind of miss that crowd control. You have to wait for your cooldowns, and we saw Renegade getting punished. MVP for this game, the Jushin by PX7, 7, 2, and 8. You reach a point where you just cannot touch him.
Yeah.
But also the Skypiercer was a little risky because in the early game we saw PX7 get picked off by the Gwenny. We saw PX7 not exactly thriving in mid completely, but then once the team got into the groove, once PX7 knew how to space, got comfortable with it, then it was like, okay, now we're getting value off this. This is very much worth it. But it was a risky pick for sure, getting that Skypiercer.
Well, but at the end of the day, I feel like the Jushin eventually became the centerpiece of a strong 4-man or 5 versus 4 team fight. I say that because, again, it is the Moskov on the side of Aurora MLBB. I've been vocal about this in the past. I am not the biggest fan of Moskov in this current metagame. Aurora MLBB definitely played it to its strengths. Domain got that absolutely killer Lord Steel, but outside of that, they just lack the firepower and the presence in fights to deal with what Falcon Esports drafted.
Yeah, you can even see like in the highlights, right? Not only that PX7 is lifting out key targets and they're getting blasted by Dex, but the fact that the Hilda and the Hylos are just massive zoning tools. There's just no way for Aurora MLBB to contest any objectives. And Falcon Esports, they can just keep on going. And it's full team ahead. They don't need to stop.
Yeah, it feels like we've entered a world where ranged, heavy-hitting crit damage is key, and those close-up shredders like Claude, like Moskov, you know, heroes like that just aren't really working anymore because there's no space for that Malefic gun, right? You want to be a shredder, you have to get the Trinity first, and by then, you're already getting outranged by this Bruno and just getting two-shot anyone on the field, so it's definitely a very different gold lane meta than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it's the marksman meta for sure, and puts a lot of pressure into teams to making sure that they draft compositions that really make sure that their marksman is well complemented by the picks that they have. And maybe it's time to move away from the old meta of having the marksman being just a heavy macro presence. It definitely needs to be there in the micro, and Falcon Esports understands that. Again, congratulations to Falcon Esports and what they drafted here and played up against Aurora MLBB. But with that, we are now down to the last two matches. And this one, if the trend continues, could be one of the most shocking results in M6 so far, as the China region, their representatives, KBG, will go up against the kingdom of RRQ Hoshi.
I'm not gonna make any predictions anymore. At this point, I'm just here for a good time. I'm just here for good MLBB games, right? We've seen what the second seed of the Chinese region could do. You know, the FYG put up a pretty good fight in a wild card. So if anything, this sets the bar high for KBG. A lot more expectation. Saw like Uhundar and S2G, which also took down heavy hitters.
I mean, this next one's going to be interesting. I'll give a prediction on this one, but not right now. I'll make you guys wait on that one. Super excited for this one. I think both teams want to be here, and I think we're definitely in for some great games, these last two.
All right, don't forget, last two matches of the day. It is KBG of China versus RRQ Hoshi of Indonesia. We will be right back, and when we do another best of one in what has been a surprising Swiss stage here in the M6 World Championship.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 Swiss Watch.
Who are we?
New blocks. New legacy.
A new era.
We were.
We thrive.
We strive.
Style for champions. Worn by legend.
We are
Greater than ever.
It has been a day of surprising and unexpected, results here in the M6 World Championship. So surprising that I'm getting tongue-tied with the results that we've had. So let me set up the story and keep it simple. It's KBG of China versus RRQ Hoshi of Indonesia. Because of the results that we've had, I'm pretty sure that tells you everything about this match. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. Still here with Husky and Trex. Before we go forward, of course, we'd like to thank our, well, one of our favorite partners and sponsors in the M6 World Championship. Hello Panda, hello Panda. Semwa suka biskuitnya, as a great philosopher once said, for sure. It's yummy and you can fuel your game with it. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. Did you finish the batch that we just got, Trex?
Yeah, I finished the second box.
What?
Yeah, I'm nervous.
Wait, why are you nervous? BTK already won,
Yeah,
dude.
but
Because I'm about to do something crazy.
Huh?
I'm going to vote for KBG against RQ.
Wait, what? Wait, we're not in the portion yet where we're dropping predictions, and you're already doing that? Is it
But I
possible?
feel better now because of Hello Panda.
Okay, is it possible for us to get a solo graphic of just Trex's prediction pop up? I feel like we need that right now. Again, that's the matchup that we're getting. Trex excited for it, but again, it's been a day of surprises, and I think it's apt that we talk about first KBG, Keep Best Gaming, the representatives from China. Now, Yanfang Yaguai did an amazing thing at Wildcards. The performance that they showed that put China on the map. KBG now has to follow that up. But remember, KBG is the team that beat the FYG in the grand finals of the China qualifier. And dare I say, Keep Best Gaming, it seems like the universe didn't want them to be here because they were tested in the China qualifier and they passed that test so well. But now RRQ Hoshi, after missing M4, after missing M5, returns to the world stage here in M6 and they have to face China's best. There's something about this tells me this could be the start of what could be a very long-term story between these two.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the Chinese region overall has really improved tremendously within this year. Even in the recently concluded AEG, the Asian Esports Games, for the women's MLBB, the Chinese team finished third place, right, top three, and they took a game off with the Philippine squad before they got eliminated. So overall, I think that region has grown. They've gotten time to play on the international server for quite a while as well. And Dianfeng Yaoguai delivered China's first series win on an international stage, so setting history on its own. I wouldn't be surprised if now all the pressure is going to be on KBG's shoulders.
Yeah. And speaking of pressure on shoulders, it must be a little bit different now, because for RQ Hoshi, there's one man there who's been there through the highest of highs and the lowest of lows of RQ Hoshi's recent history for the past 2.5 years. Skylar must now lead a young squad. The first time we saw him in the world stage, he was the youngin being led by his coach. Now he has to be the co to Sutsujin, Dairen, Idok, and Rins. And they have to show they are ready to rule once more. How pressuring could it be for one man?
I mean, if there's any player in all of MLBB that can probably handle pressure the most, it is probably Skylar, because being on the team of RQ is a pressuring hold, right? I mean, you have one of the largest fan bases out there, so many eyes on you, and Skylar's handled it forever.
And now here's a quote from, well, Skylar. There we go. M3 was my first international tournament, and at that time, I was still young and new to the scene. I had to adjust a lot. By M4, I had grown and started thinking more strategically. Now in M6, I'm guiding young players who've never experienced M-Series. My focus is on educating them, and as long as we play as a team, the result, win or lose, doesn't really matter. And I agree with you, if anyone can handle that pressure, it has to be Skylar with everything that he's gone through in his career. And there's an important note in my head. Oh, right. This man, he's the face of Indonesian MLBB today.
Yeah, he definitely is, right? Like a homestay name as well. But at the same time, not only is he needing to guide a squad of young rookies, we also kind of talked about the mentality, right? Are you coming into the M Series as the hungry dog that you are? You want every win, or are you coming in with a team that wants to focus on the experience and not really care too much about the wins and losses? I think that for RQ is very important as well. Seeing that they are the kingdom and they are now back on the M Series stage in Malaysia, where they came so close so many years ago.
Now, that's RQ Hoshi and the history that they have. We'll dwell more on that as the match goes on, and of course as the M6 World Championship goes on. But now let's talk more about names unfamiliar to many of us, but names who are hungry to prove their position in global MLBB esports. Of course, that is KBG, Keep S Gaming from China. And let's look at B Lexi, their gold laner, and what he talked to us about, which is that he's played a lot of fighters across different roles, including jungler, gold laner, and EXP laner. The man is flexible. During M6 qualifier, he focused on fighters and assassins, and he's noted something about China's playstyle being unique compared to other regions. They focus on a lot of small fights and skirmishes. And he's excited to show the world what kind of performance we can deliver. If you're KBG, are you going to play comfortable into that and say, you know what, RQ, we will hunt for those skirmishes and we will try to outfight you?
I mean, right now we're seeing that win out with so many teams. The micro, the small skirmishes. It is extremely important to be able to control those. And KBG is a team that, unlike RQ, isn't really a homestead name, but is slowly trying to become that. Ever since China has entered the scene, it has been eyes on them, waiting to see when they will actually be, you know, top 8 level, top 4 level. And at M6, we're already seeing the possibilities. And so far from DFYG, we saw amazing possibilities. So if KBG can hold up to that level, you know, the sky's the limit at this point.
So now, as we've talked about KBG, I think it's time for us to talk about, well, the China region as a whole in MLBB. There have been people saying that just give them time, and I feel like that time, it's not running out, but it's coming close, because we've been hearing a few more things about how well KBG have been performing. We've been hearing more things and seeing it, being witnesses to it, to what Dianfeng Yaoguai has been able to do. So, do you expect him to rise in M6, or do you think it's still going to be another international of work in progress?
I think it's a bit of both, right? They've already proven the part where they are kind of the rising force to be reckoned with, but I also feel like there are still a lot of work that needs to be put in for the Chinese region in general. I know that the first year on the M6 stage, the wildcard stage, it was KBG, and people were saying that general consensus will basically give them maybe 2-3 years, but I think they've fast-tracked that, right? Within 1 year, they've shown us the possibilities, the infinite possibilities that they could bring to the international stage. So right now is to build on that.
Yeah, for me, China team stonks are up right now, and they are on a rise, and I definitely think if there's a time for them to really pop off, the meta works because of how it's not as single-minded as it used to be. There's just a lot of variety, and I think it gives teams that maybe have trouble, adapting to a singular way to play, it gives them room to play. And right now there's a chance for China to do something, especially if you've been watching all the games that have already been happening. It's got to give some of these teams that are coming into this as underdogs hope, like, oh man, if they can do it, we can do it too.
The champions of the China qualifier has to go up against the most legendary name in Indonesian and even global MLBB, with how massive their fan base is, and all of the support from RRQ Hoshi and the Indonesian region. But now let's look back once again and highlight the new young kids. We've talked a lot about them, but it's because we need to understand them more. KBG.
Yeah, KBG, we got Bilexi in the gold lane, the Tracy as Rome, Lemu is the mid laner, Shaksha as the jungler, and a Winterturn as the XP. Of course, some familiar faces, some new faces, right? We've seen Shaksha, Tracy, and even Lemu last year, but of course, Bilexi and Winterturn are kind of the new names. The fact that you have old and new blood is always a good mixture, right? Sort of kind of like RQ Hoshi, they were primarily led by Skylar, but in this case, I'm looking at Shaksha to see if he can continue to build on what he has established in multiple regions in KBG's performance today.
So KBG, they brought in 2 Filipino imports, but we have to credit what KBG has done to turn these Filipino imports into champion level in China. And now their opponents are RQ Hoshi. Yeah, the kingdom is everywhere. You can hear them here in Malaysia. These are their members.
Yeah, Skylar in the gold lane. Edok as the roam, Rins as the mid, Sutsujin as the jungle, and Dyron as the EXP. Now, a lot of us have been talking about this team and how for a long time RQ was Skylar Esports. But after talking to some other casters, Sutsujin can pop off, Dyron can pop off, and I'm excited to see what they can bring to this table. Yes, the gold lane has been super important for so many teams that have won so far today. But EXP lane as well, Dyron, can he open up the field? Can Sutsujin buy time for Skylar to get those items in?
Yeah, and I just want to quickly build on what Trex mentioned about Sutsujin, right? Like, there's this moniker when Sutsujin was playing in a KG in MPI Season 13, they call him King Sutsujin. We've seen the rise and fall of this player whenever he's under pressure. But when he went back to MPL ID, he crushed the competition. So Sutsujin, the sky's the limit.
Day one.
Speaking of sky's the limit, this is day one. Thank you so much as we've hit a PCU milestone. 1.129 million viewers already for the M6 World Championship. To our global MLBB esports community, thank you. To those who have doubted our presence in the global stage as a video game to watch out for and as a sport to watch out for, keep doubting. We'll keep breaking records. So please scan the QR code on your screen right now and redeem the codes as we've achieved a milestone. Let's be greater than ever together.
Yeah, I mean, and that's such a great point to make. For anyone that thinks that this esports scene is not one of the hypest out there, if not the hypest out there, we are here to show you that it definitely is. And I'm excited for this next game. KBG, RRQ. What do we got to really look out for? Do we think the Bruno is going to be the most important pick here with KBG, I think, being on the blue side?
Yeah.
It's going to be huge.
So we actually got the chance to talk to the M6 coaches, and we asked them, who do you think is going to be the dark horse of M6? Bren says it's Ulfidnar because they learned a lot coming in, and their punch will be warmer.
Yeah, and for Coach Lyrics, he says that the Chinese teams are the dark horses because they scrimmed against them at MSC, and they have interesting heroes.
And for Kez Cutie, same. We scrimmed one game against the Chinese team, and they used a different meta.
Of course, Coach Wynot said probably Ulfidnar can be Team Spirit too with Kid Bomba's return. So Coach Lyric and Coach Kezcute, who is here right now, did mention that KBG, the teams from China, are teams to watch out for here. And yeah, we really got to acknowledge the rapid climb that they've had, the performances that they've been showing. Again, even back in MSC 2024, when it was still, before they were DFYG, they were XYG. and they made Falcon's AP Bren work for a win during the group stages.
It was pretty crazy, right? Because XYG, the evolution to DFYG is essentially small monsters becoming big kings. And even the bans are pretty interesting because we talk about fighter heroes, interesting picks from the Chinese region. The Freya gets banned out by RRQ.
Yeah, very good respect. That's one of the top picks in China and one of the top picks of KBG in the gold. But they actually flex that sometimes into the EXP, sometimes even more or less in the jungle.
Hey man, we got a team that plays Freya Gold as well in NACT.
All right.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I will say it can be scary about 15, 20 minutes in.
Yeah.
But still, the possibilities are there, and RQ is paying their dues. But once again, the Jushin is open.
Jushin, the Bruno is open as well. Like DFYG's pocket marksman pick, it has always been the Bruno. I wouldn't be surprised if that is also KBG's main choice, considering how strong he is right now. But I do prefer the Jushin as that first pick a lot more than the Bruno.
Having RQ plays it so well by putting that trade out there. It's like we ban out the Freya, but we leave some options, and they pick up the Suyo with KBG. That means Bruno and Jushin?
Yeah. And there he is.
Yeah.
The Bruno, again, gotta acknowledge, he is the marksman of the M6 World Championship, and RRQ get the Jushin as well. Mirko is already happy about the first two picks on the side of RRQ Hoshi, and this gives them a quick scaling marksman that can dominate lane, and a mid laner that might actually stop KBG rotations.
They might have to take the Hilda now because we saw what happened when Hilda, Jushin, and Bruno are on the same team. Literally the previous game, power picks, early, mid to late, incredible pressure, insane late game scaling. So if you're KBG right now, you gotta select these next two picks very, very carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just scary, man. Just seeing those two picks alone on RQ side. I was already questioning if Bruno should start getting banned. Jushin definitely needs to stay banned. And right now, they're both in the hands of RRQ. KBG, what do they pick up here? Do they go for EXP Roam, maybe? Mid and Roam. They get the Valentina, they get the Hilda.
Of course, they gotta get the Hilda at this point, but with KBG's first three picks, they are lacking range. They need a little bit more of that into the second phase.
Something just crossed my mind, right? Remember we talked, I mentioned a bit about Fredrin, and Susujin was sort of like the first guy that played Fredrin in a long time in MPL ID.
Yeah.
Looking at what KBG has right now is not necessarily the worst of options as well. It definitely can be something that I think RQ can consider moving forward.
Oh, you called it!
That's the King Susujin. Fredrin is out again.
Okay, but how will it, so it worked very well against the Joy earlier today.
Yeah.
How is it going to work against a slightly harder hitting hero in the early game? You know, going up against the Suyo, like, will it still be able to just completely outpace the Joy like it did? Or is it going to have a little bit more trouble in the early game?
This Fredrin, I feel like with what it's paired with Jushin, and then at this point, the last possible best pick for KBG, if they want to be aggressive and mash out, it's either going to be the Alpha or, well, they're actually quite comfortable with the Lunox. Those are going to be very expensive picks, and it's a very solid first three by RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, at the same time, you are not bothered about the Hilda invading you, that's for sure. You got great peel alongside the Jushin, so it keeps Skylar insanely safe.
Yeah. By the way, fun fact, there's a very funny link between KBG and RRQ. So Saksa and Susujin both played with and allegedly has been scolded by many times by Sasa, the stern Kage. And Susujin agreed that Sasa is very strict, but he claimed that he got better because of his own hard work. Of course, that is Coach Sasa now of Dianfang Yaguai.
Pretty funny because Sasa in an interview said that as a coach, he's angry. He's less angry because, you know, he's not playing as much, but, you know, he got to control that anger. He ain't young anymore, but that strictness is one of the reasons that he became one of the Kages, the first player to win in 2 different regions.
Yeah, I like it. So now RQ with their last ban coming in. Do they just take it? Maybe they take out the Beatrix here. Maybe just keep on hammering into that gold lane. They took out the Granger already on the side of KBG. One more ban as well. Focus on into the XP lane. Maybe take out the Hylos.
Yeah, could be. If RRQ Hoshi decide to ban something like a carry, I'm gonna find it quite funny. But of course, they actually respect another respect pick on the side of, a power pick for KBG. They like playing the pick off, and Tracy is very good in that Kaja.
Yeah, even last year during their first wildcard experience, Tracy has demonstrated the Kaja as well. And you don't want to be isolated, right? If you're Susujin on the Fredrin, if you're Jushin, the last thing you want is to be pulled away from the rest of your team.
Yeah.
It kind of defeats the whole purpose of this protect King Skylar composition.
Most definitely. So now at this point, RQ is going to get first pick in response. Still need an EXP laner. So far, I mean, their draft is very telestrated, right? We know exactly where all of these heroes are going, but they are powerful heroes, so they don't need much flexibility. I think at this point, maybe get one more strong, tanky frontliner, something that can really just make sure that Jushin and Bruno can hang out on the backside.
Let's see if they are going to get that tankiness, either in the roam or the EXP. The picks of RRQ Hoshi means they can actually go for a duelist in the EXP lane. Nothing too soft, but something that might actually be able to punish in the lane. They go ahead and pick up a Cho, still flexible, but this is probably going to go into the hands of IDOC. One of the reasons why we actually don't have a lot of data on IDOC's Cho is because the times he's shown it, well, it did really good in Indonesia, and teams would rather take it away from him.
And it's not a surprise, so plenty of pickoffs, and you can move fast if RQ Kazu wants to have more mobility. The Khalid is still up on the table if they want to. If you want sort of like a big AoE presence, there's always the Gatot as well. So I think this draft is pretty, the flex pick is pretty open for RQ. I think they're definitely less worried than KBG are right now.
I think RQ could literally just pick about any EXP laner. With the draft that they have, just anything will work. KBG, on the other hand, do lock in the Beatrix and the Beleric.
Whoa, up against...
the Fredrin, is that the idea here, right? You can run in, you can kind of get the big stun here, look for something.
The CC, okay.
The CC comes in interesting. My brain is kind of going crazy a little bit with the matchups right now, but to be fair, okay, you know what? We gotta be fair to Trex. I was going into this thinking.
Wait, is that gold lane? Wait 1 second. I'm looking for the swap. Tracy gets the Beleric.
Yeah, it's a roam Beleric. To be fair, KBG, I did also consider KBG. More about that later. Mirko, bringing that draft. Crazy, right?
I don't know why we're progressively receiving and seeing crazy drafts as time goes by, but it's not a bad thing. It's really exciting to see these kinds of drafts come up on the first day of the Swiss stage for the M6 World Championship. And now we're about to find out if they would cement the narrative that the underdogs have been taking over, or will RRQ switch things up as well this time around?
I guess we'll just have to see, man. At this point, no predictions, right?
No predictions.
Hoshi, though, I will say their draft looks stellar, but also KBG, I love the Beleric pick.
Yep, we've been hearing a lot of things about KBG, but now they're going up against the King of Kings. So we're about to find out what's going to happen. This is KBG versus RRQ Hoshi. I can't also believe that they're hearing the Kingdom. They're making a lot of noise all the way here from Malaysia.
Hey man, the fact that it's in Malaysia, very close to Indo, hey, there's a lot of them that actually flew out, right? So definitely a lot of the Kingdom here in the building. You can hear them after every single win, probably. Every single trade, probably too. That's how they are in Indo too, man. You know, W fans, but let's take a look at this. Oh, Rins! It's a Brave Smite on the Jushin. That's an odd emblem to go for. Master Assassin for Skylar. It's, Master Assassin too for B-Lexi.
Why am I feeling that this is potentially a very aggressive Jushin that could come in from Riz? Even picking up the tenacity for one of his emblems. So they might just really want to face off against Keep Best Gaming as much as possible. And I think they have the resources to do just that, but wait!
Rins with a flicker out. Very low, but still is able to escape. Skylar in the bottom lane in the 1v1 against B-Lexi. It does look like he's actually going to lose out on that trade. B-Lexi winning it out for now. Skylar will have to respect it. And KBG, they get the early control.
Honestly, we're just getting to know KBG and the way they really want to play things out. But it seems like what they're planning to go with or do in this game is to just really take on RRQ Hoshi as well. It's just to be equally aggressive. And we're seeing it from the lane-to-lane matchups and all the way to the invades. Look at Sasha, Tracy, and Lumu really being aggressive in the early game.
Well played, really well played by Keep Best Gaming right here. Stopping the level 4 from Sutsujin, and this is one of the weaknesses for the Fredrin in the jungle. Your clear speed isn't that good, especially up against a Suyo here that's online at level 3. You for the Fredrin, and you want to control neutral objectives, you still got to be level 4. He should still be able to get it with purple buff, but I believe Saksa will have the lead coming into the first hurdle. Tracy knocked up at Lantern Flare, Skylar walking up as well. Tracy popping Revitalize. It should be a kill over to RRQ. The slide tackle, and that's a kill to Skylar on the Bruno.
All right. Bennett's Rage also committed for Lexi, and it seems like they're going to focus on the gold lane for now, acknowledging the fact that they may potentially be slightly behind in terms of the jungle matchup, in terms of the red tree levels. The Taksha, I think he's already, one level ahead up against Sutsujin, but they're yet to start the turtle, so we'll see what RRQ Hoshi will plan to do from now, because Zyron is still holding it, and they're getting information bit by bit regarding Keep Best Gaming, but both teams, they have full resources.
You can see the Rapid Dryad already online too for Tracy. Win return going to be chunked quite low. Edok also chunked by Luo Mu, stolen the curtain call. Lantern Flare again to Tracy, win return going in as well. Rapid Dryad plays down the curtain call. Two Appraiser's Wrath coming down. Tracy's going to be very low. Pops into Rapid Dryad as Edok goes in for the back. Sutsujin winning out the red tree battle, by the way. Edok with the Jikundo. Luomu going to be caught. That's a Crimson Beacon from Rins aggressively. Luomu taken down. Win return getting a trade over to Edok, but it will be win return also taking down the trade in favor of RRQ. Rins flickering forward, now the pullback, Lexi, ball down by Skylar.
Now I believe you, they're reacting to every kill, to every trade that's happening across the map. And honestly, this is an all-out aggressive gameplay we're seeing for both of these teams. But RRQ Hoshi, they're managing it better so far, the way we're seeing it. They're ahead 5-1 in terms of kill score, and this might just be an attempt to convert it gradually. But then Keep Us Gaming, I must say, I'd also like to commend the way they're holding on to these objectives and to these potential pickups for RRQ Hoshi and Saksha.
That's a Rapid Dryad to catch Skylar. Edok unable to help him. Good kill back from Keep Best Gaming as they look to play for Lexi.
Yeah, that was a very decisive rotation towards the gold lane. They knew they had to shut down at least or prevent Skylar from just getting all that farm. He's got 2 kills already. But I think another thing we have to really take note of is the way Rins and Edok have been rotating so far. I can feel the mid control coming in from this mid duo, and there's 100% kill participation in the hands of Rins. So it's proving to be quite effective. Like the way you pointed out, the Brave Smite and all that tenacity, even in the first attempt of Keep Us Gaming to take him out, if it weren't for those two, I doubt he would have survived up to that point.
Rins is the type of guy in Indo, right? We call him just crazy Rins also, you know? It's kind of like the Sans thing, Gila Sans, but Gila Rins, because sometimes he actually does go Gila mode. Crimson Beacon forward, Flicker forward. We've seen it twice now, Crimson Beacon and Flicker forward from Rins. So maybe that's why they went for the Brave Smite. He knows that he's going to be in a vulnerable spot a lot of times, and he will probably be punished if he doesn't have the Brave Smite. So this time he's like, yeah, if I'm going to go crazy, might as well have some safety lingers.
Yeah, he needed something to complement all those crazy plays that we could potentially see from him. And now RRQ Hoshi might just take control once again of this turtle pit. Oh no, will there be a Wrath of Dryad once again?
Edok gonna go for the way of the dragon, but it's gonna be cancelled by Saxo. Pops in the blink, Sutsujin with the red tree, wins it out. Meanwhile, Tyron gets rid of Tracy. Win return might be next on the chopping block, but RRQ will just be happy with the turtle. They'll play around the mid lane with Rins and Skylar.
Skylar's here. They're definitely going to attempt to take this down, but there goes Win return once again. Oh, Sutsujin. Flicker for Win return, but they're forcing the mid lane turret.
Oh, Win return might be picked up again. Sutsujin pops him up, but Rins, unfortunately, what happened up top? It's a solo kill. Tyron with the vengeance gets it done against Saksa.
I can't believe it. Like, is this the most kills we've seen so far? Like, is this the most action-packed game we've seen so far? We're only 6 minutes, but once again!
Tyron with another solo kill! In Indo, there was a line from Ghani. The guy made a deal with a devil to make a defense happen. He might have made another deal with the devil to get 2 solo kills. Tracy kicked back with the way of the dragon. Now over to Skylar. Is it Wrath of the Dryad bringing him back as Rins goes into the back with the Crimson Beacon, getting Lantern Flare as well. Lexi zoned completely. Tracy to be knocked up and now zoned away. Skylar gets another 2.2k gold lead for the Kings.
They're managing it well. All that sustained from Keep Best Gaming. They aren't really able to capitalize on it much. They don't allow the damage dealers to get any closer to RRQ Hoshi. And now they successfully take out the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. Even the top lane, it might fall anytime soon. So we're seeing control from RRQ Hoshi. This is a 3k gold lead in their hands, but Lexi, okay. We've seen this earlier. The Malefic Gun in the Beatrix, but how effective would it be this time if you can't even gain access towards the turrets of RRQ Hoshi?
I think it should still be good as a way to defend, right? It's great at sieging. It should automatically be good at defending too, because you have that range extra for the Bennett to hit these waves and to poke it down before, you know, RRQ could siege.
Guardian Helmet priority here for Tracy as well. But what is the plan? What is the plan for Keep This Gaming? RRQ Hoshi, they're controlling the turtle. The potential last, or actually the last turtle will be seeing, and there's the way of the dragon.
Beautifully done on the success. Sujin walks up, Rins picks up a killing spree. That's a vengeance from Tyron. The curtain call already down earlier. And Keep Best Gaming, they've just lost 2 members. You can see the Kingdom here supporting RRQ in Malaysia. Front stage, Rins. Red Lantern Flare, very low. Skylar, oh! With a flicker forward, gets the ball down. That was a worldie for sure. Win return. Stuck in the tier 2. Gonna go for the chase out to Skylar. Let's see how he deals with it. Skylar gonna be taken down as a big shutdown. Win return. Not gonna be chased down. Tyron should be able to get that kill. He's going mega.
The amount of team fights that are happening, Mirko. I mean, they let go of that turtle. Now it's an 8-minute Lord. So they just completely let go of that and fought against Keep Best Gaming, but it wasn't the best situation for them. Once RRQ Hoshi gets successful enough to take out both Tracy and Saksha, I think they're really trying to play around these 2 players, but once they're the first to fall, things just keep getting difficult for Keep Best Gaming.
Brigida, you keep bringing up the kills like you forgot. You know the server. This is the Brawl server, baby.
The Brawl server.
This is RRQ Hoshi in the Brawl server. It seems like they're going to get this Lord for free. Nothing KBG can do while being 4,000 gold behind. Edok is so annoying. Just always baiting KBG and screening him around, and now Skylar has the Mailpick gun.
Yep. I don't think they're even having second thoughts about looking for Tracy at this point. Even when he successfully gets to use the Wrath of Dryad, they have multiple ways to get out of it, and there are other players from RRQ Hoshi who just make sure. There's Tyron. He can just dive into the back lines and make sure that Bilexi won't be having the best time of his life trying to get those free hits, unlike Skylar. Not unless we see a similar situation where Skylar's left alone or left behind, but from this point onwards, now that RRQ Hoshi has complete control of this game, this might be very, very difficult for Keep Best Gaming to defend. Multiple resources are forced out just to clear the incoming minion waves. And mind you, RRQ Hoshi, especially Edok, he still has the flicker way of the dragon.
Crazy brought back Edok, goes in for the kick. Bilexi's gonna be caught there, and Win return will be able to escape for a bit. Rins picks him up, Skylar takes him down. It's another mega kill pick for Rins this time. 7,000 gold lead. They've dealt with 2, and they still have a Lord to play with.
All right, so that slightly wasn't a successful way of the dragon attempt, but still damage!
From downtown, he gets the shot. That was a goal. Half court. Moonton trying to defend. Again, the lantern flare from Rins. LMU is down. Skylar gets another. It's a shutdown now as Tracy tries to bait the pick over. Dyer with a yo-yo. It's him taking down Win return. He has to try to survive the curtain call, locks him down. Rins goes in with the flicker forward. He knocks him out of the base. And Tyron takes him out. It's a shutdown in the end. Can they go for it?
Is that what you call a crazy Rins play? Because I'm starting to believe it right now. They're gaining access to the base of KBG Gaming. They might take out all inhibitor turrets right now, and they have a lot of minion waves incoming. The death timers aren't that long, though. So Keep Best Gaming, they might still be able to defend this.
They will. They will be able to defend, but they have lost all of their base turrets with the first Lord. Now, that is some ridiculous stuff.
I'm starting to realize just how action-packed, how active the Brawl server is, actually.
Yeah.
Like, we're seeing it in action right now from RRQ Hoshi, and it's very exciting to see this kind of gameplay. And like, based on what's happening right now, it's so hard for Keep Best Gaming to find their way back in this game. Not unless they really get to set up a perfect team fight here. They have a lot of AoE, it's just that. The Wrath of Dryad, the Bennett's Rage. But you really want to reserve that as well for all those potential Lord Sieges that might happen later on from RRQ Hoshi.
You still can't take Keep Best Gaming out of this game just yet, right? They have defended. It's an 8,000 gold lead, but we've seen gold leads like this go away with one big fight. It seemed like RRQ, though, they're playing the discipline game really, really well, and that's That's RQ for you. They play the brawl server really well, but then they have the discipline to actually slow things down.
Yep, actually, this has been such a great game for Dairen even. Like, he hasn't died not even once in this entire game. And to think that he's actually the person from RRQ Hoshi who really dives toward the back lines. But speaking of diving, speaking of looking at the targets from the back, Edok, he's positioned himself really well, and that's the Crimson Beacon in once again from Rins.
Okay, Edok goes and kicks Lexi back. Edok, you're a mad lad. The worldie comes around, and the AoE's there. Skylar's gonna be able to free hit all around. That's a double kill for Skylar. Slide tackle to win return. One last shot to take him down. Will he be able to get the triple? Now RRQ going in. Skylar gets the triple. KBG trying to defend with Lexi with a male fit gun. Rins, will he go for another Gila play? Flickers forward. Now Skylar looking for a kill over to him. Skylar gets another. It's a maniac technically. The Savage gets taken away from him, but RRQ stay in form as they win in a day full of upsets.
I thought KBG would have still had a chance. The tactical reposition saving Lexi, but it wasn't long before another crazy play was shown to us here by Rins and the rest of RRQ Hoshi, dominating this game and putting an end to all those, or actually, they don't plan to continue all these underdog stories, not at least for today.
And also, they avoid hell. That 0-1 bracket is literally hell.
I cannot imagine what everyone is feeling right now, but let's break down this game for you and head over back to our panel.
RRQ Hoshi just transcends trends in what has been a day of surprises. RRQ Hoshi came in and said, nah, it stops right there. Let's get this W, and let's get the expected result. As the crowd here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, thunders RRQ, dominant is the performance of the Kingdom.
Honestly, I thought one of my favorite animes, Bleach, has a Hell Arc, but apparently at the M6 Swiss stage, we also have a Hell Arc coming up as well. KBG joins the unfortunate pool of decked out teams in that 0-1 bracket, but this was just a dominant win. I think we can sort of agree that the draft itself made the life of RQ Hoshi so much easier.
Yeah, KBG just gave up way too much there. Too many pricey picks given over to the hands of RRQ. And, you know, whether we had hoped for KBG or not, RRQ definitely came in as the favorite. And to just give them the Jushin, give them the Cho, give them so much comfort and power, it was too much to stand against.
Tremendous draft by Coach Kezcute and RRQ Hoshi as we head now to the stage for the winner's interview with Rose.
RRQ Hoshi, one of the very few teams today defying the odds, winning their first Swiss stage game. First of all, Skylar, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, now Skylar, how does it feel to be back in the M Series stage?
Merasa lebih baik aja. Nah.
You feel good?
Yeah.
He feels good being back in the M Series stage. Do you miss playing in the international stage?
Yes.
Wow, all right. He said I can speak to him in English, don't worry. Okay, now Skylar, we know that RRQ Hoshi is the only franchise with the most M Series appearance, but you guys haven't won yet. How confident are you, Skylar, that RRQ Hoshi can bring back the championship to Indonesia this time around?
18%. 80%.
80%.
Yeah.
Kenapa? Why?
We still try hard because this is the new game.
So you're still trying?
Yeah.
Belum bisa lagi, not yet used to it. All right. Okay, now
what's going on, everybody? We're back.
You were in M3, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Had to take a little nap.
Since you have experience as an international player, how do you cheer up your teammates when they're down, or how do you make sure they're not nervous
we're gonna get
for
in
the games?
I just ask my friend, just confident, we can do it.
Wow. Do you trust your team?
We're gonna get in the Discord with old Stigma.
My team, and then my team trusts me.
Aw, that's so cute. They trust each other. Okay, now we already have 6 teams with a 1-0. There is S2G, BTK, CFU, Team Spirit, Twisted Minds, and Falcon. Who do you want to meet tomorrow?
I don't know, because random, right?
Random, yeah, but if you can pick.
Only one?
Yeah, one.
I think BTK.
BTK?
Whoa!
BTK?
Okay.
I want to meet Mobasen because last time in M3.
Oh, so like a revenge.
No, just play fun.
Rematch.
Yeah,
Rematch.
Okay.
Now we can see that although our
He wants that smoke, son.
the Kingdom came in full support. What does
I wonder how
Skylar
many
wanna
other
say to the
people have said
Kingdom
that.
who are supporting Skylar and
Where we
RRQ?
going? Discord. All right. Let me get the
Thank you
camera back
yang
up
sudah
to.
support kita di Malaysia, yang sudah jauh-jauh juga dari Indonesia yang support kita, makasih banyak. Kita masih dapat pertandingan semua dan tetap support kita lah. Makasih.
So Skylar said thank you to everybody who came down over in Malaysia to support them. And of course, thank you very much to those in Indonesia as well. They will do their best and just keep supporting them. Thank you very much, Skylar. Congratulations on your win today. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against KBG.
2 kills a minute. That's the average for RRQ Hoshi.
Sorry if there's a little lag here.
Minutes, and it was a 26
Trying to load Discord. It's being slow.
Back to the panel again. Thank you, Skylar, Rose, and congratulations to the Kingdom and RRQ Hoshi. My goodness, RRQ Trex, I think you said it best. They got a lot in the draft. But I really want to appreciate
Why
what
is
Coach
Discord
Ed
being
pulled
this
off here
way?
with a surprise Fredrin third pick.
Was it really a surprise? I felt like I saw it coming from
You did.
quite a distance. Yeah,
Oh yeah, you saw that coming.
I've been talking about the Susujin Fredrin for quite a while. So even during MPI and my playoffs, I've been kind of harping on that a little bit. I'm just happy to see, you know, Coach Keskut put out again. But yeah, when they got the Jusin and Bruno, because KPG decided to first pick Suyo, me and Trex just look at
You're
each
on
other.
Discord. All right. I'm trying to open it on the
I feel like
computer,
they got
but
everything they wanted.
it
They got
literally will not open. I don't know
deal.
why.
Yeah.
They got the box offer, right? They got Christmas Day on day one right here. You got the Cho. You got. I mean, it's rough. That was hard to see happen right there.
Yeah.
And RQ. I mean, I don't even think you come in. I thought they were gonna trade. I think RQ thought they were gonna trade.
Yeah.
But they got it all.
Yep, they got everything, and Valentina with the IMU could not get much. Looking up the lineup of RRQ Hoshi, it's tough.
All right. I guess I'll go grab my phone charger and I'll open it on my phone. One sec.
You diminish the value of the Valentina. So a great draft by RRQ Hoshi, and something that we got to point out here for KBG. Again, they mentioned and admitted that they are a team that love to take small team fights and skirmish. They're doing that against the Brawl server? They're doing that against RQ Hoshi? That is not the right call. They tried to take trades. They got a few of them. But at the end of the day, RQ showed just how much better they are with the small fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are seeing KBG try to speed it up. I think the mid trio, right? They were moving as a unit pretty early prior to the first turtle. But unfortunately, like you said, Remar, this Valentina didn't able to use that IMU too much because she is in fact not him this game. There's really not much that the Valentina could steal and utilize.
You know, and you mentioned how they were rotating as that mid trio. The problem
All
with
right,
that
we're
is
back.
it was very telegraphed. It was bottom, top, bottom, top. And yes, they did get some pickoffs here and there. They got 8 kills on the map. I mean, it wasn't a complete wash, even though it
I
was
don't
still
wanna
kind
do
of a
this.
complete wash. But they were able to get some pickoffs, but RQ felt comfortable with it. Even with Skylar taking to death, he still had a huge lead of 12.5k gold.
I think now we also got to see that, and confirm rather, the teams who are willing to play into the Fredrin, supplement it well, and be able to execute well around it will be rewarded. I don't think it's a full return to the tank fighter meta, but it's definitely the return of Fredrin.
Yeah, absolutely. At the same time, it's been quite a while, but people tend to forget how good Fredrin is in peeling for his team, soaking up damage, and just
Dude.
kind of being one of the guys that step on the gas, right? You keep on going. He got reduced cooldowns for his abilities in recent patches. He's a lot more beefier in the meta where everyone else has reduced base HP.
Yeah.
Fredrin feels like the man that can frontline.
Not only that, but it gives space to be able to pick up something like the CC that isn't exactly a crowd control EXP laner, right? It gives space to be able to play with your EXP lane a little bit more and maybe pick up something more dually, as you like to say, Renmar.
Yeah.
You know, something a bit more aggressive, something that wants to get in their face because you have this tanky boy with crowd control, with taunt, that can play that role itself.
Yeah, with the Vengeance, it's a great pickup there with the CC
Yeah,
there.
I had to take a nap because yesterday I hardly got any sleep.
Substitute, but it is a disruptive
doing all that running.
EXP laner for the side of RRQ Hoshi. And yeah, they just ran away with it in terms of the objectives. They were taking
Alright,
buffs,
so we got...
up to, at some
Let's
point,
see, hang on.
it could have gone to like 12 or 15, but
What
RRQ Hoshi were willing to give up
was...
those bounties because they knew it
Who
would press
won
the
versus
advantage. And I think that's
Team
the best thing RRQ
Spirit
did here. Once they
and
smelled the advantage,
Let me
you got
see.
Skylar flickering forward. You got Rin saying, I'll go ahead and join you. iDog coming in from weird angles, perfect weird angles.
Yeah, I mean, iDog getting the final way of Dragon onto Bilexi to really seal the fate of KBG, even though it's sealed from the very start. And then you have Skylar, right? Like, we talk about him leading this young bunch of new blood, but him as the veteran also is the MVP of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Skylar with the $1 million smile right there, man. And I love the quote.
Team Spirit won. We got that
together,
right.
Happy guy, bringing the team
And
here, taking a dub on day one.
Ooh.
But the final thing to point out,
Twisted
Bruno,
Minds.
Bruno. Ban this Bruno, guys.
Yeah, Bruno has put itself on the map in the hands of fantastic,
Yeah, Twisted Minds
players,
won.
such as the face of Indonesian MLBB
Against
Skylar.
Vamos. So
Going back
you
to the
got that one
highlights,
right.
It was
I
tough
got it
for,
wrong.
Team Best Gaming to find any flow.
And then we got the
I was
Falcon
mentioning to the boys here
beating
that, as someone who's
Aurora,
played Beleric
and we
myself,
got the
there are times where I'm happy
RRQ
as a
Hoshi
Beleric, but honestly,
versus
this is one of
KBG.
those times.
So
However,
the last
RRQ
one is
Hoshi,
Team
they
Liquid
knew that, and
ID,
they
which is the
respected it.
team
They
I
have
picked,
the
versus
juice in
Fnatic
with them, and every
Onic
time they can get a
PH, which is
moment
the
to
team
build an
that you
advantage by
picked.
taking out the Beleric and then punishing in the entry
So
of
let's
either
see
Saksa
who
or
comes
Winter,
out on
they took
top.
it.
Susan is so good against these immobile, beefy front lines that want to look for a set, right? Like, you just keep them at an arm's length. There's no way for them to get close to you in any way. But I also want to, like, kind of touch on this Bruno a bit more because it's pretty weird. When we looked at the wild cards, team were respect banning Bruno.
Yeah.
But right now, Bruno is getting through every single draft.
I think at the end of day one, we might not see much of Bruno anymore.
I think it's going to be
tomorrow, right?
GG's for Bruno. Maybe tomorrow, maybe even the next game.
Yeah.
Big next game coming up. Won't
Are you
spoil
there?
it for you. But, but yeah,
All
I mean,
right.
not only that, the Bruno does
All right,
well.
so
and
we
this is not in anybody's
got-
hands, but you put it in the hands of Skylar, it is destructive.
One,
it is chaos. It
two.
is
So far, we've
everything
gotten
that RRQ
two
Hoshi wants.
wrong together, and then I got
RRQ Hoshi is.
the
Their history as an
Twisted
organization,
Minds
the
and
players
Vamos
play
one.
there right now. This is like the most
Wrong.
perfect way to,
Yeah.
the most perfect kingdom way to start M6 if you're an RRQ Hoshi fan, right?
Yeah, I mean, even winning the local league,
Through
right?
my mic?
Coming into this as winning their first Swiss round stage.
What? In
Some
Dogs
people
won,
might
they
say,
must
oh,
be
it's a
unemployed
given,
and
they're up
spend
against
most of their
KBG,
time
not
down their
any-
shields.
not
Hey,
some of the
maybe.
other extra
Maybe.
heavy hitters, but still, it's such a dominant
So,
fashion where you have room to style on your opponents.
Yeah.
That's gotta be a big morale boost.
Yeah, RRQ
So,
Hoshi, they are the
a little
team
bit
to
ago,
secure the top seed of the regular
Mobazane,
season
like this was like
and
a
Indonesia
week
season
ago or
14.
so,
They were the first team to secure a slot in the
he
MX
took a
World
picture
Championship. They
of
fell
the
short
Malaysian
to
flag,
Team Liquid ID, but they
and
seemingly have
he
shrugged
wrote
off that
noob
loss and have started off their
next
M6
to it or posted it or whatever
campaign with a
on his
vengeance.
Instagram,
Up
talking
next
about like the
now
teams
is,
from Malaysia, just like trolling him.
dare I say, the main event of the
And
evening.
everyone got pissed
The
off
match
saying
that a
that he
lot
was
of people
disrespecting the
thought
Malaysian flag, right?
for the grand finals. But no, we get it in
I'll
day one,
bet
the very first day of Swiss stage.
$100
It's Team
fucking
Liquid
dollars they don't
Indonesia
say
versus
shit
Fnatic
to
Onic
Renmar
Philippines.
about
Someone who comes from
calling
NA,
a team
I'm pretty sure even you're hyped about this,
the
man.
Spanish
I'm very,
Inquisition.
Very hyped about this. FNOP
It's
versus
like,
ID, and it's just a warm-up.
bro,
We could see him again. We could see him two
Zane
more
was
times
literally
rolling, depending
just
on how
like
things
he
go.
just pointed to
I
the
mean,
flag
it's-
and said
it's a
"Dude,
nice
that's
start.
it,"
So
and
far, we've
everyone
had
blew it
nothing
up.
but bangers.
This
I feel like
guy
back-to-back
is
to back
using
upsets, crazy matches. So
the
this is just, you know, the
deaths
final little-
or an
final
event.
Yeah, and the surprising thing about this
I
is
mean,
whoever wins
that
this
had
is
a
upset.
bunch of deaths
There
because
are many
of
camps
those
who would
people,
argue that
and he's using
whoever
it
wins
as like a
this, it's not an
metaphor.
upset at all. I mean, they're both champions of the.
And it's
two
like, how
regions that
can
many claim or many
he
say
just
and
make
hail
light
as
of
the
that
top
and it's
of
okay,
MLBB?
but
I mean,
if
you can see
Zane
them now,
says
there's no
noob,
bracket, maybe
everyone
the 1-1
loses their
bracket,
fucking
and after
mind.
the 2-2 brackets, who knows, right? So many rematch
Like-
potentials between these two teams.
Like,
with
do you
champions
realize
alike.
how many
Yeah, we
people
have been
died during
spoiled
that,
for a
bro?
tremendous
Like,
Swiss stage day one so
I mean,
far.
he
It's
probably
only
meant
day
it
one.
as like, you know,
The clash of
whatever,
titans between Team
like
Liquid
just the
Indonesia
fact
and
that
Fnatic.
that
Philippines
other
is coming
team
up
got
after a short
destroyed.
break.
But at the same time, it's like that's, you know, you can't really get mad at Zane for saying something about Malaysia Yeah, like, oh, he called us a noob. That's, you know, disrespecting our flag and stuff. Yeah. And that's what his whole thing was he was kind of like shooting back, since they're always like, oh, NA's easy server, blah blah blah. That, you know, he took a picture to say, oh, Malaysia's teams are noobs, like they're teams, not the flag, not the country, nothing like that. And everyone made a big deal about it. But then Renmar starts fucking using the Spanish Inquisition for his references, which personally fine, you know, whatever, I don't care, it's not a big deal. What I'm mad about is how they're probably not gonna say anything to him about it after blowing all that shit up about saying the word noob. Because there's kind of a big difference, you know what I mean? Like, Sane wasn't referencing any event in history where a bunch of people got fucking murdered and slaughtered because they didn't see the same views as someone else. Like, he literally just said noob. So it's like, I don't really see where the rules and regulations are being put out over everybody the same way. And it could just be me being a whiny little North American viewer, you know, because I was like, oh, they made fun of my favorite player. But at the same time, it's like, you know, if you're gonna make a big deal out of one, you gotta kind of do that everywhere. What the fuck just happened? Right, like... Trex and Mirko.
Yeah, they're precious over there. Hope you know that.
Yeah, I know.
Emily, check for the kitchen.
Do what?
Emily heard you chuckle for the kitchen.
Good morning, Em.
Good morning. Great. What's that?
Yeah, we got... What's up?
Walmart closed its whole fucking they're open.
Nope.
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I thought the same thing. I'm like, damn, I thought they'd at least be open till like noon.
Right.
Like, motherfuckers, some people forget shit. Right. Alright, I gotta turn on the light quick so I can see. Hell yeah.
What's it like outside?
Type shit.
What?
Oh, I forgot I had one too. Nice. Dude, that Swiss watch doesn't look too bad. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I was thinking about it earlier. I'm like, I wonder, because I was like, why did they make a Swiss watch for a game that's popular in Southeast Asia? And then I was like, oh, I wonder if they did it because this is the first year that they've done the Swiss stage, like for their bracket. So they're kind of doing a play on words.
Style for champions.
BTK. Oh wait, we already talked about it. I was gonna say BTK jerseys aren't up for sale yet. Hey, those don't look too bad though. I need some new socks. Right. Yeah, my old ones are getting all crusty and stuff. Not like that, Muhammad. Don't think about it. I know where you're going with it. Whew. Yeah, it wasn't a bad nap actually. I wish I could function properly on one of those schedules where like you're up for, 8 hours and then you sleep for 2, and then you're up for 8 hours and then you sleep for 2, and then you're up for 8, something like that. I feel like that would be a lot more productive, but then at the same time I feel like I would just take more time sitting around. And that's definitely getting us the copyright claim. That if no other one does it, this one does it every time. That's alright though. We aren't monetized, so I'm not worried about it. Take a little drink out of the dragon egg. I think they do the draws for the next round at the end. But I don't know if they do it on stream or if they... I need that painted Beatrix skin. I wish my damn Discord worked. I don't know why it's not opening. Yeah, I don't know.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
China. I'm like going through this editor right now to make it a jersey for our team.
When's the last MCL?
I know it's coming up.
Who are we? New bloods. New legacy. A new era.
High chance, broski. You. The
We thrive.
logo coach made sick.
We strive.
Yes.
Style for champions.
For some reason, I disconnected my Discord from my PC and hooked up my account to it. So I was gonna start new account for my Facebook streaming, but I don't remember my password for this account, so I can't.
All right. I'm trying to think of where it would be.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Hang on one sec, let me... Alright, it says coaches online, but I sent it, I tagged him in the chat here, so we'll see. See what he says.
I've got it on here, but it just has the black stuff.
Yeah, I don't have like you mean the PNG, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, the epic score, I'm digging with the violins and stuff. I love it.
Greater than ever, the promise we delivered or wished to deliver heading into the 6th MLBB World Championship. To be greater than ever, that is what these two teams have achieved in their local leagues. They struggled for so long at a certain spot. Finally, they made it to the top in Indonesia and in the Philippines, respectively. Team Liquid and Fnatic Onyx Philippines face off in the final match of the Swiss stage. Welcome once again. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. Still here with Husky and Trex. Pumped for this clash of titans. FNOP, TLID. Bro, I don't even need to get too deep into it anymore. At this point, everyone knows why everyone's watching out for this.
Yeah, I feel like if you are not interested in any of the previous 7 matches, this was worth the wait, right? The clash of the champions of 2 different regions, eternal rivalry, all on day 1.
And we're going into this with some stakes. Again, it's been a day of surprises. So if you've just been waiting for this match alone, I wish you take the time after the broadcast to watch all of the action that you've missed. Because here's the kicker. At the end of a very surprising Swiss stage day 1, it could either be Indonesia going into the next round very happy that their 2 representatives are comfortable, while the Filipino representatives are
What'd you say?
0-1 bracket, or the Filipinos being happy that their champions are the Indonesian champions and have one team
Oh,
with the 1-0 and
I
one
don't
team
know.
with the 0-1.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways this could play. Well, actually,
Yeah.
just 2 different ways that this could play out. But either way, it's like, all right, do we want Indo to win so that there's a possibility of Indo versus Indo in the top? Do you just, you know, let the other team slide through so that things can get switched up? Because no matter what, tomorrow is
Sure.
going to be insane depending on which one of these teams goes to their respective spots.
Before we talk more further about this upcoming match, Kadia's Gaming and Esports District unites gamers,
Oh, that's
communities, and
awesome.
fans across all genres and walks of life. That is Kadia Gaming. Go search it up online to know more about Kadia. Now, TLID versus FNOP. People would want to think that there's a lot of bad blood between these two. Like, oh, I'm pretty sure Kelra hates Aaron Shiki or Fabian hates King Kong, but they are fierce rivals in game. But they're actually pretty close outside of it. If you follow their social
That one's
media,
not
they're,
bad.
they're all chill and cool with each other.
Yeah, there's this slang that we use in MPRMY. Well, Rose uses it, right?
yeah.
Every time it's a Kawa di Luar Gelanggang, Lawa di Land of Dawn. So friends outside the arena, enemies inside on the Land of Dawn. I think it's how it is for a lot of these teams out there. I'm just here for a healthy competitive match, and for me, I don't really care who wins, because either way we'll already have a amazing day, and whoever wins is just gonna be happy at the end of it.
Yeah, these are all
And,
pretty
again,
decent.
a lot of that comes from their mutual respect. I feel like a lot they know and they understand that a lot of people see them as the top 2 teams in the world right now, and them going up against each other. It's always a question of, hey, this might mean, you know, they're the best team in the world right now because they beat them at this time, and vice versa, vice versa. So world stage dominance is at stake. We're getting what could have been and what people predicted to be the grand finals in the very first day of Swiss. They're both newly crowned. They feature young but talented players with a super high ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, just
Trex,
pick like 5 of your favorites and then put them in the Discord, and we'll just have the team decide.
Who you want to focus and give a little bit more of light on.
I mean, there's so much to talk about with both teams. I'll do a quick little tidbit on both. I think TLID, the fact that it is
60
essentially
bucks,
a team
damn. I'm
full
sure it
of
goes down
rookies
though the
here,
more you buy.
completely dominating
Right.
in their local
Okay.
league,
Yeah,
even
so if
taking
I
the
were to,
win
like,
over some veterans in RRQ,
What's it?
and now here to really show themselves. And then we take a look at FNOP. We have
The
rise
main
of
team,
Kelra, who even though is quoted as the gold center, has never been
Seven.
at a series, right? Has
Seven,
won MSCs,
technically.
who has done amazing things, but has said himself in interviews that he doesn't feel like he's the gold center until he wins a world
Because we got the
championship.
5
So I think
players,
this is
a
his
sub,
time
and
to really
then
show that
coach.
He is the best gold laner in the world. And Team Liquid ID, all 5 players just wanting to show that they are all the best in the world.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the things that TLID has going for them. The fact that I know that they're the champions of Indonesia and there are a lot of eyes on them, but I feel like they can go into each match without that much crazy amount of pressure. Because they're a young squad. At the end of the day, just play your game, do the best that you can, and I think they themselves even would be happy about that. But Liquid, I feel like they're going to this with a little bit more of a crazy thing because, well, it's revenge against Fnatic Onyx PH that they're looking for here. So let's first look at what Coach Saint Lucas said from TLID.
Yeah, and he said that on the day of the draw, when we found out our first match was against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, we were all hyped up because everyone was eager to face them right away, and we were all excited for the challenge. Some players even kept asking if the team can head over to Malaysia immediately.
So excited to face FNOP is TLID.
And then from Coach, why not? People might not know this, but we scrimmed a lot with Indonesians because we'd look to them to learn and gain experience. Well, fans of TLID and FNOP argue online over who's better. They don't know that both teams actually respect and know each other very well in game. So it's exciting to have this opportunity. And what's even more exciting about it is it's not the world isn't at stake here, right? It is day one, it's Swiss stage, you got plenty of time. So yes, it is the perfect time for these two teams to have a little bit of fun.
It's quite anime when you think about it, the relationship between these two. No one expected Fnatic Onyx Philippines to go on the run that they did in the Philippines, breaking the win streak record of 13 series.
I'm leaving.
And then of course they dropped the last one. They didn't get the season, but they went 13 series straight. And they became champions.
Get out of here with your Mariah Carey Christmas spirit ass.
To rise like that. They always struggled as Aura. They had to do a major shift early in the season in their roster, and then suddenly this team of young guns, these rookies, are champions in Indonesia. And now here they are on the world stage, and they're buddy-buddy. It's anime, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? Like Team Liquid ID, they started the regular season kind of sort of at the bottom. You literally started at the bottom. Now they're at the M series stage. I like the respect that the players have for one another.
I see your vape and raise you a dragon egg.
First kind of encounter in the Swiss stage. We don't have to wait until playoffs and when the stakes are higher. We already get to have kind of the appetizer, right? The taste test of what the two potential best teams in the world can offer.
You know, and I want to pull back. You talked about TLID being those young guns, right? And when you're a young kid like that, to pull back even farther, what I said earlier today, you have that dog in you, right? You're hungry. The world is your oyster. You have lots of opportunity, and that's sometimes what you're looking for. We've seen teams like this before, these rookie young players that come in and they just shake the world up a little bit.
Here's
and that's what I think a lot of us are looking at when we look at TLID.
We've told you just bits of the story between TLID versus FNOP.
That's what I got.
Now the story
yeah, it's
TLID
not bad.
Versus FNOP.
It's not bad.
King Kong as #1, very dominating in the MPLPH right now.
Tapi Onyx lah, so strong. Semua player yang mechanical gifted. King Kong, Kelra, big contender dalam MC.
It has recently, but to be fair, it's still the original coil from when I bought it, and I've not cleaned this thing out, like, because I didn't really use it too much, but here recently, if I don't get a cart, then I just get, you know, some concentrate, but yeah, it's not bad. It's kind of like a cart. Like I'll just.
For me, I got excited because I want to face Fabian. Fabian, you should watch yourself when we get into the match.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get a new one, but I'm gonna need like some fucking pliers to get this one out. Because like I said, I've never cleaned it, never changed it, nothing. It's all original.
Papatunayan ko sa'yo yung mga sinasabi ko.
Yep. This is gonna be epic, dude. The earliest grand final showdown? What? It's like the round 1 grand finals. Round 1 grand finals between TLID and Fnatic Onic PH.
We talked about these two as friends. Now, it's time to talk about them as fierce competitors. Team Liquid ID
Oh,
versus
dude,
Fnatic
check
Onic
this out.
Philippines. We've set up a good amount of the baseline. I think it's time to go into a little bit of a deeper analysis. So let's go off something that Skylar said. Angeling.
Do you
The
like?
thing is, my memory might be serving me right. So
Yeah, I got the whole control arm thing and everything. So I can like move it where I need it.
But in case I'm misremembering, just put it as, do you think it would be
Not
wise
that.
for TLID to go Angeling?
Would it be wise?
Yeah, I got a cheap little microphone. I had it on during my last stream, but then I unplugged some stuff to move things around so I could kind of make the desk a little neater. And when I went to use it today, it was not working, so I don't know what I did wrong, but
I don't want to see it not now.
yeah.
So one of the reasons
That's
why
why
I
we
brought
can't
up
have
the
nice
Angeling is
things.
because when you think about it, based on the ordering of the draft, if they get
Still
Angeling, there's a high
3
chance
minutes.
They might actually also have a buildup on their side. So that might actually also
I'm
be a
probably
buildup that
gonna
might end
step
up in the
outside quick.
hands of TLID. Now for Fnatic Onic Philippines, do you ensure
Yeah,
that
alright, we're gonna take a quick recess here before the
Brusco
game gets going, and we'll be right back.
Or rather, do you think that they should end up with a pick that, you know, is can mean Brusco can be aggressive in the game?
I mean, I think keep Brusco on something steady. I think don't get too crazy. And looking at I mean, knowing PH, they're known to kind of just be solid, right? They don't.
Yeah.
Every once in a while they'll throw in a cheese pick. They'll get a little outside the meta. But I think day one, you keep things simple. You hold down that front line. You be the roamer that everyone needs you to be.
All right, Team Liquid ID, here they are.
Yeah, so Aaron Shiki in the gold lane, Witty as the roamer, Yehizical as the mid, Fabian as the jungler, and Aaron as the EXP lane. Now I think everything we're looking at right now is going to be Aaron Shiki. How is he going to be able to handle up against the gold standard Kelra? Can he pop off? They will be on blue side, so if they can slot him something up very early, he's going to be able to pull through, just like we've seen so many gold laners already do today. And it seems like that has been the role that has really mattered with so many winning teams. So he needs to step up to the plate.
Yeah, this Team Liquid ID squad, Widdy, what he's done as the roamer, they call him Widdy the Wise. He's definitely going to have to show off some crazy approaches and strategies to how to break Fnatic Onic Philippines' formation. As Trek said, when it comes to Philippine teams, they are solid, and this is as solid as you can get with our champions in the home of champions.
Literally the new generation of Filipino young bloods. We got Kelra, the gold standard in the gold lane. We got Brusco as the roamer, Super Prince in the mid lane, King Kong as in the jungle, and of course Kirk in that XP lane. Doesn't get any better than this. For me, I'm looking at King Kong, man. We have Kelra as the gold standard for gold lane. King Kong feels like the king of the jungle right now. Unparalleled performance, super fast with the tempo, but also the macro knowledge that he brings to the game really elevates Fnatic Onic Philippines when the game goes late.
Well, alongside King Kong, I think one of the reasons why King Kong can shine the way he does, with the efforts of Brusco and everyone else, it has to be the Monster Mage in the mid. Super Friends, when they saw each other in SPS, of course, Fnatic Onic Philippines defeated Team Liquid ID. That's because Super Friends actually popped off in that series and proved why he's called the Monster Mage. We got a chat with Fabian, and we asked him, any message to FNOP? Trex, could you care to read what he replied to us?
Hey, yo, King Kong. I'm gonna kill you in solo lane.
Ooh.
But be honest, we are low-key friendly to each other. When they said we'll destroy you, he was just kidding. No cap.
I feel like that's an English translation of what Fabian might actually sound like, and it looks like we got the Fabian approval of, yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, that was the Fabian thumbs up. I mean, even for Fnatic Onic Philippines, right? I believe there was an interview with King Kong and Kirk's like, mom regarding like their journey and the support of the family. And Kurt said, "I'll show you one day where this will lead me." Well,
that was King Kong.
It was King Kong, right? So like it led them to the international stage, which in of itself, right, comes full circle. But now the draft, it's gonna be underway. Got Liquid ID on blue side, the Hayabusa ban in the first phase.
Okay, big switch up. I don't think we've seen a Hayabusa
No,
ban
it's the
all
first
day.
one.
In first phase,
First and
showing
last today.
immediate respects. You know, and you were asking if assassins are going to be, you know, would we see the Ling? Are assassins going to come into play, at least with these two teams? Well, we're already seeing some respect, so definitely the possibilities are endless. Also, Phobius getting banned out by TLID. It's a very different ban game right now than what we have seen from so many games today. Joy getting banned out. I mean, just overall, and that just leaves so much open behind it.
Yeah, that's based off of their previous matchup when they faced each other in SPS. It was there where King Kong himself was starting to show Joy in the jungle, and I guess the LID is respecting the heck out of that because of what Joy can do once it gets to access the backline, the instant damage that you get once you get her items. Fnatic Onyx Philippines reading into it, and they're respecting the Jushin. The Bruno is open for them to first 2 picks on the red side.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we have seen teams go for the Bruno first pick, albeit incredibly rare, but with so many options, like the Suyo is still on the table for Fabian if he wants to go for that as well. There can be a trade. The Alpha is also available for TLID if you want to go for Flex. There's always Todd
Gotta go for the
Khalid.
Bruno.
You
got to, bro.
Just rush it? It has won most games today, right?
You have to.
Yeah.
You cannot give that to Keller right now.
Yeah, 5 out of 2 wins today.
They don't.
Hold on.
Mr. Renmar.
Of course they're going to be rushing that Angela, and again, that opens up the potential of the Angeling, meaning Fnatic Onyx Philippines. What if they overreact, you know? What if they just suddenly go, Ling Bruno right now?
No, I think they'll go Suyo, right? Like, this is it's a treasure trove, but Cho Bruno, yeah.
It's tough.
It'd be crazy if they pick up Ling now.
Definitely Bruno, but they might even actually consider
Super Prince Valentina, you know, like the hard guard is still.
I'm thinking Alpha Bruno.
Yeah, Alpha.
Oh, they go Hilda.
Hilda?
Oh, they respect the Hilda of Aran. Again, he is the Hilda guy, so.
Yeah.
Vanquish the
Yeah,
oh, they're giving Bruno.
No Bruno.
No Bruno. No Bruno.
We don't care about no Bruno. We got a Kelra.
We got the gold standard, right?
Yeah, if the LID pick up the Bruno here, it'll be perfect. And then Beatrix might actually be the answer of FNOP.
Okay, so the Bruno's still open.
One cares. All
but
right.
there is some nasty dive from TLID that can reach the Bruno, right? Like the entire day has been who do you pick to reach that backline and take out the Bruno? Right now, TLID already have some tools to make it happen.
Yeah, so now they have to think about it, right? What gold laner do we really want? We want something that can definitely move around. We want something that can escape that attack that TLD might just try to put pressure on.
Yeah.
I do like the fact that they pick up this Hilda, kind of knowing, because once you see the Angela, you know the Link's coming. You know some sort of assassin is coming, so they pick up the Hilda, someone that can be aggressive. It's kind of worrisome, though. You see the Suyo, you see the Hilda. How does Ling deal with that type of pressure in the early game?
Whoa.
And now a Lu Yi, just to add even more aggression behind it.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, they're giving each other signatures, man.
That gold lane is so open, right? Like, I think you just start hammering gold laners at this point. You got 2 bans on each side. Both teams haven't revealed any of that kind of main carries yet.
Yeah, you go for the gold lane matchup trade. And I have this feeling that we're actually already seeing the roam of Brusco. So whatever the EXP leader of FNOP is, it's either going to be something along the lines of a CC or something along the lines of a Terizla or an Edith later on. Another thing you have to consider for FNOP is when they have the Lo Yi, they love pairing that up with a Claude. If it's not going to be the Claude, which, I mean, if they decide not to go for the mid to the late game strat, they might actually pick up something like anyone that deals magic damage really might be okay.
Yeah, I think just about, I mean, there's plenty of options when it comes to gold. And at this point, it's like, at this point, knowing that they're willing to put Bruno so far back where so many teams have priored it up front, we know that either of these gold laners are very comfortable with whatever they end up with. Whatever ends up in their hands, it's like, listen, we'll make it work. Let's prio everyone else instead. Let's make sure our mid is ready to go. Let's make sure our mid trio is ready to go, because that's essentially what we're seeing from both teams here. I do agree the Hilda most likely in her own position. It works well to maybe invade, put pressure onto this Ling. It's a nice answer to it.
Yeah, and that's why they banned out the Gata Kacha. It would have been the perfect partner alongside the Hilda, who might not who might need the help with another tanky frontliner.
And that is why this is one of the most anticipated match, right? Even the drafting, the flavor that they give us is very different from what we've seen in the first 7 best of ones. For now, they have their priority pick in the second phase, so they are gonna go for the CC ban. Right? You guys kind of called it. It can be an option.
All right, so they're the ones to take out the CC, and now it's great that you actually see these two teams saying that, you know what, we want to win the gold lane. We'll save the last picks for our gold laners as much as possible.
There is still Cho for Brusco if not wants to go for it, right? Like, you ban the CC. We've seen how CC deals into the hill down once that War X comes online. We've seen that vengeance from the side of RQ Hoshi earlier on as well.
This might actually be a tell by FNOP though. If they ban CC going to the second phase, there's a chance they're actually going to just roll with the Beatrix already. Again, CC is one of the best picks that you can pick up to give Beatrix a difficult time. And that's why they ban it.
There goes the Beatrix ban.
10 steps ahead.
But that's a decent counter to the Bruno. So if FNOP does end up locking that in here, we're losing some possible options there. TLID may be working against themselves, possibly with that ban. FNOP, 4th pick, coming in. They pick up the Cho. There it is.
That's the Brusco
TLID, how do they answer back?
They're saving the Keldra pick for last.
They are.
That's how comfortable they are with it. Literally the only team that I think has pushed gold lane all the way back into their number 5 choice. The only team that is willing to take that risk right there.
You know, Granger has a good amount of dashes, and I feel like having a lot of dashes would be good against a Hyla, Sling, Angela. You know,
I like the Claude. Like the Claude, you get that BMI, you get that, you get the Purify with him because you always want to pick it. But also, we haven't seen him much. Where does he really fit? They do have the Hylos. A Shredder could work. But it kind of depends on what TLID picks up here.
I suppose if the Bruno doesn't get picked up, then we would have a more classic gold lane matchup, right? Than a ton for TLID, which means that there is a chance we go back to an era where there's just no Malefic gun purchase.
A very TLID lineup, and a strong one at that. Fighting, controlling the map all around for the young squad. It now falls into the hands of Coach Why Not to set up his gold standard for success. What is the gold? With a Nathan on the other side, TLID might balloon this. They have to match it. They might actually just need to go for the Bruno.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely see the Natan pick does come in for TLID, and I love how you said this whole draft is very TLID. I mean, it's very reminiscent of the things they were picking up in their grand finals. The Natan was pivotal in so many
Alright, there we
their
go.
strategies, the poke.
Alright, Angela, Hylos, Ling, Khalid, and Natan versus Bruno, the Cho, the Luyi, the Hilda, and the Suyo, whatever the hell his name is.
Ooh,
give me a team. Give me a team.
FNOP.
FNOP. All right. Husky.
I'm feeling FNOP.
All right. I'm the panel host. I don't need to give my prediction. I like both. You know what? I'm not gonna go do that. Something about it tells me the TLID lineup is very it's fierce. I'll give it that. So, Mirko, bring it up. Why don't you give us your picks? Who won the draft?
You gonna?
Thank you so much.
Are you gonna be able to run any after this?
Of the Swiss stage. Give us
Nice.
our choices according to Remar.
What do you think?
I'm gonna have to go for FNOP.
Wow, that's surprising.
What about you?
I will also say FNOP.
Oh, that's surprising. No. Oh.
Yes, sir.
No.
If you know, you know.
Well, I mean, again, this still is the battle of the champions. The much
Mirko's trying to curse FNOP. That's funny.
Because the panel has already mentioned it. They seem very comfortable with the picks that they have.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Into the land of Dawn we go. Fabian on a signature Ling, King Kong on the Suyo that got him the championship in MPLPH. Oh, it's so crazy that both these teams are like, you know, the meta? Let's go with our comfort.
Yeah, and don't forget complete
Witty.
Damn.
Who's going to win?
Also going in right now, looking for the Jikundo. Witty's going to try to get level 2.
There he is, there he is, there he is.
Trying to cut away Brusco. Shunfu forward, last hit, first blood to Brusco.
I should have prepared myself for all these action. I mean, look at RRQ earlier with the way they were able to play the game, but Fnatic Onyx
54 seconds, new record for first blood at M6.
When we were supposed to mention,
That's it? Bro, I used to get first blood under 45 seconds with Lilia. You remember that shit?
All these amazing rewards that you could get, including the statue.
That was fun. 40 seconds, first blood.
Back to the game. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they were able to draw first blood against Team Liquid ID. Very decisive from Risco there, burning the flicker.
Yep.
Really solid stuff here.
And now I can't because Joe always pushes mid.
The emblems here, that's the Master Assassin, so Kelra really wants to get the lane going. Also, the Bargain Hunter for Aaron, she gonna get those items earlier, but it's a weakness finder. So Aaron's very confident in this laning of his as well. You know, usually we see a bit of a safer choice, especially up against a boy like for Aaron, it's about that win. Very good respect there. It just flickers out, you know?
I mean, if we, or if a lot of fans had a choice, I mean, I think they'd really want a solo camera just focused on
Well, what I've noticed too is, like, because last night, I could see, like, a lot of times the reason why I wasn't telling him, you know, like, come back as much as I used to, is because I was like, well, maybe it was like Stigma was saying, and we, you know, he's trying to give us vision. Well, then all of a sudden, he's the only one in that area, and the other team just completely deletes him. And it's like, well, fuck, you know, like,
that's the way they actually won MPO in
I don't know.
Asia. For F9,
I don't know.
they're doing what they did to win MPO Philippines. Right? They're controlling the neutral objectives, controlling the early game, and getting tempo around the map. For Team Liquid ID, it's all about waiting for the power spike of Aaron.
Well, and that's like,
once they have that, they will decide to fight. But before that, they will not fight. They will
Yeah.
give away, concede all the neutral objectives that they have to wait for that. Patience is the key.
And this could be an impatient play from Fnatic Onyx Philippines, though. They go for Witty, and that's 2 kills now for Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
And that's what's dangerous when you're up against FNOP and you play the style.
Yeah.
Kelra.
Oh shit.
You know,
Oh
now
shit.
Kusko walking up, the Jikundo will lock him down there.
Damn,
King
son.
Forward there. King Kong trying to go for the sun. Will be able to get it, but Fabian now against
Lane goes
to the blades, will
in,
be able to
gets
pick it up, and
one.
now escapes
He's gonna
as
leave it at
well.
that.
That's the usurper.
He
in
tells
action.
Kelra,
And that
you're lucky I only
was
used
Fabian
half my
deciding that
power.
he wanted to fight. Friends, diversion play, but Kirk!
Power Wilderness, Kirk will be able to get the kill, gets out as well. Now he has kill and Witty against Super Prince. It's gonna be the healing coming down, stopped up as well. Witty
Pretty back and forth right
gets
now.
out with the flicker as Aran on the horse comes into the mid lane.
I cannot believe all those clutch kills coming in here for both Fnatic Onyx Philippines
Yeah, no.
and Team Liquid ID.
Or
Imagine transitioning all the way from the gold lane to the
Holy-
mid lane and still seeing
what is that?
the action take place. But could this be another potential turtle that'll go into the hands of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, or has Fabian already decided that he really wants to go and fight from this point onward?
Fannie Mae
They
candy
should be
bars,
able to
eh?
actually fight it out, right? It really depends on the position that they have here. Fabian's obviously going to be more concerned about the camps and getting that level lead. But I just noticed the defense Brave Smite on the low Yi, by the way. That's something new. So far, low Yi, we've seen what? Impure Rage, mostly Lethal Ignition. So he's going for more sustain on this.
Well, it
Right.
seems like it. I think we were able to see this from Rins earlier, but that's the juice bit. So you could like play around it a lot more. But
Guess
this is
we're meeting a lot of eggs.
securing the talisman as well. So I'm starting to believe that that might just be the game plan here. But Kirk able to sustain everything. Diversion behind Aran. What?
Okay.
He gets away. So now they know which resources are down for Fnatic Onyx.
Oh, I just realized I didn't have the camera back on my stream. My bad.
Chunking him low.
It's
That's
alright.
the lead
Nobody's
right there.
here
Heal
anyways.
back up very, very easily. Both teams. It does seem like for
See, that's the good thing about being not a very popular streamer is like we can kind of get away with a little bit of stuff here.
So playing the long game too. Fabian decides to go in for the fine blades onto Kirk.
Yeah.
Get onto Aran. Both teams
Yeah,
just
I had to
hovering
tell
around the
Muhammad to kind of chill down earlier.
The fight as well. King Kong takes the turtle though.
Raging Sandstorm to the back. Fabian able to claim the blades there. Super Prince will be slashed down a bit by Witty. Kirk will still be able to escape for a bit here. Pops in the sprint.
Well, I don't want it
Super
to get
Prince
too
immobilized.
crazy
And that will be the chain CC
because
to
I
lock
would
him
like to
down.
keep streaming
Fnatic Onyx
these,
Philippines
but
got the neutral objective. TLID get the
at the
kill.
same time, you know, I know people like to have fun, and
For a diversion towards the bottom lane,
I don't
but
take a lot of
Kelra
stuff
on
serious
top lane, takes
these
down tier
days,
1
so a lot of stuff
That's
to
the
me
end
is just
as
kind of
well.
like,
Was it? Yeah, was you here
Alright,
or
you
by
know.
Aaron Shiki. So Keller takes the first turret. Up
But
top
I know
lane.
there's a lot of sensitive people on the interwebs, so
I think right now he's in the
some
game
of
plan.
it I gotta
Up to
kind
the
of
front.
keep,
Right now,
you
the
know,
turn, I'm not gonna hit the power
under
spike
a
anywhere
certain
as fast
point.
As Kelra on a Bruno. Might as well just play it safe. Fabian now.
And I hate to do it, you know, because Muhammad's my guy. Same with Pancakes. I don't. He came in and said something one time, and I'm like, you know, I know you're joking, but other people might not. So.
2 members down already. Aran gonna be stunned up with revitalized. Kelra still doing a lot of damage. Put down, Kelra with the flicker, finding the kill that was stunned over towards Aaron Shiki.
Damn.
It's a triple kill
Dude,
for Kelra.
Fnatic
And
is.
Yehezkiel is forced back.
Oh, wait,
They're
there's
going
the
off,
diversion
bro.
there.
Diversion. Oh shit, run!
Yes, okay, okay. Yeah, Skill might be able to survive this, but still that was a triple kill. Going to the hands of Kelra.
Yeah.
I must say.
That's
two
a.
different-
That's what
being
I
able to
need to
survive all
practice
that,
is
and he
Lu
got-
Yi,
he went for the warrior boots as
but
well.
I cannot
That's
use her
aside
for the
from
life of
the
me.
Great Smite and all the
Did you get my
shield that he
message?
got from spamming his rotation type dispersion, but oh wait.
Okay.
Alright. Wow. This is insane pressure coming in from Fnatic on
I went out and had some of it, but I put it out
So
to get back in here for the
7th-minute mark.
match.
And again, it's due to just them hitting their power spots much earlier because they got the first 2 neutral objectives. And Team
This is the
Liquid
last
ID,
one.
Despite the fact that they've tried to go for these plays, they are just not dealing as much damage as FNOP at this stage of the game, and FNOP know it. Now it's time for them to start going onto the turtle and forcing fights over against CLID.
Who will be getting the turtle?
King Kong gets the turtle. That's all 3 to Fnatic. And they get 2 kills.
Got a diversion. Fabian's in the diversion.
Maybe 3?
Reaction catches them. Flavor Fave taking
Maybe
out by
4.
Kirk. Brusco
No.
gets the cheap window on Yehezkiel, and it's another 3-0, making a 4-0 as they secured the turtle too.
And something tells me Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're very particular with their timing. So long as they know that the hard guard's up, that Yehezkiel used it on Fabian, and that they're looking for a team fight, they try to avoid and position themselves in areas where it wouldn't be as ideal for Team Liquid ID to pick these
Get her
team
set.
fights. And now that they have so
They
much
make,
to consider, the bounty that's in
little
the hands
doggy
of Kelra for
steps.
sure at this point in time, even King Kong, things are becoming gradually difficult. And that's another way of the dragon!
Brusco catching him on the wall. Way of the dragon. Oh man, Fabian is not getting space to farm. King Kong is already 3 whole levels ahead of Flavor Fave.
Look at Brusco just being able to position himself like that. This is
He literally just
actual
stood there.
aggression coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Wow.
Kelra has all the space he needs, has all the space he wants. And I really have to commend Kirk. I really have to commend Brusco for creating all that. All the while we thought that Team Liquid ID, they were just really waiting for their timings. Now, would they be able to still find that at this point?
Look at that 4-level lead, man. That's a juicy 4-level lead.
Damn, bro. You might have got me on
Even to
both of the
Diversion.
matches we guessed
It's a
against
scare tactic for
guessed
FNOP. They're
against
literally
each
just
other. Jesus
playing and
Christ.
threatening Team Liquid ID with every diversion.
And it's discipline, of course.
Yeah, okay, guy. Okay.
Taking hold of that 8K gold lead. Now that they're able to deny Fabian of his most important resources, this isn't looking
For this one, I kind of guessed because to me they're both pretty evenly matched. Well, I thought they were evenly matched, but clearly
the global presence that Fnatic Onyx Philippines
they are
has
not.
right now, their
At least
ability
up to
just
this point.
find their way towards those targets whenever they gain even the least or the
Here's the
slightest
thing,
bit of
though, like,
information.
If it were going 3 or 5
Team Liquid
matches,
ID,
I
a
bet
lot more things to consider whenever they actually want to.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I said that earlier because someone commented on my prediction video or my prediction stream where we did our predictions, and they were like, "Are you sure you want to still pick Falcons over Aurora?" And I'm like, or no, it was, they were asking me about BTK versus the wild card, and they were like, "Do you still want to pick BTK?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I want to pick BTK." I'm like, best of one has its advantages for the underdog because it gives them a better chance, in my opinion, because, you know, like we've seen clearly today, like the quote-unquote underdog team can pull off something crazy in one match, and then that's it. They don't have to worry about the other team figuring that out and countering it the next match.
This isn't looking too good for all the remaining base turrets of Team Liquid ID. They get one down, possibly even all.
Yeah.
They got their base exposed.
Oh, Brusco gets the G2 away the dragon. Winning the Raging Sandstorm onto 2. Now touches the blades. It's a flicker up from Kelra. The hard guard on Aaron, and Witty just evaporates King Kong. Going for the stun. Aaron still able to space out King Kong. Gonna be taking some shots now. The waves in the mid lane. Yin Yang reaction from Super Prince. Yehezkiel and Aaron, the two members alive. Just Yehezkiel in the end.
There it is.
FNOP make it quick.
All right.
I could not confirm if
So
that
now
was
BTK
actually
has to
the
worry about
fastest we've seen for today.
Fnatic Onic.
But I cannot believe it. We were looking forward to
All right, so let's see. Let's see what our. I mean, they'll bring it up on screen, but I'm gonna write it down so that way I have it.
and they seem to know what
So upper bracket, or I guess the 1-0 bracket.
FNOP knew every move,
We
every
got
little thing that they were able to abuse in MPLID.
S2G.
FNOP knew. They had done their research, and you saw the research play there. You
BTK.
see the faces of FNOP, just the confidence of these players too. They knew what was gonna happen, it seems.
What a showdown. Still, we're looking
CFU.
forward to more of this. Who knows? This might not be the last, but for now, let's break down that very fast game together with our
Team
Pirates.
Spirit. Or Team Secret.
Super family.
Team
we
whatever it's called.
Onyx Philippines back home in the Philippines.
That one?
And you got to see why if you're not familiar with their game.
Twisted
Every one of
Minds.
them knows the role that they need to fulfill to win the game. And against friends, they show them the power of family. Just wow.
Like Vin Diesel once said, family is everything. You have family, you can come back to life even if you wish to. But I just really kind of call back to a question you asked me earlier, Renma. You said that
Okay, RRQ and now FNOP.
I need to go for the Angel Link, and I express my concern with the patterns of drafts we've seen today. It's all about fast draft.
All right, and then in the 0-1
screams late game, and FNOP didn't let TLID even
bracket,
get past
we got
mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, FNOP did what everyone else has been doing so far. They picked the picks that have
SRG.
been working. TLID did more of a throwback back to their championship types of drafts.
Yes.
Came up a little
It was
bit
quick.
short. Am I counting it out completely?
Not as
Do I
bad
think
as
the
us
Angela
in
is not a
ACT, but
possibility
yes,
in
it
the
was quick.
future? No, I'm not. I think it's definitely something that could
listening.
be picked up.
Boy, was
but
that like
it
a
needs
9-minute
a little
match,
bit more
8-minute
around
match?
it.
The first one was 9, and I think the second one was like 10 or 11. So technically, we made improvement. We ran more the second time.
Team Liquid with me here we have Kara. So first of all, Kara, how are you?
Okay naman.
Okay naman. Are you nervous? Were you nervous?
Jerry, you're alive? Yeah, I just kept crawling away, and it kept working.
Okay, now, like I mentioned, your match against Team Liquid ID is one of the most awaited matches this M6. Most awaited head-to-head. How does it feel like taking your first win
wait
in
a
the Swiss
minute.
stage against them? Alam natin lahat na isa to sa
Oh, okay. That's the one. I was like, why am I missing a
anticipated ng
team?
mga tao. So anong pakiramdam mo na ang una niyong laban is against Team Liquid
Oh, bro.
ID tapos nanalo ka?
Pakiramdam ko nung kanina kalmado na.
There was one caster earlier who was sitting there talking about NIP Flash, and Mirko kept calling him Nip Flash. And I was like, ha, Nip Flash, you know? And this lady would not say Nip Flash. She kept calling him NIP Flash, and I'm like, I wonder if that's why. It's because it sounds like you're saying Nipple Flash. I mean, I don't blame her, you know, if you're uncomfortable saying something, don't say it, but I just thought it was kind of funny.
Aaron Shiki knows who Kelra is in the international stage. I like that. It's pretty nice, pretty subtle, pretty humble. Okay, now
Oh yeah, and
Kelra,
TLID.
we know
Okay.
that there's a lot of upsets today. Okay, a lot of the favorites lost, right? Who do you want to meet tomorrow? Those that won. Who are you looking forward to meet? Because the draw will be happening after this.
Ooh, we get to see the draw. Okay, let's hurry up and do predictions. Let's see. So for 1-0, I think BTK will get...
S2G, BTK, CFU, Team Spirit, Twisted Minds, Falcon, and RRQ.
RRQ.
Why?
Gusto
Ooh.
ko malaban kasi tropa rin namin yung RRQ.
Oh, he wants to go up against RRQ
Okay.
because RRQ is
So I'm gonna
also
say
their friends. So they want to
I
have like
think
friendly
BTK will face.
Okay, now last question. Are you surprised to actually take this win against Team Liquid ID, or do you think it was an easy game
I
and
don't
you
know.
thought
I
you
think
could have actually
Falcons
won
really.
Siguro hindi naman ako na bigla, pero maganda rin naman pinakita nila, siguro mas na-execute lang namin na maayos yung laro.
Now he
And then
said
we'll
that
say
actually,
RRQ
they weren't so surprised that they
versus
won, but TLID did put up a good fight, and he thinks that Fnatic Onyx Philippines just executed the game better.
S2G.
All right, thank you very much, Kelra. Congratulations on your win. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Team Liquid Indonesia.
CFU versus
Congratulations to Fnatic Onyx
Twisted
Philippines.
Minds.
That is the player that we label as the gold standard back home.
And FNAP
You know who he is. Now,
versus
interesting draft. Of course, we
TS.
touched on the Angeling, but I think the world got an introduction to the fierceness of Super Princess Lo Yi. What do you think about those diversions,
And then
Trex?
The divergence
0-1 will go.
monstrous. Super Prince overall, I just feel like it's shadowed a lot by, you know, names like Kelra, by King Kong. But every time I watch FNOP's game, Super Prince,
We'll go SRG. Will
he's
get.
an unsung hero on the team. I feel like that makes these huge plays and these huge moments happen.
Yep, that's why I call him the Monster Mage, and that's why we touched on his impact for
Rora.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines. As we talk more about the victors, anyone else that you want to point out, Husky?
I mean,
ULF.
for me, it's Super Friends definitely one of it. Trex covered
Vamos.
it. For me, it's King Kong as well. We looked at the
NIP
macro play
Flash.
that he brought on the Suyo, which I've already kind of touched on a bit. Kirk, though, I think Kirk deserves special mention.
KBG.
He ran that Hilda instead of, you know, revitalize the usual ones that you see. He ran for Hilda Sprint, completely outpaced the high loss, and not only that, you see how
Will they
active
leave?
he is, how proactive he is.
TLID.
Looking for Fabian, being able to work together with Brusco to shut down this link, and
And
willing to
EV.
make those early rotations just to ensure that the rest of Fanop gets a hit.
See, the more we talk about Fnatic Onyx Philippines, the more we realize that really from positions, from each
All right.
position, they
I
know
made
what
my
to do.
predictions
They
of
know
what I
how.
think
And,
the
not
the
to say
draw
Liquid
will
ID
be.
doesn't know how to do that. It's
So
just
we'll
that
see how
they
right
go
or
back
wrong
to what
I
Kelra
am.
said. They just executed it better. There is
Oh, you're good.
definitely a universe in here where TLID could have won. So
Literally
this is one of
just
the key
guessed.
moments that may have turned things around.
'Cause
and
it's
turned
a
the story in
draw,
favor
you
of
know,
Fnatic
so-
Onyx Philippines. Trex, break it down.
Okay, so keep our
He said,
eyes
"Trex,
on
break it
Super
down."
Prince. He gets stunned. He hangs out. He holds on to the flicker when the Raging Sandstorm comes and saves it just in case Fabian wants to make the play that Fabian does, and Fabian
What's up?
pays for it. Now, at this point, Team Liquid ID kind of could have pulled back.
Oh,
They kinda
McDonald's
coulda
is
hanged out,
closed.
but they stay there
Balls.
just a little bit too long, not knowing that Fnatic Onyx
Oh,
PH
did he?
is relentless. And this is the moment where that 2-point K gold lead
Oh,
goes
yeah, he
on
did.
to turn into possibly
Yeah.
even more. Now, rewind it back one more time. Like I said, Super Prince, man, you just have to know
For
your
what?
limits in a moment like this, because he sits there, he waits till that last second and still survives. Also, I'm so glad that you pointed out Super Prince,
Damn.
because that's what this replay was really about. And then he goes on after
I wonder how they
this
felt
fight
about
right here
that.
to pull a diversion off. He doesn't get the kill, but still it
All
just
those
shows
all
what's
those
about
college
to
kids and
come.
shit
Once this
working in
gold
there,
lead
and
starts
then this
stacking,
kid fresh out of
more
high school
and
comes
more
in and he's
more
like,
of
"I'm your
those diversions
manager."
become more and more pressuring.
It's literally a magician, right? Like now you
That's
see
funny.
him, now you don't, and again we saw how Kirk and Brusco kind of supplements Fnop's in these team fights. Fabian didn't even get to play the game much because it's either getting cleaved in half by a Hilda running at him, or he's getting kicked off the wall by this Cho, that roundhouse that secures his death every single time. But yeah,
All right,
Super
let's
Prince,
see this
he
draw.
really is just putting all these tricks on TLID, and they got blindsided most of the time.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines broke a lot of records in MPLPH. They broke more records in this very first game. The fastest first blood in M6 is now at 54 seconds, set by Brusco against Aaron Shiki.
By Rome.
By a roamer of all that. Before that, it was Joe, a jungler for Legion Esports, and he did that in 58. And of course, the fastest level 15 in M6 is now at 8 minutes and 48 seconds, set by King Kong.
That's insanity right there.
Yeah.
Level 15 in 8 minutes. That's a good game. I I gotta go ask for some pointers later.
It's like 1 minute faster than the previous record that was set earlier today.
Yeah, that record was set earlier today, so definitely, Trex, please ask for pointers, because when you play jungle, I'm going to need you to carry me in our next ranked game.
I mean, I've already been carrying you as an EXP laner.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, true.
I'm not going to doubt that. Your Khalid is mean, bro. As we go into the emblems, see Aaron Shaky decided to go for the mystery, but then he just really couldn't get to that timing.
I want to point out something. Kelra, so many Bruno players today have been picking up the tenacity, but Kelra just full damage here. Aggressive, in-your-face type of play, and it just goes to show the type of gold laner he is compared to the rest of the guys out there.
Yeah.
He doesn't need a little bit of extra tankiness.
Yeah.
I got the moves. I got the grooves. You're not going to touch me before I take you out.
And not to mention that early...
That match
kind of
was 11 minutes and
3-1
11
minute
seconds.
exchange where they try to go for Kelra. Kelra survives, and Brusco comes in and takes out Aaron Shiki. That already kind of gave Kelra a minor lead. Not to mention, in this matchup, Bruno just feels so much more oppressive after that half-claw timing. You even asked me, Remar.
You have to
why
have
did
what he
Kelra
said.
Kind of take the diversion to the bottom lane instead of help snowball Kelra, because Kelra was already winning so hard that for now didn't really need to support him much. He comes in that mid-game within that key moment that we saw and gets a triple kill out of it. So, I mean, Kelra just had a fantastic game.
Yeah, and it was maximized. 2 rotations by FNOP into the top side, only 2. And it was exactly at the right time. And the moment you brought that up to me, that potentially it's Kelra saying, no, you guys hold on, I'm good here. Yeah, I definitely see that. Look at the damage dealt by Super Prince in King Kong. And look at the damage taken by Widdy the Wise. I feel like instead of just discrediting him, I really want to put it as FNOP looked at Widdy and said, we've seen what you've been doing to teams in Indonesia. We're not going to let you do that to us.
Yeah, and I think in the laning phase, he played the Khalid right, like getting in their face. But at some point, you got to start backing off. And we saw him get caught off by Brusco some point, mid-game there. And that's, again, when things started to fall. But taking a look at the MVP, it's King Kong.
Yeah, Husky, when this King Kong Suyo pick
You gonna hear me before you see me. I got King Kong in the trunk. King Kong, King Kong.
Championship hero for King Kong, right? Not only is he proficient with this Suyo, like early to mid, you see how he kind of juggles around these team fights with its cooldowns, but if the game ever goes late, his usage of Suyo to play the map is nothing that we've ever seen that come from a jungler. So that itself, that macro knowledge, paired up with his micro skills, is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's the perfect hero for someone like King Kong, who's playing in a team like Fnatic Onyx Philippines. One thing that we love to push, the idea in the Philippines, is that Fnatic Onyx PH are good as individuals, but they are even better as individuals and become champions because of how they play as a family.
So taking a look at some of these highlights, King Kong just completely popping off. And there goes some of those diversion plays from Super Friends. Being the oil of the machine, man. Super Friends just really able to keep things moving on the side of Fnatic, Onyx. Brusco with more beautiful kicks. I mean, honestly, it'd be hard to pick an MVP in this match because everybody played their role to a T. And Team Liquid, this final fight just shows, yes, you can try, you can fight, you can try to push them away. But today, Fnatic Onyx takes the dub.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines, so taking the W, they join a very interesting cast of 1-0 record holders at the start of Swiss with TLID now. Could it be a situation of I'm not trapped here with you, you're trapped here with me for the 0-1 bracket?
Yeah, I think this has been a day of upset, so whoever is down in that 0-1 must not be feeling good at all. It feels like you've been thrown into the wrong crowd, right? It's like like you are a lightweight competitor and you've been thrown into a heavyweight roster.
Listen, in M6, if you want to compete, you gotta be a heavyweight at all times. There's no easy buys. Every team has to be ready to face any other team at any time in this. It's definitely going to be exciting in the lower and upper because, yes, like you said, there is a mix-up. There is a toss-up. The table has been flipped.
And
The
I'm so
turns
excited
have
because
been
later
tabled.
on, wait, you're going to be there, right?
Yeah, Trex is going to be there.
Yeah, you're going to be there in the draw, but we're going to have a special guest for the drawing. Although
I will not
won't
be drawing.
Yeah, Trex won't be drawing. You saw it. Mirko will be there, but he won't be drawing. But we're not going to spoil who the special guest will be for the draw. But yeah, interesting
Special
game.
guest for the draw. Who would a
If,
special guest
I
for
could
this
just,
be?
prod your heads just a little bit. Trex.
Probably
you have
like a
favorite
previous
moment,
pro
favorite
player, like a
matchup
retired
that you
one.
saw today? The thing that for you would say like, oh, this is what I remember the most about day one.
I remember BTK taking it.
Yeah, that you did. No, but okay, honestly, were
I'll
you
sleep
nervous?
well tonight.
You'll
I'll
sleep well. Were you nervous?
I was a little nervous, you know, and then as the game went on, it was a nail biter. It went back and forth a bit.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think this day one as a total will go down in my memory as a keepsake. Like, because I don't think we've ever seen such an exciting day one in M Series history, the way things have gone today.
Yeah, and I'm excited that I got to share the panel desk with you gentlemen. Husky, what about you?
I think for me,
What's
it's
up?
definitely the Falcons when they beat Aurora. I think that was a pretty memorable moment. Not only is an upset, but it also kind of reflects on the Falcons esports roster that I have been able to see from SPS, and I'm glad that they've evolved from that point to become greater than ever.
As we reminisce here,
That'd be
let's
cool.
reminisce together. Let's look at the top 5 plays of the day. As
What's
we run down
the,
the best
I didn't write down the
moments
website.
M6 Swiss day number 1. What's number 5? Ooh, BTK, Trex.
BTK taking the dub here, and Ulfitnar put up an amazing fight. This is one of the few times we saw the Bruno lose out. This was the first time we saw Fredrin in M6 so far, and it worked, man. It definitely worked. Second play, Husky.
Yeah, and of course, this whole day has been about that Bruno, right? Like, we saw Sunshine earlier on from Openar, and now you look at Xing from CFU Gaming as well when they took down NIP Flash. And Bruno was just untouchable, right? Just shooting soccer balls in your face from 10 miles away, scoring goals after goal.
And this is the, why am I going to be the one to reminisce about this? Aurora MLBB getting taken down by Falcon Esports, but it was a tremendous showing. Benny got his signature Bruno, and a lot of questions as to why Aurora gave that.
And then there's Skylar in that recent game against KBG, a complete landslide, a wipeout, just devastation, destroying the Chinese team, and even styling on them at the end.
And of course, the number 1 play, it's this one by Fnatic on PH.
Yeah, it was a great play. Super Friends able to get that kill. This is the one that I was talking about. Aaron just hangs out too long. And this is where Fnatic Onic really put the nail in the coffin of Team Liquid ID.
And Kara even flickered forward past tier 1 and scores a triple kill. I mean, people say that, okay, Swiss round, you can't come up with the excuse of, oh, I'm in the wrong group, I'm in a really bad group, that's why I didn't make it through. I feel like you look at the 0-1 bracket, some teams are going to say that again. I think I'm in the wrong weight class.
Again, that's the beauty and the brutality of the Swiss stages. The first time ever in M-Series history, we introduced this format. There are teams who have faced off in Swiss stages before, either in tournaments at home or other international tournaments leading to M6. But now in the world stage, the grandest stage of MLBB Esports, well, it was definitely greater than ever. Potentially the greatest day number 1 we've ever had for an M-Series main stage. We're about to wrap things up here, actually. We're about to go into the draw. Any other things that you guys want to mention before we go?
I mean, there can be the worst case scenario. We see like the Malaysian MPL Grand Finals in the 0-1. We might see, you know, a potential that RRQ against Fnop in that 1-0 bracket. I hope those all don't happen, or else it will be an even major heartbreak for one of us.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I want to see? Sort of. Fnatic Onic PH versus BTK. That could be good, right?
Hey, yeah, could be great.
Could be great.
What we're about to see.
Yeah, both great low players, you know. In Hoon and Super Friends.
Let's do it.
I want to see RQ against BTK, right? Only one of them can get Fredrin.
I want Team Spirit BTK, personally.
Team Spirit BTK?
Oh, that would be
Team Spirit BTK would be good.
As we just, you know, nerd out about
But,
what
I
we
mean,
wanna see,
Falcons
we wanna
BTK would be
thank you
good
all for
too,
joining us
in
on
my
behalf of
opinion.
Husky, Trex, Brigida, and Mirko, thank you for joining us for the very first day of the Swiss stages. The draw is coming up, so don't go away.
We're going to another break. For real, bro? Come on, man. Damn. 5 minutes? Alright. We will be right back.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 Swiss Watch.
Who are we? New blocks. New legacy. A new era.
We wear.
And we're back.
We thrive.
Shuffle up and deal.
We strive.
Style for champions.
Shit, I gotta plug the phone in before it dies.
We are greater than ever.
Take it back towards today or what? To go all the way to
God damn it. No, he's saying that no, like there's no dasher taking their order.
I mean,
They put in the order though.
the smart ones were working today because they would make the thing.
Yeah, she used to do that shit. I can't, cause my.
What's up, guys?
All right, here's the draw. Here we go.
The final and possibly most important part.
Here we go.
Of tonight.
The draw. Let's see how right.
But before we get
Let's
to
see
that,
how
my
right
name's
or
Trex,
wrong I
joined
was.
here with Mirko. How you feeling about today's games?
You know, it started off really slow. I don't think anything surprising happened. No, dude, it was crazy. What do you mean? Oh, I thought at the start, Trex, that you would be the only caster left smiling. Luckily, that didn't happen, though. Luckily, we're all smiling.
Or three. Yeah, there was a few of
2
us.
or 3 smiles. A lot of non-smiles, though. A lot of angermans.
Most definitely. Well, we do have some things to talk about today or tonight as the final thing on. We're going to be looking at this bracket.
All right, here we go.
These groups coming up because we got some games to pull tomorrow. We have some games to see. We got multiple best of ones coming in. We got our balls ready to go.
Just like Bruno, bro.
Just like Bruno. And I'm excited for it.
Dude, I mean,
Dude, they say this shit
1-0 bracket,
on
the 0-1
purpose. I'm
bracket.
telling
You
you.
expect the 1-0
We
bracket
got
to
our
look
balls
like
ready to go.
Definitely did not expect all the
Come
favorites
on.
to lose in day 1.
No, we didn't expect the 0-1 bracket to look like this, the 1-0 bracket to look like this. There are so many possibilities.
Are those
that
the Dragon
we
Balls?
Could see tomorrow. So wait, are you gonna be the one drawing these?
Dude, I think they've learned from their mistake. You know, there's a reason you're not LaFell, and there's a reason why I'm here and I'm not drawing. I'm just
So,
hosting. We're just hosting.
Who's drawing?
You don't know? Didn't they brief you?
They didn't brief me.
A player is going to be drawing, as you guys remembered from, you know, all the posts before. You know this player? He's a
handsome
grand
guy.
finalist. A handsome guy? Grand finalist. He's an XP laner.
Okay. What's his
XP
what's his
laner.
D.
D-Lar?
Delar, there you go. Let's just bring him up here, man. Delar, what's up, bro? How
Okay.
you doing, man? Hey, how you doing? How you doing? You're good? Hey, okay. Firstly, what the heck happened today, man? Did you expect this draw? Did you expect the results?
Oh, bisa ngomong bahasa Indo gak?
Sure. He's a Filipino who wants to speak in Indonesian, by the way. Just
Okay.
context for you guys.
All right. I'm an American, so that's cool.
Ako gak expect banget sekarang. Hari ini gak expect banget matchnya semua.
All right, so he basically said he didn't expect any
Right.
of the matches.
No one
Like, a lot
cares,
of the
Trex.
matches He did not expect at all.
All right. So, question: are you ready for the sins you may commit here?
Yeah, I'm so excited because I have a wish list.
What? Give us your wish list, man.
I want RRQ versus Onyx Philippines.
Why do you want us to suffer on day 2, bro? Huh?
So, jadi kita udah tahu siapa yang juara.
Okay, so the reason he wants RQ and FNOP to meet on day 2 is because he wants to know who's gonna win M6 in day 2. You think it's either one of the two?
Yeah, of course. Because mereka karena Philippines dan Indo always in grand finals, right?
Fair enough.
That's true. That's
I
true.
like it. I like it. So, any other? What about a wish list on the bottom side? Any other teams that maybe you want to see go against each other? Any hype matches you think could happen? And we got Team Spirit, BTK. We got SRG in the bottom side.
Vamos too.
Vamos in the bottom side. Do you want Malaysia versus Malaysia?
Yeah.
He said yeah.
SRG versus Vamos.
Lar, I get it. You know, we want what we want, but you gotta be careful here. All right, you know what, Lar? I think we're ready. Are we ready, Trex?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. We're gonna move over. You please
You
walk
get the
over.
middle. You
walk
get
over
the
to the
middle.
1-0.
Right here.
I'm gonna move over to this side.
And we're gonna start right here. We're gonna start off with the upper side. So any ball you want, grab one, open it up. Yep. Right now.
Twist it around, you know. Just make sure. All right, we gotta really pray here, Trek. Bismillah, brother. Yes, exactly, bro. Last time me and LaFell did this, I lost social media accounts. I really hope this doesn't happen to you, Delar.
You got this.
Delar, you got it, man. Come on.
He's going for it.
Yeah, there you go.
The drama.
Oh shit.
Esports.
All right.
I had Falcons going against BTK. First match. That's the first one I guessed too. That's the first one I guessed too. Can you see it? You probably can't see it. Right there. BTK Falcons. See? First one. Oh shit, dude.
Just
This
to
guy,
let everybody
bro.
know, the way that these matches
Bro.
go on the board will not be the schedule for tomorrow. Anything could happen. These will be the matchups, but not the schedule.
Oh.
Just to let you guys know. Let's take a look at it. We're going to go right here.
S2G.
Is that SRG?
S2G. Okay, so I got that wrong.
I forgot SRG.
Sucks, but that's okay. I had him right under it though. I had BTK Falcons and then RRQ S2G. So I was close. I was close.
I'm looking for a couple teams to pop up on this side.
Since you're a BTK
Oh wait, they're going. Okay. They're going right down the left side. All right, so it could still be this way. It could still be this way. I do have Falcon and S2G on the same side.
We got a big one here, folks. We got RRQ Hoshi.
Okay, well that one's wrong.
There you go. We got the Kings of Kings. Let's see. Kings of Kings. So Falcon Esports, S2G, RRQ Hoshi. These teams will not be able to meet each other. So RRQ, they're right now. They can either draw BTK, they can draw CFU, they can draw Twisted Minds,
Aurora?
Team Spirit.
No, not Aurora. You can drop FNOP. FNOP.
Dlar, you gotta do this. You gotta.
What do you think this
You
is
gotta
right
get
here?
FNOP right here, Dlar. Dlar. He thinks CFU.
If he gets CFU, you better play the lottery today.
Oh shit, he guessed it! Oh my god.
You should become like a talent or something. You know, you're pretty good
Bro.
with predictions, man.
That was clean.
All right, CFU.
No,
Okay.
I mean, there's a chance RQ meets BTK. Keep on going, Lar. Yeah, you can keep on going if you want.
It's gonna be interesting.
Man, this is giving me
It's
anxiety.
gonna be interesting. All right.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
He's on to something here.
BTK.
CFU on the go. So.
Team Spirit?
Team Spirit, I think.
Okay.
Okay. He's gonna predict this as we go. He got the wrong prediction. Twisted Minds is the first matchup.
Okay, that one's
of
wrong too.
The 1-0 group. It will be Twisted Minds going up against
All right.
Falcon Esports.
Falcon
up
versus
against
Twisted
Falcon, interesting game
Minds.
so far. For S2G, there is the possibility for Hoon's dreams to come true. He said it's Thanksgiving.
I'm going
tomorrow.
Falcon.
He wants turkey.
Are you
Can
gonna
you
give
give
him
it to
turkey?
him? Can you give it to him?
Falcon Esports versus Twisted Minds, man. Both these teams also really like to go in team fights, so that matchup is definitely going to be very, very exciting as we look towards the next one.
BTK.
Who's gonna get the turkey?
Oh my
Who's
god.
gonna get the
S2G
turkey?
I'm dead.
versus
Oh, man, how do
BTK.
you feel? How do you feel?
I mean, I feel hype about it. I feel hype about it.
Wow. Okay.
Onyx versus. Okay, he called the BTK one. He's on fire right now.
On fire right
Lar,
now.
for the sake of me, you know, you were friends, right, Lar? You gotta.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
This will determine our friendship right here, Lar. We can be real good friends, or we could just be.
Oh, he was so close.
That's a scary team too, though. Oh man. Team Spirit. But it's okay. That's a
RQ
solid
versus Team
draw.
Spirit.
RQ
Okay.
versus Team Spirit. Thank goodness they didn't get me or LaFell to do it, man.
So then that means CFU
He's doing great. All right.
versus.
We know what the last one will be, right?
Wait, no. There's like a lot of. Come on. There's like 16 teams here in M6. What do you mean? FNOP.
What a surprise.
It's a surprise there. CFU Gaming versus FNOP.
Wow.
Arkihoshi will be going up against Team Spirit. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, for the 1-0 bracket. We have completed the bracket.
All right.
And these are going to be the matchups tomorrow, though. Again, as Trex mentioned earlier, the schedule will not
I'm
be
going
as is.
Falcon.
The schedule will be a bit
Then I'm
different. This
going
is just the matchups.
BTK.
All right. What's your favorite match?
Then I'm going. Ooh, I'm gonna have to take
I
Team
like it.
Spirit.
Oh yeah, one more time.
And also CFU versus Onyx.
And then CFU versus.
Champion, right?
That's true.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna have to
RQ
go.
versus Team Spirit and FNOP against
Onyx
CFU because CFU
BH.
FNOP, champion versus champion.
All right, so let's go on to the next ones. We're on lower bracket. There's still a lot of possibilities here. Any matches you want to see, Mirko?
All right,
Okay, the
lower bracket. Here
Lower
we
bracket.
go.
I mean, to be fair, SRG Aurora is a crazy matchup. I feel like
I have
Vamos
SRG
against
Aurora
Aurora
right
would be
here.
cool too.
Yeah,
I really
see,
wanted
Mirko
Vamos or
gets me.
SRG versus BTK at the start, but it's impossible. So
KBG,
we're gonna get
all right.
KBG is the first team drawn by Dlar for the 0-1 bracket. So let's place KBG right there. You know, hey, you know what? KBG Ulfednar will definitely be fun.
Ooh, Ulfednar KBG would be nice.
Here, let me make my
Ulfednar,
camera bigger. That
I
way
think
you
a
guys
lot of-
can
again,
actually
could go
see
against
what
a lot
I
of teams
wrote.
here. I would like them to see play something
And
maybe
I'll
a
just put
Malaysian
this
team.
down here.
We get the
NIP Flash.
NIP Flash.
We got NIP Flash as the second team drawn by Delar here for
See,
the
here's my
0-1
guesses
bracket. So NIP Flash and also
for the upper bracket.
for KBG, they will not meet against
Lower.
one another. It's okay, Delar.
You're good.
It's good. It's all good, bro.
Close to you.
All right. Just roll it in, Delar. Take your time here. Take your time. He said Bismillah again. Trex.
What does that mean?
It's,
it means I'm doing great.
It means like God bless or something. Yeah.
Lucky. Stay.
Oh. Who's that gonna be? Ulfednar. All right, we're not gonna get to see the KBG versus Ulfednar match,
right.
but Ulfednar will not be able to meet also NIP Flash.
All right, next pick.
Who do you think it's gonna be? Predict. Mycom Evolve.
Mycom Evolve. You know what this means? There's no Malaysia versus Malaysia happening.
Yes, that is what it means.
Bonus.
There's no Malaysia versus Malaysia. And there's also no Aurora versus SRG, no Aurora versus Vamos. No
Malaysia
there's no
versus
Malaysia versus Malaysia chance.
You survived. Your IG made you okay.
Congrats.
He did not do as well.
Oh.
Team Liquid ID.
ID will be going up
All
against
right.
KBG. So right as KBG went up against Ark Yoshi, now they go up against Liquid
My
ID.
guesses are shit here.
No. Yeah.
Go here. This is my prediction.
Oh.
This is what you hope
I
for?
thought one of the Moonton that I think Liquid versus KBG.
Okay.
Wow. This guy's on point, man.
He's on point. He needs to jump on the casting desk with us.
It's almost like he's a pro player. Have you thought about that, Delar? Maybe you should go pro.
You probably should.
I think better talent.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I agree. He was a creator one day. You remember?
All right, who's NIP Flash going up against?
Let's see. Oh, who's it gonna be? Aurora.
And they're
NIP
gonna be coming in
Flash.
swinging. You already know after the loss today.
They're gonna be real angry after the loss today, but I think NIP Flash will be similarly angry. And to be fair, they are the kind of like the kings of cheese.
Now,
NIP
who
Flash.
does ULF
So let's go
have?
with the next one, Lauren. You can continue there. Are you proud of the Aurora matchup you got for NIP Flash?
I'm confident that Aurora gonna win against Team Flash.
How confident, like percentage-wise?
99.
99?
99.
Last time someone said 99.99%. Like you lost to the 0.01%.
Yeah, Hoon also said 99 against Ulfednar, and
oh man.
so the curse has been...
It's been shifted.
It's been shifted.
All right. What's the next team up here, ladies and gentlemen?
That's a banger.
Oh,
SRG versus
That's a
ULF.
banger. Certainly a banger there. SRG will be going up against Ulfednar. For some reason, this matchup always happens, Trex. MSC 2024, it was FF at the time up against SRG, and then ISF, it was Malaysia against Turkey. For some reason, this
No,
is
you're
fate.
good.
And it went, what? 2-3-2?
I figured you were still trying to figure out your order.
Ulfednar never gets a break.
They never get a break. No, they're always up against Malaysia.
Right.
The last Malaysian team here will be drawn last. So we will have Mycom Evolve going up against.
All right.
Okay, so Delar, taking a look at the bottom side now. Give me a game that you're most excited to see tomorrow.
I'm so excited about Aurora against Team Flash and SRG against Ultra.
Any predictions on those two games?
I think Aurora win and SRG.
Okay. Now taking a look at the whole board.
I'm scared because today's prediction always lose.
So you missed all the predictions. You got everything wrong.
Mostly. I think I win only two.
You only got two. Same here.
All your
Same
guess
here.
coins are gone.
Yeah.
Sad.
To be fair, it's not really his fault. It's none of our faults either, right?
It's your fault.
Okay, maybe it
Just
might be
your
my
fault.
fault. That's fair.
It's
But
your
also,
fault, he says.
What are you gonna do? You know, all the teams have just been going crazy.
All
They've
right.
all improved so much, Trex. And I think they're gonna improve even
There
more
it is.
here as we get towards day number 2, day number 3, and we continue on to the 1-1 bracket, the 1-0, or sorry, the 0-2 bracket, and possibly the 2-0 bracket.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things to see here, and where things I think are really gonna get interesting is in this 1-1 right here.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna see a lot of these winners, possibly Aurora, possibly SRG, possibly TLID, move up and face a lot of strong teams here as well. So as things move on, it's gonna get crazy. Are you happy with your overall draw?
Honestly, so-so. Because-
So-so.
Yeah, because my wish list is different from this draft, right? Ya, itu aja.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, he just it's not according to his wish list, so he's not really that happy. He's so.
Maybe next drop, right? Is gonna be more interesting, right?
Exactly. It's all in his hands, ladies and gentlemen, right? So if you want to complain to his hands. Anyways, though, Vlar, I do have a question for you. Since it's best of one until an elimination match or a qualifying match for the knockout stage, what do you think as a pro player? Best of ones have been really tough for a lot of the teams. A lot of the favorites have lost in day number 1. Do you think the best of one hurts that bad for a lot of these teams?
Yeah, of course. Karena kalau best of one, itu kamu harus siap banget. Banyak strategi, even best of one gitu. Terus mentalnya harus kuat juga ya. Tapi tergantung playernya.
So he says it depends on the players, but yeah, if you're playing in a best of one, you have to be super prepared. You have to have a lot of strategies, and you have to be ready for whatever is to come from the opponents as well. And that's true. We did see a lot of people just get completely curveballed. But what do you think about the picks here? In my opinion, the Bruno's been left open a lot, even though it's super prio and wildcard.
I think Bruno wins game.
Bruno definitely wins games.
Especially if the Myanmar team using Bruno. Oh my god.
I agree. Benny is a monster on that Bruno.
So one last question, or another question here. We know that you know the Southeast Asian teams. Anyone outside of C that you have your eyes on? Teams like S2D, Twisted Minds, BTK, Team Spirit, Ulfidnar. Any, outside regions that are up-and-comers that you think we should keep our eyes on as we move through all of M6?
For me, my top 1 bias is Team Spirit. Karena Kid Bomba is so good, Yeah.
Kid Bomba.
And
I don't know. I feel like
right
if BTK and Team Spirit went against each other, that would be a pretty good match. But I think BTK could still win.
The dark horse in this tournament.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Dilar. Thank you for possibly, taking the shot for us. We couldn't do this ourselves.
Thank you so much, man. You saved my social media.
All right, well, that is going to be it. Thank you guys for tuning in today. This was just day 1. We got a lot more days to come. We will see you guys tomorrow. See you next time.
All right, that's going to be it. Later, dudes. Appreciate everybody who swung in. Hope you're having a good day, good evening, good night, good morning, whatever it is, wherever you are. Hope it's going good. We'll be back next time, and we'll see how things go. We'll see how well our predictions are. I'm probably gonna put something in the Discord to see if the team wants to do like little predictions and see how good people do. I mean, pretty much everybody's gonna be guessing anyways, but it'd be fun, right?
so small, but I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done,